Chapter 0321 Boiling Rain is coming. Boiling rain only senses the chakra fluctuations of two people. One of them is very unfamiliar, while the other is very familiar. It is the chakra breath of Hyuga Haeyoung. They are at the foot of the mountains more than 30 kilometers away. You are dead. Boiling Yu bit Kiba and muttered, stretched out his arms like his arms, took out a scroll, grabbed two sections of the scroll with both hands, and suddenly unfolded it. Bang! There are 7 characters on the scroll. At the moment when the scroll is unfolded, one of the characters bursts with white smoke, the light flashes, and an exaggerated knife appears in front of Boiling Yu in the smoke and light. Beheading sword. Boiling Yu grabbed the beheading sword, and with the beheading sword in his sidearm, his knees jumped up and jumped directly off the cliff. Falling into the forest, the boiling rain suddenly burst again, and the speed was as fast as ultimate, and went straight to the high mountain more than 30 kilometers away. In the dark cave, Lu Han, who was sitting cross-legged behind, left Hyuga Haeyoung's back with his hands and slowly retracted his posture. Okay, I can't feel the effect of the treatment anymore. Lu Han said hoarsely, opened the insight map and glanced at it again, then closed his eyes and entered a state of breathing recovery. PFF'd. Hyuga Haeyoung spit out the rag in his mouth, gasping for a while, blinking and shaking his head. Seems to be a little out of consciousness. Lu Han used the technique of creating yuan to treat Hyuga Haeyoung, and at the same time, it would make Hyuga Haeyoung feel terrible pain. This kind of pain was almost unbearable for Hyuga Haeyoung. Everyone is dumbfounded. Lu Han had been cross-legged and recovered for a while, before Hyuga Haeyoung came back to his senses, closed his eyes, and began to check his own condition. After a while, Lu Han slowly exhaled, opened his eyes, then stood up, glanced at Hyuga Haeyoung who was still examining himself with his eyes closed. Lu Han walked to the entrance of the cave, looked outside the cave where the sky was still bright. Subconsciously she raised her hand to block the sun. I'm going to find something to eat. Orochimaru tilted his head and said, leaning against the edge of the cave. It's work. Lu Han nodded and replied. Orochimaru turned around and walked out of the cave, while Lu Han opened the insight map and glanced again, and at this moment, his face changed dramatically, and he blurted out exclaimed, wait a minute. Huh. Orochimaru frowned and stopped, looking back at Lu Han. The boiling rain is coming. I feel him, he is coming. Lu Han screamed, and at the same time he flicked his arm, and a sort of frightening appeared out of thin air in his hand. We can't escape. Insight map shows the big Yuhi point from the southwest of the insight map, and quickly approach the center of the insight map. Kurigakure Mizukage assistant, level 60 white silver boss, boiling rain. He came. The distance is so close, Lu Han knows that even if he has insight into the map, it is impossible to get rid of boiling rain, because Orochimaru once said that boiling rain has the ability to sense, but he doesn't know how far he can sense the distance. At least a few kilometers away. Call. A white shadow came out of the cave, but it was Hyuga Haeyoung wearing a white plain robe, with thick chakra fluctuations rippling from his body, his complexion Yuhi moist, and his whole body was very energetic. I have recovered from my injury. Hyuga Haeyoung said quickly, I just heard you say. Is the boiling rain coming? Yes. Lu Han nodded heavily, glanced at the icy Orochimaru, and then looked at Hyuga Haeyoung. His left arm suddenly raised and swung, carrying dozens of kunai and shuriken leather belts, as well as a penultimate class. The long knife flew out of thin air. Hyuga grabbed the belt and the long knife, first put the belt on his body, locked the metal buckle, and then inserted the long knife diagonally into the double opening metal sleeve on the side of the belt. Hyuga Haeyoung naturally knows how to use a knife, but he doesn't like to use a knife. The Hyuga ninja who has achieved his strength has already mastered the gentle fist method. Fist, feet, elbows, and knees can be used as weapons. Chakra is used for important parts of the body. Packed and attacked, it can even shake the blade. However, for Hyuga KO, the sword, the kunai, and the shuriken are also necessities, and there is always a time to use them. Kai. The sound of breaking the air is rapidly approaching. it is not a hidden weapon flying, but a person is rapidly approaching. Orochimaru, Lu Han, and Hyuga Haeyoung, the three of them stood scattered near the entrance of the cave, looking up at the direction of the sound. Hyuga Haeyoung slowly pulled away from the gentle fist posture. Lu Han crossed the knife in front of him, Orochimaru in his hand. There was a dark kunai. The three didn't say much, and there was no time for them to discuss countermeasures at this time. There were only two choices, either fight or flee, and the latter. It's hard to do. The three of them can escape separately, but in that case, maybe the other two can escape, but one of them will definitely be killed or captured. Nobody wants that to happen. Woohoo! The sound got closer and closer, and the fast-running figure brought a gust of wind. The wind blew through the grass, brushed the trees, and finally blew on the three people in front of the cave, and the three people's clothes shook violently. I stop him, you escape. Hyuga Haeyoung whispered quickly, I will buy you more time. Neither Orochimaru nor Lu Han responded. Hyuga Haeyoung, who is good at physical defense, has the ability to stop the boiling rain in a short time, but Lu Han and Orochimaru are here to save Hyuga Haeyoung. If Hyuga Haeyoung is left here, what's the point of the previous efforts? Wow! The ghostly figure appeared in front of the trees in the distance. Because he came so fast, it seemed as if he appeared out of thin air. Boiling rain. Boiling rain with a beheading sword. The atmosphere was instantly suppressed to ultimate. The level 60 white silver boss is extremely dazzling in Lu Han's eyes. Cage level. Very powerful shadow. Lu Han knows his own strength. After reluctantly master Hiraishin, he should be completely stronger than Munashi Ghost 7, but it is hard to say whether he has entered the 60th level. And Orochimaru is a level 60 elite. Hyuga Haeyoung was stronger than a level 50 gold boss before, but it is estimated that it is not as good as Danzo. It should also be a level 60 elite. Taken together, if the three of them fight the level 60 bronze boss, they have a bigger chance of winning, but if they fight the level 60 white silver boss, it is a bigger loss. Boiling Yu's face was expressionless. His cold eyes swept across the faces of Orochimaru and Hyuga Haeyoung, and finally he looked at the black-robed figure wearing a mask. Only this person, he didn't know. Who are you? Boiling Yu asked in a dry and harsh voice. Chapter 0322_Cold Light. Today is your day of death. Boiling Yu thought about it before. Who can save Hyuga Haeyoung silently? On the way here, Boiyu asked Mundogen, and Grandmaster Mundogen, who analyzed the traces, clearly told Boiyu that someone bypassed the guards and sneaked into the cell silently, and then used non-attribute ninjutsu in the cell. A hole was opened in the ground, and a tunnel was dug to take people out. Mundogen made it very clear that the man did not enter the cell by digging a tunnel, but went to the cell first and found Hyuga Haeyoung before digging a tunnel to take people out. This can be said to be extremely difficult. Even Boiling Rain can't guarantee that he can do it, and Boiling Rain can be sure that the other party must be a grandmaster with some kind of extremely unique instant body technique, so that it is possible to enter the cell without hurting the guard or breaking the cell door. Middle. Now, Boiyu has met Hyuga Haeyoung and the two people who rescued Hyuga Haeyoung. Orochimaru Boiyu knows each other and has fought before, and Orochimaru is the direct disciple of the third-generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he goes out to perform tasks all year round. Ability, Kurigakure has long had more detailed information. Boiling Yu doesn't think Orochimaru has the ability to sneak into the cell without a sound, and it doesn't seem like Orochimaru's style of doing things. If he sneaked into the cell while killing the guard in the cell without a sound, he could do it. In the prison, no one was killed or injured. Boiling Rain stared at the mysterious ninja standing in the middle wearing a black robe and a mask. Orochimaru can't do it, it's only him. The atmosphere became more and more dignified, and the air seemed to condense. Boiling Yu's breath is very violent, fluctuating high and low. Obviously his mood is very unstable. Both sides are on full guard. Boiyu naturally dare not be careless. He knows the strength of Orochimaru and Hyuga Haeyoung. They are existences that cannot be underestimated, and the mysterious figure in the middle. Quiet. Silence to ultimate. The battle seems to be about to start. Answer me, who are you? Boiling Yu spoke again, squinting at the mysterious figure in black robe, hidden head and tail, dare not say it. Boiling Yu is really right, but Lu Han is a little afraid to say it. The name, Hengguang, has long been recorded on the Kurigakure lore list. Since the last Ninja World War, there have been no ninjas who dared to cause Kurigakure to suffer huge losses over and over in the past 10 years. Until the last year, Hengguang born out of nowhere. Lu Han was indeed a little worried. He said in front of Boiling Yu that he was Hengguang. Would Boiling Yu want to kill him like crazy? Although the first kill of the 60-level white silver boss is extremely tempting, Lu Han has self-awareness and knows that he is not the opponent of Boiling Yu, and the possibility of 3 people winning Boiling Yu is not high, so don't be particularly concerned about Boiling Yu. Good. Seeing the black robe figure not answering, the icy color in Boiling Yu's eyes became even stronger. Staring at the black robe figure's eyes, he said slowly, "You are Hengguang." Right. Lu Han was stunned. This guy guessed it. Boiling Yu naturally had reason to guess. First of all, Master Hengguang had the unique ability to escape, and secondly, Hengguang was currently in the southwest mountain range, so Boiling Yu could guess that it was Hengguang, but he couldn't be sure. At this point, if Lu Han didn't recognize it, he would be too cowardly. "I'm Hengguang." A hoarse voice came from under the mask, and Lu Leng looked at Boiling Yu. "What do you want?" "Hengguang." Ha 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 ha. Boiling Yu burst out laughing. His expression was so ferocious that he even felt terrified. "Okay. Hengguang, I finally caught you. Today is your death." Huh. Lu Leng smiled. Call _. Boiling rain rushed to Lu Han in an instant like the wind, and the beheading sword in his hand slashed down. Quickly startled Lu Han. Lu Han didn't even see the trajectory of Boiling Yu's movement when he rushed over. Secret technique, shadow flash technique. Lu Han's fleeting shadow dodged the Boiling Rain's attack. The Boiling Rain followed him like a shadow, and its movement speed was not even much slower than that of Lu Han's shadow flash. A strong sense of crisis always enveloped Lu Han. Kai. Lu Han threw out Kuwu and threw it into the sky. After a breath, Kuwu reached an altitude of 300 meters. Lu Han disappeared to the ground, and flickering appeared near Kuwu. He turned around and grabbed Hiraishin Kuei in his hand. Lu Han only has this Hiraishin Kunai. If it is interrupted or sealed, Lu Han will temporarily lose the ability of the Hiraishin technique. Hiraishin. Boiling Yu exclaimed. The second generation of Hokage's signature ninjutsu reappeared in the world. Boiling Yu was shocked. He was the one who fought the first ninja war, and he knew the art of Hiraishin deeply. How terrifying the utility is. At the same time, Hyuga Haeyoung rushed behind Boiling Rain. His hands seemed to tear apart the space, and hit Boiling Rain with terrifying pressure. Gentle fist method, snake and tiger double attack. Boom. Behind Boiling Yu's feet, a lime soil wall covered with curse marks instantly rose. Hyuga Haeyoung hit it with both hands, directly smashing the lime soil wall, but Boiling Yu also took this opportunity to jump out first. Not far away. Orochimaru completed the more complex hand seal at this moment. Ninfa Airburst Clone. In the air, Lu Han quickly completed the hand seal. Cadent Fire Style, Demon Flame Art. 2 illusory clones appeared beside Orochimaru, translucent. As soon as the 2 clones appeared, they flew towards the Boiling Rain like the wind. Lu Han in the sky spit out a dark Yui-colored flame, and the ghost flame like a curtain strikes the location of the Boiling Rain on the ground as fast as lightning. With a flick of Hyuga Haeyoung's hand, more than a dozen kunai, more than a dozen black rays of light shot towards the Boiling Rain. Humph! He heard a cold snort from Boiling Yu, raised his arms, and a cyan curse appeared on both palms, secret art twin wheels. Blue light erupted from Boiling Yu. Boom, boom, rumble boom. Various forces collided with each other. The roar was like continuous thunder. The shock wave of terror swept all around. The flames shot into the sky, and the earth shook. ... On a mountain more than 100 kilometers away from the battlefield. The blood-robed man was sitting on a branch covered by dense leaves, breathing evenly, but he was sleeping soundly. Sudden. He seemed to feel something, and suddenly opened his eyes. A pair of Mangekyo Sharingan subconsciously rotated, chakra transformed and refined on his own, and strange chakra fluctuations rippled around him. Cold, the blood-robed man said suspiciously, turning his head to look southeast. Chapter 0323_ You are all trash. In a valley surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. Mundogen ran fast, his eyes narrowed, and he kept scanning the surrounding environment. In his mind, the southwest mountains and the far west had been imaged as a detailed map, and the scene he saw while running was exactly the same. It constantly overlaps with the imaging map in his mind, but there will always be some differences. A wild boar ran past here. This is the footprint of a ninja. This blade of grass was trampled a day ago. Snake crawling traces. This is the footprints of the two running back and forth. The latter's footprints are deeper, if it is either heavier, or there is a load on the body. Will it be the trace left by the physical clone? Mundogen was different for almost a moment. While running wildly, his thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning. In fact, even if he did not have extraordinary memory ability, his tracking ability was the best of Kurigaker. Trace tracking analysis is not simply to see the trace, to speculate who left the trace, and how long ago it was left. The key is to connect the traces seen to obtain a complete intelligence chain, thereby draw the right conclusions. For example, from a starting point, there are 2 footprints going in different directions. This is likely to be 2 people walking apart, or it may be that a ninja used a clone to create fraud traces for anti-tracking. When encountering a situation, no ninja can immediately analyze the correct situation, but how to analyze it based on the traces that have been tracked before, it is not impossible to draw the correct conclusion. If this trace is correct, then they should. Mundogen traced the footprints of the 2 people and ran out of the valley along the footprints of the 2 people. Rumble boom. The roar sounded suddenly, and it came from a far distance. It spread far away like a dull thunder, and the whole forest was shocked. Mundogen suddenly stopped on a tree branch more than 30 meters high, and looked at the mountain in the distance. The distance was too far, and Mundogen couldn't see what was happening there, but the sound was indeed coming from there. Come. Lord Boiling, you found them. Mundo Shin asked himself, and pulled out the long knife pinned to his back. The whole person jumped down from the branch like a spirit ape and fell into the bushes. With one step, the speed increased sharply, going straight to the direction from which the previous explosion sounded. 10 minutes later. Mundogen was getting closer and closer to the foot of the mountain, and he already felt the familiar chakra breath. It's the breath of Lord Boiling Yu, and Hyuga Haeyoung. That's them. Mundogen was already quite sure that Boiling Yu was there. Taking a deep breath, Mundogen waved futon, wind style, all over his body. The whole person seems to have turned into the wind, moving faster. His speed has reached ultimate. At the foot of high mountains. Most of the trees and vegetation have been destroyed into slag and ashes, and the ground is full of anxiety. Several kilometers in front of the cave have been destroyed into ruins. Some trees that have not fallen down are burning with raging fire. A big hole. Boiling Rain in a blue-gray robe stood on the fallen tree, and the beheading knife had been hung behind his back. He kept the hand seal movement with both hands, and glanced coldly around the surroundings. Hyuga Haeyoung stood more than 10 meters in front of Boiling Yu, his shoulders undulating and panting violently. His face was a little pale, and his clothes were a little tattered, and there was no trace of dirt on his robes. The Boiling Rain is in stark contrast. Boiling Rain is much stronger than him. It is also a ninja of Grandmaster Yuju, but his speed is extremely fast. In the previous battle, although it was a 3-on-1 battle, Boiling Rain always suppressed the 3 people, and Hyuga Haeyoung, who was good at defense, endured most of Boiling Rain's unavoidable attacks, and his chakra consumed the most. Orochimaru stood behind Hyuga Haeyoung, his hands clasped together, staring at the Boiling Rain. As one of the direct disciples of the 3rd generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru can be said to be the most recognized disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen, because he, like Sarutobi Hiruzen, has all the attributes of chakra. Kaden, fire style, Suiten, water style, Futon, wind style, Raiden, thunder style, Doden, earth style. 5 attribute ninjutsu, Orochimaru are all grandmasters. He also masters the mysterious and unpredictable self-created secret technique, forbidden technique. However, just now Orochimaru had done everything he could, but he couldn't hurt a single hair of boiling rain. Kai. Sound of breaking the air suddenly sounded. Hiraishin Kunai shot straight into the boiling rain. Boiling Yu's eyes swept away, he waved his hand violently, and shot a black light. With a crisp sound of crack, Hiraishin Kunai was hit by a black light when he was still more than 10 meters away from the boiling rain. Call. Luhan in a tattered black robe appeared near Hiraishin Kuwu. He reached out and grabbed Hiraishin Kuwu in his hand, and then threw his hand to the ground. He didn't grab Hiraishin Kuwu until he was still 3 meters away from the ground, and he rolled over and landed lightly. Huh! Luhan gasped, holding Hiraishin Kunai back, staring at the boiling rain. Failed again. It was very difficult for Luhan to get close to Boiling Yu and launch a surprise attack, because every time, as long as he approached Boiling Yu with the kunai of Hiraishin's technique, Boiling Yu would throw a black light and knock kunai flying. Luhan had tried his best to make Hiraishin Kunai fly away. The rate of fire is faster, but it is still difficult to approach the boiling rain. Boiling rain's reaction awareness is too pervert. He didn't want to have hidden weapons near him, and hidden weapons could not reach him. Luhan reluctantly mastered Hiraishin, but it is difficult to exert the power of Hiraishin on Boiling Yu. The two sides have stopped for a few minutes and are deadlocked. You. Boiling Yu suddenly said, his eyes swept away, it's all trash. Hyuga Heian, Orochimaru, and Luhan all had cold eyes. If you give up your resistance, I promise not to kill you. Boiling Yu said again. Huh, Luhan suddenly felt that something was wrong. Boiling Yu was pretending to be crazy. As long as his IQ is normal, it is impossible for him to say such words. Boiling Yu should be very clear that no one will surrender. Whoosh. The wind is booming. From far to near. Someone is coming. Be strong. He's stalling for time. Wait for help. Luhan's thoughts changed and he exclaimed. Boiling Yu suddenly looked at Luhan and said with a mocking smile, how smart. Chapter 0324_brutal reality. What Luhan said was right at all. Boiling rain was just delaying time. Previously, Boiling Yu led the 7 members of the Ninja Blades of Mist to fight against 5 elite Jonin from Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Hyuga Heian, and Hyuga family, 8-9. Boiling Rain's side won, but it didn't go well, because only 3 Hyuga family elite Jonin were killed at the time, and Hyuga Heian was captured, and everyone else ran away. This is not normal. With the strength of Boiling Rain, plus the Master's 7 special ninja knives, the 7 people of the Mist ninja knives, which are famous in the ninja world, it is not difficult to win Tsunade, Hyuga Heian and others with this configuration. But the result is that most of them escape. The problem is with Hyuga Heian. The head of the Hyuga clan, an ancient and famous Konoha clan, has a defense method called Pervert. It was Hyuga Heian who stopped the Boiling Rain and caused the others to escape. Even Boiling Yu dare not say that he has the means to break Hyuga Heian's strongest defense. And when Hyuga Heian was captured, it was entirely because the chakra was about to be exhausted. Having had the last battle experience, this time, Boiling Yu is very cautious. What he worries about is not about winning or losing. Naturally, he doesn't think he will lose. If he wins, he will win, but the key is, don't let people run away. Orochimaru, who has made a breakthrough in strength, Hyuga Heian, whose defense means Pervert, plus Cold Light. Although there are only 3 people, their strength is not much weaker than that of the 9-member team that day. Boiling Yu is confident that he can win, but he is afraid that the situation that day will happen again. Therefore, Boiling Yu has just deliberately controlled it. He is afraid that if he hits too hard, hurts someone, or makes the three of them feel completely unstoppable, Hyuga Haeyoung, who has a righteous heart and dares to pay, will definitely go crazy again. Boiling Rain can be contained, and the other two can run. Boiling Rain didn't want to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Orochimaru, the most talented direct disciple of the third-generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Boiyu wants to keep him. And the cold light, Boiling Rain can't wait to swallow it alive. Can't let them escape. So Boiling Rain is really delaying time. He is waiting for someone to come, waiting for Mundogen to come. The battle is very moving, and Fino is also nearby. Mundogen will get the news sooner or later, and he will definitely come. As Boiling Rain wishes, Mundogen is here. Call, Kai. The gust of wind swept into the battlefield, and the whistling sound was getting closer and closer, more and more harsh. The figure with the violent breath approached at an extreme speed, and suddenly stopped when it was still 100 meters away from the battlefield, and then disappeared. Wow! The whirlwind rolled up beside Boiling Yu, and Mundogen appeared out of thin air, standing side by side with Boiling Yu on the fallen tree. Sir, Mundogen greeted, but he didn't look at Boiling Yu. Hengdao was in front of him, and his eyes glanced at the three people in front of the battlefield. Yeah, Boiling Yu replied lightly. His heart was calm. He actually showed a faint smile to the three people in front, raised his eyebrows, his face was full of contempt, as if he could command the world, and said lightly, "Today, none of you want to leave." Hyuga Haeyoung's face changed drastically, and even Orochimaru frowned. Boiling Rain was already difficult to deal with, and the outcome of a fight against him was unpredictable, and now Kurigakure Scout Commander Mundogen is here too. Mundogen's strength is by no means inferior to Hyuga Haeyoung, but each is good at it differently. Damn, Luhan muttered in a low voice, his eyes scanning back and forth over the heads of Boiling Yu and Mundogen. Kurigakure Mizukage Assistant, Level 60 White Silver Boss, Boiling Rain. Leader of the Kurigakure Scout Force Captain, Level 55 Diamond Boss, Mundogen. These two guys, if you kill one of them at will, the drop reward will be unimaginable. The first kill of the 60-level White Silver Boss, according to the first kill drop rules, may drop the top S-level Forbidden Technique, or even Super S-level Technique. That is the profound meaning. The original book has clearly mentioned the concept of profound meaning, such as Hiraishin is an S-level time-space ninjutsu, and the Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance and Roar 3 style, that can be performed by the 4th generation Hokage Namikaze Minato in the original book as a Super S-level art. It can be called a mystery. The reason why Luhan thinks that killing Boiling Yu may drop a Super S-level technique is because the drop rules are like this. If you kill the first boss, you may drop a technique that the boss itself does not have a master, and a higher level technique than his master. And killing Mundogen, although the quality of the drop reward can't be compared to killing Boiling Rain, he is a diamond boss. The explosion rate of killing a diamond boss is 10 times that of killing a gold boss. And coupled with the first kill explosion rate bonus, the total explosion rate will be close to full value. It can even be said that as long as Luhan kills Mundogen, he can obtain all of Mundogen's combat abilities, and by deprivation, he may also gain his ability to remember him. Luhan was a little excited, but his heart immediately cooled down. The imagination is beautiful, but the reality is extremely cruel. Now, it's not a question of whether you can kill the boss, but whether you can survive this battle. With the strength of Mundogen, at least one person can be contained, and the remaining two can't be Boiling Yu's opponents. Although he won't lose right away, he will lose sooner or later, unless Boiling Yu suddenly loses his mind. But that's not as likely as the sudden destruction of the shinobi world. It's impossible. Cold Light, who is wearing a black robe and a mask. Orochimaru, Hyuga Haeyoung, and Luhan didn't move either. Whoever moves first will trigger the battle. That guy. Boiyu suddenly raised his hand and pointed at Luhan. He is Han Guang. He knows Hiraishin. Be careful not to let him run away. Oh, Mundogen stared at Luhan. His eyes narrowed. Understood, my lord. Mundogen's eyes became colder, but the corner of his mouth evoked a winning smile. fighting side by side with Master Boiling Yu. Naturally it's a must-win. Mundogan thinks so, and in fact, it's pretty much the same. Ask you again. Boiling Yu said again, surrender. This time, it was a serious question. Wishful thinking. Hyuga Haeyoung said decisively, with a determined expression, only the Konoha ninja who died in battle, and the Konoha ninja who did not surrender. Then don't blame me, Boiling Yu smiled. At this time. Whoosh. A terrifying whistle sounded from the distant horizon. Approaching the sky at high speed, the violent chakra fluctuations are undisguised. The 5 people on the battlefield changed color at the same time and looked up. Chapter 0325_brother, miss me. The Komer is strong. If the aura of the incoming person is not disguised, then its strength is probably no weaker than anyone present except Boiling Yu. All 5 people on the battlefield looked up. Except for Lu Han, everyone else changed their color. Although they still don't know who is coming, they have already considered the consequences. The incoming person may belong to Kurigakure, may belong to Konoha, and more likely is a third-party ninja. If it is from Kurigakure's side, 3-on-3, Konoha's side will be forced into a real desperate situation, and if it is from Konoha's side, 4-for-2, Kurigakure will not be forced into a corner, but Boiling Yu will not dare to say that he will win. There is a very critical problem, that is, Boiling Rain and Mundogan, Hyuga Haeyoung and Orochimaru, all don't know this guy. So they subconsciously think that the Komer is the other person. And if it is someone from a third-party force, the probability is very small. It is always thankless for a third party to disrupt the situation. This guy is here. Ha! He is here. Lu Han was already shocked, and a smile appeared on the delicate face of the mask, Sen Luo. I can sense that Danzo has not returned to Konoha, so it counts. It was Sarutobi Hiruzen who made him come. Senju Senro. Super high-speed flight. Blood Yuhi robes. Extremely publicized violent chakra fluctuations. These are the characteristics of Senju Senro. Lu Han and Senju Senluo are very familiar. Even if the person has not flown over, Lu Han will not admit his mistake. Moreover, on the insight map, the blue dot represents the flying figure. Teammate Blue. Let's go. Hyuga Haeyoung suddenly screamed out, took a step forward and spread his arms, as if he was going to make a big move. Come on. I'll stop them. Nice guy. Lu Han sighed in his heart, risking his life to save Hyuga Haeyoung. He really did the right thing. Hyuga Haeyoung is really worth saving. Hyuga Luo Ning has a good father. Don't be nervous, Lu Han said quickly, his voice hoarse. It's my own. Oh, Hyuga Haeyoung was stunned for a moment, then glanced back at Lu Han slightly. Orochimaru also looked sideways at Lu Han, frowning slightly. Orochimaru is more puzzled than Hyuga Haeyoung, because he is a disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he knows very well that there are those strong men in Konoha, even Anbu's, he also knows. Because he has briefly joined Anbu route, but he does not know who comes. Own people. Lu Han glanced at Orochimaru and gave him a reassuring look. It's not surprising that Orochimaru doesn't know Sen Luo. In the whole of Konoha, very few people know Sen Luo. Unless Orochimaru is the captain of Anbu, even if you have heard the name of Sen Luo, you may not know him. Ha ha ha, it's so lively. The loud laughter sounded, and the figure in the blood robe flew over the battlefield, 500 meters above the ground, looked down at the 5 people on the battlefield, and said in a strange tone, Yo, many acquaintances. Huh. Lu Han was taken aback for a moment. How many acquaintances? Who else? It's you. You bastard. Damn it. Boiling Yu suddenly screamed out in shock, and there was even some unbelievable feeling in his voice. He didn't recognize Senju Senluo before, but now he does, the only reason. Senju Senluo spoke. The tone of the neurotic is so characteristic that it is unforgettable as long as you have heard it. Ha 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 ha. Senju Senluo laughed inexplicably, the voice stopped abruptly, and the person disappeared into the sky. Call. The blood-robed figure suddenly appeared beside Han Guang, who was dressed in a mysterious dress. He reached out his arm and hooked Han Guang's neck. He squeezed it hard, and said with a weird smile, "Ha! Brother, miss me?" Before meeting Lu Han, Senju Senluo had no friends. Lu Han is his only friend. Lu Han was stunned for a moment, then lowered his voice and said urgently, "Bastard. Shouldn't you pretend you don't know me? Does it matter? You're all going to die anyway. That pervert named Boiling You will kill you," Senju Senro said bluntly. "Fuck," Lu Han scolded in a low voice, remembering what happened before, and scolded again, "Bastard. What did you say when you went back last time? A large group of people thought I was dead, and the grave was built for me. You ask Bastard Danzo, I'm not talking nonsense. Believe in you to be a ghost. Ha, don't worry, I'm here to save you this time. Where's my gift?" "What gift? You bastard, you have no conscience. I came to save you, but you didn't even prepare a present for me. How did I know you would suddenly appear? What gift do you want?" "Danzo's life. Go away." "Ha, just kidding, just kidding. Please calm down first and stop being crazy for the time being. By the way, do you know Boiling You?" That guy, it happened many years ago." "What happened?" "That mission. I killed his son." The atmosphere was a little weird. The moment the powerful man in blood robe entered the battlefield, he pulled Han Guang to speak, and the two of them whispered together for a while. Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen looked a little dumb, because they both saw the eyes of the blood-robed man. Mangekyo Sharingan. Is there such a strong man hidden in the Uchiha clan? The aura of Boiling Rain is already very unstable, and it seems like it is about to boil. The so-called enemy meets Yuhi. At that time, he didn't even know who the murderer was, but he would never forget the murderer's strange tone when he spoke, and Mangekyo Sharingan with Mokuden would style. "Tell me, who are you? Tell me, I want to know, who are you?" Boiling You asked, almost roaring at the end. He restrained himself and did not act immediately, because he really wanted to know, who is this person, who killed his only son? "That bastard Sarutobi Hiruzen asked me to come. That bastard's strength has become stronger again, it's really scary." Senju Senluo didn't seem to hear Boiling Yu's voice, and was still whispering to Lu Han with his head tilted. "Hello." Lu Han poked Senju Senluo's shoulder. "That guy asked you something." "Huh, is that so?" Senju Senluo finally reacted, blinked his eyes and looked in the direction of Boiling You, then asked Lu Han, "Ask what?" He asked, "Who are you?" Lu Han said helplessly, "There is no cure for this neurosis." "Who am I?" Senju Senluo blinked again, looked at Boiling You again, grinned and said, "I'm your uncle." Chapter 0326 Footen, Vapor Style. Boiling You is on the verge of going mad. He is a man with a deep heart and a calm personality, but in the face of the neurotic Senju Senluo, he can't calm down. What Hyuga Heong, what cold light. Boiling You doesn't even have thinking about their mood. At this moment, all he sees in his eyes is the blood-robed man with a strange tone. "Ha ha ha ha. Good. Very good." Boiling You stared at Senju Senluo hoarsely. "Today, I will let you understand, what is life better than death?" "Isn't life better than death?" Senju spit out his tongue at Boiling You. "Okay, come on." Senju Senluo has been sick frequently for more than 10 years. Every time he gets sick, he will realize that life is better than death, so Boiling Rain is really not a threat at all. Boom. Boiling Rain is moving. The crossbar under his feet exploded in an instant, and the whole person rose into the sky like a cannonball, facing the sky, and quickly hand seal. And at the same moment when the crossbar burst, Mundogen jumped out, backwards. Retreat. It's his stunt. Dodge. Hyuga Heong shouted in surprise. Boiling Rain wants to make a big move. He hated Senju Senra so much that he didn't have the slightest patience to try first. Secret Art Boiling Rain. Boiling Rain completed the hand seal. At this moment, flames burned on his hands, but he spit out a huge amount of water. The water formed a water ball in front of him. The flames rose, engulfed the water ball, and then the water ball began to spin wildly. A large number of water droplets were thrown out and shot downward like a bullet. The high-temperature rain that was heated to the point of boiling. Almost about to fog up. The attack area is huge, and there is no difference in group attack. Boiling rain. Boiling rain's stunt is boiling rain. At the same moment when the attack fell, Luhan's body magic blessed his arm and threw Hiraishin Kuwu out. Orochimaru also completed the hand seal. White phosphorus appeared on his arm, he plunged into the ground, and he burrowed into the soil and disappeared without a trace. The sun is spinning, and 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven is here. Either guard, either hide. This is the right strategy. Senju raised his head to watch the attack fall, and just before he was about to be hit, his hands joined together to form a seal. Boom! Several small saplings appeared on the ground around Senju Senluo. Almost instantly, the small saplings turned into large trees several meters high. The luxuriant canopies were connected to each other, forming a barrier that could block attacks from above. The attack falls. Boom! Boom! The ground almost shook and the mountains were shrouded in ultra-high temperature fog for hundreds of meters. The ultra-high temperature rain with terrifying power attacked downward frantically. Every drop of water had the power of a bullet, and the canopy of the big tree around Senju Senluo was shattered in a breath, but the new saplings and vines were already. Grow out, keep resisting. The chakra fluctuations on Senju Senluo's body are extremely violent, and it can be felt that he is outputting a large amount of chakra, constantly making trees grow. The branches are interrupted, and new ones grow immediately. The trunk is interrupted, and new big trees appear immediately. In fact, with Senju's ability, he had a chance to dodge. His speed surpassed anyone here except Boiling Rain, but he didn't dodge. Resist. This is unwise. The chakra consumption will be huge, but Senju Senluo is mentally ill. No one knows what he thinks. The attack lasted for more than 10 seconds. And for more than 10 seconds, Boiling Rain has been in the air, next to the frantically spinning water polo. Boiling Rain can't fly. It is the ability of secret technique Boiling Rain that allows him to stay in the air for a short time. When the attack ended, the boiling rain also began to fall from the sky. On the battlefield, the ultra-high temperature fog quickly dissipated. Hyuga stopped spinning and stood on the cracked ground, panting violently. Senju Senra let the leaves and branches guarding his body withdraw, revealing his figure. The ground suddenly burst not far away, and Orochimaru rushed out, and the white phosphorus on his arms quickly disappeared. All three are fine. Not dead, not even injured. Not at all surprising. If you can hit a powerful enemy with a big move, then the ninja's battle is too simple. Whoever is stronger and who is weaker has stronger attack ability than whoever has the strongest attack ability. Boiling Rain's big moves, if he were to deal with the ninja troops, he would probably cause a lot of casualties, but all he attacked were shadows or quasi-shadows. He's just a stronger Kage level. He doesn't have the strength to kill Quenying. Generally speaking, in ninja battles, the ultimate move is used at the end, because in the later stage of the battle, both sides have less chakra, and they will both be exhausted, and fatigue will make mistakes more likely. There may not be enough chakra to use the ability to defend, and it may not be able to escape. Of course, although Boiling Rain didn't hurt anyone, it didn't mean his big move was useless. Senju Senluo, Hyuga Heian, and Orochimaru all consume a lot of chakra. In comparison, Orochimaru consumes the least and Senju Senluo consumes the most, but the most affected is Hyuga Heian. Because the total amount of chakra of Hyuga Heian is far less than Senju Senluo, it can be seen from the fact that he is breathing heavily. His consumption is really not ordinary. Boiling Rain crashed to the ground. He bent his knees and then stood up straight, still staring at Senju Senrao. His face did not change in the slightest, and it was obvious that his own chakra volume was extremely large. A tree 300 meters away, Luhan held Hiraishin Kuwu in his hand and looked at the battlefield. His expression changed. The battlefield ground that was attacked by secret technique boiling rain, was actually half a meter thicker. On the one hand it becomes more compacted by the impact, and another reason is corrosion. Corrosion marks all over the ground. Mystic boiling rain is not only super high temperature water, but also has a corrosive effect. Fudan, vapor style. Lu Han was shocked. He was familiar with the original book and thought of Fudan, vapor style, and boiling rain obviously didn't know Fudan, vapor style, but his attack did produce almost the effect of Fudan, vapor style. What is his relationship with Terumi Mei? No, at this time in this world, Terumi Mei has not been born. What is his relationship with Terumi Mei in the future? Father, teacher, Terumi Mei master Fudan, vapor style, is it with him? Lu Han's thoughts fluctuated. Kai. The sound of breaking air strikes, approaching at an extreme speed, and a terrifying sense of crisis envelopes Lu Han. Fuck. Make a sneak attack. Lu Han screamed strangely, throwing Hiraishin Kue with his hand. You don't have to look to know that the sneak attacker is Mundogen. Chapter 0327_unarmed idiot. Boiling You made a big move just now. Only 2 people left the battlefield, that is Lu Han and Mundogen. Mundogen knew about Boiling You and retreated first, while Lu Han was able to leave. He has Hiraishin. Hiraishin Kunai through a few hundred meters in an instant, and he appeared a few hundred meters away. There is no doubt that the sneak attack is Mundogen. Feeling the danger, Lu Han threw out Hiraishin Kunai. The whole person also disappeared. Boom. The terrifying blade light with thunderous whistling blasted and smashed the tree where Lu Han was standing before. Mundogen, who came from the wind, appeared. One turned over and landed on a nearby tree, holding the blade and looking at him coldly. Ahead, the corners of his mouth evoked a mocking smile. He stopped chasing and killing, because when he was chasing, it was not a sneak attack. What he wants to kill is Han Guang, not a nameless person, who can't make a sneak attack, and then fight head-on, and he is also very cautious. Lu Han appeared beside the high-speed moving Hiraishin Kuwu, grabbed Hiraishin Kuwu, turned over and landed on the tree branch. Although it was only a reluctance to master Hiraishin's technique, it gave Lu Han a qualitative leap in his escape ability. Not to mention Mundogen, it's Boiling You. Lu Han is also confident that he can escape Boiling You's pursuit. Of course, it can be one thing, doing it or not is another. Lu Han can run, but not. Lu Han can accurately judge the current situation. Boiling Rain and Mondoin can definitely defeat Orochimaru, Senju Senluo, and Hyuga Heian, not because Orochimaru is weak, but because Boiling Rain is too strong. So you can't run. Do you only hide? Mundogen stared at Lu Han and made a mocking voice. No wonder I can't catch you all the time. It turns out that you have mastered the technique of Hiraishin. Oh no, you are just reluctant to master, you can't even sense movement accurately. 2. Mundogen participated in the last Ninja World War. He knows how strong the real Hiraishin is, and the cold light is still far behind. Naturally, Lu Han would not tell Mundogen that he had only recently forced master Hiraishin. Boom. The roaring sound suddenly attracted the attention of Lu Han and Mundogen. Both of them were vigilantly paying attention to each other, and both of them paid attention to the situation on the battlefield with their peripheral vision. ... Death to me! Boiling Rain roared hysterically, the ground under his feet collapsed instantly, and the whole person appeared in front of Senju Senluo in a flash. The beheading sword slashed across the half-moon track, and slashed at the top of Senju Senluo's head. Senju Senluo raised his hand, and a wooden thorn sprang from his palm to hit the Boiling Rain, and at the same time retreated violently. The wooden thorns kept sticking out and were cut off again and again by the beheading knife. Boiling You swung the knife in an almost crazy way. The two fought for a few breaths. After passing the beheading sword, the whole person flew out and went straight into the sky. Senju Senluo raised his left hand, the curse mark in the palm of his left hand appeared, and he shot out the blue-black curse mark chain, chasing after Senju Senluo, almost entangled Senju Senluo, but failed, because Orochimaru's attack arrived. Futon, wind style, Deu swirl. Orochimaru spit out 3 huge wind balls, and the 3 wind balls hit Boyu in an arc. Boyu, who was attacking Senju Senluo, had to turn around and put his hands together. When the hand seal was completed, the ground in front of him exploded, and the huge black soil thorns slanted out of the ground and collided with the big jade whirling. Boom! The shock wave erupted and swept across a radius of 100 meters. 8 trigrams Space Hammer. Hyuga Haeyoung also launched an attack on Boiling Yu from the other direction. Pure chakra shot out from his palm, condensing into a translucent sphere with a diameter of more than half a meter, and bombarded Boiling Yu in an instant. A close call. Boiling Yu's figure was suddenly illusory, and the hammer hit the sky. Boiling Yu appeared directly in the sky beside Senju Senluo, and the knife light cut out at the same moment. Too fast. Senju, who can fly, dodged the attack of the beheading sword in a thrilling manner. His body fell, and he dashed straight to the ground. Senju Senluo's own abilities are conflicting. He can fly, but he can't stay in the sky all the time, because his Mokuden wood-style ability has to rely on the earth to exert its greatest power. If he wanted to run, it would be difficult for Boiling Yu to catch him, but he was here to fight, and he had no plans to run. Senju Senluo returns to the ground, the boiling rain follows him. He can't fly, but he has too many forbidden techniques. Underground, that is. It just needs to be performed again and again. No one knows how many evil spells Boiling Yu has mastered. Doden, Earth-style, Snake. Orochimaru launched ninjutsu again. The ground burst, and a giant snake formed of mud rushed out fiercely, heading straight for the boiling rain. Hyuga Haeyoung has already drawn out his long sword and headed straight for the boiling rain. Hyuga's gentle fist method has a long-range attack technique, but it is very rare, and every time it is used, it needs to consume a lot of chakra. Hyuga Haeyoung can't afford it, and in close combat, if you want to pour the boiling rain into a hole, it's almost impossible. You have to use a knife. Boiling rain is frantically entangling Senju Senrao, almost chasing him. In fact, Senju Senrao is not that bad. Although he is ill, he can't fully utilize his Mokuden, wood-style, and Mangekyo Sharingan abilities. It shouldn't act as if he has no strength to fight back. There is a very critical problem. This guy doesn't have a weapon. Luhan couldn't take it any longer. Idiot, bring at least one weapon. Luhan murmured, and threw Hiraishin Kue with a flick of his hand. Kai. Hiraishin shot directly behind Senju Senrao. Luhan took out the blade of Kurigakure from his space backpack and threw it out in the blink of an eye, saying, "Use my knife." Senju Senluo rushed to the edge of the Kurigakure and grabbed it, and he returned with a knife, slashing it with the beheading sword that was chasing after him. Boom. The shock wave erupted, and Boiling Rain, who was holding the beheading sword, was blasted out. Then strength. Boiling Rain will not work. This knife is really easy to use. Senju grinned and rushed towards Boiling Yu. Kai. In midair, Luhan, who grabbed Hiraishin Kunai, threw his hand out again, and this time, he went straight to Mundogen. Luhan's blood is boiling, a level 55 diamond boss. Now there is a chance to fight him alone and kill him. If successful, it is the first kill. Chapter 0328_Cut down trees. With Luhan's hand strength, he can easily throw the speed of Kuwu's bullets. Hiraishin was within 20 meters of Mundogen, but he saw Mundogen flung his hand and threw out the kunai. With a pop, the kunai collided. Tree. Call. Hiraishin Kuwu was about to shoot into the tree. Luhan appeared 2 meters away from Hiraishin Kuwu, twisted his waist, reached out and grabbed Hiraishin Kuwu, and the whole person rolled into the air again and fell on the tree branch. This guy, Luhan muttered, his heart twitched. The good technique of Hiraishin was restrained. Of course, this wasn't Hiraishin's problem, it was just that Luhan was not a master. If Luhan had more kunai with the Hiraishin technique and threw a dozen of them, Mundogen would definitely not be able to knock them all off. However, no if. You're always running around, and you don't dare to fight me. Why don't we just watch the battle here? Not far from the tree, Mundogen squinted at Luhan, full of sarcasm. You don't interfere, I won't intervene. wait until Master Boiling You kills those guys, and then kill you, how about that? Mondogan's words were illogical, but he was actually deliberately disgusting Lu Han. Hey, Lu Han gave a deep smile, his eyes flashing under the mask. I don't need to intervene, that's it. Oh, are you so afraid of death? Mondogan said in surprise, his face even more mocking. Well, I'm afraid of death. Lu Han nodded, and as soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and threw Hiraishin Kuu into the sky. Kai, call. Hiraishin Kunai went up hundreds of meters in the sky. Lu Han flashed and appeared beside Hiraishin Kunai, grabbed Hiraishin Kunai, and threw it to the south. This time, Hiraishin Kunu was thrown more than a kilometer away by Lu Han. Lu Han disappeared into the air. Mondogan, who looked up, was stunned, and then his face changed greatly. Want to run? Mondogan shouted angrily, dodged and disappeared into the tree, and after 2 breaths, he reappeared on the tree. With a gloomy expression on his face, he suddenly hesitated. Chase. Can't seem to catch up. Mondogan doesn't know how many chakras Hongguang has, but one thing is certain, Hongguang can use Hiraishin's ability to escape completely. Every time you use Hiraishin for teleportation, comparatively speaking, you don't need too much chakra. In fact, Mondogan wanted to chase, because Boiling You had told him just now, don't let Hongguang escape. The reason why Mondogan hesitated was entirely out of the combat consciousness of a troop leader. Hongguang escaped, then, Mondogan can go to help Boiling You. Boiling You can press 3 people to fight. If Mondogan joins, it can be said that he will win. On the battlefield, Boiling You was still chasing Senju Senrao, but he changed his strategy. Before, he had been pestering Senju Senluo in melee combat, bullying Senju Senluo without weapons, but after Senju Senluo got the blade of Kurigakure, the situation was reversed, and the cold weapons were fighting. Boiling Rain was not Senju Senluo's opponent at all. Senju Senluo is from the Senju clan, born with a huge amount of chakra, and he is a test subject, with extraordinary strength. Compared with the fighting consciousness of using a knife, the two can't tell the difference between the two. Naturally, the stronger one has an advantage. Boiling You knows how to exploit strengths and avoid weaknesses. Cold weapons can't win, and he must always be on guard against Orochimaru and Hyuga Heiang's attacks. Naturally, he will not let this situation continue, so he has returned to the original fighting state. Use your skills to hunt down Senju Senra. Senju flew to the sky frequently. If it wasn't for Orochimaru and Hyuga Heiang, he might have been trapped by the Boiling Rain. In that case, he would have to work hard. On the edge of the battlefield, Mondogan thought for a moment while standing on a tree branch. My lord, Hongguang has run away. Mondogan shouted, unable to make a choice. He simply left the problem to Boiling You. Hongguang wants to fight you alone. Boiling You, who had just dodged Orochimaru's attack, responded very quickly, go, kill him for me. Boiling You is absolutely sure that Hongguang won't run. Hongguang will run. He ran long ago. He didn't run before, and now the outcome is unpredictable. It is even more impossible for him to run. Pretending to run away is nothing more than to lure people over and fight alone. A few kilometers away from the battlefield, by the lake. Why didn't this guy come here? Lu Han stood on the big rock, frowning slightly. He drove the insight map, which showed that the 2 Yuhi points were 4 kilometers away to the north. Lu Han didn't wait too long, and the little Yuhi point on the insight map began to move, quickly approaching the center of the map. It's still here. Lu Han's heart was settled, and he jumped up with his knees bent. He jumped up to the nearest tree first, and he returned with a knife. Immediately disappeared. A few seconds after Lu Han disappeared, the tree body began to dislocate from the knife edge, and then there was a roar. Lu Han deliberately left clues that could be easily traced by Mondogan. A clue like cutting down a big tree. Not to mention Mondogan, even an ordinary person can easily find it. Not long after, the strong wind blew in. Mondogan appeared by the lake. His eyes swept to the big tree that was cut down, and the corner of his mouth evoked a sneer. Obviously pretending to escape, but leaving such obvious traces. Do you have a brain? Boom. There was another roar from the front. Mondogan looked up and disappeared like the wind. Time and time again, after cutting down the first big tree, Luhan would cut another tree every few hundred meters. He kept attracting Mondogan, and Mondogan followed him all the time. In this way, the two people are getting farther and farther from the battlefield. After 10 minutes. In a basin 40 kilometers away from the battlefield, with the roar, another big tree was cut down. Not long after, Mondogan, who came galloping with the wind, stopped in front of the fallen tree and waited indifferently. He was about to lose his patience. Mondogan didn't notice that in the grass under his feet, a black kunai with a special technique was quietly inserted into the soil. Bastard, why don't you cut it? Mondogan said impatiently after waiting for a while. Call. The wind suddenly appeared. A terrifying sense of crisis will shroud Mondogan. LV9 Ultimate Rasengan, slammed into Mondogan's back. Chapter 0329_Immortal Mondogan. Everything came so fast. It's not his fault that Mondogan, who has the ability to move at super high speed, can't dodge it. No matter how fast he is, he can't be faster than Hiraishin. Luhan flashed behind Mondogan. Almost at the same time, LV9 Ultimate Rasengan bombarded out. The chakra that was spinning frantically brought a gust of wind. Mondogan felt it right away. He felt the wind and also felt the danger of death. Almost subconsciously, he wanted to trigger his master's instantaneous technique to escape, but he couldn't. LV9 Ultimate Rasengan caused a strong spatial shock. At such a close distance, unless Mondogan's master's level instantaneous technique, otherwise, it would be impossible to teleport in a vibrating space environment. He can't do it, he can't dodge it at all. Damn, Mondogan roared, and his whole body chakra exploded. He had already smelled the smell of death, so at this moment, he didn't pay any attention to it. Mondogan has an extra layer of aqua armor on his body. Boom. LV9 Rasengan slammed Mondogan on the back, instantly blasting him away, and he disappeared in front of Luhan faster than the cannonball was fired. Boom, boom, boom. There was a sound like a burst of cannons, and Mondogan who flew out did not know how many trees were broken, and the whole forest seemed to be penetrated by him. After flying 200 or 300 meters away, a rock that was smashed into the ground diagonally, creating a long gully on the ground, and tumbling more than 10 meters, and finally in front of a tree with a crooked neck. Stop. Not dead. Luhan, who jumped back to avoid the aftermath of Rasengan's explosion, was stunned for a moment. The insight map showed that Yuhi was 300 meters away and still existed, and Luhan did not receive the first kill of the level 55 diamond boss. Beep. LV9 Ultimate Rasengan. The power is stronger than the big ball Rasengan used by Naruto in the original work. It is not a problem to break a mountain. Mondogan was not killed. This guy. Luhan appeared near Hiraishin Kunai in a flash, and threw Hiraishin Kunai with a flick of his hand. ... In front of the tree with crooked neck, Mondogan struggled to stand up. His breath went up and down. When it was low, it seemed to disappear, and when it was high, it was very violent. Not only did Mondogan not die, he didn't even break his clothes, and he didn't even have any blood on his body, he was covered in cracks. He was shrouded in a layer of translucent enchantment, and the shape of the enchantment was a thin layer of water, clinging to the surface of his body, which made him look a bit crystal clear. The water-colored barrier is full of cracks, and Mondogan is also full of cracks. Han Guang, I must kill, die. Mondogan struggled, and stood up trembling little by little, his mouth trembling, make an inaudible sound. Kai. Hiraishin Kuwu flew over, and Luhan immediately appeared, grabbed Kuwu, and stood more than 10 meters in front of Mondogan. In fact, Luhan could have gone directly to Mondogan, and he could understand Mondogan with a single knife. But the sudden palpitations made Luhan choose to stop first. Ultimate in Mondogan. This guy is obviously useless, but he still has the ability to hurt Luhan. It is undeniable that Mundogen is an extremely powerful ninja. A ninja of this strength will be terrifying to counterattack before death. What kind of technique is this? Luhan looked at Mundogen, who was full of fissures, and the fissure enchantment on his body, his mind fluctuating. It seems to be some kind of defensive ninjutsu, but it can resist the attack of LV9 Ultimate Rasengan, and Luhan can't understand it. How could Mundogen master such pervert jutsu? Be a ghost. Don't let it go. Mundogen was like a walking corpse. His posture was twisted, but his eyes were fixed on Luhan. There have been many ninjas who have said this before being killed by the enemy. Do you think it will be useful? Luhan said hoarsely and indifferently. Sin. Mundogen's voice was completely abnormal, but he said intermittently. Luhan suddenly stared, and looked at Mundogen in surprise. Mundogen is changing. There are more wrinkles on his face, the skin is getting rougher, the color of the hair is getting lighter, turning gray. He is getting old. Life-forbidden technique. What kind of technique did he start? Luhan's heart shook, and he suddenly remembered one thing, that is the origin of Mundogen. No one knows where he came from. Before he took refuge in Kurigakure village, he already an elite Jonin in his 20s, who was an unknown before. Kill, punish, evil, wheel. Meng Duoin was getting older and older, and he had turned into an old man in his 60s or 70s in a blink of an eye. Ding. Remind Subversive 3665 that you are being attacked by a curse. The elf's prompt sounded suddenly in Luhan's ears. Luhan's face changed dramatically, his eyes widened like bull's eyes. Mundogen, he's not talking nonsense. He is cursing. Call. Luhan flashed in front of Mundogen in a flash, and the blade of Jinghong slashed down like thunder. Boom! Mundogen was knocked out again, but he still didn't suffer the slightest damage, and the enchantment on his body completely blocked the attack of Jinghong blade. Incredible defense. This is a curse technique that can only be activated at the cost of life. When you activate this technique, you will have absolute defense yourself. I can't believe it. Thoughts flashed through Luhan's mind like lightning. Luhan caught up with the old Mundogen who flew out backwards. LV9 Ultimate Rasengan is formed in an instant. Boom. Mundogen was sent flying again, but he was still unharmed. However, there are more cracks on his body and more cracks in the enchantment. It's not absolute defense, there's no absolute defense at all. Luhan knew this. He threw out Hiraishin Kue, caught up with Mundogen again, and raised his right arm. This time, Luhan clenched his fist. 80% of the chakra of the whole body is poured into the arm, and the ultimate blessing of physical magic, heavy punching. Boom. Clap lala. Luhan heard a broken sound. Chapter 0330_first kill the level 55 diamond boss. The reason why Luhan uses strange power instead of LV9 Ultimate Rasengan is because the two powers are released in different ways. Lu Hanning unleashed a punch with a strange physical force, which is not as destructive as the LV9 Ultimate Rasengan, but the attack of physical magic power is more pure. Although it is a physical technique, the effect it produces is equivalent to a physical attack. As for the defensive barrier on Mundogen, it seems that only a powerful physical attack can destroy it, because Rasengan can't polish the slightest scratch on it. Only the impact of Rasengan's explosion can cause some damage to the defensive barrier. At this moment, the flow of time seems to slow down. Mundogen, who had no power to fight back, was struck by Luhan's strange force. He didn't fly out this time. He was pinned to the ground in a weird posture. The water-colored defensive barrier on his body was attacked by LV9 Ultimate Rasengan twice before, and it was full of cracks. More finer cracks spread rapidly, spreading all over the water-colored defensive barrier, and then shattering. In the time and space where time was slow, countless crystal fragments flew and splashed around. Mundogen shrugged back, and his trembling lips finally stopped. He looked like he was incomparably old in his 80s or 90s. Still staring at Luhan. Bang, bang, bang. A blood flower exploded on Mundogan's body, his clothes and weapons were all shattered, and his cracked skin also shattered together. He became a blood man, and there was no one on his body. Good skin. Bang kai. The last sound came from Mundogan's heart. His back heart was completely torn, his heart, lungs, liver and spleen. It seemed that all the internal organs collapsed and flew out from the opening on his back at the same time. There is a hole the size of a human head on his torso, enough to kill anyone with penetrating injuries. His physical magic power should have shattered him directly, but when he was attacked, he was protected by an enchantment, so this effect appeared. The eyes that were staring at Lu Han finally darkened. Wow! The shining golden light rose into the sky, like fireworks blooming. More than 400 falling objects spewed from Mundogan's body like izumi, and scattered in the air more than 10 meters high, and then all turned into golden light and flew into the sky. Into Lu Han's body. Ding! Congratulations to Subversive 3665 for his first kill of a level 55 diamond boss. The elf's voice sounded in Lu Han's ears. Ended. Lu Han maintained the posture of punching and attacking, his face paled and panting violently. In front of him, Mundogan's body was still standing. It was no longer visible that it was Mundogan, it was a blurred human figure. The presence. Successful first kill. First kill of a level 55 diamond boss. I succeeded. Ha ha ha, I succeeded. Lu Han was so excited that he couldn't help laughing out loud. Kill Mundogan. Taken together, the harvest from this kill will be more than the sum of the previous harvests. Kill a Mundogan, 10 times the explosion rate. But it is equivalent to killing 10 level 50 gold bosses for the first time at the same time. Kill 10 Woolly Ghost 7 at the same time. Oh, by the way, elf. The excited Lu Han suddenly thought of one thing and shouted, am I cursed? No, Mundogan curses the subversive at the cost of his life. If he completes the Matsuri of life, he will complete the curse, but he is killed by the protagonist in the end, and the curse is forcibly terminated if he does not complete the Matsuri of life. It's hard to explain. That's good, that's good. Lu Han let go of his dazed heart. Curse. There is no more terrifying ability than this. Although Lu Han has mastered a lot of magic and is powerful, he can't fight the curse at all. The LV9 Ultimate Rasengan is very powerful, but in the face of the curse, even if he has the power, he can't use it. Lu Han's ability seems to have no way to go. Check and balance the curse. Lu Han never thought that this battle would end in this way. Before Lu Han kept seducing Mundogan, he cut down hundreds of trees and moved dozens of kilometers. Of course he had a purpose. Hiraishin Kuwu near the tree every time he cut down the tree. He was giving a chance to kill Mundogan with one blow, and this required Mundogan's cooperation. Mundogan must take the initiative to appear near Hiraishin Kanai, so that Lu Han could instantly appear beside him. Lu Han tried nearly 100 times, but each time it was that Mundogan was too far away from Kuwu. Lu Han had to cut down a big tree a few hundred meters away. After Mundogan ran away, Lu Han used Hiraishin to appear at Kuwu. Next to him, then detour to the front of Mundogan, and put the kunai again. No fluke. No coincidence. It was all Lu Han's painstaking design and arrangement. Time and time again, Lu Han finally created an excellent opportunity, and successfully hit LV9 Ultimate Rasengan on Mundogan, but he never expected. He almost got hit by Mundogan's curse. What is the origin of this guy? In the entire ninja world, there are very few people who have the ability to curse. Lu Han thought, suppressing the excitement in his heart, and pressing his hand on Mundogan's bloody head superior. Ding! Deprivation failed. Ding! Deprivation of success. Get the Book of Memory. Ding! Deprivation of success. Get the Book of Evil Words. Ding! Deprivation failed. Ding! Deprivation failed. 5 deprivations, 2 successes. Because the explosion rate of the first kill of the diamond boss is close to the full value, in theory, Lu Han can obtain all of Mundogan's abilities. The Book of Evil Words is. Lu Han was stunned. He knows that Mundogan has an extraordinary memory, but he can never forget it, so it is not surprising to get the Book of Memory, but what the hell is the Book of Evil Words? Luhan took the scroll of the Book of Evil Words out of his space backpack, hesitated for a moment, and threw it back. Can't use it now. The boiling rain has not been resolved yet. Luhan knows that the use of such scrolls usually takes a long time to receive, which will delay things. Go back and have a look first. Mundogan's body to ashes, then turned around and threw out Hiraishin Kue. Chapter 0331_Hold on. For Master Hiraishin, Luhan, it didn't take too long to move dozens of kilometers. Not long after. Under the high mountains, the ruined battlefield has expanded a lot. Looking down from the sky, you can see that there is a pit, with a radius of several hundred meters in the middle of the battlefield. It is not an ordinary pit, but a super corrosion effect. The pit attacked by the high temperature rain. And not far from this pit, there is an extra lake, which is a lake created by Suiten water-style ninjutsu. Orochimaru, Senju Senra, and Hyuga Heian are still fighting the boiling rain. The clothes on the four of them were a bit tattered. Boiling Yu did not crush the strength of the three of them. Overall, they only had the upper hand. The battle was back and forth, and he was also suppressed at times. Suiten water-style wave Shigemaru. On the lake, Orochimaru completed the hand seal, and the water in front of him surged up quickly, forming a huge water ball with a diameter of more than 5 meters, which rolled rapidly on the water and hit the boiling rain ahead. 8 trigrams break the wind. Other side, Hyuga Heian turned into a glimpse on the water and went straight to the boiling rain, with one hand forward, fingertips like thorns, but there was no wind noise. The two attacked boiling rain. Senju Senrao, who had just escaped the attack of the boiling rain more than 10 seconds ago, also swooped down and raised the sickle in his hand. A bunch of useless bastards. Boy Yubing sneered coldly, clasped his hands together, changed another gesture, and completed the hand seal. Suiten water-style super self-water whip. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, the water surface around Boiling Yu exploded at the same time, and water whips with a thickness of 50 or 60 meters were lifted out of the water, dancing and beating wildly in all directions, including the sky tens of meters upward. Within striking range. The power of each water whip is enough to shatter rocks. S-level Suiten water-style ninjutsu, a powerful forbidden technique that integrates offense and defense. If you perform this technique in the face of an encirclement, you can absolutely sweep and kill all the surrounding enemies. Orochimaru sent out an A-level Suiten water-style attack, and the heavy pill was quickly shattered. He reacted extremely quickly, and disappeared into the water in a blink of an eye. 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. On the other side, Hyuga Heian quickly changed his moves and spun up. Kaden fire-style dragon fire giant flame. Senju Senluo, who swooped halfway, turned over and rushed up again, quickly completed the hand seal, and opened his mouth to protrude a huge fire dragon head downward. This lunatic. Hyuga Heian, who cast revolving heaven, cursed secretly. He was naturally scolding Senju Senluo. Senju Senluo's sense of cooperation and combat is very poor, and any attack will spread to Orochimaru and Hyuga Heian. At this time, Senju Senluo's attack has already hurt Hyuga Heian. Although it won't break revolving heaven, it will make Hyuga Heian consume more chakra. Ninja water snake transformation. Orochimaru, who has a strong sense of cooperation and combat, discovered the dilemma of Hyuga Heian, and appeared in front of revolving heaven out of thin air. Whoa! The huge water snake raised its head on the lake, temporarily resisting the attack of the water whip. Withdraw! Orochimaru screamed. Hyuga ended revolving heaven in an instant, and the colleague who burst backward hit the water with a palm, and the whole person suddenly flew like a cannonball. Senju Senro's attack also fell at this moment. Boom! Boom! The confrontation between the S-class Kaden fire style and the S-class Suiten water style caused a big explosion, and the high-temperature water vapor formed in an instant. erupted in all directions, and quickly filled the air. Boiling Rain's supernatural water whip can't resist Senju Senluo's dragon fire giant flames at all, because the supernatural water whip is not purely defensive ninjutsu, and its attack is not single. The roar continued for 3 breaths, the fog began to decrease, and after 4 breaths, the fog disappeared, and the fire completely shrouded the lake, and the terrifying high temperature that was enough to melt rocks instantly erupted on the battlefield. Orochimaru and Hyuga Heian had already dodged, and they all retreated to a distance of 100 meters. Both of them were breathing heavily. Hyuga Heian's face was still pale, and Orochimaru. His face was originally white, and he couldn't see anything at this time. But his forehead was already stretched with blue veins, and his hands were shaking slightly uncontrollably. Obviously, he was also extremely tired. Wow! The flames dissipated, and the entire lake disappeared, leaving only a large crater. All the lake water was evaporated and the boiling rain disappeared. Be careful, this guy is still alive. Senju Senrao, who was flying 100 meters in the air, reminded in a strange tone, and shook his head and glanced at Orochimaru and Hyuga Heian. He had the strongest sensing ability, so he was sure that Boiling Yu was not dead. In the previous attack. Call. Just as Senju Senluo's voice fell, boiling rain appeared behind him out of thin air, and the beheading sword fell like a thunderbolt. A kilometer away, in the forest. Luhan rushed back, gradually slowed down, and finally stopped half a kilometer away from the battlefield. He jumped on a tree branch more than 30 meters high, and looked at the battlefield from a distance. In fact, Luhan had insight into the map. Before, when he was 4 or 5 kilometers away from the battlefield, he had already judged the situation on the battlefield. The insight map shows one big Yuhi dot, along with 3 blue dots. They are all moving, which means that no one has lost their combat power due to injuries, and no one has died. It looks like they are evenly matched. Lu Hanyao, who was standing on the tree, looked at the situation, that is. Hyuga and Yang's chakra consumption is too high, and Orochimaru's chakra should have been consumed by half. No need to worry about Senluo's chakra. I just don't know how many chakras in Boiling Rain, if it drags on like this, if Hyuga Heian chakra bottoms out and there is one less person. Luhan didn't go to join the battle immediately because he was considering whether to count the spoils of killing Mundoan first. In fact, on the way here, Luhan just took them out from the space backpack and put them back in one by one. After counting some, he counted one type of spiritual potion, a total of 59 bottles. Wait a minute, they can hold on for the time being. Luhan made a decision after thinking for a while, then flipped his wrist, and there were 2 more scrolls in his hand. They are all S-rank scrolls. Master of Mundogan. Most of them must be sold for ingots, but if there is a particularly powerful or special technique, mastering it immediately will definitely help in the battle. Chapter 0332_Break the Balance. 2 S-rank scrolls. S-level art, sweetened water style, multi-screw blast. S-level art, futon, wind style, with the wind. There are 2 S-level techniques. One is sweetened water style, and the other is futon wind style. Because Luhan did not use it, he could only guess its effect from the name. After 2 finished scrolls, take out 2 more. Luhan quickly counted, because different grades and different types of scrolls have different appearances, so Luhan can selectively take out scrolls. It took a few minutes. Luhan looked at a total of 16 scrolls. 5 S-rank techniques. 11 A-level techniques. The drop rate of Mundo Andi items is 10 times higher than that of the first golden boss. However, this does not mean that you can get 10 times the number of advanced scrolls from Mundogan, because Mundogan simply does not have as many advanced techniques as Master. Mundogan may only have mastered 5 S-level techniques, so it is difficult to obtain the 6th S-level forbidden technique whether it is 10 times the explosion rate or 100 times the explosion rate. Although the first kill will get the skill of the killed boss but not the master, the probability of obtaining that skill has nothing to do with the high-level skill explosion rate. It is also possible that Luhan obtained the B level or even C-level skills of Mundo Anway's master. S-level art, futon, wind style, ascension to heaven. S-rank art, secret art, magic god spirit outfit spell. S-level technique, sweetened water style, super waterfall technique. A-level art, futon, wind style, Wujian duo wan. A-level art, futon, wind style, crush. A-level art, futon, wind style, vacuum realm. A-level art, futon, wind style, cut. A-level technique, sweetened water style, great waterfall technique. A-level art, sweetened water style, super kiba art. A-level art, sweetened water style, giant wave cannon. A-level art, Ninfa Iga flying flash. A-level technique, the secret technique, the technique of blurring multiple shadows. A-level technique, secret technique and micro-check technique. A-level technique, psychic and magic break. This. What the hell? Luhan read all the 16 scrolls once, and the whole person was blinded. The only thing he could see was that Mundogan was good at futon, wind style, and sweetened water style, ninjutsu, other. Most don't know it. For a while, Luhan didn't know how to choose. He didn't look at the B-level technique, it couldn't deal with the boiling rain, and he didn't look at some very important things, because Luhan couldn't use it for a while, such as ingots and diamond badges. The magic god's magic spell. Luhan held the most special S-level magic scroll, and his eyes flashed. Judging from the name alone, this magic should be the curse that Mundogan finally used. Luhan hesitated. This technique is undoubtedly powerful, but the price is too high, and it consumes lifespan to death. Everyone is dead, what is the use of having a stronger defense? What's the use of having a strong curse ability? Thinking about it, Luhan threw the scroll back into his space backpack. He didn't use it, nor would he recycle it. Luhan had already planned to check the specific effect of this technique before deciding how to deal with it when he had time to enter the subverter space. Spirituality, magic break. Lu Hanyu picked up another very special scroll, and without thinking much, he started to study. Because it's only an A-level technique, Luhan doesn't worry about whether it's wasteful or not. Luhan didn't think about learning the magic god's magic spell right away because it was an S-level technique, and it was Mundogan's ultimate stunt. Unable to determine its value in the subversive space, Luhan is afraid of waste. If it is an unused technique, if you don't recover the ingots, it will be a waste. A-level art doesn't need to think so much, even if you don't use it, you won't lose much ingots. The moment he opened the scroll, a huge amount of information entered Luhan's mind, everything about spirituality and magic break. It turned out to be Luhan, who has mastered psychic and demonic break, blinked twice, prop psychic. ... On the battlefield, the roar continued. Cadent fire style, great engraved flame seal. Senju Senro, who was flying in the air, completed the complex hand seal, opened his mouth and spit out flames with Doden, earth-style, chakra breath fluctuations. The flames quickly dispersed and expanded, melting for the burning square rock, bombard it downwards. Like a meteorite falling from the sky. This lunatic, Orochimaru, who was about to perform the forbidden technique, scolded in a low voice, retreated violently, and completed the complex deprinting in one breath. Grabbed Hyuga Haeyong not far from the other side of boiling rain, and disappeared with him. This bastard, Boyu is already a little crazy, and it's a headache to fight Senju Senro. If it's one-on-one, Senju Senrao is not his opponent at all, but the problem is, it's not one-on-one, one-on-three, Orochimaru and Hyuga Haeyong always affects Boiling Yu, which prevents Boiling Rain from chasing Senju Senra smoothly. This also led to the fact that Senju Senluo can fly to the sky again and again, making his moves again and again. No way, who let people chakrado? Boiling Rain is exhausted. At this time, Boiling Rain used too many instant body forbidden techniques, which had already caused a lot of damage to his body, and this kind of damage had reached a critical point affecting his combat effectiveness. Secret technique Heavenly Lock Traction. Boiling Yu, who was standing on the ground, clasped his hands together, and then struck out his right palm. The mantra in his palm spun frantically, emitting black light, and the black light burst and spread, quickly forming an extremely huge net, similar to the structure of a spider web, but with a diameter of more than 100 meters. The web is composed of dark chains of curse marks. Boom! The big engraved flame seal bombarded the giant net of the curse and it exploded in an instant. The terrifying flames and gravel swept all around, but could not spread to the bottom. They were all blocked by the giant net of the curse and the rain. Heavenly lock traction. It was blocked. And at this moment, Boiling Yu's face suddenly turned a lot paler, and the chakra consumption was too great. When Mondogan comes back, you will all be dead. Boiling Yu thought very clearly. Although he has been pressing on 3 people to fight, he is better than chakra and can't consume Senju Senluo. At this time, Senju Senluo still has enough chakra, but both Hyuga Haeyang and Orochimaru have insufficient chakra, and Boiling Rain also consumes too much chakra. The two sides are still evenly matched. As soon as Mondogan returns, the balance will be broken. Boiling Yu raised his hand to maintain it, and he had to wait for the explosion above to end before he could lift the defense. At this time, laugh! A wisp of black light burst out from the distant forest, 8,000 meters in an instant. Until the Boiling Rain. Boiling Yu's pupils contracted violently. Comes the Hiraishin Kunai. Chapter 0333_Escape Boiling Rain. Damn! Boiling Yu shouted angrily. His right hand was still on the defensive net of the curse mark. His left hand was raised rapidly. The curse mark in his palm spun frantically, bursting out with an extremely violent breath. He did not shoot a black light to restrain Hiraishin Kunai. He did in this state. It is no longer possible to use that trick. Call. Hiraishin was so close to the Boiling Rain that Luhan appeared out of thin air. The wind blew up. The hand of the mysterious figure in black robe lit up. LV9 Ultimate Rasengan took shape in an instant, and bombarded towards the Boiling Rain. Luhan's control is still not enough. If he has enough control, he can completely control himself to appear behind Boiling Yu, but now, he is appearing in front of Boiling Yu. Cold light. Boiling Rain shouted out hysterically, and his left hand slammed out. Boom, boom. The LV9 Ultimate Rasengan collided with the black Uzumaki shot by the Boiling Rain. The roar shook the sky, and the terrifying shock wave broke out in the direction of Luhan. Over the Boiling Rain, his black Uzumaki actually blocked the LV9 Ultimate Rasengan. The shock wave generated by the duel was going in 3 directions, but Boiling Rain was fine. Roar. Explode. The smoke and the flash covered everything. Boiling Yu felt it, and the cold light disappeared in front of him. It was too easy, because Hiraishin Kunwu flew past Boiling Yu just now, and Luhan didn't catch it. When the shock wave broke out, Hiraishin Kunwu had already flown to a farther place, and Luhan appeared out of thin air in Hiraishin Kunwu. Beside. How strong is this guy? This is only a level 60 white silver boss, if it's gold. Or level 70. Luhan's heart was fluctuating. He thought he was already strong, and he killed Mondogan before, and he also showed with strong strength and strategic ability. Just now, Luhan successfully used Hiraishin to get to Boiling Yu's side, and launched the strongest melee attack LV9 Ultimate Rasengan. But, it still didn't hurt Boiling Rain. Boiling Yu was equal to one person, and at the same time blocked the big moves of Senju Senluo and Luhan. The Boiling Rain is a little too pervert. Luhan couldn't imagine how strong Sarutobi Hiruzen was in his prime. Sarutobi Hiruzen also has some evil secret techniques, forbidden technique, and he is a grandmaster in the 5 elements of fire, water, earth, thunder and wind. How strong will it be? Boom. Whoa. The sky, Senju Senluo's large engraved flame seal attack finally ended, and Boiling Rain issued a huge curse seal net defense and disappeared. Where Boiling Rain was located, there was smoke and dust billowing in a radius of 100 meters, and there was a lot of sand falling from the sky, obscuring everyone's sight. Hyuga Haeyang and Orochimaru are far in the south, Luhan is far in the north, Senju Senra is in the sky. All 4 of them are looking at the smoky battlefield. They couldn't see Boiling Rain, but they could feel Boiling Rain's violent aura that went up and down. He is there. Woohoo _. The strong wind blew away the smoke and dust on the battlefield. Boiling U was still standing in its original position. The ground under his feet was full of cracks, and his face was already pale. His gray robe looked extremely tattered, and his eyes were covered with bloodshots. Boiling U turned slightly to the side, staring at Lu Han while paying attention to other directions. He watched and didn't speak. Don't look at it, Mundogan is dead. Lu Han said hoarsely, desperate. Damn you, Boiling U said in a low voice. His eyes swept away again, damn you all. Just after he finished speaking, Boiling U's face suddenly changed. His brows were twisted into pimples, his shoulders twitched, and his head bowed to spit something. But he pursed his lips, his cheeks bulging high, and he seemed to bite Kiba tightly. However, a trace of blood still inevitably appeared on the corner of his mouth. He vomited blood. After fighting for so long, no one has ever been able to hurt him a single hair, and no attack can fall on him. In fact, he is not so strong. He is not Ghost Lantern, nor Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the reason why he can do it too. Because he used too much forbidden technique. He has been studying forbidden technique for half his life, and there are too many masters. It was because he used too much forbidden technique, which caused him to consume a lot of chakra, and also caused him to hurt himself. Mainly because of Lu Han's last blow. He had to guard. I have to use the forbidden technique that hurts myself. Ha, ha 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 ha, he can't do it. He can't do it. My dear. Well done. Ha ha ha. Senju Senluo in the sky laughed wildly, his voice sharp and weird. Lu Han couldn't help but look up and turn to Byakugan to Senju. Who is your dear? Call. Senju Senra turned into a Yuhi light, swooped down, and headed straight for the Boiling Rain. He moved. The others followed suit. The four of them rushed towards Boiling Rain one after another. Bastard. Boiling U bit Kiba with a low voice, and disappeared with a flick of the figure. Boiling Rain disappeared directly on the battlefield. Senju slashed to the ground with a knife, knocking the ground out of a deep pit, and the others ran to the edge of the pit, and all stopped. They all turned around and looked around on alert. I can't feel him. This guy ran away. Orochimaru said coldly. Hyuga Heian opened Byakugan and looked around. A coward. Actually blocked his chakra aura. Senju Senluo shook his head and said, he could sense the chakra fluctuations in the far distance, but he couldn't feel the Boiling Rain at this time. Really ran. Boiling Rain is decisive. The main thing is that he is not like a death battle. If he fights desperately, he may kill one or two people, but he himself, even if he does not die, I am afraid that he will have incurable injuries. 4 kilometers to the northwest, he's there. Lu Han, who had insight into the map, said hoarsely, and glanced at Hyuga Heian. Hyuga Heian immediately turned his head to look northwest and said, I see. Lu Han looked at Senju Senluo again. Senju Senluo blinked, as if he didn't understand the meaning of Lu Han's eyes. In fact, he understood, but he was neurotic and his eyes were strange. It's over. Hyuga Heian breathed a sigh of relief. Is it over? Lu Han asked. Of course not. Senju Senro grinned nervously. Why don't you chase? Hey, you guys. Hyuga Heian was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly shouted, don't chase. We have different speeds, it's impossible to catch up with him at the same time, then. Chapter 0334_Chase Boiling Rain. You care about me. Senju Senro interrupted Hyuga Heian's words, squinting at Hyuga Heian, looking very unfriendly. This, sir, that's not what I meant. Hyuga Heian quickly lowered his head. He saw Senju Senluo's strength, and Senju Senluo knew Lu Han, so he presumed Senju Senluo was Anbu's person. I just think that with the strength of the few of us, we should be able to beat Boyu at this time. Boyu has already been injured, but Boyu escapes very fast. If we chase, there must be a first and a second. If the two of them catch up with him first, they are not his opponents, it would be dangerous, and we are not sure when the large force of Kurigakure will arrive. If they meet, I am afraid. Hyuga Haeyong finally shook his head. It's quite reasonable. Senju Senluo shook his head, as if agreeing with Hyuga Haeyong's words, but looked at Lu Han and asked, "Are you chasing?" "Chase." Lu Han nodded without hesitation. "While your illness is killing you, Lu Han doesn't want to miss such an opportunity." Whoosh. Senju Senluo didn't say any more. He rose directly into the sky. Mangekyo Sharingan in his right eye twirled frantically, and after reaching a height of 1,000 meters, he broke through the air to the northwest. Lu Han glanced at the sky, and immediately threw out Horaishin Kuwu, flashed to the northwest. Lu Han didn't say anything to Orochimaru or Hyuga Haeyong. He is the deputy captain of Anbu and has no right to order Orochimaru and Hyuga Haeyong, and now chasing Boiling Rain is indeed a great risk. Lu Han chooses to chase, but he will not force it. Orochimaru and Hyuga Haeyong chase together. They have to choose whether they chase or not. Hyuga Haeyong half opened his mouth, and when he saw Lu Han disappeared, he sighed and looked at Orochimaru again. "Lord Haeyong, chase it." Orochimaru glanced at Hyuga Haeyong and said, "Okay." Hyuga Haeyong could only nod. 4 of them, 3 of them are militants. Hyuga Haeyong is calm, but he can't control who the other 3 are chasing. He naturally can't retreat at this time. Hyuga Haeyong will naturally not forget that what happened today was caused by himself, and Han Guang came to save him. Therefore, if others want to fight, he should accompany him to the end. In the vast mountains and forests, the mysterious figure of the black robe flickered again and again, and Horaishin was thrown out again and again. Lu Han opened the insight map to the maximum range. Because of the delay in talking before, Boiling Rain had disappeared within the range of the insight map, so Lu Han was a little blind to find it, and kept moving to the northwest. However, there is no need to worry about finding Boiling Rain. Senju Senluo can sense that as long as Boiling Rain emits a trace of chakra fluctuations, Senju Senluo can determine its location, and if Boiling Rain wants to escape quickly, it is impossible to hide his chakra fluctuations all the time. After 10 minutes. Call. A whirlwind swirled around Lu Han, and the figure of the blood robe appeared out of thin air. Lu Han subconsciously took precautions, and his spirit immediately relaxed a lot. Senju Senluo came. "I found it." Senju pointed to the north and said, 20 kilometers away, "The guy has stopped, it should be healing." "This bastard is running fast." Lu Han sighed, looked at Senju Senluo, his eyes flashed. "You bastard, why didn't you rush up and fight?" "I can't beat it. I'll die." Senju Senluo said with a yin and yang peculiar air, glanced at Lu Han. "I'm not stupid, you can go to death with me." Senju Senluo is not stupid, just a little mentally ill. "I really don't know how to speak. What is it to die?" Lu Han said angrily. "Is he still there?" "Yes." Senju Senluo nodded, he could still sense it. "Well, if it's the 2 of us." Lu Han thought for a while, his eyes suddenly widened, as if thinking of something. He paused a little, nodded, looked at Senju Senluo and lowered his voice subconsciously. "We're like this. Quote. In the far west of the southwest mountain range of the country of Vortex, it is like a giant tortoise under the round low mountain, in the dark forest. The pale-faced figure in a tattered gray robe sat cross-legged on the bluestone, holding the hand seal movement with both hands, and faint chakra fluctuations rippling throughout his body. Boiling Rain. He hasn't suffered such a loss for more than 10 years. In other words, since the last Ninja World War, he has never been so embarrassed. He was besieged, frequently used forbidden technique, was injured, and fled hundreds of kilometers in one breath. What he can't figure out the most now is how could Mundogen die so easily? So fast, and the cold light so strong. Not that strong at all. Before Mundogen came, Buyu had already played against Han Guang, and he also knew something about Han Guang's strength. Because of this, he couldn't understand it. This reminded Buyu of Han Guang's previous brilliant achievements, and it was because of him. It was a sure-win situation, but because Mundogan was accidentally killed by Han Guang, the situation was completely reversed. Sigh. Hateful. After adjusting the breath for a long time, Boyu suddenly opened his eyes, shrugged his shoulders, and bowed his head forward to spit out a mouthful of blood. As the blood spit out, his breathing seemed to be much smoother, and the whole person's breath became stable. Damn, Boiling Yu muttered in a low voice. His bloodshot eyes flashed with a biting brilliance, his fists clenched slightly, and he showed a humiliated look. I can't be at peace. Now he has no thoughts about Hyuga Haeyoung, nor Orochimaru, only the blood-robed man and Hangguang. One is the enemy. One is a person who must die. Is he only 13 or 14? Really? Boiling Yu murmured. Whoosh. The sound of breaking the air suddenly sounded, coming from the horizon, approaching extremely fast, and the sound became louder and louder. The boiling rain suddenly changed color, looked up, and then his face became ruthless. The blood-robed man is here. You dare to chase me, you have the guts. Damn it, Boiling Yu said, biting on Kiba, heaving a sigh of relief, turned around and disappeared in place. The sky, Senju Senrao, who was flying at high speed, felt that the smell of boiling rain disappeared, his face was strange, his hand holding the blade of Kurigakure was tighter, and the whole person was highly vigilant. Whoa! Boiling rain is coming, appeared out of thin air behind Senju Senluo, beheading his head like a thunderbolt. Senju Senluo had been prepared for a long time, and the return was a knife. Same moment, Lu Han appeared above Senju Senluo out of thin air, and the tip of the sword of astonishment was aimed at Boiling Yu. Jinghong Peerless. Chapter 0335_ended. Hiraishin Kuwu is on this blood-robed guy. Thoughts flashed through Boiling Rain's mind like lightning, only this explanation, otherwise, the cold light could not come to him at such a height. He was right, that's it. This is the strategy formulated by Lu Han and Senju Senluo, and it is only the beginning. Lu Han came suddenly, and Jinghong Peerless launched even more quickly. The dazzling net-shaped thunder light swept away in all directions, hitting Boyu's body in an instant, but did not cause any damage to Boyu, and a tadpole-like black curse appeared on his skin. The terrifying thunderbolt rapidly expanded from a point into a huge thunderball with a diameter of more than 10 meters, without the slightest stagnation, bombarded the Boiling Rain. Incredibly fast. Lu Han used this move to kill a level 50 white-silver boss. Boiling Rain is much more powerful than a level 50 white-silver boss. Under normal circumstances, even if this move is a sneak attack, it would be hard to hurt the master's many forbidden technique Boiling Rain. And now, Boiling Yu is not in a normal state, he is injured, and the injury is still deteriorating. Boom! The huge thunderball hit a kilometer in an instant, and bombarded the forest diagonally. The roar was completely shocking, and a large area of the forest was destroyed. However, the Boiling Rain escaped. He also performed the forbidden technique in an instant, the whole person moved out 100 meters horizontally, and the person was still in the air. After completing the instant, a mouthful of blood was sprayed out. Everything happened in a very short time. Let's go. At this moment, Senju threw out Hiraishin Kue and went straight to the Boiling Rain, and immediately rushed towards the Boiling Rain at super high speed. Call. Whoa. Lu Han and Boiling Yu appeared in front of Boiling Yu almost at the same time. LV9 Ultimate Rasengan took shape on Lu Han's hands, too. At the same time, he attacked Boiling Yu, and at a position slightly above, Senju Senra wielded his scythe and slashed at Boiling Yu's head. Get out of here! Boiling Yu, who was walking between life and death, roared furiously. He was injured and could no longer dodge forcibly. Many abilities could no longer be used. I saw his arms stretched out, and black light erupted from the palms of his hands at the same time. In an instant, the black light imagined a protective shield around him, and then erupted around him. Boom! Senju Senluo slashed the black light with a knife, and the whole person collapsed and flew out. Lu Han's hands LV9 Ultimate Rasengan bombarded the black light at the same time. The terrifying twisting force shredded the black light in one breath. At this moment, Bo Yu's face changed greatly, and his face showed a crazy color. Full body chakra rampage to ultimate. Boom, boom. Both hands LV9 ultimate Rasengan, bombarded Bo Yu's body at the same time. Hit. Time seemed to be slowing down, and the hit Boiling Rain curled up like a shrimp, his robe shattered, and more dense tadpole curse marks appeared on his body. Normally, once Lu Han's Rasengan attack breaks the defense, it is enough to knock people out. He was beaten into a mist of blood, and fell on Boiling Yu, but he was only beaten and curled up. Laugh. The Boiling Rain fell obliquely towards the forest below like a cannonball. Because the speed of the fall was too fast, the flames rubbed between the person and the air. He turned into a fireball and slammed into the forest. Large tracts of woodland collapsed, all trees within a radius of 100 meters were destroyed, and smoke and dust filled the air. Lu Han disappeared into the air, and flickered in another part of the sky next to Horaishin Kanai, who was still flying. After a breath, Lu Han appeared 100 meters above the place where the Boiling Rain fell, and hand seal at extreme speed. Kaden, fire style, demon flame art. Call. The curtain-like dark Yui-colored flames hit the ground, causing another roar. The fire is soaring. Releasing Kaden, fire style, Lu Han disappeared into the air and landed on the periphery of the burning flame. Senju Sen Luo flew at a high speed and landed next to Lu Han. His expression was slightly condensed, and then he said, "I see and feel his breath. He's not dead." Lu Han responded directly, without the first kill prompt. Of course he didn't kill him. Tough bastard. Senju murmured and curled his lips. This guy is too strong. If we can't kill him, we should commit suicide. Before committing suicide, we should dig the grave and lie down. Suicide in the grave. Senju Senluo, who didn't have time for a haircut, stared at the blazing flames in front of Lu Han, frowning slightly. Horaishin Kui just shot in, but Lu Han can't go in. He will be burned to death. He can only wait for the flame to go out. It stands to reason that Boiling Rain should be dead. Even if Rasengan with both hands can't break his curse seal defense, it should shock him half to death, and the flame of the ghost flame technique. That kind of temperature, how could it not burn him to death? Ah, yeah, ah, a shrill scream suddenly sounded from the raging flames. Boom, the ground shook, and a figure sprang from the flames, Boiling Rain. He turned into a man on fire. His whole body was burning, just jumping up. He lost control and flew out of control and fell into the forest in the distance, screaming and rolling. Call, call. The sound of breaking the air appeared in the distance, and it approached at high speed. A few seconds later, a gust of wind swept in, and the two figures that came running suddenly stopped beside Lu Han and Senju Senluo. Orochimaru and Hyuga Haeyoung. They came. Hyuga Haeyoung looked at the figure that was full of fire rolling on the ground, and his scalp was a little numb, because the scream was too intimidating. It was no longer a human voice. A look of surprise flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. He glanced at Lu Han, and then at Senju Senrao. Lu Han and Senju Senluo's tactics were very successful. Boiling Yu was already injured, but he was seriously injured internally, but he wanted to kill Senju Senluo very much. So he used Senju Senluo as bait to let Boiling Rain go to the sky. In the sky, a series of attacks, 2-on-1, as long as Boyu uses the forbidden technique, the injury will be heavier. Boyu is very strong, but no matter how strong the ninja is, once he is seriously injured, his strength will be reduced. The screams disappeared. Burning Man was still struggling and rolling, but his movements became slower and more difficult, and gradually, the person stopped moving, the flame became smaller and smaller, and finally went out. Boiling Rain turned into coke. Boom. The charcoal-like corpse exploded and exploded into black dust. The battle is over. Boiling Rain fights to death. Shattered to ashes. It's over. Hyuga Haeyoung, who had been tense all the time, murmured. Lu Han was completely stunned. No first kill reminder. Nothing dropped. Chapter 0336_ He is not dead. Elves, where is my first kill? Lu Han asked anxiously, This should be considered a leapfrog kill, right? Lu Han watched Boiling Yu burn to death, and everyone else saw it. The bones are gone, turned into ashes, but there is no reward for the first kill, and nothing explodes. No first kill. The elf voice sounded in Lu Han's ear. No, Lu Han was even more anxious. Why not? It's so easy to kill, could it be? Is it because of cooperation to kill the enemy, so no reward is given? Isn't it? But I completed the final kill. No matter what, gotta give some. I have no record of Boiling Rain being killed here. The elf said again. No. No. Not dead. Lu Han's eyes widened slightly, and he instantly opened the insight map, covering the largest area. ... This bastard is finally dead. He was so arrogant before, ha ha ha. Senju Senluo, who was wearing a tattered blood robe, laughed loudly, looking like he was about to burst into tears, ha ha ha. It's good to die. It's good to die, ha ha ha. Beiyu died here. Orochimaru muttered a little moved, and glanced at Lu Han. Hengguang is the first credit. Great credit for this. In contrast, if someone kills Konoha Village Hokage assistant Danzo, the credit will not be comparable to killing Boiling Rain. Although Konoha is the most powerful, Boiling Rain is much stronger than Danzo. He is still the leader of Kurigakure's invasion of the country of Vortex. Commander, now that he is dead, the impact on the situation can be described as great. And it's not just Boiling Rain who died this time, but also the leader of the Kurigakure scout force, Mundogen. Mundogen is a figure on the same level as Hyuga Haeyoung. He belongs to the quasi-high level in Kurigakure village, and if he takes a small step up, he can be regarded as one of the powers of Kurigakure. Boiling Rain is naturally the real high-rise, second only to the existence of Mizukage Ghost Lantern Moon. These two people died in the hands of Hongguang. Anbu. Hyuga Haeyoung looked at Lu Han and muttered. The more he thought about it, the more shocked he became. Anbu is really Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Hyuga Haeyoung originally only knew Anbu Captain White Fang, also known as Hitaki Sakumo. White Fang's strength and ability are beyond doubt, and now, he also knows, Anbu Vice Captain Hongguang. It's also incredibly powerful, and that freak psychosis of Master Mangekyo Sharingan and Mokuten wood style at the same time. Although Hyuga Haeyoung doesn't know his true identity until now, but he can guess it. He has strong strength, mysterious identity, and special abilities. 9 times out of 10, he is Anbu Ninja. Hyuga Haeyoung also guessed that Senju Senluo may be an experiment. Body. Otherwise, it is impossible to explain Master Mokuten, wood style, and Mangekyo Sharingan at the same time. Chirp. A crisp bird chirping sounded in the sky. Flying Ninth roared past from a high altitude, and went away very fast. This is not the first time that Funin has passed by here. In previous battles, Fino often flew by here. Normally, Flying Ninja should be hovering in the air above the battlefield. Even if he cannot participate in the battle, he will always monitor, but this time they did not do so, because Senju Senluo can fly. They didn't dare to stay near here at all, and they all controlled the Shuadu Eagle to fly at full speed around here and glanced at the situation. Orochimaru, Senju Senra, and Hyuga Haeyoung all raised their heads and watched Fino go away. Senju Senluo raised his hand and waved at Fenin, smiled and said hello, but didn't chase. He was also a little tired and didn't bother to chase. Let's get out of here. Hyuga Haeyoung took his eyes back and looked at the people around him. It's not certain when the Kurigakure force will come, we should leave earlier. Lord Haeyoung said yes. Orochimaru nodded expressionlessly. Let's go. Senju Senluo stretched and shook his head. Lu Han didn't speak. The 4 of them hit the road and ran away to the south. According to Lu Han's previous plan, the 4 of them had to leave the southwest mountains from the south. Judging from the current situation, this plan was still the best. Boiling Rain and Mundogen are dead, but there are still many strong men in the Kurigakure Corps in the southwest mountains, such as the leader of the 3rd Main Battle Regiment of Kurigakure, the captain of Kurigakure Anbu, the incomplete 7 people of the Ninja Blade of Mist. Although there is no powerhouse as strong as Boiling You, but there are a large number of them, plus a large number of other elite Jonin, the strength is still very terrifying. With the strength of Lu Han, Senju Senluo, Orochimaru, and Hyuga Haeyoung, it is easy to break out of the encirclement directly from the south, but if they go north, they may collide with the Kurigakure Corps, which is also dangerous. After an hour, in the vast mountains and forests, Senju Senluo was flying leisurely at a low altitude. He didn't even take out half of his speed, while the others were already close to full speed, still heading south. Hey, the bastard who doesn't give me gifts, what are you thinking? He has been silent, Senju asked, leaning his head beside Lu Han who was running. Gift. Lu Han glanced at Senju Senluo, as if he had remembered something, raised his eyebrows and said, by the way, return the knife to me. Isn't it for me? Lend it from you, give it back to me. If you don't return it, hey, just treat it as a gift for me. It's easy to use. Don't make trouble, you bring this knife back and it will be confiscated. They all know whose knife it is, and you know your situation. It makes sense. Well, hey. Senju Senluo was very reluctant. He took out the blade of Kurigakure pinned to his back robe, and handed it to Lu Han. Lu Han took the blade of Kurigakure and put it directly into the space backpack. Stingy. Senju Senluo began to mutter, squinting at Lu Han. Tell you something. Lu Han glanced at Senju Senluo, then paused and said cautiously, I think Boiling You may not be dead. Not dead. Boiling You stared. Orochimaru and Hyuga Haeyoung, who were running in front, slowed down at the same time, and looked back at Lu Han, one frowning and the other looking surprised. Boiling You's death, but what the four people saw with their own eyes turned into ashes, how could it not be dead? It's just a feeling, it's very strange. Lu Han said in an uncertain tone. In fact, he can be sure that Boiling You is not dead, but he can't tell others how he knows, and he can't explain clearly. There is a very important point. It should be able to prove that Boiling You is not dead. The beheading sword is gone. Chapter 0337_Ghost Lantern Forbidden Hydration Pool. The four stopped and gathered under the tree. Decapitation sword. Orochimaru seemed to suddenly think of that sword, but he actually knew the sword used by Boiling Rain. It was the beheading sword used by the 7 ninja swordsmen and the 7 Munashi ghosts, but he just ignored it subconsciously and didn't think much about it. That knife should have been summoned away. Hyuga Haeyoung looked at Lu Han and asked uncertainly, is he not there? I was also. Hyuga Haeyoung and Orochimaru arrived later, so naturally they don't know where the knife went, whether it was knocked out or what, I can't be sure. They've been carrying that knife, Boiyu, Lu Han continued, his voice hoarse and low. We teamed up to attack Boiyu tactically. I bombarded Boiyu to the ground, and then attacked him with Kaden fire style. When he was on the ground, the beheading sword should still be on him, and after that, the flames engulfed everything, and I couldn't see the situation in the flames. I still remember that the Boiling Rain didn't scream immediately. He temporarily resisted Kaden fire style and then jumped out of the fire, all covered in flames. He probably did something while he was in the flames. Then he was burned to ashes, and the fire went out there, but there was no decapitation. That doesn't seem to prove that Boiling Rain is not dead. Hyuga Haeyoung replied, as early as the last Ninja World War, the 7 people of the Mist Ninja Sword already existed, and they also suffered casualties in the war, but that the 7 ninja knives have always been in the hands of Kurigakure. Kurigakure has the ability to psychic ninja knives. The beheading sword was probably summoned away by someone else. Maybe. Lu Han nodded without arguing. I hope Boiling You is really dead. The Land of Water, the village of Kurigakure. Hiroshi building complex composed of stone towers is regionally combined, forming an extremely large village and town, where tens of thousands of people live, and nearly 1/3 of the number of Chunin people. At this time, the ninja world has been turbulent for a long time, but in the village of Kurigakure, it is still a prosperous and noisy scene. The merchants come and go, just like in the past. Although there are teams of ninjas patrolling intensively, there is no sense of turmoil. The country of water has a unique geographical location, which is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Few villages of ninja will take the initiative to invade the country of water. Therefore, compared with other countries, the country of water as a whole still maintains normal business operations, but there is much less foreign trade. That's it. Southeast of Kurigakure, the gathering place of the ghost lanterns. Inside the dimly lit underground hall, it was empty and no one was there. The brazier was burning at the four corners of the hall, and the firelight jumped, giving it a ghostly feeling. Inside the hall, there was a circular pool with a diameter of more than 100 meters. The pool was filled with green water. The water's surface was extremely calm and reflected the firelight. Directly in front of the pool is a dark passage. Call, call. Two whirlwinds suddenly rolled up from the entrance of the passage. One fat, one thin, and two extremely tall ninjas appeared out of thin air in front of the passage. The two were not wearing Kurigakure ninja suits, but the standard Jonin suits from the Ghost Lantern clan. The logo of the Ghost family. It's still the same, it's really troublesome, I have to come every day. The tall and fat Ghost Lamp Jonin sighed. Remember that you were here for this job, and you can take the guarding of the forbidden area as an honor, what now? Jonin, the tall and thin Ghost Lamp, teased with a smile. It's so boring, I just come here every day for training, and I can't leave at will. Fatty Jonin frowned and shook his head. I knew I wouldn't take this errand, even though I am free. I'm going to fall ill soon. You can be content. The tall and thin Jonin raised his hand and patted the tall and fat Jonin on the shoulder. Fortunately, you are no longer in the scout unit, otherwise you might have died in the country of Vortex at this time. Bah, can you speak? Ha, just kidding. Hey, alright, let's get started. Start. The two ghost lanterns Jonin walked inside and separated. There were 4 braziers in total. Each of them was responsible for 2. The tall and fat Jonin went to the brazier in the northwest corner, and the tall and thin Jonin went to the brazier in the southwest corner. Both of them hand-sealed at the same time. Ninja. The two of them hand-sealed at the same time, and poured chakra into the brazier, which was actually a ninja tool. The two went to the brazier in the southeast corner and the northeast corner respectively, and they also injected chakra. A very simple long-term task is to inject chakra into the brazier every day to keep the brazier bright. After the two did everything, they both walked to the pool on the side of the main hall. I heard that as long as you enter this hydration pool, the possibility of cultivating the technique of hydration will be greatly improved. It seems that there is something in the hydration pool, which is left by the ancestors who created the technique of hydration. Fatty Jonin pinching his chin, I don't know if it's true. You can try. Tall and thin Jonin glanced around and smiled. Do you want me to die? Fatty Jonin said angrily. What are you afraid of? Although the clan rules don't allow it, no one will know if I don't say it. The tall and thin ninja spread his hands. What I'm afraid of is not the clan rules. The tall and fat ninja shook his head and continued, there are things more terrifying than clan rules. Oh, what? I've also heard that if you enter the hydration pool without authorization, people will directly turn into water, and they won't turn into people again, but they will die. Unless the master's hydration technique. I also heard that, and my grandfather is alive. I told me some time ago that there are secrets in the hydration pond. You must know that this pond was built together when the village was established. It seems, not only belongs to our ghost lamp family. You know a lot, boy. Of course, don't look at who I am. Okay, stop being narcissistic, let's go out, it's too cold here. Let's go, it's a little cold. One fat and one thin, the two ghost lamp Jonin turned around and walked out, and the tall fat Jonin began to sigh again. Hey. When is this day ahead? This place is said to be a forbidden area, but it is of no use. We're here to stay. Wow. The extremely calm hydration pool suddenly rippled. Huh. The two ghost lanterns Jonin were startled at the same time, their eyes widened, and they quickly turned around to look. They have been guarding the forbidden area of ghost lights for several years and have never encountered such a situation. This is... How? Whoa. The center of the hydration pool suddenly set off a wave of water several meters high, and the splashed water droplets gathered to a higher position, gradually condensing into a translucent figure. Chapter 0338_Reincarnation Hydration. A terrifying aura swayed, rising and falling, and an indescribable sense of power filled the entire hall. This is... It seems like... Thin Jonin and the tall and fat Jonin have opened their mouths wide, their eyes are staring, and they are extremely surprised. They have both heard the legend of the hydration pool, and they all know some secrets within the clan, so they cannot understand the situation at this time. I even forgot to go out and call someone, I just watched. On the water surface of the hydration pool, the translucent human figure made of water gradually took on a special color. First, blood vessels and meridians appeared in it, then bone organs, flesh and blood. Finally, it became a living person, still dripping water. Long black hair without wind automatic. Tall thin Jonin and the tall fat Jonin glanced at each other, and both saw the horror in the other's eyes, and the two were speechless in shock. Consciousness awakens from the darkness. The figure hovering on the water slowly fell, stood on the water and stood stably, slowly opening his eyes. Those eyes were full of boundless coldness. I saw him wave his right hand, and a special scroll appeared in his hands. See Mr. Boiling You. The two Jonins finally recovered and knelt down to greet each other. Shit. Die. The resurrected Boiling You made a stiff voice, as if he didn't speak too much. The cold meaning in his eyes gradually turned to anger. Hengu. It. Die. Damn. Exclamation mark. Ah. The last sound was a hysterical roar of fury, and that voice contained unwillingness, resentment, and a chilling killing intent. Boom. 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 With the roar, dozens of water Jinchuriki column burst out in the hydration pool. All of them hit the top of the hall. The whole hall shook, and countless small gravels fell from all over the place. Sir. Sir. The two ghost lanterns Jonin made a sound one after another, for fear that the boiling rain would destroy the place, but they still knelt and lowered their heads lower. The breath of the boiling rain made them fear from the bottom of their hearts. Inform Lord Mizukage to come here. Boiling You finally looked at the two Jonins and said in a low voice. ... In the core hinterland of Kurigakure village, on a towering tower with an old-fashioned and solemn shape. In the spacious office, Ghost Lantern Wanyu was sitting on the rocking chair by the balcony, with one hand gently wiping the mustache on his upper lip, and the other hand holding a teacup, his eyes twinkling, as if he was thinking about something. Call. The whirlwind suddenly rolled up from the desk, and a middle-aged ninja in his 30s appeared out of nowhere. He saw the ghost lantern and the moon, and quickly said respectfully, Mizukage, you are looking for me. Ghost Lantern Wanyu turned his head and smiled, raised his hand and put the teacup on the desk, and said with a smile, there are no outsiders here. Uncle. The middle-aged ninja was still respectful, but changed his name to Ghost Lantern. It is one of the core high-level leaders of Kurigakure village, the current patriarch of the Ghost Lamp family. The Ghost Lamp is hidden. His father, Gaidong Chuntao, is the elder brother of Gaidong Wanyu, and he is naturally the nephew of Gaidong Wanyu. There is good news. Ghost Lantern Wanyu smiled, looking in a very good mood. Your uncle Boyu has already sent back the news, and successfully turned against Uzumaki Jinghai. He will cooperate with us to defeat Konoha, your father. We'll be fine. Quote. That's good. My nephew can finally rest assured. Gui Dengmingyin raised his head and showed a smile, this time, thanks to Uncle Boiling You. He personally went to the country of Vortex, if it wasn't for my father. Alas. Mingyin finally sighed and shook his head. Uncle Boiling Rain. This name is very interesting. The whole Kurigakure village know that Kurigakure Mizukage assists Boyu, whose real name is not Boyu, what it was called before. No one has mentioned it, and few people know that Akatsuki, Boyu's mother, is the ninja of the Ghost Lamp clan. Therefore, Boyu is not a member of the Ghost Lantern clan, but he has the blood of the Ghost Lantern clan and can be regarded as a descendant. Mingyin, you have to prepare early. In another 10 years, I may abdicate. When I was young, I had a life and death battle with that darn Wu. I burned him, and he also hurt me, an incurable injury. In 10 more years at most, I will retire. Your uncle Feiyu will come to the throne, you have to help him with all your strength, but he is not too young, and he doesn't like to be in charge. In fact, he is more talented than me, if it is not because going the wrong way. If he takes the position, maybe he will take the initiative in a few years, and then this Mizukage position is yours. Do you understand? Gui Lan Huanyu stared at Gui Lan Mingyan. My nephew understands, please rest assured, uncle. Gui Deng bowed his head respectfully. When the time comes, my nephew will take the responsibility. Okay. Ghost Lantern Wanyu smiled and nodded. Report to Mizukage, Sama. A hurried voice suddenly sounded outside the door. Come in, Ghost Lantern said with a frown, his smile restrained, and his expression dignified. Whoa, the door was slammed open, and the tall and thin Ghost Lamp Jonan walked through the door quickly, all the way to the desk, knelt down and said quickly, Report Lord Mizukage. Just now, Lord Boiling You appeared in the hydration pool of the Ghost Lamp Forbidden Area, and he asked you to pass. Huh. Ghost Lantern Wanyu's pupils shrank violently, her face changed dramatically, as if she had heard something extremely terrifying, her expression a little horrified. The stunned boss of Gaidong Mingyan looked at the tall and thin Jonan kneeling on the ground incredulously, and then looked at Gaidong Wanyu, but it was an inquiring look. There was one thing he was not sure about. Ghost Lantern Huanyu and Gui Lan Mingyan glanced at each other, said nothing, slowly stood up from the chair, breathing more and more rapidly. He acquiesced to Gaidong Mingyan's conjecture. The art of reincarnation and hydration. Uncle Boiling You has really completed it. But, Ghost Lamp was stunned, because he already knew that Boiling You had become the Super S-level forbidden technique of the Ghost Lamp family. It was an art that no one had ever mastered since the establishment of Kurigakure village. And Ghost Lamp Mingyan also knows that Boiling Rain has not only completed the Super S-level forbidden technique that touches the profound meaning of life and death, but also used it up. A once-in-a-lifetime technique. Already used up. And that technique, only death can be effective. That is to say, not long ago, Boiling Rain died in the country of Vortex. He died once. Strictly speaking, that's not dead, but by normal definition, it's dead. Only death can trigger the effect of that technique. Who did it? Sarutobi Hiruzen. Is it him? Ghost Lantern said in a trembling whisper. Chapter 0339 You were distracted. Ghost Lantern couldn't control his thoughts for a while. He thought about too many things, thought about the influence. In the entire Kurigakure village, there are only a handful of ninjas who know the art of reincarnation and hydration. That is to say, in other people in the eyes, Boiling Rain is dead. This can lead to extreme consequences. If the Kurigakure Corps in the land of Vortex is not dispatched by the Commander-in-Chief, there will be trouble. More importantly, they knew that Boiling You was dead, and the army must be in chaos. Also, if Uzumaki Jinghai knew that Boiling You was dead, he would definitely have an idea. More importantly, Ghost Lantern Wanyu knows that although Boiling You is not dead, his body is no longer his original body. He has lost most of the abilities he had before, especially those forbidden techniques, those strange and powerful ones. The technique, although he can rely on practice to remaster, but it will take time. Kurigakure is at war with the outside world. During this period, Kurigakure lost the advanced combat power of Boiling Rain, and the impact was not too big. Ghost Lantern Wanyu stood behind the desk and didn't speak for a long time. The tall and thin ninja knelt on the ground and bowed his head, trembling a little. Because he felt it, a terrifying aura that was suppressed but completely uncontrollable rippled around Ghost Lantern Wanyu. After a few minutes, the Ghost Lamp Clan Forbidden Area, in the dimly lit hall. Boiling Rain sits in the center of the water surface of the hydration pool. His whole body seems to be melting, dripping water continuously, but at the same time, another stream of water climbs up his body and completes the repair. He has just been resurrected, and his body is still unstable. This is him. The reason why I can't leave here and see the ghosts in person. Call. Two whirlwinds rolled up in front of the hydration pool, and Ghost Lantern Wanyu and Ghost Lantern Mingyan with Mazukage hats appeared at the same time. Uncle Boiling You. Gaidong Mingyan is very emotional. He has a deep relationship with Gaidong Wanyu and Boyu. For the rest of his life, Jishin has relied on the support of his elders. On the water, Boiling You slowly opened his eyes. Who is it? Ghost Lantern asked directly, her voice low. Cold Light. He has mastered Horaishin. Boiling Rain bit Kiba. What? It's him. Ghost Lantern Wanyu exclaimed. Time flies. 2 days later. In the land of Vortex, since Boiling Rain died in battle, the Kurigakure Corps in the southwest mountains has started a wider search like crazy. 3 more days. Kurigakure base camp in the southwest mountain range of the country of Vortex. See your lord. The ninja wearing a black robe quickly walked into the lobby of the military headquarters, and more than 20 ninjas in the lobby knelt down on one knee to greet him at the same time. How's the situation? The black-robed ninja asked aloud, walked to the inside of the lobby, turned to look at the ninjas, and raised his hand to take off the kabuto hat, revealing an old face. He, the great elder of the Kurigakure Teodi clan, Teodi Fanshin. During the last Ninja World War, Momochi Fanshin was the commander of the 1st Main Station Legion of Kurigakure. He was extremely capable and terrifying. Up to now, after more than 10 years in the country, although Teodi Fanshin is old and his strength has declined, his combat command ability is still there. At this time, the Kurigakure Corps in the country of the Vortex was unstable, and it was necessary to have a person who could make people feel at ease to command the army. The young and strong generation had no record before, so it was difficult for people to be completely convinced from their hearts. Ghost Lantern Wanyu only sent Teodi Fanshin, and it was only temporarily transferred, and he still had arrangements after that. Just when Fanshin Teodi arrived at the base camp of Kurigakure, the southern border of the Land of Fire was dozens of kilometers south, and the border of the east coast of the Land of Tea was on the border. The golden sandy beach looks extremely bright under the sunlight, the waves are bursting, the air is quite humid, and it also has the unique salty atmosphere of the ocean. There are seagulls flying and circling in the sky, and crabs crawling around on the sand. This is a peaceful place that has not been affected by war. Laugh, call. Several cracking sounds sounded from the sea level, and they quickly approached the beach. One of the figures was flying at a height of 1 meter on the sea, and the other 3 were walking on the water. After a while, the 4 figures approached the beach and all slowed down. When they reached the golden sand, they all stopped. Down. Luhan, Orochimaru, Hyuga Heian, Senju Senrao, it was the 4 of them. It's completely safe to get here. Kurigakure can't possibly catch up here. Luhan said hoarsely and looked north. It's not far from the border, so we can reach the nearest Konoha stronghold this afternoon. I'm back. Hyuga Heian sighed with a smile, a feeling of seeing the sun again. If it's nothing, I'll go back first. Senju Senluo shook his head, looked at the other 2, and then looked at Luhan. I'll go back to Konoha first to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Report to Lord Hokage. Where do you like to go? Where? Just don't die outside. Let's go. You've been talking all the way, you're getting bored to death. Luhan raised his hand in disgust. Bastard. Senju Senluo said Kiba to Luhan, then bent his knees and rose into the sky. Flying to an altitude of 1,000 meters, the figure of the blood robe broke through the air. Let's hit the road too. Luhan glanced at Orochimaru and Hyuga and said. At dusk, at the junction of the southeastern border of the country of fire and the country of vortex, in the deep mountains and old forests, Konoha's temporary scout base. The wide Yamanaka cave is brightly lit by fire. A brazier is placed every few meters in front of the stone walls around the cave, and the fire is all burning. This is a training ground that only Konoha Anbu ninjas can use. Yeah, with a crisp shout, Hyuga Luaning, who was wearing a white training suit, rushed in front of Tsunade, punching and kicking continuously, with extremely fast speed and a very violent attack. Tsunade was expressionless, always standing there, connecting Hyuga Luoning to attack with one hand. The two made more than 10 moves in a row. Tsunade frowned suddenly, slapped Hyuga Luoning on the shoulder, and Hyuga Luoning suddenly fell out. "You're distracted," Tsunade said coldly. Hyuga Luoning didn't say a word, got up silently, sniffed her nose, her eyes circled Yuhi. She turned around again, sat on the ground, buried her head between her legs, and began to cry. Tsunade's eyes were complicated, and he paused before speaking. "Sorry, as Han's teacher, I apologize to you for him. The past 2 days, news has spread that Kurigakure will publicly execute Hyuga Haeyoung, Hyuga Luoning's father. Chapter 0340 I want to listen to him." The bad news came one after another. As early as 10 days ago, Tsunade received a letter from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen warned her not to enter the southwest mountain range without authorization, and to stay at the stronghold and wait for orders. Sarutobi Hiruzen was clearly aware of Tsunade's mind, and he was also afraid of Tsunade's impulses. 5 days ago, Danzo received information from Uzushiogakure village, saying that he had discovered a change in the Uzumaki family. Tsunade heard about this from Danzo, but did not know the details of Akatsuki, but she understood that this was not a good thing. She didn't dare to look in the worst direction yet, and no one could tell what would happen. And just 2 days ago, Tsunade heard the news that Kurigakure was going to execute Hyuga Haeyoung just now, which is also a very bad thing, not because of how powerful Hyuga Haeyoung is, but because he is part of the Hyuga family long brothers with the main clan patriarch. The news spread by Kurigakure has pointed out that the execution of Hyuga Haeyoung was in revenge for what the Konoha Anbu ninja, Hangwang, did during the prison exchange negotiations between the two parties. Everyone knows that Anbu ninjas are Hokage's immediate cronies. Moreover, the two sides have indeed exchanged prisoners before, so if the responsibility for this lies on Anbu's head, it is not impossible. It depends on what Hyuga Haeyoung thinks. It is difficult to say that after Hyuga Haeyoung's death, Hyuga Haeyoung will not think there are pimples. Tsunade looked at Hyuga Luoning, who was crying, and didn't know how to comfort him. This matter has something to do with Tsunade. Han Guang entered the southwest mountains privately to save Tsunade. Tsunade is Han's teacher. These Hyuga Luoning are very clear, so no matter what Tsunade says, he seems so pale and powerless, even. To say too much can be counterproductive. Originally, Tsunade and Hyuga Luoning, because Hyuga Luoning frequently chatted with Tsunade for so many days, the relationship between the two is already relatively close, but since the news that Hyuga Haeyoung is about to be executed, the relationship between the two has changed. Plummeted. Who can be blamed? Tsunade couldn't blame Han in her heart. She couldn't remember how many times she called Han's name at night and woke up crying. Instead, she hated herself a little bit. She blamed herself. If she were stronger, she would have escaped from the southwest mountains. There won't be so many things. Tsunade knew what Hyuga Luoning was thinking, and she felt that Hyuga Luoning liked the cold, and because of this, Hyuga Luoning suffered even more. The person who killed her father was the one she liked, which is indescribable. Pain. Stop crying, get up, it will all pass. Tsunade said lightly. Hyuga Luoning didn't seem to hear Tsunade's voice, still sitting on the cold ground, burying her head and crying. Tsunade took a few steps forward, stopped in front of Hyuga Luoning, paused, then leaned over and grabbed Hyuga Luoning's arm, pulling it up hard. Hyuga Luoning was very weak and did not resist. She was pulled up by Tsunade. She leaned directly into Tsunade's arms, buried her head on Tsunade's shoulder, sobbing and crying louder. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Tsunade hugged Hyuga Luoning's shoulder lightly, patted Hyuga Luoning's back. Her eye circles were a little Yuhi. She forcibly endured no one crying. She would be alone when she was alone. When I cry, I don't want people to know my sadness. No, I don't want you to say sorry. Hyuga Luoning suddenly pushed Tsunade away, crying excitedly, let him tell me personally. I want to listen to him. Tsunade looked at Hyuga Luoning's appearance, pursed his lips, raised his hand to wipe the corner of his eyes, and shook his head slightly. Sadness pervades. It will all pass. It will. Tsunade bowed his head slightly, raised his hand and tucked his hair on his temples behind his ears. How did I go? Woo woo. Hyuga Luoning squatted again, hugging her head and crying. The wide cave, the flames jumped, and the girl's cry was filled with endless sadness. Tsunade's nose was a little sore, but he held back the tears. For a long time. Hyuga Luoning's emotions calmed down. She stood up silently, raised her hands and kept wiping the tears on her face. Her shoulders were shaking, and she was sobbing a little. Have you ever thought about revenge? Tsunade was expressionless again, his voice cold. Hyuga Luo nodded solemnly. Come on then, Tsunade said. Okay. Hyuga Luoning responded, took a quick step forward, and stabbed the acupuncture point on Tsunade's shoulder with her fingertips. She started a frantic attack. Tsunade was the target, but she couldn't hurt Tsunade at all. Jonins of the same level, there are very few ninjas whose taijutsu is stronger than that of Hyuga Luoning, because Hyuga Luoning is a pure taijutsu ninja, and Tsunade is also a taijutsu ninja, more than 10 times stronger than Hyuga Luoning. Time flies. Hyuga Luoning fell down again and got up again and again. She seemed to have forgotten the time, and unknowingly, it was already night. Jiraiya came here once, leaned against the stone wall at the entrance to look for a while, and left without saying anything. Jiraiya understands Tsunade and Hyuga Luoning very well, because he also has people he cares about. Orochimaru. There has been no news. At present, Konoha has defined Orochimaru as missing. This definition is not much different from death. I remember that during the last ninja war, there were hundreds of ninjas missing in Konoha. Up to now, these ninjas are still defined. To disappear, in fact, is to die, but it is impossible to determine how and where he died. Late at night, on the southeastern border of the Fire Country, in the vast forest. The moonlight was dim, but the forest was dark and the light was severely lacking, but for Lu Han, Hyuga Haeyoung, and Orochimaru, as long as there was some light, even though they couldn't see far, there was no problem in rushing. The three of them jumped forward on the tree. It's almost there. Hyuga Haeyoung had the best eyesight and led the way in front. It's been so long, and I don't know if something has changed. If they have already evacuated, we have to be careful, and we may encounter enemies. It should be fine, Lu Han replied. He could feel that Danzo was still in the temporary stronghold, so he could confirm that the stronghold was still there, but he couldn't say it explicitly. It's been so long, I don't know how the situation is. Hyuga Haeyoung said again, looking at Lu Han. Lu Han jumped, habitually opened the insight map to look at it, and then said, 4 kilometers ahead, there is someone of my own, it may be a secret whistle. Chapter 0341_Danzo the Hell. Near the Konoha temporary scout base, in the forest several kilometers away from the low mountain, a middle-aged ninja with white eyes squatted on a tree, with a blade of grass in his mouth, looking around at will. Hyuga Tachi, 34 years old this year, is a Jonin from the Hyuga clan in Konoha village, serving in the Konoha Independent Scout Unit. As a member of the Hyuga tribe, although the strength of Hyuga Tachi is not outstanding among Jonin, Byakugan has a strong ability, and when he launches Byakugan with all his strength, he can see the situation 6 kilometers away. Silent for a long time. Hyuga Tachi guessed that the time was up, raised his head and glanced around in a wide range, then folded his hands, and his eyes were wrinkled. Byakugan open. Night cannot stop Byakugan's prying eyes. In the eyes of Hyuga Tachi, the whole event became blurred, turned into black and white, and the scenery of everything was outlined by lines. He maintained Byakugan, peeping through the situation several kilometers away, slowly turning his head after just turning a small angle, it suddenly stopped. He saw 3 people, jumping close. Hyuga Tachi blinked. The whole person seemed to be stunned, squatting on the tree motionless. After a long time in a trance, he came back to his senses, and whispered, Patriarch. Hyuga Haeyoung, Lu Han, and Orochimaru jumped forward in front, middle and back. The closer they got to the temporary stronghold, the less they could leave traces, because this place is not far from the southwest mountains. If there are too many traces, it is very likely that expose the base. He's here. Lu Han suddenly spoke hoarsely and glanced at Hyuga Haeyoung's back. I found us a few kilometers away. It should be Hyuga Ninja. That's good, it seems. The stronghold is still there. Hyuga Haeyoung replied with a sigh of relief. Soon. The 3 of Lu Han had stopped and stood on the same extremely thick tree branch. The 3 of them felt someone approaching. There was sound, and there was breath. Whoa! Wearing a Konoha-style ninja uniform jumped out of the grass, fell under the tree, knelt down on one knee and exclaimed excitedly, see the Patriarch. During the mission he should be called Captain Hyuga Haeyoung, but he was excited cannot control themselves. Well, get up, is everything okay in the stronghold? Hyuga Haeyoung said solemnly, but showed a faint smile. It's all good. Hyuga Taki got up and responded, looked up at both sides of Hyuga and Haeyoung, and bowed his head again to greet him respectfully. I've seen Lord Hangwang, Lord Orochimaru. He knew all 3 of them, because they all went there past the temporary scout outpost. Orochimaru kept his face expressionless. Is Lord Danzo here? Lu asked coldly. In. Take us there. Yes. Before the early morning of that day, the long-missing Anbu Deputy Captain Han Guang, the Konoha Independent Scout Team Captain Hyuga Haeyoung, and Hokage's own disciple Orochimaru secretly returned to the Konoha Temporary Scout Base located on the southeastern border of the Fire Country. The Cave Command Room. The candle was lit, emitting enough light to brighten the surroundings of the desk. Danzo was sitting behind the desk. There was a map on the table, covered with various marks, and Danzo was still watching with the information scroll in his hand. Can't sleep at night. The recent situation has become more and more strange. As the commander-in-chief of Konoha's army in the land of Vortex, Danzo has to deal with too many things. He has to look at a lot of information. He has not been so busy for a long time. It has been many days. Go to rest, he wants to break the game, but it's hard. Damn, Uzumaki shocked the sea. Danzo looked at the information in his hand, bit Kiba and muttered. Uzumaki has been a little disobedient recently. Originally, when the commander was transferred, he had to listen to Konoha, and the Uzushiogakure Corps could just listen to the deployment, but recently, for some reason, Uzumaki has a lot of thoughts, and he often ignores the orders issued by Danzo. Danzo can feel that Uzumaki Jinghai has dissent, but he can't be sure what Uzumaki Jinghai is going to do. Uzumaki Jinghai may be to reduce the losses of Uzushiogakure ninjas in the war, so that Konoha ninjas will lose more. Danzo cannot tolerate this kind of thing. This is the country of Vortex. Konoha is helping the village of Uzushiogakure fight against Kurigakure, and the Uzushiogakure Corps should be at the forefront. There is no reason for Konoha to lose more. Konoha ninjas are ninjas from the land of fire, not from the land of Vortex. Dong dong. The knock on the door suddenly sounded. Huh. Danzo frowned, looked up at the door and said, what's wrong? It's so late that no one should bother you. Ninjas also need to rest. Asleep, only a small number of scout ninjas are watching outside the stronghold. Lord Danzo, yes. Hyuga Tachi's voice sounded outside the door. Clap clap. Before Hyuga Tachi could finish speaking, the door was pushed open. Lu Han, wearing a mask, was the first to enter, followed by Hyuga Haeyoung and Orochimaru. Danzo's eyes widened quickly and he stood up abruptly, hitting the table so violently that it shook and creaked. His face was full of ghostly expressions, his neck seemed to be a little stiff, only his eyeballs moved, and his eyes swept over the 3 of them in turn. Lord Danzo. Both Hyuga Haeyoung and Orochimaru greeted Danzo respectfully, only Lu Han. He really didn't bother to be polite to Danzo. Although he has eased his relationship with Danzo now, Luhan never thought that Danzo was a person who could have a deep friendship. This guy, the city is too deep, it is better to keep a distance. Lord Danzo, I haven't rested so late. Luhan said lightly, walking to the desk. You. Danzo seemed dumbfounded. At the same time, there is a wide cave in the depths of the stronghold, a training ground. Bang! Tsunade slapped Hyuga Luoning on the shoulder and knocked Hyuga Luoning out. Let's be here today, it's late at night, Tsunade said. Breathing heavily, Hyuga Luoning rubbed his shoulders, turned over and jumped up, and said with a small face, Master Tsunade, you can go back first, I'm not tired. Don't be in a hurry at this time. Tsunade looked at Hyuga Luoning with a much gentler expression. Go back and rest well, so that you can practice better. I'm really not tired, Hyuga Luoning repeated, her face stubborn. Hey, Tsunade sighed, then paused and asked, do you know why I hit you on the left shoulder? Chapter 0342 Are they familiar? Because you have a flaw in your left shoulder, but you didn't realize it. Time and time again, that flaw has been there, you are blind, and your heart is messed up. Tsunade shook his head gently, you just want to calm down. Cultivation, this kind of practice, not to say that it is completely futile, but it has little effect. It is not that you can grow as long as you are willing to endure hardships. At the very least, you need to calm down and immerse your heart in the practice. Quote. I see. Hyuga Luoning lowered her head, then knelt down and lowered her head lower. Please teach me, Lord Tsunade. It's not that I can't teach you, but now is not the time. Tsunade sighed, get up, go back first. Hyuga Luoning was still kneeling on the ground, her head bowed, and she didn't speak. Tsunade's face turned cold, then helpless, with a complicated expression. Other Jonin, no matter who they are, how dare they do this to her? Hyuga Luoning dares. She is very stubborn, and Tsunade can't bear to say anything about Hyuga Luoning, maybe because the two have said too many things about Han, which makes her stubborn. The two share a sense of closeness to each other, and so much has happened recently. Even if Tsunade doesn't feel the same way as Hyuga Luoning, it's not much different. Tsunade's heart is very kind, and the current Hyuga Luoning is distressing. Get up, I'll teach you something today, you can go back and figure it out for yourself. Tsunade sighed. Temporary base, command room. Luhan, Hyuga Haeyoung, and Orochimaru are reporting the situation to Danzo. In fact, Luhan is mainly talking, and the others have nothing to say. Hyuga Haeyoung has been imprisoned before, and Orochimaru was separated from Tsunade and Jiraiya. He has been healing and killed some people in Kurigakure. After both of them reunited with Luhan, something happened that should be explained. Naturally, Luhan should talk about these things. However, Luhan said it very briefly, because he did not need to report to Danzo. As the deputy captain of Anbu, Luhan has only two people to report to. One is the captain of Anbu, White Fang, another is Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. He may or may not be dead. My guess is the latter. Although I watched him burn to death, it feels very strange. Luhan said indifferently, I personally can't be sure. Has Boiling Yu been killed? I wonder if Danzo knows whether Boiling Yu is a master or something that involves the profound meaning of life and death. Quote. Luhan can be completely sure that Boiling Yu is not dead, but he can't figure out why Boiling Yu is not dead, he can only guess. There is not much information about Boiling Rain. During the last war in the ninja world, he showed all kinds of evil abilities, and now, after all, more than 10 years have passed. It's hard to say. Danzo shook his head, his eyes always staring at Luhan. The shock in his heart still hadn't calmed down. The more Luhan said, the more turbulent his heart became. Find the wounded Orochimaru. Rescue Hyuga Haeyoung in Kurigakure base camp. Kill the leader of the Kurigakure scout force, Commander Mundogen. Kill Kurigakure Mizukage to help Boiling Rain. This one thing is all thanks to God. Adding these credits together is unimaginable. Even though Danzo knew that Han Guang's method was psychic, and he had repeatedly performed extraordinary feats, he was still shocked this time. He even felt that he might no longer be Han Guang's opponent. It has only been more than a year, and the strength has grown from nothing to the current level. Such a growth rate, Danzo really can't understand it. He used to suspect that there is a problem with the cold, and now he still thinks that there is a problem with the cold, but he says no. Find out what the problem is. By the way, there's something. Lu Han changed his words. Lord Danzo, Tsunade. Is she still here? Looking at the insight map, there were blue dots in the entire stronghold. Lu Han couldn't confirm whether Tsunade was here, but he hoped Tsunade was here. Yes. Danzo nodded. Okay, I'll go first. Lu Han suddenly stood up from his chair. You guys talk. Hey, wait, you haven't made it clear. Danzo suddenly stood up and said urgently. Just now, Lu Han gave the general situation, but he didn't give any details. He only said when he did what he did, not how he did it. Lord Danzo, I will report the specific situation to Lord Hokage. You should know the rules. Lu Han said indifferently. Danzo was suffocated, unable to say a word. Han Guang didn't give any face at all, and what he said was very reasonable. Lu Han really didn't need to report to Danzo in detail. Call. Seeing that Danzo didn't say anything, Lu Han disappeared in the office with hand seal. Orochimaru and Hyuga Heian glanced at each other, and their reactions were very different. Orochimaru was surprised because he knew Han Guang's true identity, but Hyuga Heian was different. In his eyes, Anbu's deputy captain, Han Guang, his identity is mysterious and his strength is terrifying. Even if he loses Danzo's face, it is not incomprehensible. Tell me again, I need to give a detailed report to Lord Hokage. Danzo sat down again and said as usual. After Lu Han left the office, he moved around the stronghold again and again. He was looking for Tsunade. He knew that Tsunade must be worried. People are still easy to find, because Tsunade's aura is very unique. Lu Han avoids other people, and with his strength, no one can find him. He doesn't want to meet acquaintances, so he will have to greet and talk again. Words, wasting time. Now, he just wants to find Tsunade first. Inside the gym. Just remember what I taught you just now, go back and think about it more. Tsunade looked at Hyuga Luoning. You also have to keep in mind that a lot of times, flaws. Not necessarily wrong, the real skill-type experts in art will use flaws as traps. You see my flaws and you will attack my flaws, and if I know my flaws, I can seize the best opportunity to fight back, understand? Understood, thank you Tsunade-sama. Hyuga Luoning nodded. It's really time to rest. Tsunade forced a smile, his face suddenly condensed, as if he felt something. Distant passage. Lu Han leaned against the stone wall holding his shoulders and tilted his head to look at the two people on the field. He had been watching for a while, and his eyes were a little strange. Are they familiar? Chapter 0343_Hate for Love. Hyuga Luoning had already planned to go back, but found that Tsunade's face was a little wrong, and asked suspiciously, Master Tsunade, you. What's the matter? Tsunade's eye circles were slightly yuhi. Hearing Hyuga Luoning's question, he quickly raised his hand to wipe the corner of his eyes, forced a smile, and pretended to be strong and said, No, it's nothing. Did you miss him? Hyuga Luoning said a lot more carefully, and her face suddenly became a little ugly. She was immersed in thinking about cultivation under the guidance of Tsunade before, and she forgot about other things. Because Tsunade remembered those. Well, I miss him. Tsunade admitted frankly, smiling reluctantly, but seemed to cry. I always feel that he is back. Many times, I wake up in my sleep. I thought he was back, but no. I'm actually scared to hear about him because I'm afraid. It's going to be bad news, but that's fine, at least, it gives me hope. Sir Tsunade, please stop talking. Hyuga Luoning covered her mouth and lowered her head with choked sobs. Seeing Hyuga Luoning like this, Tsunade sniffed, took 2 steps forward and hugged Hyuga Luoning in his arms, stroked Hyuga Luoning's back, and whispered in his ear, "Do you hate him?" "I don't know." Hyuga Luoning shook her head vigorously. Hey, Lu Han, who was leaning against the wall at the entrance of the passage, couldn't listen anymore, and said weakly, "Did someone say I'm dead again? Why are you doing this? Weeping here in the middle of the night, not afraid haunted." Tsunade and Hyuga Luoning, who were hugging each other, stopped at once as if struck by lightning, and then suddenly raised their heads and looked in the direction of the sound. Lu Han in front of the passageway raised the mask in his hand. His delicate face was full of smiles, but the circles around his eyes belonged to Yuhi. "Cold," Tsunade exclaimed in disbelief. "Well, it's me, not a dream, not a hallucination, Mr. Tsunade. Wow, you're beautiful again." Lu Han, who was still wearing a tattered black robe, pretended to be relaxed. "Call." Wind blew. Tsunade flashed to Lu Han and looked at Lu Han's face excitedly. "Hold." Lu Han opened his arms and took a step forward at the same time as Tsunade. The two hugged tightly. Tsunade didn't cry this time, but Yuhi squinted in his eyes, and kept murmuring in Lu Han's ear, "I just believe that you will come back. You will definitely come back, definitely." "Well, I'm back. I'm so tired." Lu Han's voice was full of exhaustion all of a sudden. He was really tired, but outside, the tense nerve didn't dare to relax at all. Only here, he felt at ease. Like a boat traveling in the storm day and night, and finally found a peaceful harbor. Woo, woo woo. I don't know when the crying sounded. Lu Han and Tsunade both raised their heads and looked in the direction from which the crying came. Seeing Hyuga Luoning squatting on the ground and crying, she was sad. "This girl, do you miss me that much?" Lu Han blinked. "Go and comfort her, maybe." Tsunade didn't go on. She didn't know what to say, feeling guilty because of the cold. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Lu Han appeared in front of Hyuga Luoning. He was in a good mood, so he didn't take it seriously, but smiled, "Do you want a hug? Come on, I can give it to you." Quote. Lu Han opened his arms to Hyuga Luoning. Hyuga Luoning's cry stopped and turned to sobbing. She raised her head and looked at Lu Han with tears in her eyes. The big eyes with teardrops on their eyelashes blinked and stood up abruptly, looking at Lu Han in front of her. Breathing became rapid. "Hold," Lu Han asked again with open arms. "Bastard." Hyuga Luoning let out a high decibel scream very suddenly. The whole person was excited to ultimate, raised his hand and punched Lu Han's cheek. Lu Han's face changed, and he raised his hand to lightly hold the fist from Hyuga Luoning, his palm aching slightly. "What are you doing?" Lu Han was a little stunned, but Hyuga Luoning suddenly attacked. But this is not the key is that she is still a green name. If there is malice towards Lu Han, no matter what color his previous name was, as long as he attacks Lu Han, he will become Yuhi. Hyuga Luoning's current situation is that she is malicious to Lu Han. She has no strength to hurt Lu Han, but attacked Lu Han. So Lu Han couldn't understand, what was this lady doing? "Asshole, asshole, asshole, asshole." Hyuga Luoning pulled his hand back and smashed his fist at Lu Han again, really hitting hard. But Lu Han was much stronger than her, so her attacks had no effect on Lu Han, and they were all easily blocked by Lu Han. Hey, you're sick. Fuck. Damn girl. Don't blame me if you don't stop." Lu Han shouted in response to Hyuga Luoning's little fist. Tsunade watched from the side. Her face was very complicated. She understood Hyuga Luoning. Really understood, so she didn't stop it. Maybe let Hyuga Luoning vent and feel better. "Bastard, Hyuga Luoning, I warn you. What the hell are you doing?" Lu Han yelled and scared Hyuga Luoning. Hyuga Luoning is still a green name, so Lu Han can't really do anything to Hyuga Luoning, but he really want to know, what happened to Hyuga Luoning. "Hate for love. Bastard." Hyuga Luoning jumped away suddenly, moved back away from Lu Han, stared at Lu Han's eyes with tears in his eyes. "I won't forgive you. You bastard, bastard." Finally, after scolding Lu Han, Hyuga Luo Ning ran away crying. With a confused expression, Lu Han watched Hyuga Luo Ning run into the passageway. Until he could no longer see Hyuga Luo Ning, he turned his head to look at Tsunade, blinked twice, seeing Tsunade's complicated expression, he hurriedly shouted, "I swear, I never gave up on her. It's not messed up yet. His father is going to die." Tsunade walked over to Lu Han and said, "What?" Lu Han was stunned for a moment. He looked fine 10 minutes ago, why is he going to die? Her father, Hyuga Haeyoung, and Kurigakure have already walked the news and will publicly execute Hyuga Haeyoung. Tsunade looked into Lu Han's eyes, "It's because of you." Chapter 0344_woman, do you miss me? According to the information spread by Kurigakure, they are in revenge for what you did during the prisoner exchange negotiation, so they publicly executed Hyuga Haeyoung. This is revenge and a warning. Tsunade, who was still wearing Yuhi's eyes, looked a little uneasy. Excellent. It was hard for her to say some words. Lu Han did break the rules, but she couldn't blame it. Public execution of Hyuga Haeyoung? Lu Han asked with a strange tone. His heart moved, and asked, when did it happen? When did the news come out? Lu Han can be sure that Kurigakure did not spread fake news, because it was public execution. Unlike direct executions, public executions, there will be witnesses at that time, and even Konoha can send a delegation to watch. Public executions cannot be falsified, nor are they necessary. In the past few days, the news has completely spread. Tsunade frowned slightly, very worried. According to the calculation, the news came from the base camp of the Kurigakure Corps camp, and it is estimated that the decision was made 5 or 6 days ago. And spread the word out. Quote, 5 or 6 days ago. Lu Han suddenly understood. Lu Han took Hyuga Haeyoung out of the Kurigakure base 5 or 6 days ago. In this way, Boiling Yu should have really decided to execute Hyuga Haeyoung at that time, and had already sent people to spread the news. Lu Han rescued him. Hyuga Haeyoung, after that. This is not fake news. It's not a misunderstanding either. However, at this time, Kurigakure has been unable to withdraw the news of the public execution of Hyuga Haeyoung. They are still concealing the news of Boyu's death, and they dare not mention the matter of Hengwang's rescue of Hyuga Haeyoung. You know, this girl, she's in pain. Tsunade sighed. Actually she misses you too, and now you're back. But her father, maybe, you should really apologize to her and not beg her. Forgive you, but at least you have to let her know what you think. Apologize. Forget it. This bastard girl actually attacked me. She should apologize to me. Lu Han shrugged and winked at Tsunade. Apologize to you. Tsunade looked at Lu Han strangely, unable to understand Lu Han's logic. She will. Lu Han smiled, and the conversation changed again. Let's not talk about this, Mr. Tsunade, should you care and ask about my situation. I'm so sad if you don't ask anything. Humph. You bastard, I don't care about you. My heart hurts. Oops, it really hurts. You ran away without saying hello, such a dangerous thing, why don't you? Tsunade looked fierce, but he took Lu Han's arm and walked side by side with Lu Han to the entrance. The two came all the way to the rest area of Anbu Ninja. There are 2 residential areas in this stronghold, one belongs to the Independent Scout Unit, and the other belongs to Anbu. Tsunade usually lives on Anbu's side. Tsunade's residence, a medium-sized cave room. As soon as Lu Han sat down on the wooden couch, he lay down on his back and stretched his waist. Tsunade lit the candlestick on the cabinet before returning to the wooden couch and sitting beside Lu Han. I'm tired, why don't you take a rest today and talk about it tomorrow? Tsunade said with some distress when he saw Lu Han lying unwilling to move. Let's chat, I miss Mr. Tsunade so much. Lu Han tilted his head and looked at Tsunade with a smile. Did you miss me? Tsunade lay down on his side, holding his head on his side, thinking of something. Fei Yuhi flashed across her cheek. Both of them were lying on the wooden couch, very close to each other. Luhan suddenly turned over, also lying on his side, with his hands on his side of his head, facing Tsunade, looking at Tsunade's beautiful eyes, paused, and asked softly, "Woman, do you miss me?" "Don't call me a woman. You bastard." Tsunade looked fierce again, but his cheeks were slightly yuhi. A very strange emotion floated in Tsunade's heart, which made her very distressed. "What's your name, Mr. Tsunade?" Luhan grabbed Tsunade's hand and held it in the palm of his hand. Tsunade struggled for a while, but did not pull it away. Luhan still looked into Tsunade's eyes. "If you like, I'll call you Tsunade." "Teacher, then I'll keep calling." "Bastard, bastard." Tsunade panicked, her heartbeat quickened, her eyes flickered, and she quickly changed the subject. Tell me about you, how did you escape?" "It's very complicated." "Oh right, is Lord Jiraiya back?" Luhan suddenly remembered and asked. Normally, as long as Jiraiya didn't die in the southwest mountain range before, he should have escaped back. "Well, I'm back." Tsunade nodded, and even though he looked worried, the smile on his face was forced a lot. "That's Orochimaru hasn't heard from him yet. I'm afraid he's already." Luhan's face was strange for a moment, but he held back and said nothing. "If I tell Tsunade now that Orochimaru has returned, Tsunade must rush to find Orochimaru, and then Jiraiya will definitely know that Luhan just came back and just wants to communicate more with Tsunade, and doesn't want anyone to disturb him. Tsunade doesn't know now, and he will know tomorrow. Don't judge someone's life or death lightly. It's like, I came back alive, right?" Luhan held Tsunade's hand, said softly, and squeezed lightly with his hand. "Yes, you're back, so will he." Tsunade's face was a little unnatural, she was a little regretful. Why did she want to lie down on her side? "Actually, it's nothing, but the two were mentors and apprentices before, but now, although they are also mentors and apprentices, Tsunade has already sensed Luhan's thoughts. The atmosphere is a bit wrong. Woman, did you know? I was on my way to escape before, and every night, I hid by myself, and I always think of you." Luhan moved forward slightly, getting closer to Tsunade. "Han, I miss you too, really, but, can you not, like this?" Tsunade's voice trembled a little, because she felt that Luhan had some bad intentions. Luhan didn't speak anymore, moved forward again, looked at Tsunade's Pan-Yuhi's cheek, and probed slightly. "Han, you." Tsunade stretched out his hand and pressed Luhan's shoulder, but he was very weak. Luhan blinked slightly and was about to kiss Tsunade. Tsunade panicked to ultimate, and closed his eyes in fear. Chapter 0345_Bad Thoughts. Dong dong dong. Just when Luhan was about to kiss Tsunade's lips, there was a loud slam on the door. Tsunade opened his eyes and pressed Luhan's shoulder firmly, thinking of Jiraiya's voice outside the door. "Tsunade. Tsunade. Are you there? Are you there?" Jiraiya's voice was very eager, and it contained excitement. "Fuck," Luhan scolded in a low voice in his heart, "some going crazy." Almost. Reason why Luhan didn't tell Tsunade that Orochimaru had come back was because he didn't want to be disturbed. Taking advantage of the fact that he just came back to meet Tsunade, Tsunade was emotionally unstable and excited. Luhan wanted to take this opportunity to go further with Tsunade. It worked, but Jiraiya came knocking on the door. There is no doubt that Jiraiya was so emotional that he obviously knew that Orochimaru was back and came to tell Tsunade. Tsunade looked up at the door, then sat up all of a sudden, took a deep breath, trying to calm down her emotions quickly. She was still very flustered. Luhan immediately sat up, looked back at the door, and immediately looked at Tsunade. Dong dong dong. Jiraiya's voice sounded outside the door again. "Aren't you there?" Tsunade. Jiraiya didn't break into the room directly. If he was looking for someone else, he might have broken in directly, but not for Tsunade, because Tsunade is ladies. There will be problems in rushing around, if you see something you shouldn't see, with Tsunade's temper. Jiraiya doesn't want to be beaten to death. Tsunade took 2 deep breaths before getting up to answer. At this time, stood up faster than Tsunade, turned around and pressed Tsunade directly on the wooden couch, lowered his head and kissed Tsunade's lips lightly, the kind that Tanbo drinks, and immediately let go and quickly stood up again. Get up, take 2 steps back. To prevent being beaten. Tsunade was stunned, raised his hand to touch his lips in disbelief, sat up slowly, stared at Luhan with wide eyes, and his face quickly changed to Yuhi. Luhan looked at Tsunade with a daring look. In fact, he was very nervous, and if Tsunade's anger went out of control at this time, he might never have a chance again. Dong dong dong. Dong dong dong. Before Tsunade could get angry with Luhan, the door slammed again, and Jiraiya seemed to be dying. Tsunade, are you inside? Why don't you speak? Open the door. Jiraiya just heard a little movement. I'm here. I'm here. Tsunade's attention was drawn to Jiraiya again, and he hurriedly responded, glared at Luhan angrily, and then walked to the door. Luhan breathed a sigh of relief. Front of the door, Tsunade opened the door. What's so urgent? Tsunade saw that Jiraiya had just opened her mouth, and her voice stopped abruptly. She noticed the cold figure standing behind Jiraiya, with long black hair and a pale face. It was Orochimaru. Orochimaru, you're back, Tsunade exclaimed, his eyes filled with tears for a moment, and he jumped up and hugged Orochimaru. Orochimaru was a little unnatural, he was not very good at hugging, and he was not very good at expressing his feelings. Cough. In the room, Luhan, who was walking slowly towards the door, coughed heavily. Tsunade and Orochimaru let go. Orochimaru smiled at Tsunade. Tsunade cried and laughed. Orochimaru looked into the room again, nodded to Luhan and said, Captain Hangwang is here too. Come and see Mr. Tsunade. Luhan replied, then took out the mask and put it on his face. You. Tsunade felt something was wrong. Orochimaru actually called Han Hangwang Captain. And listening to the conversational tone, it seemed very familiar. Tsunade blinked, a light flashed in his mind, and asked dumbly, You came back together? Yeah. Orochimaru nodded and glanced at the room again. Captain Hangwang healed my wound. Tsunade suddenly turned his head to look at Luhan, stared at Luhan with wide eyes, and then screamed out, very angry, Han. You didn't tell me. Haha. Luhan sighed 2 times. Bad Heart thought it was found by Tsunade. He dodged Tsunade's eyes, fast said, I still have something, you talk. Call. Luhan Zayan disappeared directly into the room. Tsunade looked at the location where Luhan disappeared. Kiba was about to be bitten, thinking about how to settle accounts with Luhan tomorrow. In the crisscrossed passages of the stronghold, the voices were noisy, many people were running, and there was a buzzing voice. Luhan left Tsunade's residence, appeared in the outside passage, and walked out along the passage. Of course he had nothing to do, he just wanted to go back to sleep. After turning a few times along the passage, he gradually heard some voices, frowned slightly, and disappeared in place. In the small square. Call. Luhan appeared out of thin air at the entrance of the passage. See Lord Hangwang. The more than 30 Anbu ninjas gathered in the small square knelt down on one knee at the same time, and an emotional greeting resounded, quite powerful. I know, Luhan said hoarsely. He was used to using a disguised voice when he was wearing a mask. With a glance, Luhan raised his hand again and said, Everyone get up. It's late at night, everyone go back to rest, I have something to do. Say tomorrow, let's go. After Luhan finished speaking, he turned to the other side of the passage. More than 30 Anbu ninjas watched Luhan's back disappear into the passageway, and then began to discuss excitedly. It's really Lord Hangwang. He's back. I just met Orochimaru-sama just now. It seems that there is still Lord Haeyang. They all came back together. Lord Hangwang is really... It was still a dimly lit passage. Hyuga Haeyang stood in front of the door, feeling a little excited. He took 2 deep breaths to calm down and then raised his hand and knocked on the door. Dong dong dong. What's the matter? The girl's depressed voice sounded in the room. It's me, Hyuga said. Father. There was an unbelievable exclamation in the room, followed by the sound of wind, and then the door was suddenly opened. Hyuga Luo-ning stared at the middle-aged man outside the door and burst into tears. Jumped up. Father. Woo. Hyuga Luo-ning burst into tears. Chapter 0346 He saved my father. Luhan walked in the passage unhurriedly, his mind fluctuating. He was thinking about 2 things. The first was Tsunade. Because of the age gap and the estrangement in identity, Luhan felt that he and Tsunade had enough feelings, but Tsunade had a hurdle in his heart that he couldn't get through. Han Xiang thought of Kato Dan, the guy who died in the Second Ninja War as Tsunade's first love in the original book. At present, Kato Dan and Tsunade are not familiar with each other, they just know each other. Luhan is considering whether to do something first. What? The second thing, Luhan is considering whether he can go further in his position after returning to Konoha. Now he is the deputy captain of Anbu, and he is the captain of Anbu. He has become Sarutobi Hiruzen's hardcore confidant and officially entered the core layer of Konoha power. Luhan naturally wants to be the captain of Anbu, but there is a roadblock in front of him, namely Hatake Sakumo. Either win Hatake Sakumo, or Hatake Sakumo voluntarily abdicate, otherwise Luhan can't become captain of Anbu. But whether it is the former or the latter, it seems to be very difficult. If you want to challenge the position of Captain Anbu, you must obtain the consent of Hokage. At this time, a local war has broken out in the ninja world, and a full-scale war may break out at any time. Sarutobi Hiruzen should be difficult to agree with Luhan challenges Hatake Sakumo, and if Hatake Sakumo voluntarily abdicates. Unless something happens, it's impossible. It's really troublesome, it's so tiring. Luhan murmured as he walked, the reward for killing a level 55 diamond boss for the first time has not been counted, and I haven't had time yet, and I don't know how that harvest will give you. What an improvement I have brought, and Hiraishin, when I go back to Konoha, I have to retreat. Ooh. It's all right, dear girl. Everything is fine. Just after turning around a passageway, Luhan heard the girl's cry and the man's heavy comforting voice. He couldn't help but slow down a bit. Looking up, he saw that the door to the grotto room in front of Luhan's passage was open, and Hyuga Haeyoung was hugging him. To comfort her crying daughter Hyuga Luo-ning. This girl, I didn't realize that she likes to cry before. Luhan muttered. In front of the cave room. It's alright, it's late at night, you go to rest first, don't cry so badly. Hyuga Haeyoung looked down at her daughter and wiped her tears for Hyuga Luo-ning. Father, my daughter misses you. Really? Hyuga Luo-ning lowered her head and sobbed. Blah blah blah. As the footsteps approached, Hyuga Haeyoung turned his head and glanced at it, and immediately let go of his daughter, with a solemn expression, and then greeted with a faint smile, Captain Hangwang. Yeah. Luhan, who was wearing a mask, nodded and replied hoarsely, Lord Haeyoung. Have seen Tsunade? Yes, Jiraiya has also returned, all here. That's good. If you want to come to Lord Hokage to get the news, your heart will be at ease. That's for sure. Although Hyuga Haeyoung had seen Luhan's face, he didn't know Luhan's true identity, and naturally he couldn't know the relationship between Luhan and Tsunade. When Hyuga Haeyoung entered the southwest mountains, he was looking for Tsunade. After he was arrested, Luhan and Orochimaru went to rescue him. He naturally believed that Luhan, the deputy captain of Anbu, was assigned by Lord Hokage to go to the southwest mountains. Save. Luhan stopped beside Hyuga Haeyoung and chatted a few words with Hyuga Haeyoung. Hyuga Luo-ning, who was standing beside him, bowed his head and did not say a word, and did not greet Luhan, but after listening to a few words, Hyuga Luo-ning felt that something was wrong. Why did the two seem to know each other so well? Her heart was in a mess, and many things couldn't be figured out all at once. I have to thank Captain Hangwang again. If you hadn't risked your life to save me, I might have died in the Kurigakure camp. Boiling Yu tried to get information from me over and over again, but failed. It is estimated that patience is almost exhausted. Hyuga Haeyoung laughed. Wherever you are, you and I are both Konoha ninjas, and we should help each other, both for the sake of the village and Lord Hokage. Besides, this is not my work alone. Lu Han said modestly. Oh yes, Captain Hangwang, this is the little girl Luo Ning. Hyuga Haeyoung put one hand on Hyuga Luo Ning's shoulder, and his face smiled a little bit. Captain Hangwang and the little girl are colleagues, so I don't need to introduce more. What? The little girl is ignorant. She was very willful when she was not in Anbu before, and I hope Captain Hangwang will discipline her more. Saying that it is discipline means actually taking care of you, but this is not clearly stated. Well, that's natural. Lu Han nodded. Hyuga Luo Ning had already raised her head when Hyuga Haeyoung said the words of saving people. At this time, she was staring at Lu Han with wide eyes, dumbfounded, as if she had lost her soul. Lu Han glanced at Hyuga Luo Ning, then looked at Hyuga Haeyoung and said, Master Haeyoung, rest early. Good. The two nodded to each other, and Lu Han turned around and walked deeper into the passage. Hyuga Luo stared at Lu Han's back, her body began to tremble, and her breath was short of excitement. Luo Ning, why didn't you meet Captain Hangwang just now? Hyuga Haeyoung glanced at his daughter and said dissatisfiedly, even if you are excited, you shouldn't forget Anbu's rules. He is your boss. Hyuga Luo Ning didn't seem to hear what Hyuga Haeyoung said, still looking in that direction, slowly raising her hand to cover her mouth, tears streaming down her face. It was him. Did he save my father? For me. Why didn't he say it just now? Why didn't he say it? Why? Is he angry? Am I wrong? The chaotic voice kept echoing in Hyuga Luo Ning's mind. Hyuga Luo Ning's heart was numb, and an unprecedented panic filled her heart. What should I do? Lu Han returned to the cave room where he lived before entering the southwest mountain range. Because he had a weaving here, the room had not been moved. The furnishings inside were as clean as before he left, and someone cleaned them regularly. Sitting cross-legged on the wooden couch, although Lu Han came very much, he was not yet sleepy. Whoa! With a wave of his hand, hundreds of fallen objects filled the wooden couch. Drop reward for killing Mundogen. Because he had been with Hyuga Haeyoung, Orochimaru and others before, Lu Han didn't have a chance to count them, but now he's back here, he finally has a chance. Chapter 0347 A technique worth 420 ingots. Killing the level 55 diamond boss Mundogen for the first time allowed Lu Han to get more than 400 drops. Lu Han had only counted the scrolls of spiritual potions and S-rank and A-rank spells before, and there were still more than 350 drops that had not been counted. Normally, there are so many drops that the wooden couch cannot be placed. This time, it can be placed because many of the drops obtained by killing Mundogen are small things. Golden ingots, 180. Diamond badges, 30. Big Yuhi bottle, big blue bottle, 64 in total. These add up to 274 drops. 82 drops left. A total of 49 C-rank and B-rank ninjutsu scrolls. Most of them are B-level ninjutsu scrolls, because according to the drop rules, killing a hostile character of Mundogen's level will not drop garbage, which has nothing to do with the explosion rate, just like Lu Han killed the elite Jonin won't drop bad kunai, and Lu Han has already mastered too many C-level techniques before, not to mention C-level techniques, even B-level techniques are not very useful to him. 7 excellent weapons, 14 penultimate weapons, 2 rare weapons, 23 in total. 2 rare weapons, the rare rippling blade and the rare blood wounding blade. With 10 times the explosion rate, Lu Han only got 2 rare blades, and a normal first kill of a level 50 gold boss can get 1 rare blade. This is because the upper limit may be 2, and Mundogen can at most only 2 rare weapons can be dropped. I don't know how much these 2 knives are worth. Lu Han muttered, summoned the recycling Uzumaki, picked up the 2 knives and looked at them one by one, and then threw them all in. One worth 100 ingots, one worth 80 ingots, recycling total 90 ingots. Many days before he killed Mondogen, before Lu Han encountered Orochimaru, he fled alone, killed a lot of Kurigakure ninjas, and got some ingots. At this time, the total number of ingots on Lu Han's body had reached 295. 59 psychoactive potions were obtained from killing Mondogen. Lu Han counted them all that day and used them all before he finally entered the war. Because of that batch of psychoactive potions, his total chakra had officially entered. The level 50 class should be somewhere between the bronze boss and the white silver boss. Lu Han's total chakra is still low, but it's not his fault. Growing up too fast can't be considered a fault. What should be used? What should be collected? Soon, the wooden couch is empty. Lu Han waved his hand again, and there were 4 more scrolls on the wooden couch. S-level art, sweetened water style, multi-screw blast. S-level art, futon, wind style, with the wind. S-rank art, secret art, magic god spirit outfit spell. S-level technique, sweetened water style, super waterfall technique. Scrolls of 4 S-rank spells. All from killing Mondogen. After killing Mondogen, he got a total of 16 S-level and A-level scrolls. After Lu Han used up the psychic destruction scroll that day, he used up all the other 10 A-level scrolls. At that time, Lu Han was in a hurry, and the value of A-level skills was not high, and most of them were only worth 10 yuan, so Lu Han didn't think much about it. A total of 5 S-rank scrolls were obtained that day, and Lu Han also used one of them. That is futon, wind style, trapped scroll ascension. Because Lu Han felt at the time that he should have more means on the upper limit attack ability, so as to be able to respond better, so he chose the futon, wind style, S-level attack scroll and used it up. Learned from Mondogen were useless, but Lu Han didn't regret it. Once he learned it, he became a master. The more means he had, the stronger his strength would be. Compared with recycling them into ingots and reusing them, it can't be said that using the recyclable scrolls is wrong, it depends on what Lu Han thinks. These 4. Let's see. Lu Han put the futon, wind style, multi-screw blasting scroll before recovering Uzumaki, showing the value of 100 ingots, the lowest value S-level technique. Lu Han hesitated, put the scroll as thrown into the recycling Uzumaki. Then pick up the futon, wind style, and go with the wind scroll, which is worth 100 ingots, throw it away. Sweetened water style, super waterfall technique, worth 110 ingots, lose it. In fact, Lu Han could have waited 4 days before entering the subversive space to check the specific effects of several S-level scrolls in detail, and then decide whether to recycle them. Ingot is the most important thing. Only when there are enough ingots can Lu Han unlock more exchange options. Lu Han has always hated trouble. 3 more S-rank scrolls were recovered, and 155 ingots were recovered. The number of all Lu Han ingots has reached an unprecedented 450. The magic of the devil and the gods. Lu Han picked up the last scroll and took a breath of excitement. He was really looking forward to the value of this scroll. Because it can be easily deduced that this technique is the technique that Mondogen launched the curse. It is the stunt of Mondogen's master. Lu Han slowly brought the scroll closer to recover Uzumaki. The S-level secret technique, the magic god's magic spell, the exchange price is 420 ingots, and the recovery price is 210 ingots. My day. Fuck. Lu Han was stunned for a moment. It's not that he didn't infer the price of the magic god's magic spell before. He speculated that it should be worth more than 200 yuan, maybe even 300 yuan. I never imagined that the value of this technique is sky high. How could Mondogen be so powerful as master? How could it be? What is his origin? Lu Han asked in a daze, blinked his eyes twice, and pondered for a long time before he took the scroll back and threw it into space. Backpack. Do not recycle. With such a high-value technique, there may be other special things. Anyway, it can't be used after changing the ingot. Lu Han will wait until he returns to the subversive space to check the details of the magic god's magic spell. Make another decision. Phew. Lu Han took a deep breath and waved again, with 2 more scrolls in his hand. Book of Memories. The Book of Evil Words. They were all deprived of income from Mundogen's corpse, because it took a long time to receive this kind of scroll, and Lu Han didn't have time before. Mundogen. Maybe, these 2 scrolls will give me the answer. Lu Han muttered and opened the Book of Memory. Chapter 0348_Demon God Cthulhu. Countless lights and shadows swirled in front of Lu Han's eyes, forming strange pictures. Some were curse marks, some were landscape paintings, some were sun, moon, and stars. To Lu Han's disappointment, he didn't get the magic spell through the Book of Memory. Any memory of Duoin, the effect of the Book of Memory, is to strengthen Lu Han's memory ability. According to the rules, Lu Han will obtain half of Mundogen's memory ability through the Book of Memory. Mundogen can remember everything he sees in an instant, and Lu Han will also gain the ability to remember it, but he doesn't remember as fast as Mundogen. Mundogen remembers a scene, all the details of the painting take 1 second, so Lu Han needs 2 seconds. The strength of memory is calculated in this way. For ordinary people to memorize all the details of a landscape painting, he needs to memorize it by rote, read it repeatedly, and eventually he will be able to remember it, but it will take a long time. Don't forget, you can remember it right away, and Lu Han, remember twice as long as Mundogen. I don't know how long it took, all kinds of visions disappeared. Lu Han sat cross-legged on the wooden couch, closed his eyes and meditated for a long time, let out a long breath, opened his eyes, and the light flashed in his eyes. Don't forget it, Lu Han muttered, slowly glanced at the room for a week, and closed his eyes again. The outline, layout, and various furnishings of the entire room formed a specific picture in Lu Han's mind. So true. Ha! This ability. Good. Good. Lu Han opened his eyes and grinned. In fact, he was a little worried that he would suffer from hyperamnesia, which would be very painful. Now that he has a clear picture of the situation, all previous worries are all gone. A lot of excess. Pick up the Tome of Evil Words scroll again. What exactly is this? Lu Han never thought to understand what the word, evil language, means. This is definitely not some kind of technique or some kind of attack and defense ability. Those are all techniques and cannot be called. It's called, book. This can only be a purely auxiliary ability. Because this kind of scroll cannot be exchanged in the subversive space, it is impossible for Lu Han to know what use it is without dropping the Book of Evil Words. I hope it won't cause harm to me. Lu Han muttered, took a deep breath, and suddenly opened the scroll. Call. Light erupted from the opened scroll, a light that only Lu Han could see. Countless light and shadow images kept appearing, surrounding Lu Han. This was a memory image, and Lu Han was passively accepting them. This Mundogen, he turned out to be. Lu Han, who passively received the memory, quickly showed a shocked expression. He finally knew the origin of Mundogen. The ability that the Book of Evil Words has given to Lu Han is, Evil Experiment. Mundogen is a test subject. His memory is not innate at all, but acquired through experimentation. Among ordinary people, there will always be people who are gifted, some are free, gifted and intelligent, some are born with great strength. The reason why Mundogen can never forget is because he has absorbed the memory ability of others. The Book of Evil Words displayed the light and shadow screen and told Lu Han everything. Just like Lu Han obtained the ability to detoxify by using the Book of Poisons, the technique of evil words allowed Lu Han to know how to do evil experiments. It is very complicated and involves various rituals, as well as anatomy, pharmaceuticals, human transplantation, and some special techniques. Because the content was too complicated, Lu Han received it for several hours, and it was already done outside before he finished receiving it. A quiet cave room. All kinds of visions disappeared in Lu Han's eyes. Lu Han, who was shocked again and again by the test process, did not return to his senses for a long time. I didn't expect that Mundogen hides so deeply. He is really sinful. Lu Han whispered. The Book of Evil Words is to transmit the test ability to Lu Han through the memory screen. which are all tests done by Mundogan, and he has seen the experiments that he knows how to do, which will naturally involve Mundogan's previous life experience. Mundogan. His real name is Meng Duoan. He was born in Tangyan village, the country of Sichuan, and became a genin at the age of 7. He was once the most loyal follower of the demon sect. He is also one of the best experimental subjects of the demon sect in recent decades. He has acquired many strange abilities through experiments. Before he left the demon sect, he was already a high-ranking member in the demon sect. During the First Ninja World War, the demon sect was inevitably involved in the war. Because the most powerful elder at the time died in the battle, there was a split within the demon sect. Many people's belief in the demon god was shaken because of belief issues. A civil war broke out among the demon cultists. The civil war lasted for a year and one side was defeated. Mundogan belonged to the defeated side, so he left the demon cult and went to the village of Kurigakar. And according to his memory, the demon god religion at this time is no longer called demon god religion, but evil god religion. The sect that Hidan believes in Akatsuki's undead duo in the original book. In the original book, Hidan is a loyal follower of the heretic god sect, as well as a test subject, and his immortality is obtained through experiments. Strictly speaking, the demon religion that Mundogan believes in is the predecessor of the evil god religion that Hidan believes in. Devil, evil god, do these gods really exist? Luhan was lost in thought. He couldn't be sure, because there was probably another world hidden outside the Hokage world, which was reflected in the original work, Sarutobi Hiruzen. In order to seal Orochimaru, he sold his soul to the god of death. Death exists. What about demons and evil gods? Experiment. I know how to do the experiment now, that's. Luhan was very moved, but he couldn't use himself to do the experiment. It was stated many times in those light and shadow pictures that the experimenter. All of them died. Very few survived. Luhan pondered. At first he was very excited, but later, he was a little tired. He only came back last night and has not rested until now. Forget it. Sleep. Luhan yawned and was about to lie down. Dong, dong dong. The knock on the door suddenly sounded, very soft, and then a very disturbing voice came to mind outside the door. Han. Lord Hengguang, are you awake? It's Hyuga Luo Ning. Chapter 0349_Injustice. Is it already dawn? Luhan muttered. When using the Book of Evil Words, Luhan couldn't accurately judge the passage of time, so he didn't know what time it was. I'll talk about it when I wake up. Luhan replied in the direction of the door. There was no movement outside. Luhan yawned again, rolled over and lay down, stretched, closed his eyes and fell asleep quickly. Outside the door, dimly lit passage. Hyuga Luo Ning stood in front of the door, shaking her shoulders and muttering in tears. He really is blaming me, really blaming me. He is angry. Time flies. At noon, Luhan was sleeping soundly. Dong dong dong. The violent slam on the door woke Luhan instantly. Luhan, who just woke up, was still a little stunned. He paused and asked, "Who is it?" Luhan's voice was very hoarse. "Throat is dry. Bastard kid, get out of here," Tsunade roared from outside the door. Ah, Luhan got up all of a sudden. He felt bad, but it was impossible to run away. Tsunade was very polite for not rushing into the room directly. "Wait a minute, right now," Luhan just said. "Call." The whirlwind rolled up in front of the wooden couch. Tsunade appeared out of thin air, stared at Luhan fiercely, and without waiting for Luhan to explain, he reached out and grabbed Luhan's ear, but did not squeeze hard, just pulled it. He shouted at Luhan, "You bastard, you are going too far." Hey, it hurts, I was wrong." Luhan shouted strangely, That happened yesterday, I really." "Shut up," Tsunade roared to interrupt Luhan's voice. His breath was short, his cheeks turned Yuhi slightly, and he immediately approached Luhan fiercely and whispered, "That's not what I said. You bastard, you are not allowed to mention it. Yesterday." "Ah, okay, not to mention. What's the matter?" Lu Han blinked, stunned again. Humph. Are you pretending to be stupid? Tsunade looked angry, grabbed Lu Han by the collar again, dragged Lu Han off the wooden couch, and pulled Lu Han towards the door. Lu Han was so helpless. He was pulled by Tsunade, and he tilted his head to look at Tsunade's cheeks, which were a little hairy. Holding it all the way, when he reached the door, Tsunade let go of Lu Han, pulled the door open, pointed to the outside and roared at Lu Han again. It's been a few hours. You're still finished. Almost done, right? Why are you so cruel? Outside the door, Hyuga Luoning kneeled at the door with her knees on the ground, her head bowed, and she was still sobbing. How many hours? She's been kneeling here. Lu Han's eyes widened. What's the situation? Dare you say you don't know? Lu Han's ears hurt after Tsunade's roar. I don't know, I really don't know. Lu Han's face was innocent, he really didn't know. Sophistry. I've already asked. You talked to her in the morning. When I came in the morning, she was kneeling here. I thought you could let her in. Just when I came over, she was still kneeling here. You are going too far. I really don't know, I'm sleeping. Really, I'm sleeping. Lu Han shouted injustice. Tsunade stared at Lu Han, as if he was about to bite. Stop, let's stop arguing. Lu Hanlian gestured to Tsunade, then looked at Hyuga Luoning, took a step forward, cleared his throat and said softly, cough. Get up. Hyuga Luoning stood up all of a sudden, but her legs became weak and she almost fell, but she stabilized and stood up again, her head still lowered. Kneeling for too long, my legs are a little numb. Why are you kneeling here? Lu Han asked calmly. Yes, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you, I'm sorry. Hyuga Luoning's voice trembled, not daring to look up. Oh, I forgive you. It doesn't matter, Lu Han said indifferently. In fact, he didn't plan to embarrass Hyuga Luoning. If Hyuga Luoning could bow down and apologize, he would be content. The name Senju Senluo scolds Lu Han as a bastard, but Lu Han doesn't care. Of course, he also scolds Senju Senluo as a bastard. HMPH, no sincerity at all. Tsunade, who was standing beside him, crossed his arms and squinted at Lu Hanchi and said. Mr. Tsunade, did you make a mistake? She apologized. What sincerity do I need? Lu Hanchao looked at Tsunade helplessly. Tsunade glanced at Hyuga Luoning with her head down, blinked at Lu Han, pursed her lips, and made a gesture. Lu Han's face was strange and his eyes were surprised. Tsunade glared at Lu Han again. Okay. Lu Han sighed, looked at Hyuga Luoning again, took another step forward, hugged Hyuga Luoning directly in his arms, patted his back and comforted. Okay. Be good. Forgive me. What about you? Don't cry, Luoning, little girl, hug. Just hug. Tsunade shivered a little, with a look of goosebumps. Let's hug and hug, why are you so nauseous? I was really wrong. I'm sorry. Woo. Hyuga Luoning burst into tears in Lu Han's arms, hugging Lu Han's waist tightly, and the tears soon hit Lu Han's chest wet. Little girl is so soft. Lu Han muttered in his heart. 2 days later. Lu Han, Orochimaru, Hyuga Heian and others has been sent back to Konoha, and Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen has not yet replied. Lu Han estimates that Sarutobi Hiruzen will let him go back, but he must get an order to set off. In the dimly lit cave room, Lu Han was sitting on the wooden couch, watching with the information scroll in his hand. Hyuga Luoning sat on her knees very well, with her small hands clenched into fists. She was beating Lu Han's legs, like a little maid. If this scene were seen by the Hyuga's ninja, it would even tear Lu Han's heart alive. The past few days, Hyuga Luoning has been very obedient, handing Lu Han some tea, beating his legs and pinching his back. Lu Han was a little embarrassed at first, but now he has gotten used to it. Sir, Might Dai's voice suddenly sounded outside the door. What? Lu Han responded. Sir Uzumaki Jinghai is here and is talking to Lord Danzo. Lord Danzo invites you to come over. Might Dai said outside the door. Oh, Luhan looked up at the door, his eyes flashing. Chapter 0350_passing by. Uzumaki is shocked. Luhan still remembers his mission when he came to the land of Vortex. This is a secret mission given to Luhan by Sarutobi Hiruzen, that is, to monitor the Uzumaki family and the Uzumaki shocking sea. If any problems are found, they can be dealt with appropriately. Uzumaki Jinghai and Sarutobi Hiruzen are close friends. Because of the relationship between the previous generation, the two have known each other for 20 or 30 years. If it wasn't for Uzumaki Jinghai's information about the cold light, there would be no rift between the two. Sarutobi Hiruzen is a person who can't rub the sand in his eyes, but he can endure it and will consider the overall situation, so he never went to embarrass Uzumaki Jinghai. Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally does not want to completely fall out with Uzumaki Jinghai, which will cause Uzushiogakure village and Konoha break. But comparing heart to heart, both sides know that they can't go back to the past. I see, you go first. Luhan replied to the door, thought for a while, then looked at Hyuga Luo Ning. Take all the intelligence scrolls, send them back to Dagwon, tell him to prepare. I expedited information to Konoha. Yes, Lord Hangguang. Hyuga Luo nodded his head and complied in a low voice. He was very obedient. Yeah, Luhan nodded, jumped off the wooden couch and turned back. By the way, it is estimated that we should go back to Konoha in a day or two. You prepare early, maybe you will be on the road soon. Got it, Hyuga Luo Ning responded. Luhan turned around and disappeared into the room. At the same time, the Stronghold command room. Uzumaki sat on the chair in front of the desk in shock, with a smile on his face, looking at Danzo with a serious face behind the desk. The atmosphere was a little depressed, because Danzo was not very friendly. Lord Jinghai, you should be aware that if Uzushiogakure and Konoha can't work together seamlessly, Kurigakure will take advantage of the loophole. A few days ago, you transferred some ninjas back to the temporary stronghold in the middle of the country of Vortex, which led to the weakening of the defense of the eastern port. You did this. Danzo's face was a little dark. He was not polite to Uzumaki Jinghai. As he was, it was not a problem to have an equal dialogue with Uzumaki Jinghai, and he was very annoyed at this time. Recently, Uzumaki has been somewhat disobedient, which makes Danzo, who is the commander-in-chief of the Vortex, lose face. Of course, the face is secondary. The main reason is that there has been a problem with the battle plan formulated by Danzo, and the problem lies in the Uzushiogakure Corps. Lord Danzo. Uzumaki interrupted Danzo with a shocked smile, looking at Danzo with deep eyes. You should know better. I know the country of Vortex better than you. You Konoha won't send more ninjas to the country of Vortex. Do you think it's appropriate to want to be in control? Whether it's suitable or not, you can ask Hokage-sama. Danzo retorted, we Konoha ninjas are working hard for your Uzushiogakure village. Lord Danzo, I think we should not talk about this. I am here today, I don't want to quarrel with you. Uzumaki shook his head with a startled smile. Okay. Danzo's face darkened a bit. He couldn't do anything, and the Uzushiogakure Corps didn't listen to his commands. Captain Hangguang hasn't come yet. Is he really here? Uzumaki asked again in shock, glancing back at the door of the room. I shouldn't go out, but I will come. Danzo said blankly, his eyes narrowed slightly. Lord Jinghai. You seem to be very concerned about Hangguang, so eager to see him. People like Tianzhao naturally want to meet. Uzumaki was very calm in shock. You know, I did some wrong things before, Hiruzen. He is still angry with me, I want to come to Hangguang and know that I just took this opportunity to talk to him about this matter. If he can forgive me, it would be great. If he wants to come to Hiruzen, he can also relieve his anger. Quote. Uzumaki gave a wry smile in shock. Danzo raised his brows slightly, but said nothing. Uzumaki Jinghai came this time, and he actually passed by here. He was going to Konoha to meet Sarutobi Hiruzen in person, and he just passed by here before entering the country of fire. Uzumaki Jinkai said so, but in fact, he didn't pass by here at all, he came here just to see the cold light. 2 days ago, Luhan brought Orochimaru and Hyuga Heian back to the base. That night, Danzo sent out several pieces of information. The most detailed information was for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ting and Uzumaki startled the sea. It is necessary. Because the information brought back by Luhan was too important, the leader of the Kurigakure scout force, Mundogen, died in battle. Kurigakure Mizukage assists Boiling Rain to die. The death of these two people has a great impact. Konoha can completely change the plan according to this change, and since the plan is to be changed, the cooperation between Konoha and Uzushiogakure must be required. Information must be transmitted quickly. If the time is prolonged, the Kurigakure must have already adjusted it, and the information that is out of time will be meaningless. Uzumaki Jinghai got the information, knowing that Hangwang rescued Orochimaru and Hyuga Heian, and also that Mundogen and Boyu died in battle. He can't believe it. How could Boiling Rain be killed? No news from Kurigakure. He even suspected that Konoha had discovered that he was secretly colluding with Boiling Yu and deliberately lied to him. So he rushed to the base in a hurry, he just wanted to see with his own eyes whether Hangwang was here. ... Command outdoor, wide and dim passage. More than a dozen ninjas wearing wide-sleeved robes stood everywhere, all of them were serious and silent. On their robes, the family emblem of the Uzumaki clan can be seen, all of them are Uzumaki ninjas. Uzumaki Jinghai came here, of course not alone. After all, there may be dangers on the way. These more than 10 Uzumaki ninjas are all guards of Uzumaki Jinghai. Call. A whirlwind rolled up at the entrance of the passage, and Luhan, wearing a black robe and a mask, appeared out of thin air. Lord Hangwang. The two Anbu ninjas with their hands at the entrance greeted respectfully. Yeah, Luhan responded indifferently, walked into the passage, turned around the arc of the passage. Luhan's eyes narrowed for a moment, he saw those Uzumaki ninjas gathered near the entrance of the command room. Uzushiogakure Village Commander Guard. Level 40 Gold Boss, Uzumaki Stop the Land. Uzushiogakure Village Commander Guard. Level 40 Bronze Boss, Uzumaki Yashin Kiba. Uzushiogakure Village Uzumaki Clan Inner Guard Captain. Level 50 White Silver Boss, Uzumaki Praise. At a glance, all of them are ninjas who can see the rank and title. All are big Yuhi names. Chapter 0351 _ How do you know? There are a total of 15 Uzumaki ninjas. The worst is the level 40 Bronze Boss, which is the elite Jonin, and there are 4 ninjas who have reached level 50, 2 level 50 elite, 1 white silver boss, and 1 level 50 gold boss. They are Yuhi's name or not, it is very problematic to say that Uzumaki Jinghai came to Konoha's temporary stronghold, but brought so many powerful ninja guards. How many people are there in the Uzumaki clan now? I'm afraid there are only 300 or 400. This also includes some old and weak women and children. There are probably less than 200 ninjas who are really capable of fighting. Compared with the Uzumaki clan in their heyday, they are not even 1/10 of the population. The Uzumaki family is in decline, and there are only so many masters. Now it seems that the Uzumaki Jinghai may have brought them here. I am afraid that only a few senior ninjas with important positions were not brought here. Uzushiogakure and Konoha are allies. When Uzumaki came here in shock, he didn't need to worry about safety at all, but if he was afraid of danger on the way. It's like nonsense. Obviously, Uzumaki was scared of the sea. He is not afraid of Kurigakure, but of Konoha. He has a ghost in his heart. So many ninjas with advanced sealing skills, trouble. Luhan's thoughts were up and down, but he showed any abnormal expression on the surface. Walking through the long corridor, Luhan walked past several Uzumaki ninjas and stopped at the commander. In front of the room door. Dong dong. Lord Danzo. Luhan knocked on the door. Come in. Danzo's voice sounded inside. Luhan pushed open the door and entered, and saw Uzumaki sitting on the chair in shock at a glance. The name Shion Yuhi on his head seemed to be bleeding. Just like when Luhan met Yuhi a year ago, he was a level 60 bronze boss. To Danzo. Uzumaki Jinghai is more terrifying than Danzo. Although Danzo has mastered many evil techniques, most of them can be defeated. At that time, he was recruited. Some of Uzumaki's shocking sealing techniques, once hit, he is puzzled, and no one can break it afterwards. The Uzumaki family is an ancient and famous family that has been passed down for thousands of years. Although it has gone into decline now, the background is still there. The sealing techniques of the Uzumaki family have been continuously improved by the Uzumaki ninjas of all dynasties, and some sealing techniques are perfect. This is the most terrifying place for the Uzumaki clan. Big Yuhi named Uzumaki shocked the sea. There is no doubt that he became Yuhi and has a relationship with Kurigakure. Come on, sit down. Danzo was quite polite to Luhan. The two looked alike and separated from each other, and the distance between them was very deep, but in front of Uzumaki Jinghai, they were both Konoha ninjas, so they would naturally stand on the same front, even if the two discord. This kind of discord can't be shown in front of Uzumaki Jinghai. Luhan nodded to Danzo, then walked to another chair in front of the desk and sat down. I don't need to introduce you, you should know each other. Danzo glanced at the two of them. I know, Lu Hanmo said, and glanced at Uzumaki Jinghai. He seemed very cold. This kind of coldness was naturally aimed at Uzumaki Jinghai. Luhan didn't have the intention of being polite to Yuhi, and it would be good if he didn't do it directly. Ha ha ha, Captain Hangwang, stay safe. Uzumaki burst out laughing in shock, looking at Luhan with a smile on his face, looking extremely kind. Captain Hangwang has made a remarkable contribution this time, and he really is a hero. Exceeded the prize, Luhan coldly said. Hey, Uzumaki sighed again in shock, and continued, I did something wrong at the beginning, and I hope Captain Hangwang won't mind, but I'm also very annoyed afterward. I just hate that Kurigakure's tricks are so ruthless. It's okay, it's during the joint battle between Konoha and Uzushiogakure, so they should work together. Luhan's voice was always so hoarse and flat. Yeah, that's right. Uzumaki nodded in shock, with a wider smile on his face, then paused and said, I don't know if I should ask it or not. Please. That boiling you is extremely powerful. How did Captain Hangwang kill him? 4 fights in 1, it's not my work alone. Besides, Boyu doesn't have to die. Luhan glanced at Uzumaki in shock. The situation was chaotic at the time, and no body was left after Boyu's death, so. In fact, everyone is suspecting that Boiling You is not dead at all. What mysterious method did he use to escape? We just seriously injured him. Oh, Uzumaki's face changed in shock. He immediately covered it up again, and sighed regretfully. It's a pity, if it just hurt him. With his ability, it's easy to recover. Dong dong. There was another knock on the door, followed by a heavy male voice. Sir Danzo. It was Hyuga Haeyoung. Come in, Danzo said. Hyuga Haeyoung pushed in the door, and it was Danzo who asked him to come, because Hyuga Haeyoung was the captain of the independent scout unit, and Uzumaki came in shock. Hyuga Haeyoung should come over. If possible, several people should discuss the future battle plan. Lord Jinghai, Captain Hangwang. Hyuga Haeyoung greeted the two with a faint smile. Luhan nodded to Hyuga Haeyoung. Danzo made a gesture, indicating that Hyuga Haeyoung would also sit down. Hyuga Haeyoung pulled the chair to the left of Luhan, while Uzumaki Jinghai was to the right of Luhan. Captain Haeyoung looks good, but is he injured? Uzumaki asked in shock. It's okay. Hyuga Haeyoung nodded, and was quite polite to Uzumaki Jinghai. Thanks Lord Jinghai, there is no injury. Thanks to Captain Hangwang. He glanced at Luhan as he spoke. Oh, Uzumaki glanced at Luhan in amazement and asked again, Captain Hangwang will also heal. Understood, Lu said coldly. Ha 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 ha, Uzumaki laughed again in shock. He didn't think much about Luhan's indifference. Luhan is an Anbu ninja, so indifference is normal, ha ha ha. Captain Hangwang is really a genius, only 13. 4 years of age to be so capable. Lord Jinghai, I have a question. Lu Han suddenly said loudly, squinting at Uzumaki Jinghai. What? Uzumaki was startled to see Lu Han's eyes, and couldn't help but be stunned. How did you know? Lu Han's voice sank. I'm only 13 or 14 years old. Lu Han has never disclosed his identity to Uzumaki Jinghai. Throughout Konoha, very few know his true identity. Uzumaki's eyes narrowed in shock. Chapter 0352_13 or 14-year-old Cold Light. Hyuga Haeyoung looked at Lu Han with a shocked face, his eyes widened like bull's eyes. He was sitting here, and naturally he heard Uzumaki Jinghai's words. Lu Han didn't deny it, but asked Uzumaki Jinghai how he knew. 13 or 14. Han Guang is only 13 or 14 years old. Hyuga Haeyoung had seen Lu Han's face. He knew that Lu Han was very young, but he always thought that Lu Han just looked young. No matter in terms of strength or temperament, Han Guang is not like a 13 or 14-year-old boy. Really 13 or 14? Ha! Uzumaki's shocked expression didn't change, and annoyance flashed in his eyes, but he heard him say, Master Hokage told me. He said that you are a genius and evildoer. After the establishment of Konoha village, the most talented person genius ninja. No flaws. Because no one here can immediately ask Sarutobi Hiruzen whether he said this to Uzumaki Jinghai, but Lu Han knows that Sarutobi Hiruzen will never say it. Sarutobi Hiruzen has already sent Lu Han to secretly pay attention to the Uzumaki family. How could it be possible to tell Uzumaki Jinghai such a thing? The confidentiality level of Lu Han's identity has reached the highest top secret level. What's more, Uzumaki Jinghai is an outsider. Even under normal circumstances, Sarutobi Hiruzen would not talk nonsense. Well, it seems that Lord Hokage and Lord Jinghai have a very good personal relationship. Lu Han looked at Uzumaki Jinghai and said lightly, then turned his head. He was already sure. Uzumaki Jinghai must have been in contact with Kurigakure. At the beginning, Ghost Deng Chuntao was killed by Lu Han. Normally, Kurigakure should send other people to contact Uzumaki Jinghai. And now, Uzumaki Jinghai is Yuhi's name. Therefore, Lu Han had to wonder, Uzumaki Jinghai may have reached an agreement with Kurigakure, and it can even be said that he has taken refuge with Kurigakure. If this inference is correct, then the purpose of Uzumaki Jinghai's visit to the base this time is very suspicious. Lord Danzo, did you let Lord Jinghai come over? But have something to discuss? Lu Han asked directly. Lord Jinghai is going to see Lord Hokage. Danzo said behind the desk, glancing at Uzumaki Jinghai, there have been some problems with our cooperation recently. After Lord Jinghai went to Konoha to meet Lord Hokage this time, I think the problem will be solved. Of course, there are some things that I have to clarify with Hiruzen face to face. Uzumaki said with a startled smile. In the following time, the four people in the room had some discussions about the current situation in the Kingdom of Vortex. In fact, only 3 people were talking, Lu Han, Danzo, and Uzumaki Jinghai, and Hyuga Haeyoung didn't say much because of identity issues. He has only been back 2 days, and he has not had time to understand the current situation in detail, but Lu Han is different. Lu Han is the deputy captain of Anbu. In the country of Vortex, his intelligence level is no lower than that of Danzo. He has been in the past 2 days. Looking at the information, I have a good understanding of the situation in the country of Vortex. When the 3 of them talked, Hyuga Haeyoung was also by the side, and sometimes Danzo would tell him some things, let him remember and arrange them later. It took a long time for Hyuga Haeyoung to recover, but he still looked at Lu Han frequently. He still seemed a little unbelievable. Han Guang was only 13 or 14 years old. Unconsciously, it was noon. That's it for today. After discussing one more thing, Uzumaki stood up in shock and said with a light smile, I can't delay here for too long. I have to go to see Lord Hokage earlier. Go back early, and wait. I'll be back in a few days. We'll discuss it in detail then. Okay. Danzo stood up, and Lu Han and Hyuga Haeyoung got up one after another. Danzo personally sent Uzumaki Jinghai out. Although he was very annoyed at Uzumaki Jinghai, as a host, he should send important guests out. After the two went out, only Luhan and Hyuga Haeyong were left in the command room. Captain Hangwang, I have a question. I don't know, Hyuga Haeyong said, wanting to ask but not wanting to ask. Just ask Mr. Haeyong. Luhan smiled at Hyuga Haeyong. He had a very good impression of Hyuga Haeyong. The head of the Hyuga family is truly loyal, but he didn't educate his daughter well. Did you and the little girl know each other very early? Hyuga Haeyong asked. Yes, Luhan simply admitted. Hyuga Haeyong nodded and didn't say anything. He just kept thinking, isn't the 13-year-old Hangwang the same age as his daughter? In this way, they probably knew each other at ninja school. Long time, and Hyuga Haeyong knew that he was right. But he still didn't know who Hangwang was. He couldn't find a corresponding character. 13 or 14-year-old Hangwang can reach such a height, then he must have been the favored son of heaven before, and his talent is outstanding and famous for Konoha, but Hyuga Haeyong did not expect that there is a genius who has attracted much attention during the ninja school. It is close to the cold light. While Danzo returned to the office. Humph, the old guy who doesn't know how to advance or retreat. Danzo snorted coldly as soon as he entered the door, walking all the way back to his position. How can I expect Lord Hokage to stand by his side? If it weren't for our Konoha, his Uzushiogakure village would have ended long ago. Danzo made no secret of his anger, because externally, this room is all his own. Lord Jinghai, I'm afraid there are difficulties. Hyuga Haeyong sighed. The two sides fought together, and there were internal differences, which he didn't want to see. Lord Danzo, Luhan called out. Seeing that Danzo had seen it, he continued, I don't know if you have noticed that Uzumaki Jinghai's entourage guards. Some. What? Danzo frowned. It's all elite Jonin, Luhan said heavily. Huh, Danzo raised his eyebrows, but he didn't pay much attention. They, all elite Jonin. Humph, this old guy, he's really afraid of death. I am afraid of death. Luhan nodded. The corner of Danzo's mouth cracked slightly, and he seemed to be a little contemptuous of Uzumaki Jinghai. He looked away from Luhan and looked at Hyuga Haeyong was about to say something when he suddenly seemed to understand something, and suddenly turned to look at Luhan. His eyes narrowed and he said, What do you mean? There is something wrong with Uzumaki's shocking sea. Luhan said with great certainty. Chapter 0353_catch up. Is there a problem? Danzo's face changed, and Hangwang, who was the deputy captain of Anbu, said that there was a problem with Uzumaki's shocking sea, and it was not an ordinary problem. You mean? I think he may have secretly colluded with Kurigakure. Luhan said quickly. I dare say, he is definitely not going to see Lord Hokage. He has just left, and it is estimated that he will go directly to fight with the Uzushiogakure Legion. He is here this time. I'm not crossing the road at all, I just came here to see if I really escaped from the southwest mountain range alive. Why do you say that? Danzo said solemnly, just because he brought a dozen elite Jonin guards. If Mr. Danzo doesn't believe it, we can catch up now. Luhan didn't explain. Although he was capable of making far-fetched explanations, it was too complicated. He was sure that Uzumaki Jinghai had defected. It was through Yuhi's name. Not only it is Uzumaki Jinghai, one is Yuhi, and everyone around him is. This is enough to explain the problem, but it is impossible for Luhan to speak out about Yuhi's name. Let's catch up together. Lu Hanlian said, it's best to bring some more people, maybe there will be a fight. You have to understand, you can't talk nonsense. The stakes are very important. You can't tell by looking at it. It's not very troublesome. Lord Hangwang, Hyuga Haeyong said on the side. He seemed to not believe Luhan's words, because what Luhan said was too scary. It was something Hyuga Haeyong couldn't even think about, but Konoha came here helping the village of Uzushiogakure. Uzumaki was shocked but betrayed. Is he crazy? I stick to my idea. Luhan glanced at Hyuga Haeyong and said. Danzo behind the desk was sullen. He was thinking. If Danzo didn't order, no one would chase, and neither would Lu Han. Although he really wanted to take the first kill of the level 60 bronze boss, he knew that he was not the opponent of Uzumaki Jinghai and the dozen or so Uzumaki ninjas. He might not be able to beat Uzumaki Jinghai, and it would not be a problem to run away, so it was useless for him to catch up. As for confirmation, others need to confirm some situations. Lu Han doesn't need it. Trust you once, Danzo said without thinking too long, then stood up. I'm going to find someone. Lu Han also stood up immediately. On the southeastern border of the Fire Nation, in the vast forest. Call, 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 call. One after another figure appeared under the same big tree, a total of 6 people, Lu Han, Hyuga Hayoung, Danzo, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru. All are extremely powerful ninjas, either cage level or quasi-cage level. With such a configuration, it is not a problem to fight a standard configured legion. I can't feel it. Lu Han spoke first, but the insight map did not detect Uzumaki Jinghai and others. Hyuga Hayoung clasped his hands together, wrinkles appeared around his eyes, and peeped out into the distance. Is it true? How could there be a problem with Uzumaki's Jinghai? No one sleeps during the afternoon nap, I didn't say. It's a waste of time. Is it okay to take a nap during this time? Jiraiya muttered, with a tired face, still not awake. Shut up, Tsunade snapped with a glance. Jiraiya was choked and almost bit her tongue with an innocent look on her face. Tsunade looked at Lu Han again and hesitated before saying, Captain Hangwang, are you really sure? Will it be? In fact, she couldn't believe that Uzumaki Jinghai would betray. She called Lu Han Captain Hangwang, but because she knew Anbu's rules. During this kind of mission, she would subconsciously avoid revealing Lu Han's true identity. I'm sure, Lu Han said hoarsely, he definitely has a problem. The reason? Tsunade asked again. I won't talk about other doubts, just a question. Lu Han continued, he knows my age. I have never revealed this to him. My true identity is a top secret in Konoha. But he can actually know something. How does he know what most Konoha ninjas don't know? Didn't he say, Lord Hokage told him? Danzo interjected. Lord Danzo thinks this is the truth. Lu Han looked at Danzo. Lord Hokage told him. Is it possible? Although it's a bit strange, it's not completely impossible. Danzo said, Uzumaki Jinghai did something wrong before, and Lord Hokage was angry, but Lord Hokage will consider the overall situation. Maybe, Lord Hokage wants to ease the conflict with Uzumaki Jinghai. Relationship, take the initiative to tell some confidential information to show trust in Uzumaki Jinghai, it is possible. Danzo knows Sarutobi Hiruzen very well. He is right, Sarutobi Hiruzen always takes the overall situation into consideration, and sometimes does some unreasonable things for the sake of the overall situation. Lord Danzo, I can tell you clearly, Lord Hokage will never reveal my situation to Uzumaki Jinghai. Lu Han said with great certainty. Why? Danzo frowned, he felt something in Lu Han's words. Except for Hyuga Hayoung, everyone else looked at Lu Han with puzzled eyes. How could they be so sure? Can you guess Hokage's mind? As of now, there is one thing I can tell you. Lu Han glanced at it and paused. Lord Hokage sent me to the country of Vortex before, apparently for the sake of war. In fact, Lord Hokage sent me to the country of Vortex before. He gave me a secret mission. He asked me to monitor the Uzumaki family and the Uzumaki Shocking Sea. Once any abnormal situation is found, it can be dealt with directly and appropriately. You said, Lord Hokage gave me this kind of task. How could it be possible to reveal my situation to Uzumaki Jinghai? The expressions of the four around him changed. Danzo glanced at Tsunade and then at Orochimaru again. Strange. There's a place I can't see through. Hyuga Hayoung, who had been using Byakugan to observe the surroundings, suddenly said, he still maintained the state of peeping into the distance. His brows were deeply wrinkled. There is clearly nothing there, so I can't. Perspective. How far is it? Lu Han asked quickly. Almost 8 kilometers, that's. I saw it. Hyuga Haeyong suddenly raised his voice. It's the seal barrier. It's them, who were in the seal barrier before, and now they're out. They've changed their clothes. Then, Kurigakure Anbu's standard ninja uniform. At the end, Hyuga Haeyong was stunned. Chapter 0354_Let Danzo decide. In the lush forest, an open space with a small area, like a mirror-like barrier fluctuated abruptly, like water waves, and then shattered into bits of silver light. The barrier dissipated, and all 16 members of the Uzumaki clan appeared. They all changed into Kurigakure Anbu's standard ninja uniforms, with masks on their faces. Be careful not to meet the Konoha ninja, try to avoid it. Uzumaki said in a low voice, once you encounter the Konoha ninja team, don't have any scruples, do your best, and don't leave any openings. Yes, Patriarch. 15 senior Uzumaki clan ninjas responded with a bang. Let's go. Uzumaki waved his hands in shock and rushed out first. 16 Uzumaki ninjas changed their direction of travel. Previously, they left the temporary wooden scout base and headed in the direction of Konoha, so they directly entered the territory of the Country of Fire and headed northwest. At this time, they changed their costumes, and the direction of travel was changed to southeast. From here, they traveled southeast, and it would not be long before they returned to the Country of Vortex. Distance. On a low mountain, Lu Han and the other 6 were all squatting on a leafy tree branch. Hyuga Haeyong was still driving the Byakugan, peeping at the actions of Uzumaki Jinghai and others. Jinghai and others changed into the costumes of the Kurigakure Anbu ninja, which in itself did not explain the problem. The Konoha ninja also had the experience of disguising as other ninjas in the ninja village. This is nothing, but it is just a means during the mission. But the point is, as Han Guang said, they didn't go to Konoha. How could Uzumaki lie about such a thing? Is it necessary? Or, is Han Guang right? Look at the direction they are moving. They are going to detour back to the Country of Vortexes, and they will completely avoid the monitoring eyes and ears of our stronghold. Hyuga Haeyong peeped at the expressway. If they still move in this direction and do not make other detours road, then, after they enter the Country of Vortex, they will directly enter the southwest mountain range. That is the area controlled by Kurigakure at this time. Follow first. Let's see what they are going to do. Danzo said coldly, and couldn't help but glance at Lu Han. In fact, Danzo hoped that Lu Han was wrong, because once Uzumaki Jinghai betrayed, it would have a subversive impact on the entire Country of Vortex. It was impossible for Konoha to invest more troops into the Country of Vortex. Besides, the Country of Vortex originally it belongs to the village of Uzushiogakure. The ruler is Uzumaki Jinghai. The original enemy of Kurigakure is also the village of Uzushiogakure. For a long time, the Konoha Legion's actions in the Country of Vortex have been without the cooperation and intelligence support of the village of Uzushiogakure. The 6 people were all as fast as the wind, their movements were secretive, and they maintained an absolutely safe and ultra-long distance, followed by the 16 Uzumaki ninjas headed by Uzumaki Jinghai. Time flies. Uzumaki Jinghai led people around a huge half-circle, completely avoiding the Konoha temporary scout base. He seemed very cautious. It can be said that if it wasn't for Hyuga Haeyong, the ordinary Hyuga ninja would not be able to see their identities. For the Uzumaki clan of Seal Art, it is not difficult to do some hands and feet on themselves to block perspective. Judging from the way they dress and move, they are Kurigakure ninjas. After a long time. Woo-hoo-hoo. The 6 people were fast and maintained a super high-speed tracking attitude. Hyuga Haeyong was at the forefront, and he was always leading the way. For Lu Han, who has insight into the map, as long as he gets closer to Uzumaki Jinghai, there will be no possibility of losing. However, Lu Han has no intention to steal Hyuga Haeyong's limelight. Whoever leads the way is the same, but said in the end, no matter what, Byakugan needs to peep. They are about to enter the country of Vortex. Hyuga Haeyong said suddenly while observing. When they enter the Kingdom of Vortex, they enter the edge of the southwest mountain range of the Kingdom of Vortex, and they may encounter Kurigakure ninjas. Damn, they are going to. Tsunade said with a change of color. The situation has reached this stage, there is no doubt. Han Guang is right, there is a problem with Uzumaki's shocking sea, and it is not an ordinary problem. Disguised as Kurigakure ninjas, they may be trying to deceive us, or they may be trying to confuse Kurigakure, or both. Danzo began, his face changing, but if they are dressed like this. Just enter like this. Kurigakure occupation area, I'm afraid. They are going to the Kurigakure core camp. Luhan interjected abruptly and said uncertainly, if my expectations are correct, they are likely to go to Kurigakure to verify the situation of the boiling rain, and dress up as a Kurigakure Anbu ninja, maybe. Maybe there was an agreement with Kurigakure before. If they want to connect with Kurigakure, it has to be some kind of special way. They've crossed the border, Hyuga Haeyong said quickly. He kept watching. At this moment Uzumaki crossed the border and officially returned to the country of the Vortex. You can't let them escape into the southwest mountains. Luhan said quickly, glancing at Danzo. Luhan can't wait to catch up immediately. 6 people beat 16 of them. Although they will be threatened by advanced sealing techniques, the overall winning rate is very high. Luhan naturally hopes that he can take advantage of the chaos to kill Uzumaki Jinghai and get level 60. The first kill of the bronze boss. However, Luhan thought it was one thing, whether he could decide to bring someone to rush up was another. There are all kinds of factors involved, rights, obligations, and responsibilities. Danzo is the most suitable person to make a decision on this matter. If it is right, he has merit, but if it is wrong, he will take the blame. Luhan still doesn't want to take responsibility for Danzo. It's a pity that the other people involved in this operation are not Anbu ninjas, otherwise Luhan would not have thought so much. The 6 still kept moving at super high speed. Danzo's face was very ugly, and he kept thinking silently until the 6 of them also crossed the border and officially entered the country of Vortex, and he said in a low voice, "Come up, but don't do it, I want to talk to him." Quote. Yes. Several people responded and accelerated at the same time. Luhan took out Hiraishin Kuwu and held it in his hand to prepare. At that time, he would definitely try to prevent Uzumaki from running away in shock. Uzumaki's 16 ninja speed remained unchanged. Luhan and others accelerated and approached, getting closer and closer. Not long after, the distance between the two sides was less than 2 kilometers. They found us. Hyuga Haeyong whispered. Chapter 0355_all movie stars. Speed up, don't let them run away. Danzo shouted. The speed of the 6 people suddenly increased, and before they could go far, Hyuga Haeyong suddenly said again, they didn't run. Stop. If there is really a problem with Uzumaki's Jinghai, he's probably already killing him, everyone be careful. Hyuga Haeyong, the leader of the independent scout troop, naturally has extremely strong analytical skills. Very simple logic, Uzumaki is shocked by the sea and is very strong. He knows that he is being followed, but he does not hide. Naturally, he wants to kill all the trackers. Everyone, slow down. Danzo's eyes flashed, and with a low drink, he turned around and ran to Luhan's side. Others didn't know what Danzo was thinking, but they all slowed down. Hokage's assistant's orders still have to be listened to. Danzo is scheming and dedicated to Konoha, regardless of Konoha's internal conflicts. Externally, unless there is a necessary reason, Luhan will also obey Danzo's orders. By the river. Uzumaki's 16 ninjas had just stepped on the water and crossed the river. Uzumaki, who was leading the way, suddenly felt something, raised his hand and made a gesture, then turned back and squinted. The 15 guards stopped advancing at the same time, and then spread out, forming a guard formation beside Uzumaki Jinghai. Patriarch. A voice of inquiry sounded from the side. Someone is following us. Uzumaki looked at the northwest in Jinghai. He couldn't see following, but he felt that, as the contemporary patriarch of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Jinghai knew all the sealing techniques, forbidden techniques, secret techniques, and spells of the Akatsuki Uzumaki clan. The cultivation method of the art, and learn a small part of the master. Among the many techniques of Uzumaki Jinghai master, there is a sealing spell similar to the induction technique. That technique was originally used to isolate the breath, but it was developed and improved by Uzumaki Jinghai. It has induction effect, but it is not very strong. In fact, even if Uzumaki Jinghai does not have the ability to sense, it is difficult for ninjas to track him. If his strength reaches his level, his normal sensibility is extremely terrifying. Will it be the Konoha scout? Hyuga ninja? The man beside Uzumaki Jinghai asked again. In fact, he is not afraid of being a Hyuga ninja, just guessing. The masks worn by Uzumaki's 16 ninjas are all sealed, and it is difficult for Byakugan to see through, and even if a strong enough Byakugan can see through, what he sees is a distorted face. No matter who it is. Uzumaki's face turned gloomy in shock. We'll be waiting here. We don't even know Akatsuki's true identity. If it's someone who is not good for us, we'll just kill it. Even if the cold light comes. He must die here too. Uzumaki Jinghai specially mentioned Hongguang, because he felt it before, and Hongguang was already doubting him. However, Uzumaki Ocean is just talking about it in a metaphor. He doesn't really think that the cold light will come after him. Soon. Call, call, call. The sound of wind gradually sounded and approached quickly. This was the sound of ninjas moving at high speed. Uzumaki frowned slightly in shock. Because of this sound, it seemed that there was more than one person coming. This is the southwest mountain range and belongs to the Kurigakure control area. If there are more than one. Is it a Kurigakure ninja? Uzumaki guessed in a low voice. This possibility seems to be bigger. Whoa, whoa, whoa. A whirlwind rolled up in front of the trees on the other side of the river, and figures appeared out of thin air. Danzo, Hyuga Heiong, Cold Light, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru. Uzumaki's face changed dramatically. The whole face under the mask froze, his pupils shrank violently, and the other Uzumaki ninjas also changed color, but they all wore masks, so no one could see anything unusual. Kurigakure Anbu. Danzo grinned grimly. You're so unlucky. Today is your day of death. Better not resist, otherwise. It's really painful. Oh, Uzumaki was startled for a moment. His thoughts flashed. He immediately raised his hand and took off his mask, and shouted, Sir Danzo, it's me. Lord Jinghai. Danzo's smile froze, and the whole person looked stunned. Why? How about you? This dress. I thought. Hey, that's a long story. Uzumaki sighed in shock, showing a wry smile. We originally planned to go directly to Konoha to see Lord Hokage, but not long after we entered the Land of Fire, we encountered the Shinobi Sword of Mist. The ninja squadron led by the 7 people. I can't fight them, because I don't have the strength to keep them all, if they escape 1 or 2. Once I let Kurigakure know that I left the country of Vortex, the army is not me commander. They are afraid that they will take advantage of it. This is not. I can only lead people around the country of Vortex first. You met the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Danzo exclaimed, and then showed a look of surprise. Why? Uzumaki's face changed slightly in shock, glanced at the 6 people, and asked again, by the way, you 2 come out together, this is too. Just after Lord Jinghai left the stronghold, we found someone sneaking in. It's a big deal. That mysterious person may have discovered Lord Jinghai's whereabouts, so we chased it out together, but we didn't find it. Danzo he shook his head and sighed, I didn't expect to find you. Mysterious man. Uzumaki frowned instantly. It's a master. Danzo continued, I've already considered moving the location of my base, it's not safe. Then my whereabouts are not also. Uzumaki said urgently. Danzo nodded. Beginning to the end, it was Danzo and Uzumaki who spoke in shock. Other Uzumaki ninjas naturally wouldn't speak because of their status, while Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Hyuga Heian had no expressions on their faces. Luhan looked at Danzo a few more times, and then looked at Uzumaki Jinghai, with a burst of admiration in his heart. They, real movie stars. I have to admit that if Luhan hadn't been able to determine some situations before, he might have believed Danzo and Uzumaki's words. Let's see. Uzumaki thought for a moment in shock, and then quickly said, Lord Hokage, I'll disappear first, I'll go back and fight with the Legion. Prevent Kurigakure from getting into trouble. Okay. Danzo nodded. Let's go back and arrange the camp transfer. Don't let it go. Don't let it go. Danzo and Uzumaki Jinghai finally nodded to each other, and the two groups were about to leave. Lord Danzo, do you really believe what he said? A discordant voice suddenly appeared. It was Han Guang. Chapter 0356 It's all a play. Uzumaki, who had just turned around, paused in shock, then turned around to look at Danzo, Han Guang and the others, his face a little gloomy. Hangguang, what do you mean? Danzo glanced at Luhan, frowning deeply. I suspect that Uzumaki Jinghai is lying. How can there be such a coincidence? Our stronghold has just been discovered, and they just happened to meet the 7 people of the Mist Ninja. It is also unreasonable for them to dress up as Kurigakure Anbu ninjas. Luhan's eyes chilled. The words were addressed to Danzo, but his eyes were on Uzumaki Jinghai. He made no secret that he did not trust Uzumaki Jinghai at all. Before, he would call him Jinghai-sama, but now he calls Uzumaki Jinghai. The name. Hangguang, you can't talk nonsense. Danzo said heavily. Humph. Lu Leng snorted. I dare say, naturally I will take responsibility. Now I suspect that Uzumaki Jinghai has taken refuge in Kurigakure. Our stronghold was discovered, and he brought the mysterious man with him. This is no coincidence. Shut up. Danzo's face changed greatly, as if he could not believe that Han Guang dared to say such a thing. Do you know what you are talking about? Lord Jinghai, how can you slander? If you dare to talk nonsense, I will definitely report this matter to Lord Hokage, when the time comes. Lord Danzo. Lu Leng interrupted Danzo's words with a drink. His voice was much higher, and glanced at Danzo coldly. If you let him go today, what happened to him at sunrise? Don't blame me for not explaining clearly. Quote. Danzo got angry, and Han Guang contradicted him in front of so many people, making him lose face. Captain Hangguang. Uzumaki, who had been listening, suddenly spoke in shock, with a serious expression. I understand your feelings. I did something wrong before, which made you prejudiced against me, but you should also be clear about my relationship with Hiruzen. You say so. Lord Jinghai, I am sorry. Before Luhan could speak, Danzo said first, you can go on your way. I will report to Lord Hokage about the matter of Hangguang. He broke the relationship between Konoha and Uzushiogakure, and the culpability is extremely heavy. Lord Hokage will definitely punishment. After speaking, Danzo glared at Luhan fiercely. Danzo is obviously extremely dissatisfied with Luhan. Hey, Uzumaki sighed in shock, raised his hand and waved. That's it, Captain Hangguang, you will see people's hearts over time. Time will tell everything, and Mr. Danzo, you and Captain Hangguang are colleagues, both of Konoha's mainstay Jinchuriki column. Please don't cause conflicts because of me. Young man, growing up too fast, arrogant about his achievements, it should be beaten. Danzo said coldly. Luhan looked at Danzo again, his eyes flashed with cold and biting killing intent. Seeing Luhan's appearance, Danzo sneered in his eyes. They are. Uzumaki was shocked when he noticed the eyes of the two, and he was shocked. He felt that there was a contradiction between the two. This kind of contradiction was not established today, but existed before. It was an accumulation of resentment. Sir Danzo, goodbye. Uzumaki didn't want to waste any more time here, so he nodded to Danzo, then waved his hand and led him away. Luhan looked at the backs of Uzumaki Jinghai and the others leaving, and the dark color flashed in his eyes. Sudden, he moved. Boom. The ground was bursting by the giant force, and Lu Han rushed out in an instant, heading straight for Uzumaki Jinghai and others. What a guts! Danzo's angry shout also sounded. Uzumaki Jinghai and others who had traveled more than 100 meters stopped at the same time, and they all turned around to look, only to see the cold light just rushed out, and Danzo followed, surpassing the cold light at a faster speed, and stopped in the cold light as soon as he turned around. In front of you. Immediately afterwards, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Hyuga Heian and others all rushed out, jumping around the cold light, completely surrounding the cold light. Han Guang has put his hand on the handle of the knife at his waist. Lord Danzo, you have no right to control me. You have to figure out, only Lord Hokage can order me. Han Guang said in a low voice, his breath fluctuating. Humph, you're going to destroy the relationship between Konoha and Uzumaki. Ruin the overall situation. Leave you alone. I still have the right to kill you. Danzo's voice was full of chills. Danzo-sama, you, do-ent. Uzumaki was startled and had to make peace again. Lord Jinghai, let's go. We don't need you to intervene in the internal affairs of Konoha. Danzo said without knowing, his eyes fixed on Lu Han, he was really angry. Then, hey, Uzumaki opened his mouth in shock, watching Konoha's 5-on-1 confrontation, and finally sighed. He didn't say anything, and led the people on the road again. This time no one wanted to stop them, and soon, they disappeared from the sight of Konoha and others. The confrontation situation has been maintained. Lu Han observed the movement trajectories of the 16 Yuhi points on the insight map. After a while. Okay, Lu Han said calmly. Lu Han and Danzo turned around almost at the same time, and looked in the direction where Uzumaki Jinghai and others left. There's really something wrong with this guy. He just made up a lie to us about the encounter with the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. I really didn't expect. He may have really taken refuge in Kurigakure. Danzo sighed, but his eyes became colder. They left just now and stopped 2 kilometers away from us. Uzumaki Jinghai came back to observe us in person. Lu Han said repeatedly, it is estimated that he believed in our conflict just now. Humph. I'll let him know what regret is. Danzo's mouth twitched. I'll send a letter to Rodan when I go back, and then. Well, when I get back to Konoha, I'll report more details to Lord Hokage. Lu Han nodded and glanced at Danzo again. Plan was made by Danzo. Danzo changed his strategy and performed a play with Lu Han. He had a more comprehensive consideration. If he directly pressed the question and then started, it would be no problem to win the Uzumaki 16 endurance with the strength of 6 people, but the key is that it is possible someone will run away. As long as one escapes and returns alive to report the news, the Uzushiogakure Legion will rebel immediately, and the situation in the country of Vortex will collapse completely. Naturally, Danzo couldn't let this happen, so he decided to stabilize Uzumaki's shop before making plans in secret. Lu Han agreed with Danzo's plan. In fact, he was not in a hurry to get the first kill of the level 60 bronze boss. He was selfish, but he had to consider the overall situation. Although he didn't have a chance to kill Uzumaki Jinghai this time, there was definitely more to come. Next chance. For example, there will definitely be a beheading operation against Uzumaki Jinghai. Chapter 0357_casual. In fact, Danzo still can't be completely sure whether Uzumaki Jinghai really joined Kurigakure, or there are other conspiracies, because there is no substantive evidence, but one thing is certain, that is Uzumaki Jinghai already has a different heart. It is enough to know this. No matter what Uzumaki Jinghai wants to do, as long as he violates his covenant with Konoha, Konoha will kill him mercilessly. Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who can be called a generation of heroes, can't rub the sand in his eyes. At this time, Danzo has confirmed that there is a problem with Uzumaki's shocking sea. As the commander-in-chief of Konoha's army in the country of the Vortex, he will naturally make the most appropriate arrangements. Defection. At dusk this day. On the southeastern border of the Fire Nation, Konoha Temporary Scout Base, in the command office. Small ad hoc meeting. I have sent a letter to Captain Rodan, and he will arrange it properly. Danzo sat behind the desk, resting his elbows on the edge of the table, clasped his hands together and held his chin. With a serious expression, there is still one question. Although we can take precautions in advance, if the Uzushiogakure Legion does defect, our troops will be cut in half. At that time, maybe we will not lose too much because of the Uzushiogakure Legion's defection, but compared with Kurigakure, it will definitely be more disadvantage. In front of the desk, there are 2 chairs. Hyuga Haeyong sat upright with a solemn expression. Luhan leaned forward, resting his right elbow on the armrest of the chair and pinching his eyebrows with his right hand, looking tired. Since Danzo and Hyuga have both seen his face, he is not wearing a mask here. This is indeed a big problem. The Vortex Country War has been fought for half a year, and our side has always been at a disadvantage. Hyuga Haeyong said, if the Uzushiogakure Legion really defected, then it would be really difficult. Lord Hokage's order is needed. Danzo replied, glancing at Hyuga Haeyong, if Lord Hokage can send another regular regiment, or an elite ninja brigade, we can eliminate our disadvantage, but... Danzo shook his head at the end. He was very clear, not to mention whether Sarutobi Hiruzen could send another legion over. Even if he could, there is no doubt that Kurigakure would definitely increase his troops. What's more, the possibility of Sarutobi Hiruzen sending troops again is very low. Although the country of Vortex is very important, it is secondary in comparison, and the problem of the country of Rain is the big problem. At present, the Konoha Garrison Corps has begun to deploy around Konoha Village, and several Konoha main battle corps have all been transferred to the northwest border of the Land of Fire. All they need is Hokage's order, and they will all invade the Land of Rain. Konoha isn't without ninja troops available, but those are reserves and can't move easily. Danzo has always been aware of Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts. No matter what, Sarutobi Hiruzen will not give up on the bottom line, even if the worst situation occurs, the big deal. Give up the country of the Vortex. It is impossible for Kurigakure to attack the country of Fire after conquering the country of Vortex in this short period of time. They are not so mad. Lord Danzo, I don't know. Uchiha Legion, how is it now? Hyuga Haeyong asked. The Uchiha Corps is actually the Konoha police force, just called it differently. Once the war period begins, the Konoha will enter a state of military administration, and the Garrison Corps will take over the duties of the Konoha police force, which will be changed to one of the special main battle corps, called the Uchiha Corps. Lord Hokage hasn't ordered the arrangement yet. Danzo said after a pause, then shook his head again. Impossible, Lord Hokage can't let Uchiha come to the country of Vortex. It's very troublesome. Hyuga Haeyong frowned. We managed to maintain the situation. I didn't expect Uzumaki Jinghai to have a problem, and I don't know what he thought. I'll make him regret it. Danzo said coldly. I am afraid. Hyuga Haeyong shook his head with a long tone. He looked extremely worried. Hangwang, what are your thoughts? Danzo looked at Luhan and asked. Was always Danzo and Hyuga Haeyong who were talking, and Luhan just kept pinching his eyebrows there, as if he was tired, and never said anything. My thoughts, Luhan said softly, and finally opened his eyes, put his hand down on the armrest, and tapped it twice with his fingertips. To transfer 3 Anbu ninja squadrons to the country of Vortex, just can solve the problem. Quote. The 3 squadrons, with more than 100 people, are already the majority of the combat members of Konoha Anbu, and they can compete with a standard regiment. Lord Hokage probably won't agree. Danzo shook his head thinking about it. Anbu is the ace of Konoha, gathering most of the outstanding ninjas of the young and strong generation of Konoha. Anbu's use is not for frontal combat, but in the country of Vortex. I'm afraid no way. Then, the beheading operation. Luhan immediately said again, the target is the high-level Uzumaki family, including Uzumaki Jinghai. As long as they are killed, there will be a fault in the command and dispatch of the Uzushiogakure Corps, and people will be in chaos. If beheaded action works, I can go. Luhan sat crookedly on the chair, still looking a little lazy, and his tone was very casual. His suggestion did not seem to have been carefully considered, and the whole person seemed to be indifferent. In fact, Luhan really doesn't care much about the situation in the Kingdom of Vortex now. Because he is about to leave the country of Vortex, he just waits for the order of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. It is hard to say whether he will come to the country of Vortex after that, and he doesn't bother to worry too much. The second ninja war recorded in the original book will take place in the world is starting to fight, and the main battlefield is in the country of rain. Luhan's thoughts have already flown to the country of rain, and he thinks of Hanzo, the man who is respectfully called demigod. Beheading. Danzo seemed to be very tempted by Luhan's proposal. His eyes narrowed slightly, his fingers tapped on the table subconsciously, and his brows slowly wrinkled. He has concerns. The decapitation mission, if it can be successful, is great, but if it fails, it means that Konoha will die, and the strong will die. Snapped. Door was suddenly pushed open, and Senju Nozomi stepped in quickly and said in a hurry, "Sir. A letter of receipt from Lord Konoha Hokage." Come on. Luhan suddenly regained his energy and sat up a lot at once. Chapter 0358_Dying Soon. Senju Shion, the team leader of Anbu codenamed Dogwan, walked quickly to the desk, handed the scroll to Danzo, and then turned around to say hello, "Lord Hangwang, Lord Haeyoung. Let's go first." Luhan raised his hand. Yes. Senju Nozomi took the order and quickly backed out. Danzo unsealed the scroll and opened it. He glanced at the speed, his face changed slightly, and then he looked up at Luhan and threw the scroll. Luhan noticed the change in Danzo's expression, and frowned instantly, hold the scroll, look down. At the same time, Hyuga Haeyoung obeys orders, Danzo said solemnly. Sir. Hyuga Haeyoung quickly got up and looked at Danzo solemnly. According to Lord Hokage's order, I order you to lead the Konoha Independent Scout Force back to Konoha Village within 5 days. Danzo said quickly, you should prepare now and set off as soon as possible. Yes. Hyuga Haeyoung took the lead, and Hand Seal disappeared into the office. The evacuation of the garrison troops is a very complicated matter. The first thing to do is to transfer the task. If the independent scout force leaves the country of the Vortex, then all the tasks that this force was responsible for before will be handed over to the Konoha gang led by Sarutobi Rodan. Core. This kind of thing can't be done right away. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave Hyuga Haeyoung 5 days, but he was in a hurry. Luhan looked down at the map, his face changed and changed. As Luhan thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen's reply letter indeed ordered Hangwang to return to Konoha as soon as possible, and Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru were going to go back together. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not recall Danzo, and wrote in the letter that he asked Danzo to arrange for someone to spread the news that Boiling Rain had died in battle. In addition to these, as well as the arrangements for the independent scout force, the reply letter also mentioned 2 extremely important things. First, information from the Land of Rain, the Ninja Legion of Omegakure Village in the Land of Rain and the Sunagakure Village Ninja Legion in the Land of Wind have joined forces to drive the Ninja Legion from Iwagakure Village in the Land of Earth out of the Land of Rain. At present, the Sunagakure Legion has arrived in the Land of Rain. The northeast border is stationed, and it may invade the Fire Nation at any time. Second, the wife of the first-generation Hokage Senju Hashirama, the first generation of Kyuubi, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Column Force Uzumaki Mito, is about to die due to his advanced age. Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered Danzo to tell Uzumaki Jinghai, Uzumaki Mito is waiting for the return to heaven in the days. I miss the weakening Uzumaki clan very much. I hope to see Uzumaki, the current patriarch of the Uzumaki clan, shocked by the sea before he dies. Uzumaki Jinghai needs to go to Konoha Village in the near future. Finally, Luhan was shocked when he saw the news that Uzumaki Mito was about to pass away. Uzumaki Mito is not mentioned much in the original book, but she is indispensable. She is Kyuubi, Ninetales, Jinchuriki, Column Force. Has the power to completely control Kyuubi, Ninetales. Her strength is unimaginable, but no matter how powerful a ninja is, she can't escape the invasion of time, and she can't escape birth, old age, sickness and death. She is old and about to die, and it was her passing that made the Second Ninja World War really break out. Kyuubi, Ninetales, is Konoha's biggest hole card. In the words of Lu Han's previous life, it was a strategic weapon, a nuclear bomb. There is no need to use it. As long as it exists, it can shock the quartet. The death of Uzumaki Mito means that Konoha has lost this trump card. No matter who the new generation of Kyuubi, Ninetales people, the Jinchuriki Column Force, will be impossible to control Kyuubi, Ninetales in a short period of time. Ability. For other ninja villages, Konoha is not so scary without the deterrence of Kyuubi, Ninetales. Go and tell Tsunade about Mito-sama's situation. Danzo looked at Lu Han and said, you can't tell anyone about this situation except Tsunade, understand? Yeah. Lu Han, who was looking at the scroll, nodded. Uzumaki Mito is Tsunade's grandmother, and Tsunade, as a granddaughter, should know about Akatsuki Uzumaki Mito's situation. Not to mention, Tsunade is Sarutobi Hiruzen's direct disciple, one of Sarutobi Hiruzen's most trusted people. Uzumaki Mito's affairs are hidden from anyone, can't hide from Tsunade. To be honest, as Lu Han's position, he shouldn't know anything about Akatsuki Uzumaki Mito. Anbu's vice captain, after all, is only a vice captain, not a captain, and is not a high-level figure in Konoha. However, Danzo was very aware of Han Guang's position in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart at this time, and believed in Han Guang's loyalty, so he gave the scroll directly to Lu Han. He didn't think there was anything written on the scroll that needed to be concealed from Han Guang. Danzo didn't even think about it. We just sent out the information about Uzumaki's troubles, and the information hasn't reached Konoha yet. Lord Hokage doesn't know about Akatsuki. Lu Han finally closed the scroll and raised his head. The news of Mito-sama's imminent death told Uzumaki Jinghai, and when Hokage-sama spreads the news again, I believe Hokage-sama will make arrangements. Yeah, Danzo nodded, that makes sense, then I'll suppress this matter first. After nightfall, the stronghold is in the Anbu training ground. The fire in the brazier was blazing, the vast and empty grotto was hazy, and in the center of the training ground, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru were fighting fiercely. Jiraiya and Orochimaru joined forces to attack Tsunade, using pure physical techniques. Attack. Tsunade is a medical ninja and a taijutsu ninja with strong melee skills, while Jiraiya and Orochimaru are both ninjas who are good at jutsu. Relatively speaking, they are not good at taijutsu, so in a 2-on-1 situation, Tsunade is always beaten by Tsunade. Suppressed. Call. At the entrance of the grotto in the training ground, Lu Han, wearing a black robe and a mask, appeared out of thin air. Tsunade teacher. Lu Han called softly. The three people who were cross-handed on the field jumped away almost at the same time, keeping a distance from each other, all panting violently and looking back at Lu Han. Tsunade frowned slightly and said crisply, "What's the matter?" "It's very important. I want to talk to you alone," Lu Han said. Speaking alone. Tsunade's face changed slightly, her eyes blinked unnaturally. She was afraid of Lu Han now, afraid that Lu Han would mess up. "It's really important." Lu Han spread his hands helplessly, then glanced at Jiraiya and Orochimaru. "Master Jiraiya, Master Orochimaru, please. Can you leave here first?" Lu Han said it very politely. But in terms of his role as vice captain of Anbu, it was already the equivalent of an order. Chapter 0359 Back to Konoha. Konoha ninja in the country of the vortex, in terms of job level, is naturally Hokage assisting Danzo, followed by Anbu vice captain Han Guang and mixed army commander Sarutobi Rodan, while Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru have no clear positions. But their identities are special. According to the rules of Konoha's mission, Anbu has the highest priority, so Sarutobi Rodan cannot govern the Tsunade trio, but Danzo and Lu Han, to a certain extent, can issue orders to the Tsunade trio. Jiraiya and Orochimaru didn't say anything, they looked at each other and hand seal disappeared at the same time. Lu Han walked towards the practice ground. Han, I haven't asked you to settle the account that day. Tsunade gave Lu Han a fierce expression and gestured with his fingers, I warn you. Be careful. She was a little nervous, and Lu Han felt it. It's serious business. Lu Han stopped in front of Tsunade, took off his mask, and looked serious. What is it? Tsunade asked. I just got the reply letter from Lord Hokage. Lu Han paused before saying, Master Uzumaki Mito is running out of time. Huh. Tsunade was stunned for a moment, then his face changed dramatically, and he exclaimed, What did you say? Yuhi's eyes widened quickly. Tsunade didn't seem to hear what Lu Han said, but in fact he did. It's just a little unbelievable. Lu Han said nothing, just looked at Tsunade. Tears gradually filled Tsunade's eyes, and an unconcealed sadness appeared on her delicate face. Grandma Tsunade cried and covered her mouth. For Tsunade, Uzumaki Mito is one of the most important people in her life, along with his younger brother Naoki. His grandfather Senju Hashirama, known as the god of the ninja world, died before she was born, and her father died in the unrest after the First Ninja War. Tsunade was only 10 years old that year. His mother died shortly after giving birth to Naoki, more than 10 years ago. For Tsunade, Uzumaki Mito is her closest relative. And now, she's leaving. Tsunade bowed his head and wept. Lu Han took 2 steps forward, hugged Tsunade in his arms, and whispered in his ear, Cry, I'm sorry. Woo. Tsunade burst into tears, crying heartbreakingly. The empty cave hall was filled with unspeakable sadness. For a long time. Tsunade raised his head suddenly. Yuhi looked at Lu Han with tears in his eyes, and said excitedly, I want to go back right away. According to Lord Hokage's order, you all have to go back, and so do I. Lu Han said quickly, let's go together. Immediately. 3 days later, at noon. The Land of Fire, Konoha Village. Hiroshi's building complex is connected one by one. It used to be the most prosperous village and town in the country of fire, and it is also one of the most noisy and lively villages and towns in the entire ninja world. Now, Konoha Village has no previous prosperous hustle and bustle, and no one comes. When people approached the merchants, the whole village was shrouded in a chilling atmosphere. War has come. Outside Konoha Village, Southern Forest. Be careful, there is a situation. It's so fast, you're a master. On the edge of the forest not far from the entrance of the village, on a towering tree with luxuriant leaves, 2 Konoha garrison ninjas squatted on the branches of the tree, all looking to the south. They first heard the sound of the wind, and then saw the figure moving at a high speed. A total of 4 people. It seems. The slightly older ninja seemed to see who was coming, and stared, yes. On the crooked neck tree not far away. Call, 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 call. The whirlwind rolled up in turn, and 4 figures appeared out of thin air one after another. A beautiful woman with an expressionless face, a man with a strong figure, a man with a gloomy breath, and a mysterious man wearing a black robe and a mask. Huh, it's finally here. Lu Hanyao looked at Konoha Village and let out a long breath. It has been more than a year since I came to this world, and after careful calculation, I have spent most of my time performing missions outside of Konoha Village. Konoha, at this time, can already give Lu Han a sense of peace of mind. Go see the teacher first. Tsunade said calmly. See a few adults. 2 ninjas jumped down from the tree in front and knelt on one knee in unison. No respond. When the 2 raised their heads again, the 4 people on the tree had disappeared. Go and report to Lord Hokage. The older ninja looked to his side and said quickly, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru. And that one, Lord Anbu, the 4 adults have just returned and have already entered the village. Inside Konoha Village, Hokage Building. When Luhan and the other four reached the Hokage Building, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already gotten the news that even Hatake Tsukumo was in the office, standing beside Sarutobi Hiruzen. It's not that the speed of the four of them is slow, but that the four of them have been walking and stopping since they entered the village of Konoha. Looking at the changes in Konoha, Konoha has fully prepared for the battle, which is naturally very different from before. Teacher. Lord Hokage. The desk, the four of them greeted Sarutobi Hiruzen in unison. Okay. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. He almost jumped up and laughed. He was very excited. Back, they all came back. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes slowly swept across the four of them, and finally fell on Luhan. After a pause, he glanced at Tsunade, who was depressed, and knocked on the table. Hangwang, stay, you all go first, to come and report to me in an hour. Yes. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru took the lead, while Hanseal disappeared in place. In fact, it's not that they can't report together. Although Luhan is the deputy captain of Anbu, he doesn't need to remain mysterious in front of the Tsunade Three, and there's nothing he can't say. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen saw that Tsunade was thinking about Uzumaki Mito, so let the three of them leave first, and Tsunade would naturally go directly to see Uzumaki Mito. After the three of Tsunade left, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up, walked around the desk, walked to Luhan, looked at Luhan, and walked around Luhan again. His eyes were always on Luhan, as if he was examining Luhan's change. Lord Hokage, he seems to have grown taller again. Hatake Tsukumo, who was standing by the chair behind the desk, laughed. It's amazing observation, because Luhan has only grown a little bit taller. Chapter 0360_C Individual. Han, how old are you this year? Asked Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was behind Luhan again. 13 years old. Luhan stood straight. In 3 more months, he will be 14 years old. Well, 13 years old, good. Sarutobi Hiruzen paced and muttered. Not knowing what he was thinking, he walked around to Luhan again, took a look, then walked back to his seat and sat down. Boy, you is dead. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Luhan and asked cautiously, are you sure? Actually, Luhan has a lot of things to report. However, what Sarutobi Hiruzen cares most about is Boyu's life and death. He knows very well that the second generation of Mizukage Ghost Lantern Moon has passed the peak of middle age, and because of the injuries left by the battle when he was young, his strength has begun to decline. Maybe in a few years, the position of Mizukage will pass Boiling Rain. Boiling Rain is a genius, and for Konoha, it is naturally a scourge, and it is naturally excellent to die. Boiling Rain. We saw him being burned to ashes with our own eyes, but... Luhan shook his head. I have a very strange feeling that something seemed to happen before he died, but because the flames covered him line of sight, I can't see it, and also, the beheading sword he used in the previous battle is gone. So I suspect that he may not be dead. Isn't it dead? Sarutobi Hiruzen put his hand on the table and tapped the table subconsciously with his fingertips. According to Luhan, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't be sure whether Boiling Rain was alive or dead. As far as I know, someone in Kurigakure can summon 7 special ninja knives. If Boiling Rain dies in battle, then the beheading sword should be summoned directly. This doesn't seem to be enough to infer Boiling Rain's life and death. Hatake Tsukumo spoke up. The person who can summon the ninja sword may also be Boyu himself. Sarutobi Hiruzen said. His fingers hitting the table stopped for a while, then looked up at Luhan. I received the information you sent 3 days ago, do you think? Quote. Uzumaki Jinghai has betrayed, Luhan said firmly. Well, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, his face gloomy, and said, let's not talk about this, let me report on your situation during this time. Yes, Luhan nodded. The things that Luhan wants to report are roughly divided into the following parts. The first is to kill Munashi Ghost 7. The second is to encounter and rescue Tsunade. The third is to encounter Orochimaru and discuss the rescue of Hyuga Heian. And the fourth is rescue Hyuga Heian. And the fifth is to fight Boiling Rain and Mundo Anna. Time flies. Lu Han reported several things in order, but he didn't talk about them in detail, because things were very complicated. If he talked about the battle process again, he couldn't finish it in a day. Lu Han only gave general information. Of course, there are some things that need special mention. For example, when killing Munashi Ghost 7, Lu Han said that he used the powerful Rasengan. In fact, at that time he was not yet Master LV9 Ultimate Rasengan. He used all his strength and used Shikatsumiku, Dead Bone Pulse, and Sharingan to win the Munashi Ghost 7, but Lu Han can't say that he is Master Sharingan and Shikatsumiku, Dead Bone Pulse, so it can only be said that it is a powerful Rasengan. For others, Rasengan was created by Lu Han. The advantage of the self-created technique is that it can be improved rapidly, and others cannot question it. As for killing Mundogen, Lu Han also specifically mentioned the use of tactics. Just tell the truth. To kill Mundogen, Lu Han mainly used LV9 Ultimate Rasengan and the technique of Hiraishin. As for killing Boiling Yu, there is not much to say. In fact, in that battle, Lu Han's contribution was not great. Although he completed the final blow, in general, Hyuga Haeyang and Orochimaru did not have much credit. Small, they consumed the chakra of Boiling Rain and made Boiling Rain use the forbidden technique again and again, and the biggest credit goes to Senju Senluo. Senju Senluo is a lunatic, and has a huge amount of chakra, and he can fly. He is not a Boiling Rain opponent in a single fight, but as long as there are a few cooperation with similar strength and a little restraint, then he can bring Boiling Rain again and again. A fatal threat. Lu Han was able to kill Boiling Yu in the end, and he also cooperated with Senju Senluo. Lu Han reported for 2 hours. In the end, I was able to kill Boiling Rain because of tactical cooperation with Senluo, because Boiling Rain hated Senluo very much, so he took advantage of this to lead Boiling Rain to the sky. On Senluo, I suddenly appeared beside Senluo and made a surprise attack on Boiling Rain. Okay, I know all this. Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted Lu Han's words. Senluo has already reported this to me after he came back. You are doing very well. Sarutobi Hiruzen finished, pinching the beard on his chin, revealing pensive expression. No one knew what Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking. The office was quiet for a while, and Hatake Tsukumo stayed with him all the time without saying much. When did you become Hiraishin? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Lu Han and said again. Just before I met Orochimaru. Lu Han continued, actually, I didn't really master the Hiraishin technique. That time, I was lucky enough to get the Hiraishin technique on Kuwu. After that, I tried many times. I couldn't succeed, and until now, I only have a kunai with Hiraishin spells, and I can't exert the true power of Hiraishin. Well, it's already good. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. In fact, he was very shocked, and this was not because he had just learned about Lu Han's Master Hiraishin. When Senju Senluo returned to Konoha to report to him a few days earlier, he had already said Lu Han's Master Hiraishin the thing. Sarutobi Hiruzen is to be mentally prepared. Lord Hokage, I need a retreat. Lu Han said actively, I'm not sure how long this retreat will take. I will use this retreat to completely master the technique of Master Hiraishin. Okay. Sarutobi Hiruzen simply nodded, paused and then tilted his head to look at Hatake Tsukumo. White Fang, you go first. Yes. Hatake Tsukumo respectfully accepted the order, and nodded to Lu Han again, and then Hand Seal disappeared into the room. Go. Sarutobi Hiruzen got up immediately, looked at Lu Han and said, I'll take you to meet someone. Okay. Lu Han took the lead first, then hesitantly said, yes. You should be able to guess. Sarutobi Hiruzen said solemnly. Lu Han was stunned for a moment, and then a light flashed in his eyes. It's Uzumaki Mito. Chapter 0361_meet Uzumaki Mito for the first time. There is no doubt that Sarutobi Hiruzen brought Lu Han to meet someone at such a time, and it must be a very special person that Lu Han has never met. As far as Lu Han's identity is concerned, in Konoha village, there are very few people he has never met or doesn't know where they are, and Lu Han knew about the imminent death of Uzumaki Mito before. Sarutobi Hiruzen said Luhan could guess it. It must be Uzumaki Mito. Sarutobi Hiruzen took Hataki Sakumo away first, not to avoid Hataki Sakumo, because Hataki Sakumo had already seen Uzumaki Mito, and he didn't need to see him again. Konoha Village, back mountain forest, a mysterious place backed by a mountain wall. The simple and unpretentious wide and long wooden house is located between two towering trees. The huge canopy like two clouds is connected into one, which completely blocks the wooden house and the courtyard in front. The light is not bright, but it is not too dark. The sun shines through the branches and leaves, leaving moderate light and shadow on the courtyard and the roof. The wind caressed, with bursts of fragrance, 2 flower beds were planted in the yard, and the colorful flowers were blooming beautifully. 2 chubby green birds the size of palms were squatting on the fence wall, their heads down and grooming. This small courtyard hidden in the depths of the forest is full of peace and harmony. Although it is not a paradise, it is much warmer than the icy Konoha village. Call. 2 whirlwinds rolled up, and Luhan and Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared out of thin air in the courtyard. It turned out to be here, Luhan said with a heart. As the deputy captain of Anbu, he naturally has a detailed map of the entire Konoha village. This place, on all Anbu's Konoha maps, is marked as the activity jurisdiction of the route, and Anbu ninja also can't come here at will. On the way here, Luhan also noticed that there are not many hidden ninjas nearby, but they are all master ninjas, some are root ninjas, and the other are Hokage guards. Ninjas who have been cultivated since childhood and only have the code name Anbu. Their nature is very similar to the root ninja, but more humane. It is undeniable that the root ninja is indeed more trustworthy than the Anbu ninja. Although the root ninja only obeys Danzo, but in the protection of Uzumaki Mito, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo are one heart, spare no effort, not to mention the identity of Uzumaki Mito's first-generation Hokage's wife, only that she is Kyubi, Nine-Tails, Jinchuriki, column force this, no one dares to be negligent in her safety. Take off the mask, Sarutobi Hiruzen said without turning his head, standing straighter with a solemn expression. Asking Luhan to take off his mask has no other meaning, just to respect Uzumaki Mito. The first-generation Hokage Senju Hashirama also taught Sarutobi Hiruzen. In this regard, Uzumaki Mito can be regarded as Sarutobi Hiruzen's teacher. Luhan Zhao took off his mask and subconsciously glanced at the fence next to him. Those 2 chubby green birds were still grooming their feathers, as if they didn't notice who was coming. They were a little silly, but in Luhan's eyes, they were all high-level ninja beasts with names and names. Luhan could still feel the subtle futon, wind-style chakra fluctuations on those 2 birds. Obviously, those 2 birds are also one of the forces protecting Uzumaki Mito. It is hard to say whether they have combat strength, but they must be the ones that fly very fast. Come in with me. Sarutobi Hiruzen tidied up his clothes again and strode forward first. Be careful what you say. Yes, Luhan responded and followed behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. The 2 came to the door one after the other. Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to raise his hand to knock on the door when he lifted his hand slightly and the door opened first. The person who opened the door was an old woman of about 60 years old. She had mixed hair and was not tall. She looked like a weak old man, but her eyes were as sharp as an eagle. It's Yuhi name. Konoha Kyubi, Nine-Tails, Jinchuriki, column force personal maid, level elite Uzumaki green tea. Luhan was a little stunned. Although this old woman was named Yuhi, there was no problem with her identity, which was a bit strange. Uzumaki Lu Ming glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, then looked at Luhan behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, then turned sideways, and said softly, Lord Hokage, please. Her voice was a little hoarse. It's work. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, and then led Luhan into the house. Luhan followed Sarutobi Hiruzen into the door, and took another look at Uzumaki green tea, but saw that the color of the name on Uzumaki green tea's head was changing, from Yuhi color to orange, and his heart suddenly understood. The reason why Uzumaki green tea was named Yuhi just now comes from her vigilance against strangers and her loyalty to Uzumaki Mito. It can even be said that she has regarded anyone as an imaginary enemy who will hurt Uzumaki Mito. Her hostility just now was aimed at Luhan. And her hostility was eliminated. It should be because Sarutobi Hiruzen brought Luhan into the door, but did not say that Luhan stayed outside the door. From this point of view, it can be said that Sarutobi Hiruzen has a high enough trust in Luhan. Wouldn't she have been with Uzumaki Mito since she was a child? Was she married? Luhan guessed in his heart. Probably. Because when Uzumaki Mito married Senju Hashirama, she was still a princess. It was still the chaotic Sengoku era. The Uzumaki clan ruled the country of Vortex. As the daughter of the chief of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Mito was naturally the princess of the country of Vortex. It is also reasonable for the girl to go to the Senju family. Otherwise, it would be very strange to let this old woman in her 60s take care of the older Uzumaki Mito, and the elderly take care of the elderly. Inside the house, it is very spacious, with not many decorations, and it is very simple and tidy. In the left corner of the door, there is a moderately sized soft couch on which a kind old woman with white hair in her 70s sat leaning on it, with a faint smile on her face, holding the delicate and slender hand, whispering something. Tsunade sat on the side of the wooden couch and listened to the old woman's words, nodding his head, with Yuhi's eyes, as if he had just cried. Sarutobi Hiruzen brought Luhan into the door. The old woman raised her head and glanced, and called out kindly, "Hiruzen is here. This little boy is." Her eyes passed Sarutobi Hiruzen and fell on Luhan. Uzumaki Mito since he came to this world. Orange name. Konoha Kyubi, 9 Tails, Ren Jinchuriki, Column Force Senju Mito. Chapter 0362_Bad Guy. Senju Mito, this is the official name of Uzumaki Mito. After she married Senju Hashirama, she changed her husband's family name. This is the case with women in this world after marriage, with few exceptions. However, whether it is Sarutobi Hiruzen or anyone else, they are used to calling her Uzumaki Mito. Just like the younger brother of the first generation, Hokage Senju Tobarama, as the wife of the first generation of Hokage, Uzumaki Mito does not live in the shadow of Senju Hashirama, she also has her own light. She is the princess of the kingdom of Vortex, a ninja with a huge and powerful natural chakra, a Jinchuriki column force from Kyubi, 9 Tails, and the ability to completely suppress and manipulate Kyubi, 9 Tails. Respect for her, even is not simply because she is Senju Hashirama's wife. Mito-sama. Sarutobi Hiruzen walked to the wooden couch. He had been in charge of Konoha for more than 10 years with a cautious smile and a low posture. This is Han, he is only 13 years old this year, and he is an orphan. While Sarutobi Hiruzen was talking, Tsunade took the initiative to stand up and let Sarutobi Hiruzen sit next to Uzumaki Mito. The little guy is quite spirited. Uzumaki Mito smiled kindly. It doesn't look like 13 years old, this head looks good. She knew that those who could be brought here by Sarutobi Hiruzen, no matter how old, were not ordinary people, and they could be trusted. Sir Mito. Luhan smiled shyly with a slightly respectful smile. You look really good. I've heard of your name for a long time, and it's an honor to meet you today. Hey, Uzumaki Mito smiled. The little guy can really talk. Grandma, don't look at what he said, he's broken. Tsunade, who was still grinning at Yuhi, said suddenly. What's wrong? Uzumaki Mito looked at Tsunade. Luhan also looked at Tsunade, his face stunned. What are you talking about? Luhan suddenly had a bad feeling. He bullied me. Tsunade showed an angry expression, full of childishness, maybe. Only in front of Uzumaki Mito can she act like a child. Luhan's mouth was half open, his jaw was about to drop, and he stared at Tsunade. What time is this? What is this occasion? What are you trying to say? Do you really dare to say that? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly, and glanced at Tsunade and Luhan strangely. He bullied you. Uzumaki Mito still had a faint smile on his face. She could feel that Tsunade and this little guy named Han definitely have no hatred, but there are some minor conflicts. Tsunade is finding an opportunity complained, You are so old, how can you still be bullied by a little guy? I've heard it all. Here in Konoha, you bully people a lot, but I haven't heard of it yet. Grandma Tilda, Tsunade coquettishly interrupted Uzumaki Mito's words. She was a bit Yuhi in the face that Uzumaki Mito said. Okay, I won't tell you. Uzumaki Mito smiled. I'll let you tell me. Tell me, how did he bully you? Uzumaki Mito seemed unable to speak again, tilted his head and glared at Luhan, and then lowered his voice. He kissed me. I didn't let him kiss. Fuck. Luhan slapped his face and felt like he was going crazy. Dare to say it. If only Uzumaki Mito would be fine, but Sarutobi Hiruzen is also here. Tsunade is crazy. Uzumaki Mito was stunned for a moment, looked at Luhan, then at Tsunade, and then burst out laughing, not to mention being overjoyed. Ha 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 ha, our girl is amazing. Although she has a bad temper, she can even fall in love with this little guy. It's really amazing, it's amazing. Ha 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 ha. This matter gives Uzumaki Mito a kind of its fun, because Tsunade is already 21 years old, a mature woman, while Luhan is only 13 years old and still a child. While Uzumaki Mito spoke, Luhan quietly observed Sarutobi Hiruzen through his fingers. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was very strange, as if he wanted to say something, but held back. Grandma, you don't even let me decide. Tsunade seemed to be angry, his mouth was slightly crooked, and he glared at Luhan again. Ha 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 ha, you guys, ha ha ha. Uzumaki Mito laughed and shook his head, as if he was not happy. You guys, I don't care. Humph. Tsunade looked even more angry and glared at Luhan again. Luhan put down his hands covering his face, with an expression that I didn't do anything, I didn't know anything, it was really embarrassing and embarrassing. He glanced at his eyes for a moment, and looked at Tsunade, but Tsunade immediately averted his eyes and looked at Uzumaki Mito, who was smiling and full of Yuhi light. His lips pursed slightly, revealing a very dark and sad smile, and his eyes opened again. Yuhi took a circle. Luhan suddenly understood, looked at Uzumaki Mito, and then at Tsunade. She just wants to make Uzumaki Mito happy. Want her to laugh more. Is that so? Luhan's heart was touched. There was no doubt that Tsunade knew Uzumaki Mito very well. She knew what is Uzumaki Mito's temperament. She knows more about the consequences of what she says. Cough. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly coughed lightly. After attracting attention, he looked at Uzumaki Mito and smiled. Mizumaki-sama, I have to say something, otherwise you will always misunderstand. Oh, what is it? Tsunade, who taught Han for a short time, she is Han's teacher. That's right. Uzumaki Mito smiled, glanced at Tsunade, who had a somewhat Yuhi expression on his face, and waved his hand. Let's not say this, look at my little granddaughter, her face is Yuhi. Ha ha ha. Wow. The door of the house was suddenly pushed open, and a little girl with Yuhi hair like a doll, only 6 or 7 years old, jumped into the room, looking very casual, trotting all the way to the soft couch, and shouting, Grandma Mito, I come to see you, let me tell you, the teacher praised me today, saying that The little girl who had just rushed to the wooden couch had already noticed Luhan, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Tsunade, but her eyes were not. It fell on Luhan. The bad guy. It's you. The bad guy. Grandma Mito, it's him. It's him. The little girl pointed at Luhan and screamed, looking very excited. Chapter 0363_Angry Little Girl. The children's voices were very sharp, and the screams were really harsh. Luhan was stunned by the Yuhi-haired little girl who had just run into the door and started screaming, and looked at this excited little guy with astonishment on his face. Uzumaki Kushina. That's right, it's her. Only she can come to the place where Uzumaki Mito lives at any time, and no other child of her age can do this except her. because she will be the second generation Kyuubi, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki column force. That. Luhan was still in a state of confusion, and he didn't know what to say for a while. It has been more than a year since Uzumaki Kushina was brought into Konoha. The last time Luhan had contact with her was a year ago. It seems. Did not offend her. Bad man. Grandma Mito. It's him. The little girl jumped up and pointed at Luhan. She couldn't be excited, her mouth was flat, and she was a little aggrieved. It's all his fault. It's him. What happened to him? Uzumaki Mito asked, looking at Luhan strangely. She didn't seem to understand why Uzumaki Kushina did this. Tsunade gave Luhan an inquiring look, frowning slightly. Luhan looked innocent. He taught me, that's him. He taught me. The little girl hasn't calmed down yet. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked left and right with bewildered eyes. What? Han Guang had contact with Kushina. What did he teach you? Uzumaki Mito was stunned, as if he had thought of something, and then paused. Don't worry, Kushina is good, speak slowly. Knife. That knife. Kushina gestured anxiously with her small hands, showing the size of the knife. He gave me the knife. Uzumaki Mito showed a sudden look. Hey, little girl, you're not going to stab people, are you? Luhan also understood at once, and even shouted, didn't I tell you to scare you? Why do you? I didn't. Kushina is not that bad. You are bad. The little girl raised her head angrily and looked at Luhan and yelled, grinning at Kiba as if she was about to bite. But not scary, very loving. That's. Luhan didn't understand again. The knife was confiscated by me. Uzumaki Mito opened his mouth, attracting the attention of the people around him. She looked at Luhan. I reprimanded her, gave her the knife, and told her where is the key to a person. What did you teach? No, Mito-sama, I told Kushina to avoid the key points, Actually, I mean to tell her to know how to protect herself, not to be bullied all the time, and to not want her to hurt others. Luhan explained quickly. Bad man. Humph. Kushina called out again, stepping forward and stepping on Luhan's foot. Luhan's mouth twitched, but he didn't move. When did it happen? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked with a frown before Uzumaki Mito spoke. Did you give her a knife? Then tell her to protect yourself. Lord Hokage, that's about it. Luhan continued, it was about a year ago. At that time, I just joined Anbu and met this little girl at a noodle restaurant. Seeing that she was very angry and sad, I chatted with her. Quote. Yeah, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, and didn't ask any further questions or care. Sarutobi Hiruzen is very aware of Luhan's life experience before his awakening. He was often bullied in the ninja school, and he was often beaten. He had this experience and met Kushina who had a similar experience. However, teach Kushina to protect herself, it is natural and normal. Where did the knife you gave her come from? Uzumaki Mito asked again, a look of doubt on his old face. Boots. Luhan was shocked, he knew why Uzumaki Mito asked such a question. The spoils. Uzumaki Mito muttered. Mito-sama, what's up? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, feeling the abnormality in Uzumaki Mito's tone. Uzumaki Mito didn't answer Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, but looked up to the door and said, Green tea, bring that knife. Yes, miss. The old woman's answer sounded outside the door, and then there was no movement, and after a short wait, the door suddenly opened, and Uzumaki Green Tea held a silver-gray kunai in both hands and walked quickly. The soft couch will stretch out his arms and hand out kuwu. Hiruzen, look, Uzumaki Mito said. Sarutobi Hiruzen had noticed the extraordinariness of the kunai, and while watching, listening to Uzumaki Mito's words, he picked up the kunai. Uzumaki Green Tea turned around and quickly left the room, closing the door again. This kunai, Sarutobi Hiruzen observed, shaking his wrist slightly. The silver-gray kunai reflected the sunlight shining through the window, and instantly turned pure white. Okay. Good knife. Penultimate, reflective kunai. In terms of sharpness, hardness, and toughness, they are not inferior to rare weapons, and can be called a weapon of magic. The value of this kunai is extremely high. You gave this to Kushina. Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to understand Uzumaki Mito's doubts, frowned and looked at Luhan. You gave her this for the first time we met. This is extremely abnormal. Not to mention it was the first time they met. Even if they were acquaintances, it was impossible to easily send such a good thing. Yes, it was the first time we met, and I gave it to her. Luhan nodded and admitted. Reason. Sarutobi Hiruzen squinted slightly. The Han who had just joined Anbu was only close to Chunin. The more he thought about it, the more wrong it became. Lord Hokage, to be honest, when I saw her for the first time, I knew she was not a native of Konoha, and Yuhifa was a characteristic of the Uzumaki clan. From her appearance and aura, I guessed it. She is of the Uzumaki clan, and after I asked her name again, she told me she was Uzumaki Kushina. This confirmed my guess. She went to Konoha's ninja school, that is to say, she joined Konoha. Said Luhan, looking at the little girl who was still angry. To sum up, I have made a complete inference. I think, she could be the next generation of Kyuubi, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Column Force. Quote. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face changed greatly. He never told Luhan about the power of the next generation Kyuubi, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Column. Even though Luhan was already the deputy captain of Anbu at this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't say anything. Chapter 0364_She knows. The matter of the Kyuubi, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki column power is one of Konoha's top secrets, just like where Uzumaki Mito's retreat is. The next generation Kyuubi, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki column power who, the whole of Konoha knows very little. It is really important who the next generation of Kyuubi, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki column is. Uzumaki Mito is a Kyuubi, Nine-Tails person Jinchuriki column power. This is known to everyone, and there is no need to hide from anyone, but Uzumaki Mito has the ability to completely control Kyuubi, Nine-Tails. Besides, no people know where she lives in seclusion. Uzumaki Kushina is different. She is too young. Although she has shown amazing ninja talent, she has not yet grown up. If she is the next generation of Kyuubi, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki column power spread out, I am afraid it will cause a stir. Great storm, there will be trouble. In fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not intend to hide this matter from Luhan, and there was no reason or necessity. However, Luhan became the deputy captain of Anbu for a short time, and after he joined Anbu, he spent most of his time performing tasks outside Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't have the right time to mention this to Luhan. He didn't tell Luhan, but Luhan knew it, and he knew it for a long time. A year ago, Luhan had such an ability to observe and deduce. Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked again, and a little bit of worry subconsciously raised in his heart. In this Konoha, what else is there that Han Guang doesn't know? You knew a year ago that she is the next generation of Kyuubi, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki column force. Uzumaki Mito, who was sitting on the wooden couch, looked sideways at Luhan and asked. It was just speculation at the time, so I gave her such a precious kunai, hoping to establish a good relationship with her. Luhan said frankly, and now, I can confirm that Kushina is the next generation of Kyuubi, Nine-Tails people Jinchuriki column force. That is the second generation Kyuubi, Nine-Tails people Jinchuriki column force. Quote. HMPH, your kid is really utilitarian. Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted. What he said was more sarcasm than scolding. Bad man, you really have no good intentions. The little girl screamed angrily again, and then stepped forward again, stepping on Luhan's foot and stomping on Luhan's instep. Corner of Luhan's mouth trembled again. But it didn't hurt at all, just the power of Uzumaki Kushina, it couldn't break the chakra defense of Luhan's body at all. Luhan just felt a little humiliated. Bullied, by a little girl, and she couldn't fight back. Grandma, look, my granddaughter said, he's not a good person, but he's bad. Tsunade suddenly said, glaring at Luhan fiercely, and then looking at Uzumaki Mito's indignant complaint, Grandma, you must be. I have to teach him a lesson. Let him restrain himself. But, don't teach him too hard. Just teach him a lesson. Let him not mess around in the future. That's right. The little girl nodded. Luhan glanced at Tsunade and gave Tsunade a half-smiling look. Ghosts could tell that what Tsunade just said was plainly a complaint, but in fact it was a relief to Luhan, preventing Uzumaki Mito from speaking the wrong thing, and punishing Luhan too severely. You guys, it's nice to be young. Uzumaki Mito smiled, waved his hand and shook his head. She seemed to have misunderstood the relationship between Tsunade and Luhan, and had no intention of punishing or admonishing Luhan. Keep it. Sarutobi Hiruzen returned the reflection to Luhan. This Kushina is very valuable, but Uzumaki Mito will definitely not like it, and it is impossible to covet it. She confiscated Kushina at first, just to prevent Uzumaki Kushina from hurting the classmates in the class. Naturally, Kushina wants to return it to Luhan. Luhan took the kuwu and threw it directly into the space backpack. Hey, what kind of magic is this? Uzumaki Mito asked with interest when he saw that kunai had disappeared. It's a space ninjutsu created by me, which can open up a different space where things can be stored. Luhan replied. Khan is very talented in space arts. Sarutobi Hiruzen followed, looking at Uzumaki Mito. I handed him the method of Hiraishin a few months ago, and he is almost ready to become a master. Oh, Uzumaki Mito was surprised, looked at Luhan and then at Sarutobi Hiruzen. You can give him the Hiraishin technique, it seems that he is your confidant. Yes. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and smiled. Mito-sama, Han is very talented, and his potential is terrifying. While Sarutobi Hiruzen was talking to Uzumaki Mito, standing upright, Luhan suddenly felt someone approaching him. He tilted his head slightly and then lowered his head again. Seeing that Uzumaki Kushina had approached cautiously, as if he was afraid of being discovered, his little face was full of nervousness. Hey, Uzumaki Kushina pulled Luhan's trousers, looked up at Luhan, and said in a low voice, give me kuwu. Luhan lowered his head and squinted at the little girl, and replied angrily, no. Bad man. Humph. The little girl suddenly got angry again, stepped on Luhan again, punched Luhan's calf again, and then jumped away to distance him from Luhan, preventing Luhan from counter-attacking. A child is a child. You're dead. Luhan grinned at Kushina, only mouth shape, no sound. Kushina stuck out her tongue at Luhan, looking irritated. Tsunade, who was standing behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, noticed Luhan and Uzumaki Kushina's little gestures, and glared at Luhan again. The meaning was obvious. What kind of situation did he make trouble with a little girl? Lord Mito, let's not talk about him first. In fact, I brought Luhan this time because I want to ask you something very important. Sarutobi Hiruzen took Uzumaki Mito's hand. In front of Uzumaki Mito, he had no Hokage. His posture and majesty are like a junior. You said, Uzumaki Mito said. Han, tell me. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Luhan. Tell Mito-sama about the situation before Boyu's death in detail. Yes. Luhan responded and said quickly, at that time. After Luhan finished speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Uzumaki Mito again and said, Mizumaki-sama, I don't know, does Kurigakure have a technique similar to resurrection or suspended animation, which can match the situation when Boyu died? Han thinks, Boiling Rain may not be dead. Quote. Kurigakure, the land of water. Uzumaki Mito's voice slowed down, and he raised his head slightly and began to recall. A moment of silence. A long time. Yes, there is one. Uzumaki Mito finally said. She knows. Chapter 0365_Luhan's thoughts. Uzumaki Mito is 30 or 40 years older than Sarutobi Hiruzen, and has experienced the most chaotic era at the end of the Sengoku era before the establishment of the Five Great Ninja Village. As the princess of the country of Vortex, before she married Senju Hashirama, her enemies were mainly those of the country of water. Ninja. She knows the situation of the various tribes in the Land of Water very well, and she also knows many things that today's big people don't know. Speaking of which, if it was in the Sengoku era, the spells that could produce similar effects of bringing back the dead were rare, but there were still a few. It was the most splendid era. There are too many tribes, and many techniques have been lost in the Sengoku era. Uzumaki Mito's turbid eyes became deep, and there was a sense in his old voice. Mito-sama, are you trying to say that Boiling Rain is the master who performed some kind of art that should have been lost? Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected and asked. No, Uzumaki Mito shook his head and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. This technique cannot be considered lost, because it is the technique of the Ghost Lamp clan, and the Ghost Lamp clan still exists and is still strong. However, since the establishment of the 5 great ninja villages, in the past 30 years, the entire ninja world has been peaceful for most of the time. Most of the characters who used to call the wind and call the rain in the Sengoku era have turned into a handful of sand, and those who are still alive, such as me, are already old, and life is coming. At the end, in troubled times, heroes emerge. From some perspectives, war will promote the evolution of the entire ninja world, and it will put pressure on ninjas, and geniuses will become more geniuses. Quote. I mean, because of the lack of pressure, that technique has been practiced for a long time. That technique is the art of reincarnation and hydration. Uzumaki Mito's voice paused, as if remembering something from the past, before speaking again after a while. This is the Super S-level secret art of the Ghost Lamp clan. It is not an advanced art of the art of hydration. It should be the other way around. The technique of hydration is a simplification of the water of reincarnation. As long as there are ninjas with the blood of the Ghost Lamp clan, they can practice this technique. The specifics of this technique I don't know. That's the secret of the Ghost Lamp clan. I only know that the Ghost Lamp clan has this technique, and the Ghost Lamp Flower Wuyu used it. In that battle, he should have died, but then he appeared again. It was resurrection, Hashirama told I. After the Ghost Flower Wuyu reappears, the cells in the whole body are all new cells that are regenerated. Every 7 years, the cells in the whole body are replaced once, and the Ghost Flower Wuyu from death to reappearance. Only 2 years before and after, the cells are new and not as strong as before. Hashirama said that he was resurrected and practiced again. Could it be that Boiling Yu is from the Ghost Lantern clan? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. He knew that Boiling Yu's real name was not Boiling Rain. No one knew what it was originally called. It may just be the blood of the Ghost Lamp family. Uzumaki Mito followed. Grandma, Tsunade couldn't help but say, who is Ghost Lantern Flower Wuyu? It's the patriarch of the Onito clan. Uzumaki Mito smiled and looked at his granddaughter. It's the 43rd generation patriarch of the Ghost Lantern clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen explained. The current Ghost Lantern clan leader is the 47th generation. The Ghost Lantern Flower Wuyu died before the establishment of the 5 great ninja villages. Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally never saw it. Ghost Lantern Flower Wuyu. He was only 8 years old when Konoha was established, but he must know the names of the patriarchs of the Ghost Lantern family. It was Hashirama who killed him. Uzumaki Mito showed a nostalgic smile, but there was a hint of sadness in this smile, because her husband, Senju Hashirama, had left her for more than 20 years. The tribe was at war with the Uzumaki clan at sea. Hashirama and I happened to be in the village of Uzushiogakure to discuss an alliance with my father. Hashirama heard the situation and rushed over. I'm going to see him. Grandma, don't say that. Your body is fine, Tsunade said anxiously. Uzumaki Mito waved his hand, shook his head again, and gave Tsunade a reassuring smile. She didn't seem to be afraid of the impending death, and she had lived enough. Grandma Mito, you don't want to go, okay. Uzumaki Kushina took a small step to the edge of the wooden couch, pouting Yuhi's eyes and looking like he was about to cry. She had known for a long time that Uzumaki Mito was about to die, and if it wasn't for that, she wouldn't have been brought to Konoha. Silly girl. Uzumaki Mito patted Uzumaki Kushina's little head. Be good, don't cry, okay. Kushina doesn't cry, Kushina is good. Uzumaki Kushina shook his shoulders and started to sniff. Mito-sama. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up. You have a good rest. I will come to see you another day, so I won't disturb you for now. Yeah, Uzumaki Mito nodded. Hiruzen, you're so busy, you don't have to always come to see me. The old woman, it's all you have to do. This Konoha, I have to rely on you more. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, looked at Luhan again, and winked. The two walked out one after the other. Bad man. Uzumaki Kushina called to Luhan's back. The child's mood changed quickly. When she saw Luhan was leaving, she remembered what happened before. It's really bad. Grandma Mito, why don't you punish him? Kushina is a good boy, and he is a little bit unruly. It was taught by that bad guy, you. Luhan didn't finish listening to what little report Uzumaki Kushina made, and walked out of the door with Sarutobi Hiruzen. When they got to the yard, Luhan put on his mask again. The two walked out. Mito-sama's time is running out, hey. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. He rarely had such emotions. Lord Hokage, I have an idea, I wonder if I can. Luhan said. Oh, Sarutobi Hiruzen tilted his head slightly. Say, what are you thinking? I want to accept Uzumaki Kushina as a disciple. Luhan said very seriously. She is the next generation of Kyuubi, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Column Force and should be trained earlier. I know that I am not the most suitable candidate, but I feel, compared with other suitable candidates, my age is the closest to her, and I can easily understand her thoughts. I believe that I can cultivate her well. Quote. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little surprised at first, and then showed a half-smiling look in his eyes. He also said before that Luhan is utilitarian. Chapter 0366_ The little girl is dead. The spacious hall, Tsunade sat sideways on the soft couch, and Yuhi looked at him with a smile in his eyes. Uzumaki Mito was leaning on the top, and the little girl Uzumaki Kushina was already tired and crooked in Uzumaki Mito's arms, pouting and wiping tears. She was still making a small report. Grandma Mito, you must trust Kushina. Kushina is good and good. It's all the bad guy's fault. Kushina was deceived at a young age. Okay, Kushina is a good boy. Uzumaki Mito shook his head and smiled, looking like he couldn't do anything about Kushina. Squeak. The door suddenly opened, and Sarutobi Hiruzen and Luhan, who had taken off the mask, returned to the room and walked all the way to the soft couch. Kushina jumped off the soft couch and trotted to Luhan's side, kicking and beating, and shouting angrily, Bad man. Bad man. How dare you come back? It's all my fault. Grandma Mito never reprimanded her. The only time, Kushina, is because of you, bad guy. Bad guy. Luhan naturally couldn't fight back. Tsunade couldn't stand it any longer, so he got up and walked over quickly and pulled Kushina away. Before Kushina was pulled away, he kicked Luhan again. After that, he didn't dare to struggle anymore, and his voice became much quieter. Master Tsunade, just let me go, I'm going to beat that bad guy. Good. Tsunade stroked Kushina's hair. Kushina wrinkled her nose at Luhan again, and was pulled by Tsunade's shoulders, so she didn't dare to move. The little girl knows who Tsunade is. She is the direct disciple of Hokage-sama Sarutobi Hiruzen, the first-generation Hokage Senju Hashirama and the granddaughter of Uzumaki Mito. If you really compare, Tsunade is Uzumaki Mito's closest relative, and she can only be regarded as a descendant of the clan. If it weren't for her young age, Uzumaki Mito wouldn't be so fond of her. Hiruzen, what's wrong? Uzumaki Mito looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and asked. She knew that there must be something wrong when she suddenly came back just after leaving. That's right, Mito-sama. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. Just when I went out, I suddenly thought, Kushina is now 7 years old, but she is still very naughty. Do you want to find a teacher for her to train her well? Lord Hokage, people are good. The little girl became anxious when she heard Hokage say that she was naughty. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked back at Kushina. Kushina lowered his head in fear, and did not dare to say anything. In fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't want to scare Kushina, but his majesty as a superior was not something Kushina could resist. Teacher, you should find one, Uzumaki Mito said and nodded. Then, is there a suitable candidate for Hiruzen? Han, I think he can, Sarutobi Hiruzen said. In fact, Luhan offered to be a teacher of Kushina, but Sarutobi Hiruzen protected Luhan and didn't want Uzumaki Mito to misunderstand, so he said that he brought it up. Mito-sama thinks how. In fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't need to ask anyone about who to be Kushina's teacher. He can decide by himself, and even if his choice doesn't suit some people's wishes, no one can oppose him, neither can Uzumaki Mito. But, Sarutobi Hiruzen respects Uzumaki Mito, although Uzumaki Mito is about to enter the ground, but she is not dead yet, and she loves Kushina so much, so Sarutobi Hiruzen came to ask. Well, Uzumaki Mito frowned slightly and looked at Luhan. Lord Mito. Luhan nodded to Uzumaki Mito. Kushina, who was being pulled by Tsunade, was already stunned, with her mouth half open, looking like she was very surprised and cute. Is he too young? Uzumaki Mito looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen again. Not yet 14 years old, he is still a child. Please rest assured Mito-sama on this point, age is not a problem for Han. Sarutobi Hiruzen said firmly, although Han is only 13 years old, he is already the core branch of my Konoha Jinchuriki column ninja. In fact, if it is not because of with Tsukumo in existence, I have already planned to mention him as captain of Anbu. His ability is on par with Tsukumo, and his strength may be slightly inferior, but he is young and has more potential. Is that so? Uzumaki Mito seemed hesitant, still worried, feeling that Han was too young. Grandma Mito, Lord Hokage, I don't want this bad guy to be my teacher. Kushina, who was pulled by Tsunade, shouted, and stared at Luhan again, looking like he was about to bite. Luhan glanced at Kushina and gave Kushina a, "You're dead," look. Then, Uzumaki Mito ignored Kushina's voice. Choosing a teacher was such an important matter. Naturally it was not the little girl's turn to give advice. Hiruzen, you decide. Hey, I feel so bad for this girl, let me choose, I'm afraid it won't be a good choice. Okay. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and turned around immediately. That's settled, Han, you will teach Kushina in the future, don't live up to my expectations. Yes, Lord Hokage. My subordinates will definitely train Kushina to be an excellent ninja of my Konoha. Luhan respectfully took orders, with a subtle smile on his mouth, and tilted his head to glance at Kushina. The little girl was dumbfounded and stared blankly at Luhan, then she sat down on the ground and cried. Hey, Uzumaki Mito sighed. She had to admit that Kushina was indeed a bit stubborn and willful, and she favored it. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, 3 days later. Outside Konoha village, southern forest. The ninja brigade consisting of more than 100 people marched in a loose formation, most moving forward on the ground, a few jumping up and down the trees, sometimes stopping and peeping into the distance. These ninjas basically have Byakugan, all of them are Hyuga tribe. Konoha Independent Scout Force. In accordance with the order of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the tasks they have completed are handed over and rushed back to Konoha from the country of the Vortex. At the forefront of the team, Hyuga Haeyong led the team, and beside Hyuga Haeyong, there were 2 ninjas wearing black robes and masks, one tall, one short, one male and one female, Hyuga Luo Ning and Might Dai. Luhan was eager to meet him that day. Tsunade rushed back to Konoha without taking them with him. The village of Konoha is already in sight. Daughter, you and Captain Hangwang have known each other for a long time, right? Hyuga Haeyong suddenly looked back at Hyuga Luo Ning and asked. This is a question that has been buried in his heart for many days. Now that he has to return to Konoha, he can't bear it anymore. Live to ask questions. He wanted to know, who is Hangwang? Chapter 0367_Abyss Boss. In fact, Hyuga Haeyong has already seen Hangwang's face. He can know Hangwang's true identity with a little investigation when he returns to Konoha, but he is more likely to know Hangwang's true identity from his daughter's mouth, because he can feel that his daughter and Hangwang are close to each other. The personal relationship is very good. There is no doubt that Hangwang, the vice captain of Anbu, who is only 13 years old, will be the most dazzling rising star of Konoha in recent years. Didn't Dad see him long ago? You should know. Hyuga Luo Ning glanced at her father strangely. I've seen it before. Hyuga frowned. He didn't remember at all. Yeah, at the ninja school, we were classmates, and my father went to the school. Hyuga Luo Ning nodded, blinked at Hyuga Haeyoung, and said, forgot. I seem. Hyuga Haeyoung frowned deeper. You don't know his true identity, do you? Hyuga Luo Ning was taken aback. Hyuga Haeyoung nodded. No, you should know what I can't tell you about your daughter, Anbu's rules. Hyuga Luo Ning whispered. Okay, I won't ask. Hyuga waved his hand. He naturally didn't want his daughter to break Anbu's rules. Lord Haeyoung, have you seen the face of our captain? Might Dai on the other side couldn't help but said. I saw. Hyuga Haeyoung nodded and glanced at Might Dai. Then you still don't know who he is. Might Dai's tone was weird, and his eyes were even weirder. What do you mean? Hyuga Haeyoung didn't even ask, should I know? Dai, be careful to say the wrong thing. Hyuga Luo Ning reminded. Might Dai suddenly shut up. The three were at the forefront, and the team moved fast, getting closer and closer to Konoha. After a while. He is very famous. Hyuga Luo Ning finally couldn't help but say, since Dad has already seen his face, when he returns to Yi, he can tell who he is after a little question. Famous. Hyuga Haeyoung's whole face was wrinkled together. Hyuga Luo Ning said, he was even more confused. What famous people in Konoha did he not know? He is the captain of the independent scout unit. Hyuga Luo Ning looked at his father outside. His eyes became more and more strange. Really do not know. How can it be? I think it's okay to tell Lord Haeyoung. Captain Hangwang is willing to let Lord Haeyoung see his face, so he has no intention of hiding his identity. On the other side, Might Dai said angrily, also, I'll know when I go back to Konoha. There is nothing to say now. Quote. Cough. Hyuga Haeyoung coughed lightly and didn't say much. He didn't want his daughter to make mistakes, but he really wanted to know Hangwang's true identity. Okay, I'll say it. Hyuga Luo Ning's voice lowered a lot, and his tone became a little fierce again. Dai, what I said today, don't talk nonsense. Promise not to say. Might Dai immediately assured. Hyuga Luo Ning nodded and pondered, then looked at his father. He is Lord Tsunade's disciple. Hyuga Haeyoung was stunned for a moment, but he didn't react for a while. His eyes slowly widened. Naturally he thought, Tsunade is just such a disciple, everyone knows it. That's right, it's him. Hyuga Luo Ning knew what Hyuga Haeyoung was thinking, and nodded affirmatively, cold. Is he? Hyuga Haeyoung was stunned again, as if he didn't believe it, and hurriedly said in a low voice, it was the one who had a conflict with Uchiha. Yes, it's him. Hyuga Luo Ning nodded. Hyuga Haeyoung blinked his eyes and digested it for a while. He really couldn't connect that well-known waste with Anbu's Vice Captain Hangwang. He is indeed famous. So famous. Offending the Uchiha family to death, the Hyuga family has not done this for a long time. Moreover, Hyuga Haeyoung also remembered another thing. So, I did meet him. Many years ago, you were still studying at the ninja school. I went to find you. Hyuga Haeyoung looked at his daughter. At that time, you were beating up a classmate in your class. I stopped when I came, and then someone told me that the boy who was beaten. Yes. Hyuga Luo Ning was a little embarrassed. Really him? Yes, it's him. Hyuga Haeyoung stopped talking, frowned, and a worried look appeared on his face. In fact, Hyuga Haeyoung has fully understood why his daughter bullied the classmates in the class. He knew that it was not the first time that his daughter hit the boy, but many, many times. Thinking about it this way. How can this daughter and Hangguang have a good personal relationship? It would be nice if Hangguang didn't give her small shoes. Konoha Back Mountain, Anbu Station. In the dimly lit cave room, Luhan sat cross-legged in front of the stone wall, his hands on his knees, and he didn't move for a long time. On the ground in front of Luhan, Kuluong with the Hiraishin technique was placed on the soft handkerchief. This is the second day of Luhan's retreat. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's permission, Luhan began to retreat after returning to Anbu to report. Sarutobi Hiruzen has agreed that unless Konoha is attacked or Hatake Tsukumo goes out on a mission, he can stay in retreat for half a year. Lord Hangguang, in an emergency, Lord White Fang, please come over. A respectful voice suddenly sounded outside the door. Luhan frowned, opened his eyes, tilted his head and said, "Got it." Trouble. After talking, Luhan got up, and he knew that this retreat would definitely not go well, because the war was about to break out, and there were too many things to do. Even if he didn't need to do some things, at least he had to work with White Fang. Negotiate. Anbu Command Room. Mr. White Fang, I'm busy, what's the hurry? Luhan pushed in without knocking on the door, still complaining a little. Seeing the situation in the house, his voice suddenly stopped and his eyes narrowed. Were two people in the house, besides Hatake Tsukumo, there was also an Anbu ninja with blood stains on his tattered clothes, as if he had just returned from somewhere and experienced a battle. However, Luhan stopped speaking, not because of the situation of this Anbu ninja, but because he was Yuhi. The special puppet of the Land of Wind, level 48 Abyss Boss, Thorn. What the hell is Abyss Boss? Luhan was stunned. Chapter 0368_non-human hostile target. It's an emergency. Hatake Tsukumo stood up from his chair, and he looked extremely serious without a mask. I've just met Lord Hokage. Lord Hokage has decided to send me to the Land of Rain, while I'm away. Anbu affairs can only be your responsibility. Quote. What happened? Luhan was a little stunned. He walked slowly to the desk and talked to Hatake Tsukumo, but his eyes subconsciously looked at the Yuhi named Anbu ninja again. There was a problem with the mission half a month ago. Hatake Tsukumo frowned slightly. Originally, I was supposed to go to that mission, but for some reason, Lord Hokage didn't let me, but sent some ninjas from Squadron 0. Sent a total of 6 people, and only he came back alive. Hatake Tsukumo said, pointing to the tattered Anbu ninja. Squadron 0, also known as Squadron 0, is the most special ninja squadron in Anbu. It is directly under the jurisdiction of Hokage, and Captain Anbu also has partial jurisdiction. In fact, Squadron 0 Ninja is the nameless ninja of Anbu. Anbu ninjas who have been trained by Anbu since childhood have no relatives and no names. They only have code names. Hokage Conway and Anbu ninjas who protect Uzumaki Mito, whom Luhan has seen before, all belong to the 0 Squadron. Thorn, tell Captain Coldlight about the situation. Hatake Tsukumo ordered. Yes, Captain. Anbu's nameless ninja codenamed Thorn, responded coldly, turned slightly to Luhan and said, the 6 of us tried to infiltrate the Sunagakur Corps garrison that day to steal confidential information about the cooperation between Sunagakur village and Omegakure village. I already got the information, but it was discovered when we were evacuating, and we were besieged. They were killed one by one, and I was the only one who escaped alive. Thorn's ability to express is very poor, and what he said is very brief, but Luhan can understand it. In the process of escaping, in order to prevent the stolen intelligence scroll from being damaged in the battle, the intelligence scroll was buried somewhere on the southeastern border of the Land of Rain, and a mark was left there. Hatake Tsukumo continued, because the place has been blocked by the Sunagakur Corps, it is difficult to get in and out. In order to ensure that the information can be retrieved, Lord Hokage asked me to go. Well, Luhan nodded, then raised his hand again, let me think about it. Luhan acted thoughtfully and walked to the bench in the command room to sit down. In fact, he pretended to be thinking, but he was actually communicating with the elves. Elf, how many bosses are there? Lu Han asked in his heart. Many kinds, replied the elf, as if he had not answered. Okay, then tell me, what is the level 48 abyss boss? Can kill hostile non-human target boss. Non-humans. Non-humans also have bosses. Yes, non-human killable targets have separate rating rules. Then why didn't the flying ninja I encountered before have a level? The combat strength is too weak. Is that so? Lu Han looked up at the ninja codenamed Thorn. Obviously, he was no longer human, because he was already dead and was a puppet. The puppets created by the Land of Wind, the real Thorns, had apparently died in battle, or were killed after being captured alive. Puppets are naturally non-human. Sunagakure village in the Land of Wind is good at making puppets. Everyone knows this, it's not a secret. They even have a puppet army. They belong to their ace army. They are powerful. Lu Han just didn't expect that they could make such a fine puppet. If Lu Han hadn't been able to see the other party's name, he wouldn't have been able to immediately tell that the other party was a puppet. This is also related to the identity of Anbu Ninja. Thorn is an anonymous Anbu person. Even in Anbu, he needs to wear a mask. He covers his whole body tightly, and only a pair of eyes are exposed, which increases the difficulty of discovering that he is already a puppet. Moreover, the nameless Anbu ninjas have practiced the art of hiding their breath, so they don't have to reveal their breath. Really hard to find. Elf, what is the title of the abyss? Lu Han asked again in his heart. The evaluation rules for non-human hostile targets. The conventional titles are divided into 3 levels, namely Abyss, Hell, Lord, and Abyss is the lowest level boss title. The elf explained. Well, I see, it corresponds to the 3 grades of bronze, white, silver, and gold, right? So to speak. What about level 48? What kind of strength is this level? It is equivalent to the 40th level of human level, but non-human hostile targets usually have special characteristics, such as unconventional key points, or no key points, and some are huge. Therefore, the level 48 Abyss boss is generally stronger than the level 40 Bronze boss. But there are also uncertainties. For example, a level 40 Bronze boss who is good at sealing can easily defeat a level 48 Abyss boss puppet, so we cannot generalize. Quote. ... Well, the non-human hostile target boss you said, does the tail beast count? Yes, tail beasts, powerful and intelligent psychic beasts, puppets, etc. Are all non-human targets. Kill drop reward. Of course. Is there a first kill? Of course. Okay, I understand. Lu Han responded to the elf for the last time, then stood up and looked at Hitachi Tsukumo. Captain, did you just take him to see Lord Hokage? Hitachi Tsukumo nodded. Did Master Hokage say anything? Lu Han asked. What? Hitachi Tsukumo frowned. What do you mean? Lord Hokage said, let me come to you, let the thorn tell you about the situation, and... It's strange, Lord Hokage specifically told me I will tell you the situation in person, and try to make it as clear as possible. Quote. Old fox. Lu Han suddenly understood and thought to himself. Obviously, Sarutobi Hiruzen had seen that Thorn was a puppet, but he didn't say it, and he didn't know how big his heart was, so he wasn't afraid that the puppet would discover some of Anbu's secrets. What's the problem? Hitachi Tsukumo asked Lu Han without speaking. 1 point. Lu Han nodded, walked to the front of Thorn, turned to stand still, looked into Thorn's eyes and said, aren't you running yet? Chapter 0369_Puppet Master. Thorn didn't respond to Lu Han's words. Instead, Hitachi Tsukumo, who was leaning against the desk and hugging his chest, stood up a lot and made a questioning nasal sound. I know, you're already running, right? Lu Han tilted his head slightly, his eyes under the empty mask were extremely deep, staring at the piercing eyes. Do you think you can escape? Who is Lu Han talking to? Naturally it is not a Thorn, he is a puppet, he is not a living body at all, and he has no consciousness, but he can move and speak, which means that someone is manipulating him. The person who manipulated the thorn probably wouldn't venture into Konoha, so it would have to be not too far outside of Konoha, because it was too far away to be manipulated. Laugh. The thorn moved suddenly, Kuwu was thrown out of his sleeve, and he swung his arm towards Luhan's throat. Luhan was already prepared. At such a close distance, everything happened in an instant. Only a snap sound was heard. When Kuwu was still half an inch away from Luhan's throat, Luhan firmly grasped Thorn's wrist, pinch hard. The entire arm of the thorn exploded directly. The gap in strength is too great. If Thorn chooses to retreat one after another to distance himself from Luhan, he may be able to entangle with Luhan, but he actually chooses to move forward. But the strength of the 40th level class is only an elite Jonin, and Luhan can play shadows. The presence. While crushing the thorn's arm, Luhan swiftly stepped forward, and another hand knife slammed out of the thorn's neck. The crackling sound of bone cracks rang out, and the power of the physique was immersed in the thorn's body. The spine and ribs did not know how many sessions were interrupted. Luhan's actions are too fast. The thorn fell out, and Lincoln rolled and hit the ground heavily, and the whole body lay on the ground in a twisted posture, and it didn't move. He was originally a corpse, and Luhan's destructive physical attack directly destroyed that body, causing damage to the transformation center that manipulated the puppet. But it doesn't seem to be completely destroyed, because there is no drop, and there is no first kill prompt. Isn't dead yet, Luhan said in surprise, and with a flash, he flew over and kicked the thorn into the air. Boom! 7-colored light erupted from Thorn's corpse, and more than a dozen dropped objects poured out from the light like a spray of Izumi, turning into a streamer and drilling into Luhan's body. Ding! Congratulations to Subversive 3665 for killing the 48th level Abyss boss. The elf's prompt sounded in Luhan's ears at the same time. He's a puppet. Hatake Tsukumo's astonished low voice resounded from behind Luhan. After this time, Hatake Tsukumo could see it naturally. Thorn took the initiative to attack Han Guang, but Han Guang quickly counterattacked. His arms were blown, and he was beaten. Almost the whole body was comminuted and fractured, but not a drop of blood was shed. Most human corpse puppets do not bleed, because the blood in the corpse is coagulated, and some puppets are made in a special way, and the blood will be drawn out. It's a puppet. Luhan turned around to look at Hatake Tsukumo, and tilted his head slightly toward the door. The guy who controlled him should already be running. Let's go. Based on Hatake Tsukumo's experience, he naturally wouldn't ask questions at this time. He made a decisive decision and disappeared into the room together with Luhan. Outside the village of Konoha, inside the boreal forest. The sun is mild, the breeze is gentle, and the sound of Chi-Chi Po-Kong is endless. Damn, that bastard. Cold Light. Anbu's vice captain. How did he find out? How could he possibly find out? The gray-robed figure was moving at high speed in the forest, looking a little panicked. Escape. It has to be fast. The farther away from the village of Konoha, the better. It has already been exposed, and Konoha is not sure how many people will be sent to search outside the village. Fortunately, at least let me know that there is such a character in Konoha Anbu. I already know the location of Konoha Anbu's station and the defensive layout of Konoha village. It's worth it, but it's a pity. If number 39 can take the Hatake Tsukumo deceive the country of rain, it would be perfect, but it's a pity. It's a pity. Hate it. Grey Robe's figure was broken for a while, and he even had the urge to scream in the sky, but he held it back, and naturally he couldn't scream at this time. Outside the village of Konoha, on the edge of the eastern forest. Call. Two whirlwinds rolled up in turn, and Luhan and Hatake Tsukumo, who had already put on a mask, appeared together. Find separately. Good. The two briefly exchanged a few words, and all of a sudden, they ejected in different directions. Hatake Tsukumo was at least twice as fast as Luhan, and the speed was terrifying. In a flash, there was no shadow, and after Luhan rushed out, he threw Hiraishin Kunai and shot straight into the sky. Hiraishin Kuwu went up 300 meters in the air. Luhan appeared like a shadow, grabbed Hiraishin Kuwu, and threw it to the northeast. Catch again. Throw it again. In this way, Luhan can always move in the air, almost flying. Faster than flying. For Luhan, who has insight into the map, as long as the opponent is not a master ultra-long-distance telekinesis, or the speed is extremely pervert, it is not difficult to find. Even if the opponent hides, it is of no use to Luhan. The maximum range of insight into the map can be viewed at one time. Within a 10-kilometer radius, Luhan doesn't need to land at all, and he doesn't need to stay. He just needs to keep moving his position. After a while, he will naturally find his target. The only people looking for the puppet master were Luhan and Hitaki Tsukumo. Neither of them went to inform the others. That would delay time, but it was still a very important time. Although there are more people and more power, it is easier to find them, but it is possible to make elite Jonin. The existence of the puppet is definitely not bad, and it must run fast. The average Anbu ninja can't catch up with him, let alone find him. The air, Hiraishin Kunwu was flying all the time, and Luhan flashed and appeared next to Hiraishin Kunwu. He hadn't found the target yet, but there were a lot of orange dots on the insight map. They were all ninjas from the Konoha garrison, and they were placed in the forest around Konoha village. 5 minutes later, Luhan reappeared in Hiraishin Kuwu beside, and at the same time noticed that there was a big Yuhi point 5 kilometers north on the map. The second puppet master of the puppet army of the Land of Winds, level 50 white silver boss, Menzu Mulang. Chapter 0370_Luo05 People. The vast forest. Menzuo Mulang in a gray robe kept jumping on the tree, and the whole person maintained a super high-speed movement state of constantly stepping on the branches of the tree and constantly ejecting. His strength is very strong, the stronger the more fear, because he knows how many strong ninjas are there in Konoha. If you don't run, you will die. In just a few minutes, he frantically ran a distance of dozens of kilometers, still taking many detours in a concealed manner. Humph, I failed this time, but I came back. It's a pity that I didn't find out about Uzumaki Mito. Menzuo Kuro finally breathed a sigh of relief, and no one caught up after he escaped so far, so he probably wouldn't. Someone else can catch up. The high-speed moving glimpse suddenly stopped on the branch of a towering tree dozens of meters away. Turned around and looked in the direction of Konoha. Naturally, he couldn't see the village of Konoha, but standing at a high place, he could barely see the rocky mountain called Hokage Rock. Konoha. Menzuo Mulang's face was full of unwillingness, and the cloudy eyes under the shadow of Kabuto's hat flashed a hint of prey. Humph. There are some skills, but that's all. With the last sneer, Menzuo Mulang turned around and jumped out. At this time, laugh. The piercing sound of breaking the air suddenly sounded, and it was only a short while from far to near. Menzuo Mulang's face changed dramatically, and his reaction was not unpleasant. He just jumped out and turned back in the air, and threw out several chakras from his right arm. Living on the nearby tree, pulling hard, the whole person flew out diagonally, and escaped the attack of kunai in a thrilling way. Call. Luhan appeared out of thin air next to Kuwu, which was moving at a high speed. Menzuo Mulang turned over and landed on the ground in the distance. He suddenly raised his head and looked up. His eyes narrowed and his pupils contracted sharply. Surrender. Luhan looked at the middle-aged ninja who was about 40 years old on the ground in front of him, and said hoarsely, "You are not my opponent. If you don't want to die, you can't run away, and you can't win." Luhan said, very insolent. In fact, he really didn't need to kill Zuo Mulang, the level 50 white silver boss. Luhan had already killed it, and it would be boring to kill him again. The one who caught it alive would be more valuable. He. Menzuo Mulang let out a weird laugh, as if mocking, "In the face of a puppet master you don't know at all, you dare to say such a thing, it's really beyond your own power." Menzuo, while Mulang was talking, he swiped the tip of his left finger on the palm of his right hand. Blood splattered. Menzuo Mulang's wrist flicked, and he completed the release of the seal in an instant, and slapped the ground with a slap. Psychic, Luo Zuo 5 people. Bang, 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 bang. Menzuo Mulong's whole body erupted with white smoke one after another, and male-looking puppets, tall or short, appeared one after another, 5 in total. The one standing in front of Menzuo Mulong looked like an old man, and the other 4 looked like young people. The 5 corpse puppets are all rippling with obscure chakra fluctuations and a trace of death. Lu Han's eyes flashed under the hole in his mask, and there was a strange look in his eyes. Lu Han wanted to laugh, the kind of laugh, but he held back and didn't laugh, because when he laughed, the atmosphere would feel weird. Are you afraid? Menzuo Mulong's voice became teasing. Do you regret it? I have already run so far. You dare to chase after me alone. Who do you think you are? Sarutobi Hiruzen. You're really capable of manipulating 5 puppets at the same time. Lu Han's hoarse voice could not be heard of joy or anger, but he glanced at Luo Zuo's 5 people's eyes, but it was full of fiery. The first-class puppet of the Land of Wind, level 48 Abyss Boss, Luo Qian. The first-class puppet of the Land of Wind, level 48 Abyss Boss, Luo Hu. The first-class puppet of the Land of Wind, level 48 Hell Boss, Luo Zhang. The first-class puppet of the Land of Wind, level 48 Hell Boss, Luo Yu. The special puppet of the Land of Wind, level 58 Hell Boss, Luo Zuo. 5 human corpse puppets, 4 of which are 40 level class strength, equivalent to the elite Jonin, and 1 is a 50 level class, equivalent to the super elite Jonin, which is equivalent to the strength of the 7 members of the Mist Ninja Blade. With such a strength configuration, it is not too easy for Lu Han to win. Lu Han was very excited. Because of the first kill. As long as you kill Luo Yu or Luo Zhang, you will be the first to kill the 48 level Hell Boss, and if you kill Luo Zuo, the old-aged puppet standing at the forefront, you will get the first kill of the 58 level Hell Boss. Give it up. You have no chance to run away. Seeing that Lu Han didn't speak, Menzuo Mulong thought that Lu Han was planning to escape. Ha ha ha, since you are someone who can be valued by Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, you must have some rights within Konoha. Killing you is a great achievement. You want to kill me with just these few trash fish. Lu Han's eyes narrowed slightly, staring at Menzuo Mulong. I'll let you know what despair is. Oh, arrogance. I have arrogant capital. Whoa, Lu Han flipped his wrist, and an exaggerated sickle appeared in his hand. From the perspective of cold weapon combat, Lu Han still prefers to use the Kurigaku's blade, because the Kurigaku's blade is large enough to exert better force. I'll see how you die. Menzuo Mulong grinned, took 2 steps back, and formed a hand seal with his hands. The puppet needs to be manipulated, and the manipulator is naturally him, Menzuo Mulong. Call _. Just then, a gust of wind blew. Menzuo Mulong and Lu Han looked at each other. At first they didn't care about the wind, but then their expressions changed at the same time. Knife light up. It's a short knife. When it was swung, it glowed with a hazy light, from appearing to disappearing in just an instant. In that instant, the knife light swept across Luo Yu's body. Wow! Hatake Sakuma wearing a mask appeared under a tree not far away. His breath was cold. Click! Snapped. There were cracks in Luo Yu's body, and then it shattered into more than 10 pieces and fell to the ground. Menzuo Mulong was stunned. Hatake Sakuma, the speed is incomprehensible. Like a living ghost. Hatake Sakuma glanced at Lu Han, then disappeared again, heading straight for the other puppets at super high speed. Hey, don't kill it, leave it to me, fuck. Lu Han shouted and rushed towards a few puppets. He was so angry that he wanted to scold his mother. Chapter 0371_Shameless Hatake Sakuma. Secret Technique, Shadow Flash Technique. Lu Han directly used the speed-type telekinesis, but even so, he reached the 4 puppets at the same time as Hatake Sakuma, and was no faster than Hatake Sakuma. Lu Han was too lazy to use other complicated means, because it was too late. Hatake Sakuma killed too fast, and the opponent was only a few small fish and shrimp. if Lu Han moved slower, the enemy would not have been killed by Hatake Tsukumo. Kurigakure Blade Fury Slash. Strange force was poured into his arm, and Lu Han directly output 20% of his chakra. This knife was fast as if to tear the space and slash at Luo Zhang. The weapon used by Luo Zhang was a metal long stick. Facing Lu Han's attack, his reaction was not unpleasant. He raised the long stick in an instant to block it, and turned around and kicked Lu Han hard. Laugh. Bang. The blade of Kurigakure cut off the metal long stick without hindrance, and then slashed across Luo Zhang's body, directly slashing it to burst. Cage-level strength to fight elite Jonin, theoretically does not need a second trick. Ding! Congratulations to the subversive for killing the first level 48 hell boss. The elf's prompt sounded in Lu Han's ears, and at the same time, more than 10 dropped objects turned into streamers and flew into Lu Han's body, actually entering the space backpack. Lu Han didn't delay the slightest time, and directly triggered Shadow Flash second stage to reach Luo Zuo's back. Luo Zuo has already returned to the defense of Menzuo Mulang. Menzuo Mulang has plans to run, but as a puppet master, his melee ability is very poor, and he needs protection. Death to me. Lu Han, who rushed behind Luo Zuo, had already raised the blade of Kurigakure high and let out a low growl. Laugh. Just as Lu Han's knife was about to fall, the luminous chakra dagger emerged from Luo Zuo's back, spun halfway, and then shook again. With a bang, Luo Zuo exploded. Lu Han slashed with this knife, but he cut a hole. Hatake Tsukumo disappeared in front of Lu Han, but Lu Han stopped. He didn't start anymore. He squinted at Hatake Tsukumo, and watched Hatake Tsukumo kill Luo Qian and Luo Hu successively. His eyes were very sad. Exhausted. Fuck. The most valuable level 58 hell boss was killed by Hatake Tsukumo. In terms of physical melee combat ability, Lu Han and Hatake Tsukumo are not at the same level at all. Lu Han originally thought that monster grabbing would only happen in third-rate web games, but he didn't expect it to happen in this Hokage world. Still robbed by my own people. Menzuo Mulang had already hid in the distance, looking at Lu Han's situation with horror on his face. He could already hear his own heartbeat, and there was cold sweat on his back. His proud work, Luo Zuo 5 people, was quickly killed like this. They didn't even have a chance to cooperate with each other to exert their strongest combat power, and they were quickly killed. The ripples of fear rippled in the bottom of Menzuo Mulang's heart. Captain Konoha Anbu, White Fang, his strength. Menzuo Mulang's lips were shaking, his throat was a little dry, and the whispering was intermittent. He wanted to escape. Run away now, but his legs seemed to be filled with lead, so heavy that he was afraid. He dare not run, because he knew that as long as he dared to run, Konoha White Fang would immediately catch up. Can't run away. After Hatake Tsukumo killed the last puppet, he stopped and looked back at Lu Han in confusion. Lu Han had just stopped, and there was something wrong with his reaction. Hatake Tsukumo noticed it. Lu Han looked at Hatake Tsukumo with a hopeless expression. Although the mask blocked his face, Hatake Tsukumo could clearly feel Lu Han's emotions through his eyes. What's wrong? Hatake Tsukumo asked suspiciously. You are shameless. Lu Han looked at Hatake Tsukumo with dead fish eyes. What? Hatake Tsukumo was said to be stunned. What shameless? I found it first. Lu Han said again. What do you mean? I found the enemy first. So, why did you come and kill? Are there any rules? First come first serve. Are you sick? Hatake Tsukumo's tone became extremely weird, because Lu Han's words were illogical, and killing the enemy had to come first. Naturally, Lu Han couldn't explain the stakes to Hatake Tsukumo, but he had to give Hatake Tsukumo a vaccination first to prevent this from happening in the future. Lu Han was really resentful. Compared with other first kills, the first kill was a level 58 hell boss. It is the most precious and rare puppet whose strength is close to quasi-shadow. How much can the entire Sunagaker have? Maybe the next time we meet you will have to wait. Don't do this in the future, okay? Let me kill the enemies I can kill. I'm still young, I need to hone, okay. Lu Han said gloomily. As you like. Hatakesakumo's eyes flashed, and there was a look of worry in his eyes. Are you really sick? Laugh. Lu Han suddenly made a move, and with a flick of his hand, he threw out Hiraishin Kunai, and then disappeared in place. Menzuo Mulong thought he had no chance to escape, but saw that White Fang and Han Guang seemed to have a conflict. He found the opportunity and wanted to retreat quietly, but as soon as he moved, a black light flew past him. Lu Han had appeared out of thin air and stopped in front of Menzuo Mulang. Hatake Sakumo dodged to the door of Kazuakiro. The two surrounded the door. Zuo Mulang. Surrender, you should know that you don't have any chance. Lu Han stared at Menzuo Mulang and said hoarsely, if you surrender, I promise you will not die. Menzuo Mulang was silent, and gradually put down his guard. His face was ashen. Meanwhile, in Konoha village, in an antique room, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat cross-legged in front of the wooden table, with his hands vacantly raised over the crystal ball. The crystal ball is filled with clouds and mist, and in the middle of the cloud and mist is a moving image. It was at this moment that White Fang and Han Guang captured the puppet master of the Land of Wind. This kid didn't let me down, Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured, a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Hangguang has established too many dazzling merits. Sarutobi Hiruzen has the intention of promoting Hangguang as Anbu captain, but he has no reason to replace White Fang. White Fang is no worse than Hangguang in terms of merits and abilities, and his strength is even stronger than Hangguang. So to replace White Fang and promote Hangguang, Sarutobi Hiruzen needs a reason to convince himself. And now, there seems to be a reason. Chapter 0372 White Fang and Cold Light. No matter in terms of quest ability as a ninja or fighting strength, Han Guang is not much different from White Fang. Han Guang is growing up, so is White Fang. White Fang belongs to the kind of ninja who awakened relatively late. Although White Fang was a genius when he was young, his growth was relatively stable. He was selected into Anbu at the age of 16, and he was no better than other genius ninjas of the younger generation. How much, but since he entered Anbu, he began to grow wildly, like a wild horse that ran wild, all the way forward. At the age of 18, he was invincible to Anbu, and there is no opponent. This is very similar to Hangguang. Hangguang also began to grow crazily after entering Anbu, and the growth rate was even faster than White Fang. At present, the entire Hokage is directly under Anbu. Except for White Fang, it seems that no one can be Hangguang. Opponent. In contrast, both of them are in a period of rapid growth, and the future is uncertain. White Fang sooner or later, because of his age, but no one can guarantee the future, especially when the strength of the ninja reaches a certain height, it will be extremely difficult to go further. The bottleneck exists objectively, and no one can say for sure. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart, White Fang is still more important than Hangguang. It is also because of his age. He is too young and there are too many variables in the future, which gives Sarutobi Hiruzen a feeling of being difficult to control. He wanted to promote Han Guang to Captain Anbu. This idea has existed for a while, for better training and better control. In the antique room, in front of the wooden table, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the crystal ball, but his eyes were a little lost. Thinking about it again and again, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought about it for a while, finally came back to his senses, raised his head and commanded, "Let White Fang come to see me." Yes. A cold voice sounded outside the door. The mountain behind Konoha village, Anbu station. There were very few people in the cave plaza, but a dozen or so Anbu ninjas who had nothing to do, gathered together in twos and threes and scattered all over the plaza. During the special period, most of Anbu's ninjas were sent out and deployed in various places in Konoha. At the north entrance, Dorzuo Mulang, whose eyes had been blindfolded, was chained again on his wrists and ankles. 4 Anbu ninjas surrounded him and escorted him to the interrogation room. Lu Han and Hatake Sakumo stood side by side, watching the backs of several people leaving, until they entered the passage. The two of them looked back, and Hatake Sakumo raised his hand and took off the mask on his face. Let's report to Lord Hokage. Hatake Sakumo tilted his head and looked at Luhan. You go, Luhan said with a lack of interest. I still have to retreat. I have nothing to say, let's go. Luhan raised his hand and strode away. Hatake Sakumo looked helpless. He, the Anbu captain, can't control the Anbu deputy captain at all. It's not because the two are more friendly, but Hangwang has obtained Hokage's permission, unless there are two things that happen when Konoha is attacked or White Fang goes out on a mission. Otherwise, he can ignore anything, do nothing, and keep retreating. Captain, Lord Hokage is looking for you. A masked Anbu ninja appeared behind White Fang and said coldly. Yeah, White Fang responded, turning around and disappearing on the spot. In the dark passage, Luhan was walking towards his cave room. The passage was very quiet, and Luhan's footsteps were silent. Hey, Luhan suddenly seemed to remember something, subconsciously let out a low voice, stopped, raised his hand and patted his forehead and cursed himself, pig brain. Luhan forgot to use the deprivation technique. Today Luhan killed a total of 2 enemies, all of which were puppets, the 48th level Abyss boss Thorn and the 48th level Hell boss Luo Zhang, both of which were the first kills. However, Luo Zhang, who was killed outside Konoha village, was directly chopped up, because it was too incomplete to be deprived of, but the body of Thorn was intact. Thorn was killed in the Anbu command room. After that, Luhan and Hatake Sakumo left. The ninja guarding the command room should collect the corpse, so the body should be in Anbu's cold storage at this time. Luhan thought about it, turned around and walked back to the cold storage. He had to go back to the cave square first, and then enter another passage. Elf, can non-human targets be deprived? Some can, some can't. What do you mean? Luhan suddenly stopped. The living body can be deprived, but the non-living body cannot be deprived. The elf explained. So, well, Luhan turned around again and walked to his room. Human corpses and puppets are not living bodies, and the elves say that they cannot be taken away, so there is no need to go. After walking through the long passage and turning a corner, Luhan's room was already in sight. There was a person in front of Luhan's room. When he saw Luhan coming, he immediately knelt down on one knee and said, "See Lord Hangwang." "Adai, you're back." Luhan raised his hand, motioned Might Dai to get up, looked around again, and asked, "Where's the dead girl? Why didn't you come back? Go back to the Hyuga clan with Lord Haeyoung, and come back later." Might Dai said. "Yeah." Luhan nodded, and when he walked over, he was about to open the door. After a pause, he turned his head and said, "You go first, you don't have to stay here, I will be in retreat for a while." "Yes." Might Dai took the order and strode away. Luhan returned to the cave room, closed the door, and walked to the stone wall to sit down. It will take another 4 days before I can enter the subversive space again. Then, thinking of this, Luhan was a little excited. He killed the level 55 diamond boss for the first time, which gave Luhan the most generous reward since entering the Hokage world. Enough to take his strength to the next level, but he has never had the opportunity to enter the subversive space. He had a chance to enter the subversive space 3 days ago, but because he and Tsunade were on their way back to Konoha, he was in a hurry, so he missed that opportunity. Killing 2 level 40 bosses is the first kill. Can you get A-level spells? Luhan muttered, and with a wave of his hand, more than 30 dropped objects appeared on the ground in front of him. Inventory. Luhan looked at the falling objects on the ground and was stunned. There are only 2 kinds of dropped objects, one is ingots, and the other is metal objects the size of copper coins, all of which have their names displayed. Psychic Badge. Chapter 0373_Psychic Badge. This. How? Luhan slowly picked up a psychic badge, looked at the front, and flipped his wrist to look at the back. The psychic badge is a standard round shape, like the $1 coin used by Luhan in his previous life. The front is a puppet pattern, and the back is a crouching beast. Because its body is curled up, it is impossible to tell what it is. Little beast. Elf, what is this? Lu Han blinked and asked in his heart. A redemption voucher, explained the genie. Subversive 3665 has unlocked the newest category of redemption items. Exchange. Lu Han's eyes lit up. A psychic beast. Can't answer. Please subvert 3665 to enter the subversive space to check. Well, that's it again. Lu Han already had a calculus in his heart. Since it is called a psychic badge and it is an exchange certificate, then the 80% of the redemption is a psychic beast. Thinking about Lu Han, he is a little excited. The instant visual sense of this third-rate web game is really good. People have a feeling of surging emotions. It seems that they can bring a baby. Count it carefully, kill the level 48 Abyss boss and the level 48 Hell boss, and get a total of 33 drops, including 18 ingots and 15 psychic badges. It can be clearly felt that the exchange and use mode of psychic badges is similar to ingots, or even the same. That is, the more psychic badges, the more advanced the exchange can be obtained. I don't know if it can be exchanged for Kyubi, Ninetales, Big Toads or Fine, but I can't. Sarutobi Hiruzen, gorillas can also. Lu Hanian muttered, put away all the ingots and psychic badges, and sat cross-legged on the futon in front of the stone wall. He slowed his breathing and adjusted for a while before closing his eyes and entering the state of cultivation. 4 more days. There is an opportunity to re-enter the disruptor space. At this time, Lu Han already owns 465 ingots, and there is a Demon God's Magical Fate magic, worth 420 ingots that has not been recovered. There are 30 diamond badges, and now he has 15 psychic badges. As long as he enters the subversive again space, Lu Han may improve himself in all directions, and maybe he can raise his strength to the level of Danzo in an all-round way. This is what Lu Han expected. 4 days. For the first time, Lu Han felt that time passed slowly. The quaint Konoha, the fragrance of tea fills the air. A pot of tea has been placed on the long couch square table, and Sarutobi Hiruzen and Hatake Sakumo are sitting opposite each other. Lord Hokage, you already found out that it was a puppet, didn't you? Hatake Sakumo poured a cup of tea for Sarutobi Hiruzen with a teapot, and then poured another cup for himself. Well, Thorn has been with me for 10 years before this mission. I know him better than you. At that time, he was very wrong. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes, and he smiled again. Hengwang didn't let me down, he really saw it. The art of discernment, that kid is indeed better than me. Hatake Sakumo said calmly, not laughing at himself because of this. No one is a real all-rounder, and neither is Hatake Sakumo. Although he is the captain of Anbu, it does not mean he is the strongest in everything. Hyuga family is stronger than Hatake Sakumo than the art of discernment. Example, Anbu's third squad leader Hyuga Burnin. If he were to see the thorn that had become a corpse puppet, he would be able to see it at a glance. In fact, even if Hokage and Hongguang did not find that the thorn is a human corpse puppet, the thorn cannot be hidden for too long. Anbu has a unique censorship rule, which is a cycle every day, except for a few ninjas, such as Captain White Fang, Deputy Captain Hongguang, and Captain Assistant. Sarutobi Yushuan, analysis expert Senju Luojian. Except for these ninjas with special high status, most other Anbu ninjas need to be confirmed once in a cycle. Even if Thorn stayed in the Anbu station for a review period, that is, for a day, it would be difficult for him to inquire about important information, because he is an anonymous Anbu ninja, and his identity is top secret, which limits his freedom of movement. I'm thinking about. Sarutobi Hiruzen held the teacup in his hand, paused, raised the teacup and looked at Hatake Sakumo. What do you think about promoting him as Captain Anbu? To promote Hangguang as the captain of Anbu must be to remove and replace White Fang. Sarutobi Hiruzen said it very directly, and he was not afraid of Hatake Sakumo's heart. Master Hokage's decision. My subordinates have no opinion. Hatake Tsukumo is very calm, because he knows that once he leaves the Anbu captain's position, he will definitely leave Anbu directly, and it will be reused. As far as the current situation is concerned, Hatake Tsukumo has indeed had some. It is not suitable to be the captain of Anbu, mainly because his identity has been exposed, and all the important forces in the ninja world know his identity, which is not in line with his identity as the captain of Anbu. However, Han Guanghe, Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated again. Lord Hokage has concerns. Hatake Tsukumo saw. Yeah, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, frowning slightly. He has grown too fast. Although he can already conquer the crowd in Anbu, his ability and strength are not a problem, I'm afraid. He is arrogant. Facing the enemy, he will not start with you. There is nothing wrong with being decisive and thinking more, but I hope that Captain Anbu will be more decisive. Quote. He is still too young after all. Hatake Tsukumo smiled. So I'm going to test him again. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a sip of his tea, put down the teacup, and looked directly at Hatake Tsukumo. I'm going to let you perform this test mission, and I'll let him challenge you. Challenge me. Hatake Tsukumo was stunned for a moment, then hesitantly appeared, and then paused. Lord Hokage, he's afraid. He can't. Even if you give him time to retreat and let him cultivate the Hiraishin technique, I'm afraid. Not my opponent. Hatake Tsukumo was not saying anything arrogant, he was just stating a fact. Don't underestimate him. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. I didn't underestimate him, he was very serious about his practice. Hatake Tsukumo shook his head, but, he is still a little short of the heat. If I win the Anbu captain's battle, I'm afraid it will give him a big blow. Quote. I want you to win him. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were deep. You want to win. Win simply. Win completely. Chapter 0374_calculate one's own. Young man, there should be setbacks. He grows too fast and walks too smoothly, which is not a good thing. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. If things go on like this, he will definitely have an unbalanced mentality one day. At that time, he will either be depressed, or could spell disaster for Konoha. I don't want the day when you're more than 10 times more experienced in combat than he is. I know he's not your match, but he doesn't think so. When he has completed the Hiraishin technique, I think, even if I don't say it, he may challenge you. Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a shrewd smile, but I don't want to wait for him to propose, I want him to know in advance. With such a showdown, I want him to understand what I expect from him. He is high-spirited and thinks a lot. The bigger the expectation, the bigger the disappointment. Lord Hokage, you really... Hatake Tsukumo shook his head and smiled, but didn't say anything. It's all counted on your own head. However, Hatake Tsukumo can feel Sarutobi Hiruzen's good intentions. If not for the cold light, Sarutobi Hiruzen will not be so calculated. War is coming. Sarutobi Hiruzen took up the teacup again, and looked sideways at the slanted wooden window. Life or death, I don't know how many people who are arrogant will fall in this war. Even if it is me, you may not be able to retreat, you. Cold light, you are the guarantee for Konoha to continue his glory. Compared with you, he needs more training. I don't want him to go the wrong way. Quote. Hatake Tsukumo was silent. Sarutobi Hiruzen is right, no one can guarantee that he will get out of the game, not even himself. As far as the whole ninja world is concerned, Sarutobi Hiruzen is one of the top people, but he is not invincible. There are still a few ninjas who can fight him in a life and death battle, such as the leader of the Omegakure village in the country of rain, known as a demigod. The Hanzo of the Salamander, or, alternatively, Hokage, the third generation of the Kingdom of Thunder. These are still enemies. In particular, Hokage, the third generation head of the Kingdom of Thunder, can be called a serious trouble for his confidence. As early as during the last Ninja World War, Konoha was going to form an alliance with Kumogakure, the country of thunder, but an accident happened. Second generation Hokage and second generation Hokage both died in the accident. After that, Konoha and Kumogakure exchanged each other hostility, blaming each other. there is an insoluble hatred. Really speaking, the responsibility for that accident lies with Kumogakure. Sarutobi Hiruzen experienced the accident himself, and he couldn't let it go in his heart, and he always regarded the third-generation Hokage as his #1 enemy. The house was silent for a while. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a long time, finally withdrew his gaze from the window, put down the teacup and said, "Go ahead, I will talk to Hongguang when I have time. Don't be careless, take it seriously, you can only win, not lose. Don't worry, Hokage-sama." Hatake Sakumo said and stood up, nodded to Sarutobi Hiruzen, and then turned around and disappeared into the room. 2 days later, at noon. The mountain behind Konoha village, Anbu Station, in a dimly lit cave room. This side. Okay. Luhan sat cross-legged in front of the stone wall, his eyes closed, his face exhausted. Hyuga Luoning knelt down behind Luhan, and pinched Luhan's shoulders with a pair of small hands, needing neither light nor heavy. "Are you comfortable?" Hyuga Luoning asked in a low voice. "Yeah," Luhan responded with a nasal voice. "So. All right. Would you like a thump?" Hyuga Luoning works very hard. She has massaged Luhan many times, and her techniques have become more and more skilled, rubbing her shoulders, pinching her neck, and beating her back. Luhan's retreat is always tiring, and Hyuga Luoning already knows how to help Luhan relaxed. "Would you like to beat your legs?" Hyuga Luoning said again. "Well, okay, trouble." Luhan nodded weakly, stretched his waist, and then twisted sideways and lay on the ground, his crossed legs stretched out. Hyuga Luoning also turned sideways, sat beside Luhan, and began to beat Luhan's legs with a pair of small fists. Luhan didn't take the initiative to speak, he lay on his back with his hands behind his head, looking preoccupied. Hyuga Luoning finished beating Luhan's left leg, stood up again, went around to the other side of Luhan, and just turned around to sit down, but her knees suddenly went soft. Oops, she stood unsteady and fell directly, falling on Luhan. Luhan was stunned and suddenly opened his eyes. Hyuga Luoning was lying in Luhan's arms, her big eyes flickering to look at Luhan. Their faces were very close. Seeing Luhan's eyes open, she was a little nervous, and hurriedly explained, "That foot. No, not standing still. Your acting skills are terrible." Luhan curled his lips and said, What? Hyuga Luoning was a little flustered, not daring to look into Luhan's eyes. "Why did taijutsu ninjas get numb feet? Did you do it on purpose?" Luhan narrowed his eyes slightly. "Besides, you're not very heavy. If you accidentally fell on me, it wouldn't hit me that hard. You hit so hard because you actively exerted force and didn't control it well." Quote. No, really not. Hyuga Luoning's face turned Yuhi's face. She couldn't speak, looked super nervous, shook her head, and closed her eyes suddenly. You don't want me to kiss you, do you?" Luhan said bluntly, puzzled. Hyuga Luoning opened her eyes again and stared at Luhan with a slightly mocking look. The corners of her mouth crooked, she seemed to be a little angry. She glared at Luhan boldly, and then she did something bolder. He lowered his head and kissed Luhan's lips. Luhan was stunned. It's normal for a little girl to show her intentions and play some careful thoughts, but when you come up to kiss such a sturdy thing, few girls dare to do it. His lips were slightly parted, and his breath was as light as an orchid. Luhan couldn't remember who wrote the sentence, because he was ignorant. He only knew that Hyuga Luoning gave him this feeling. Hyuga Luoning kissed a few times, then raised her head, looking very female, raised her hand and wiped her mouth, looked down at Luhan and said, "My father wants to invite you to be a guest at home. There are some things I want to talk to you about." Quote. Hyuga Luoning with a look of horror. What the hell? Just kiss it. Why are you going to see your parents? Chapter 0375 _ The sudden appearance of Tsunade. You get up first. You. A little. Too heavy. Luhan didn't know what to say before the horror on Luhan's face faded. Of course, Hyuga Luo Ning wasn't heavy. Lu Han said so. I just think it's weird for the two to talk in this posture. I don't. Let me lean on for a while. Hyuga Luo Ning not only didn't get up, but leaned her head on Lu Han's chest. I think we should have a good talk. Lu Han couldn't even speak, but he was still a little confused. You said, I'm listening, Hyuga Luo Ning whispered, lying on Lu Han's body without moving. That call. Lu Han just opened his mouth, and at this moment, at the entrance of the cave room, a whirlwind rolled up, and a delicate woman in casual clothes appeared out of thin air. Seeing the situation in the room, he couldn't help but stare. His eyes were slightly wide, and his eyes flashed. There was an inexplicable meaning. Lu Han was stunned. Hyuga Luo Ning turned her head to look, and then jumped up from Lu Han's body, standing on the side with a quick face. Yuhi's face seemed to be dripping blood. She was so embarrassed that she was almost speechless, and her hands seemed to have no idea where to put them. Where is the best place? He greeted with a mosquito-like voice. Ms. Tsunade, Sama. Tsunade. Comes Tsunade. Only Tsunade would so recklessly enter Lu Han's room directly with the telekinesis technique. Hataki Sakumo and Sarutobi Hiruzen had done this once before. Just once, the only time. Have they ever done this again, and never will? I think this is a misunderstanding. Lu Han rolled over and jumped up, looking at Tsunade seriously. What's the misunderstanding? Tsunade reacted and said blankly, as if nothing had happened just now. You have to give me a chance to explain. Don't talk nonsense, I don't want to hear you gossip. Tsunade interrupted Lu Han's words, walked in front of Lu Han, stretched out his long jade hand, and hooked Lu Han with his fingertips, a gesture that made Lu Han feel familiar. What do you mean? Lu Han was stunned. Money, Tsunade said briefly. Lu Han opened his eyes and blurted out, you go again. Shut up, Tsunade interrupted Lu Han again. The word, gambling, had already reached Lu Han's mouth, and Tsunade choked back abruptly, hurry up. Bring me the money, you should also pay back the money you owe me. It's been so long, it's not good to drag it on, it will affect our teacher-disciple friendship. Tsunade's face is as thick as Lu Han's, which made her say it with dignity and no shame at all. Yuhi. Did you make a mistake? It's obviously you. Shut up, hurry up and give the money. Lu Han was about to be choked to death by Tsunade, but he couldn't say what he should say. Tsunade was staring at Lu Han, and there was no guilt on his face. Lu Han was also staring at Tsunade, but he was defeated soon, and looked away a little bit. He was a little guilty, of course not because of money. Tsunade has always asked him for money. Tsunade has no reason for this. The main reason is naturally that Tsunade just saw those things. And before, Lu Han had forcibly kissed Tsunade and showed his heart. Although what happened just now, the problem was with Hyuga Luo Ning, but Lu Han's heart was also shaken, and he didn't push Hyuga Luo Ning away immediately, so he felt guilty. He didn't know if Tsunade was angry. Although Lu Han knew that he was a little self-indulgent, he cared about Tsunade's feelings very much. With a flick of his wrist, Lu Han took out a thick stack of money tickets from his space backpack, slapped it on Tsunade's hand without counting, and said, give it back. HMPH, let's go. Tsunade hummed with a slightly raised chin, turned and disappeared into the room out of thin air. Why is it so coincidental, hey? Lu Han sighed, raised his hand and pinched his eyebrows. Do you owe Mr. Tsunade money? How much do you owe? Do you want me to help you? Hyuga Luo Ning's voice sounded from behind Lu Han. Lu Han turned around abruptly, looked at Hyuga Luo Ning angrily, and said angrily, is it shameful? Is it shameful? You say, is it shameful? Can't be a little more subtle when it comes to a girl's family. Already very reserved, Hyuga Luo Ning whispered. Yuhi lowered his head with a sullen face. Already reserved. What else do you want to do? No, nothing. Oh my god. Lu Han covered his forehead, looking like he was going crazy. Lord Hangguang, let me rub your shoulders for you. You, don't come here, I warn you. Hyuga Luoning tried to approach Lu Han, but Lu Han took a step back in fright. What's wrong? I didn't do anything to you. Hyuga Luoning pouted. Go out, immediately, I want to be quiet. Lu Han pointed back at the door. Oh, Hyuga Luoning responded obediently, frowned and walked out. When passing by Lu Han, she suddenly turned her head around and pecked on Lu Han's cheek, then without waiting for Lu Han to react, she flew to the door of the room, and as soon as the door opened and closed, she had disappeared into the room inside. Lu Han covered his face where Hyuga Luoning had kissed, and looked back at the empty door. He couldn't say a word. All the complicated thoughts in his heart were written on his face. In the end, he could only sigh. Hey, Sin. The mountain behind Konoha village, in the forest outside Anbu station. Damn kid, you're really rich, you have to kill as many people to get it. I can make money faster than me. Under the leafy tree, Tsunade faced the tree and lost money while losing money. Broken thoughts. The thick stack of bills was divided into parts, and it took Tsunade a long time to count them. There are more than 300,000. Just give me that much. How much does he have? Master Tsunade. The sudden voice made Tsunade suddenly stop thinking about it, and quickly put all the money in his pocket. Tsunade turned around and looked, his expression became extremely serious. Thank you, Lord Tsunade. Hyuga Luoning smiled sweetly, with a shy Yuhi dizzy on her face. As expected, Han didn't reject me, in fact, I was a little afraid of him. If Lord Tsunade hadn't told me what to do, I still dare not. You've done a good job, but it's not enough. Tsunade took a few steps closer to Hyuga Luoning, folded his arms, and sounded like a veteran. Chapter 0376_Intermediate Resurrection Scroll. Is it not enough? Hyuga Luoning was a little nervous. Yuhi's face was breathing a little faster. Then, what else should I do? Tsunade pondered for a while, then showed a mysterious smile pretending to be lofty, and said, actually, you can't be too hasty right now. If you push the cold too quickly, it may be counterproductive. For the time being, hold on tight and don't let it go. Han hates you, and it's not too late to take action when you have the right opportunity. Is that so? Hyuga Luoning blinked, and then bowed deeply to Tsunade. Thank you Tsunade for your guidance. You're welcome. Tsunade waved his hand and added, go ahead, remember my words, don't push too hard. Yes, thank you, Lord Tsunade. Hyuga Luoning thanked again, and left happily. Tsunade looked at the back of Hyuga Luoning leaving. The smile on his face slowly faded, and finally he sighed. Alas, Sin. In fact, Tsunade's heart is more complicated than anyone else. She pretends to understand, but in fact she doesn't understand anything, but she still insists on instructing Hyuga Luoning, hoping that Hyuga Luoning can go further with Han. She does so, but only I want Han Shuo to calm down and stop having messy thoughts. Tsunade was also very contradictory in her heart. She didn't know whether she could accept the cold, the age gap, the identity gap, the relationship between master and apprentice, and the imminent all-out war, all affected Tsunade's thoughts. This evening at dusk. Konoha Back Mountain, within Anbu Station. In the dark cave passage, Hyuga Luoning stood in front of the door with a dinner plate, kicked the door lightly with her foot, and called softly, Lord Hengguang, it's time for dinner. Let's put it outside, I'll eat it later. Lu Han's response came from the room. The food will light up in a while, Lord Hengguang. Hyuga Luoning continued, let's eat first. Don't rush to practice at this time. It's not worth it if you are starving. You are still growing, and a regular diet is not good for your body. Okay, although we ninjas are not easy to get sick, but we are not afraid of 10,000, just in case, you said. Hyuga Luoning babbled for a while, unable to stop at all. Squeak. The door suddenly opened a small gap. Lu Han inside the door glanced cautiously at Hyuga Luoning. reached out and grabbed the dinner plate, then quickly pushed the door, trying to close the door, but Hyuga Luo Ning hands faster, pressed the door hard. What are you doing? Lu Han looked at Hyuga Luo Ning vigilantly across the door. My father wants to invite you to be a guest at home, this matter, you see. Hyuga Luo Ning asked with a smile. I'm in retreat. I'll talk about it when I have time. Say sorry to Lord Haeyong for me. I really don't have time recently. Lu Han said. This way. Well, Hyuga Luo Ning pouted. Bang! Taking advantage of Hyuga Luo Ning's dazed effort, Lu Han pushed the door with all his strength. Cold-blooded and ruthless bastard. Hyuga Luo Ning couldn't help but muttered a few words in a low voice, slamming Kiba at the door, looking super dissatisfied. Time passed, in a blink of an eye, 2 days later. In the middle of the night, in the dark cave room, there was silence. Lu Han lay flat on the long couch covered with a thick blanket, closed his eyes and breathed gently. At midnight, Lu Han's body suddenly became illusory, translucent, and then solidified. His breath disappeared. Disruptor space. In the huge silver-white room full of metallic texture, a large number of crude and sophisticated weapons were piled on the ground, like a hill. In the center of the room, the white sphere exuded a hazy light. Call. The light ball suddenly cracked, revealing a dark crack channel, and Lu Han strode out from it. Diamond badge exchange. Lu Han turned around and said directly. Wow. Light erupted from the ball of light, in the color of Yuhi, and formed a curtain in front of Lu Han. A total of 8 squares were arranged in a row, each representing a kind of exchange, that is to say, there were only 9 exchanges in total. As for the first 6 exchange items, Lu Han already knew what they were. 100-fold upgrade of space, potion combination set, super item recovery, good fortune, immortality, breakthrough in the limit of initial surgery, initial resurrection scroll. These 6 exchange items, Lu Han has seen all of them when the exchange space was increased by 100 times last time, and when the super item was recovered, because Lu Han only had 15 diamond badges at that time, and he could only see the value of 15 diamonds from low to high. The initial resurrection scroll of the diamond badge, and this time, Lu Han has 30 diamond badges, and unlocked 3 kinds of exchange items. Good fortune Shoyuan proliferation. It can increase the lifespan of subversives by 30 years, the second use of 20 years, the third use of 10 years, the maximum can be used 3 times, and the exchange requires 20 diamond badges. Breakthrough of the limit of Chinese art. The LV9 level limit can be unlocked for the B level or lower level art, so that the upper limit reaches LV12, the target art must reach the LV9 level, and 25 diamond badges are required. Intermediate Resurrection Scroll. Subversive will trigger resurrection when his HP value returns to 0. After resurrection, he will be in a state of residual blood, lose all abilities, and return to the initial state. It can be set to suspend resurrection or set to stay away from resurrection. Open black lens bracket 30 close black lens bracket diamonds or required badge. Resurrection. Resurrection. Lu Han read it from beginning to end, and subconsciously whispered a few words. Obviously, among the 9 kinds of exchanges, the most useful one, and the one most useful to Lu Han, is the Intermediate Resurrection Scroll, with the highest value. Second Life. For subversives, this may be an indispensable guarantee, because the first 3,664 generations of subversives have all died and failed to subvert the world. What is certain is that the previous 3,664 generations of subversives there must be someone who has exchanged resurrection scrolls, or even more advanced resurrection scrolls, but they cannot escape the fate of failure and death. In the world of Hokage, the higher you climb here, the more difficult it feels to conquer the world. For Lu Han, who is familiar with the original work, Kagaya Heim and 6 Paths Immortals have always been the stones in his heart. Now Lu Han is very powerful, but in front of Kagaya Heim or 6 Paths Immortals, he is still an ant. What do you mean by setting a postponement of resurrection? Lu Han asked after thinking for a long time. Chapter 0377 _ Psychic Puppet. Suspend the resurrection. After the subverter dies, the soul will leave the physical body and exist in the world in the state of the soul body, which will last for a maximum of 1 day, and cannot be moved during the period. Within a day, the subverter can choose the resurrection time point at will. Subversion messenger. The voice sounded in Lu Han's ears. In this case, Lu Han's eyes lit up. The resurrection can be set to be suspended, that is to say, if I die in the hands of a powerful enemy, I can exist as a soul body for a while, and when the enemy leaves, I will choose resurrection so I can avoid danger, right? That's right, the subversive messenger replied. Then the setting is far away from resurrection. Does that mean that I can choose the location of resurrection? But directly away from the location of death? Lu Han asked again. Yes, the subversion messenger continued. This is the value of the intermediate resurrection scroll. Yeah, Lu Han nodded. He had concerns before. That time he had the opportunity to exchange the initial resurrection scroll, but the effect of the initial resurrection scroll was to revive in place. After the resurrection, it was residual blood and lost all abilities. Then it is a living target. If you die and resurrect, 80% of them will be killed again immediately. Therefore, the initial resurrection scroll is only suitable for some special cases, such as being cursed to death, or being seriously injured and falling off a cliff. You can be resurrected under the cliff. But those deaths are rare. Most ninjas are killed by the enemy in front of them. If they are killed in front of them and then resurrected, 80% of them will be killed again. Exchange, intermediate resurrection scroll. Lu Han made a decision. The total war is about to start, and with the resurrection scroll, Lu Han does not need to worry about his death due to some uncontrollable accident, and is called the failed subversive of the 3665th generation. Exchange completed. How to use the intermediate resurrection scroll. No need to use, just put it in the space backpack. Good. Lu Han took the dark Yuhi-colored scroll out of the space backpack, turned it over and over to observe it, and threw it back into the space backpack. Check. Lu Han raised his head again. The psychic badge exchange. Wow. The Yuhi-colored light curtain disappeared, and the green light curtain shone out from the white light ball, forming a new curtain in front of Lu Han. The curtain was divided into 2 areas. The left area is 8 squares, and the right area it is 7 squares. A total of 15 kinds of exchange. Lu Han swept his eyes and was stunned. It was different from what he thought. Dividing the 2 areas is actually distinguishing 2 different types of exchange items. These 2 types of exchange items are not only the psychic beasts that Lu Han thought of, but also puppets. Ninja Psychic. Low Wisdom Flying Letter Bird requires 1 badge. Low Wisdom Search Dog requires 1 badge. Low Wisdom Monkey requires 3 badges. High Wisdom Flying Letter Bird requires 10 badges. High Wisdom Search Dog 10 badges required. High Wisdom Monkey 15 badges required. Yuhi Crow 15 badges required. Puppet Channeling. Human Corpse Genin Puppet requires 1 badge. Human Corpse Chunin Puppet requires 5 badges. Human Corpse Jonin Puppet requires 15 badges. Organ Genin Puppet requires 1 badge. Organ Chunin Puppet requires 5 badges. Agency Jonin Puppet requires 15 badges. Small Dog Corpse Puppet requires 10 badges. Small Agency Canine Puppet requires 15 badges. 7 Psychic Beasts, 8 Psychic Puppets. Beast is still easy to understand, and any kind of psychic beast can be understood. After all, the Hokage world is a world where fairy beasts exist, and the old toad who has lived for thousands of years and can predict the future can already be regarded as a god. A psychic puppet that Lu Han couldn't understand is a very strong sense of discord, because in the Hokage world, puppets are made by humans, and there are a lot of puppet masters in the Land of Wind. Puppets are all man-made, even Pain's 6 paths. Puppets are created and manipulated. Although some puppets can be channeled and even sealed in scrolls, they are not psychic in nature. Just like the beheading sword, the beheading sword can also be channeled, but it is a weapon, not a psychic object. Puppet. Even if I don't exchange it in the subversive space, I don't need to be psychic. I can get it through other means. Lu Han spoke slowly. He needed to organize his words, That is, the exchange item for psychic puppets. Is there a meaning to exist? What is the difference between this and me buying a puppet directly? Or is there something special about it? What do subversives think psychics should have? The subversive messengers surprisingly didn't answer Lu Han's question directly, but instead asked. Quality. If it is a ninja beast, it is naturally convenient. If you can use it, you can summon it to your side, and if you don't need it, you will send it away. There is no problem that the psychic beast is too weak to take care of, and you have signed a contract with the ninja beast. There will also be mutual induction, etc. If it is a psychic item, such as a ninja sword, it is mainly convenient, and it is guaranteed to prevent loss, and if it is a prop psychic like Rashomon, because Luo the Shungman is too big to be with you all the time, and the Rashomon will always exist, this time it was channeled out, it was destroyed in the battle, and it can still be channeled next time, as long as there are enough chakras. You've said it, the qualities of a psychic puppet. Did I say so? Yes. It means. Lu Han frowned and recalled, then suddenly opened his eyes wide, it means. Forever. That's right, it exists forever. The subversion messenger continued. The psychic puppet, while having the normal puppet characteristics, also has the ability to regenerate continuously and can be summoned by repeated psychics. After the psychic puppet is destroyed, there will be a 14-hour cooldown period, after which the subversive can be summoned again. Quote. That means, for example, if I exchanged for a Jonin psychic puppet, it was destroyed in the battle. After a day, I can summon it again. Yes. Then, suppose I have enough psychic badges to exchange for 1,000 Jonin puppets and can be summoned repeatedly, wouldn't I be invincible? Lu Han found something unreasonable. Chapter 0378_ingot exchange item. 1,000 Jonin puppets that can be summoned repeatedly are definitely the power to rule the world of Hokage. The total number of ninjas in the entire ninja world is less than 100,000. If they all gather together, 1,000 Jonin puppets will definitely not win. Yes, but the problem is that they didn't get together. The 5 major ninja villages, various forces, and then divided into various legions, troops. If Lu Han really has 1,000 Jonin puppets, he can beat them one by one, and he is not afraid of loss, so what about Konoha Anbu? However, there are only 100 or 200 people, and 1,000 Jonin puppets who are not afraid of death are enough to easily win and destroy Anbu. No matter how many puppets are destroyed, they can be summoned again and fought again. Really invincible. Although some strong people are difficult to kill, the puppets dare to perish together, and the most terrifying part of the puppets is that they cooperate with each other. In theory, there is no ninja that cannot be killed. This is a question that can be called a bug, so Lu Han asked because he knew that this situation could not happen. Remind the subversive 3665. First, if you want to summon a damaged psychic puppet, you need a large amount of chakra. Second, each kind of psychic puppet has a limit on the number of exchanges. And third, the puppet needs to be controlled by the subversive, so, the subversive cannot rely on psychic puppets to form an undead army. The subversive messenger explained. Sure enough. Lu Han nodded, then raised his head to look from front to back. He only has 15 psychic badges in total. Naturally, he has to think carefully about what to exchange for. Even whether to use psychic badges now, he must think carefully, because it is obvious that there will be more advanced psychic beasts and psychics. Puppet, and to see unlocked and exchanged for more advanced exchange items, Lu Han needs to accumulate psychic badges. Different from ingots, psychic badges are still relatively difficult to obtain. Anyone with any Yuhi name may get ingots. To get psychic badges, you must kill psychic beasts and puppets with certain strength. What is Yuhi Crow? Lu Han suddenly said. Among the psychic beast exchange items, the Yuhi Crow is very special. It is worth 15 psychic badges, and the Jonin puppet is only worth 15 psychic badges. Yuhi Crow, a bird ninja beast with medium intelligence. As the voice of the subversive messenger sounded, a floating screen appeared in front of Lu Han. The screen was a medium bird creature with a body length of less than half a meter, which resembled a crow and had Yuhi feathers. Yuhi Crow has good fighting ability, can use Kaden Fire Style Chakra and Futon Wind Style Chakra, has learning ability, is good at stealth tracking, escape from tracking, lure enemies. A variety of abilities can be evolved. Quote. Evolution means evolving into a more advanced species. I can't give a more detailed explanation of Disruptor 3665 due to insufficient psychic badges. Oh, so can it speak human? Can't speak human language, but understand. Understood. Luhan held his chin and fell into thinking again. Is very tight. There are only 15 psychic badges, and among the 15 psychic exchange items, none of them are particularly attractive to Luhan. The psychic beasts are too weak in all aspects, and the puppets don't seem to be of much use. Of course, it's not useless, but Luhan is the kind of person who can easily solve things by himself, and he will never make it particularly troublesome. Forget it, let's do this first. Luhan raised his head again and took a deep breath. Come on. Ingot exchange. Call. Whoa. The green light disappeared, the white light shone, and condensed into a huge translucent curtain in front of Luhan. There were more than 3,000 squares on it, which were more than 3,000 kinds of exchange. Ninjutsu, secret jutsu, forbidden technique, ninjutsu, medical ninjutsu, spiritualism, ninja tool, special medicine, subversive's exclusive ability, etc. There are many types of exchange items, and they are not divided and arranged in a messy way. Looking at it, I felt a little dizzy. Luhan directly raised his head to look at the top. Luhan now has 468 ingots. Hundreds of new exchange items have been unlocked, and his Chunin tools account for a large proportion. Because the shapes and functions of the ninja tools are different, at the same price, there will be many kinds of ninja tools. 12 kinds of exchange items with the highest price. S-level physical art. The 8 inner gates open 6 straight, and the exchange costs 460 ingots. S-level sealing technique. The ghouls are sealed, 460 ingots are required. S-level puppet technique. Yuhi's secret technique, costs 460 ingots. S-level Raiden Thunder Style Forbidden Technique, 7-star Chain Thunder, 460 ingots. S-level Psychic, Huang Izumi Country, needs 460 ingots. Disruptor's exclusive ability, Super Appraisal, requires 460 ingots. There are also 6 other exchange items that can only be exchanged for 460 ingots, all of which are ninja tools. Luhan first glanced at the one with the highest price, and then began to scan quickly. After a while, he showed a disappointed look. There is no exchange item for Horaishin's technique, let alone Impure World Reincarnation, so you can't expect to have bug exchange items such as Sage Body and Rinnegan. What is super identification? Luhan asked thoughtfully. The exclusive ability of subversives that can carry out detailed identification of any object. The subversive messenger continued, if you use it on ninjas, you can know the opponent's comprehensive strength rating, ability, and psychological state when the opponent is not named Yuhi. That's it. Dare to ask for 460 ingots. Luhan raised his eyebrows. Super identification is still very useful, but it's too expensive. The messenger of subversion did not respond to Luhan. Luhan didn't say any more. His eyes moved quickly, and finally landed on the row priced at 420 ingots. He was watching. The magic of the magic god. He obtained the scroll of this spell after killing a level 55 diamond boss for the first time, and he has been hesitating whether to recycle it or use it. Because Luhan didn't know what exactly this technique was used for, and the value was so high. If it is particularly useful, Luhan will naturally use it. Otherwise, he can only get half of his yuanbao from recycling, which is equivalent to losing half of his yuanbao. In the text annotations of the square, there is no detailed explanation of the effect of the magic god's magic spell. What is the specific effect of the magic god's magic spell? Luhan asked. Chapter 0379 The Price of Horaishin's Art. The magic of the magic god's magic, the S-level forbidden technique. The magician dedicates his life to Matsuri to the magic god, and obtains the blessing and curse of the magic god. The blessing appears on the body surface of the magician in the form of a transparent shield. It can form absolute defense against chakra attribute attacks, and can also defend against high-intensity physical attacks. After launching this, the caster can curse the enemy with the words of the devil, and complete the curse at the cost of life. The final effect of the curse, the life speed of the cursed person increases tenfold, and for the rest of his life, he suffers from the pain of burning his heart every day. The subversive messenger made a detailed explanation. This is forcing people to commit suicide. Lu Han's eyes narrowed. Toxic enough. Ruthless enough. Even harming others is not good for oneself. 10 times the flow rate of life. The natural life expectancy of an ordinary person is 70 or 80 years old. After conversion, a newly born baby can only live 7 or 8 years after being cursed. If an adult in his 20s, people who have been subjected to this technique will probably only live for 4 or 5 years. The pressure in their hearts can be imagined. It looks like they have a terminal illness, and the pain that burns their hearts every day is not just forcing people to commit suicide. But, this technique can only be performed at the cost of life, but it cannot kill the opponent, and the value is extremely high, which seems a bit unreasonable. 420 ingots can only be exchanged, isn't it too expensive? Can't answer. Then, does this technique have other characteristics? The curse launched by this technique has no solution. Well, that's quite reasonable. Lu Han nodded, then he raised his hand and took out the scroll of the magic god's magic spell. Recycling Uzumaki immediately appeared in front of him, and with a flick of his hand, he threw the scroll away. Went in. Recycle. If you don't learn, it's useless. Lu Han had expected this technique to have other special effects before, but it didn't. No matter what, it was at the cost of life, so it would be boring. Lu Han didn't think he would sacrifice his life to harm anyone. Recycling returns, 210 ingots, just 50%. Total number of ingots on Lu Han's body reached 678. There are more than 300 exchange items unlocked again, of which there are more than 100 kinds of ninja tools. Lu Han raised his head and took a few steps back before he could clearly see the exchange items in the top row. There are 8 techniques with the highest value, 3 of which are sealing techniques and 1 is psychic techniques. The remaining 4 are forbidden techniques with attributes. Unified price is 660 ingots, and Lu Han doesn't know them all. All of them are techniques not mentioned in the original book. Lu Han didn't ask about the specific effects of those techniques first, but glanced at it. After only 2 lines, his eyes narrowed. He saw the exchange price of the Horaitian technique. S-class time and space forbidden technique, Horaitian, S technique, price 650 ingots. It's so expensive, why is it so expensive? Pervert. Lu Han's mouth was shaking. According to the rules, Lu Han only needs to reuse the scroll of the same technique to upgrade the technique. Lu Han had thought about it before. If it was possible, if you want to, you can rely on the exchange to upgrade Horaitian S technique to a certain level, so that his chances of survival in the Hokage world will be greatly improved. Even if you fight against Sarutobi Hiruzen, if you can't win, you can run away. The so-called Kunzi is not too late to take revenge for 10 years. It's not shameful to run. But, imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. Price of Horaitian S art is as high as 650 ingots. If you want to upgrade to LV6, you need 3,900 ingots, and to upgrade to LV9, you need 5,850 ingots. Lu Han now has enough gold coins to exchange for the Horaitian art scroll, but he won't change it, and he's not stupid. It's a waste to change now, because he has already relied on the practice to master the Horaitian art, so why waste 650 gold coins? These ingots are so precious. The first chance to kill a level 55 diamond boss is 10 times the chance to get super high rewards. The next time you save so many ingots, maybe when will it be? I still don't have Impure World Reincarnation. Compared with Horaitian, Impure World Reincarnation is the real anti-Sky. From some perspectives, Rinnegan can't compare to impure world reincarnation, and I don't know if it needs 1,000 ingots. Lu Han muttered, and began to scan again. You've seen everything you need to see, and now it's time to decide what to redeem. Remind the subversive 3665, you still have 15 minutes to stay. The voice of the subversive messenger sounded. Yeah, Lu Han responded subconsciously and continued to scan. When he saw the exchange for the 600 ingots in the row, his eyes stopped again, and he saw a more anti-sky in the original book. Technique. S-level forbidden technique, the art of reincarnation. The price is 600 ingots. This is the life forbidden technique developed by Chiyo's mother-in-law in the original work. Compared with the real-life mystery Rinne Tensai, Samsara of Heavenly Life, the effect of the reincarnation technique is much weaker. But it is also relatively speaking, after all, it can kill the dead. The art of resurrecting and giving life to puppets can be called pervert. According to the original records, mother-in-law Chiyo developed this technique to revive her son and daughter-in-law, and the Hokage world where Lu Han was at this time was only 31 years in Konoha. Hatake Tsukumo had not killed mother-in-law Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law. In other words, Chiyo mother-in-law has not yet developed this technique. Therefore, if Lu Han has mastered this technique, it can be regarded as original. But Lu Han was not interested, so he took a second look, just because this technique appeared in the original work. He performed the technique of reincarnation, but he had to give his life. Lu Han had no intention of giving his life for anyone. He came to subvert the world, not to be the savior. Keep watching. Lu Han doesn't have much time. He only stays for 30 minutes each time he enters the subversive space. In such a short time, he doesn't even have a chance to learn about all the unfamiliar techniques. In fact, he doesn't need it. Lu Han wants to. The exchange technique is either the powerful technique mentioned in the original book, or it is a very characteristic technique, so he will not ask about the specific utility of many unfamiliar techniques, and he has no intention of exchanging them. Lu Han glanced line by line. Time was passing. When Lu Han saw the line priced at 500 ingots, his eyes narrowed again, followed by ecstasy. He saw a special potion exchange item. Super Psychotherapy. Chapter 0380_4 Disruptor Exclusive Abilities. Super Spiritual Potion. Enhances the subverter's spiritual energy, and its effect is 100 times that of a spiritual potion. The annotation of the Super Spiritual Potion has only a small line, which is very simple and clear. This is why Lu Han is ecstatic. You must know that the spiritual potion is 10 yuan a bottle. 100 bottles need 1,000 ingots. And to exchange super spirit medicine, only 500 ingots are needed, and the effect is the same, which is equivalent to saving 500 ingots. Isn't this tempting me? Lu Han was a little impulsive, and a little reluctant, because 500 ingots were too expensive, and if they were exchanged for the majestic destroyer flame, great fire annihilation scroll, it would be enough to raise it to LV9 level, but chakra is essential. Without chakra, some powerful techniques cannot be performed at all. Master is useless. This is why Lu Han does not want to watch those S-level large-scale attacks. The reason for the exchange of ninjutsu is because even if he masters those techniques, he will not be able to use them. Not enough chakra. I have a question. If I use Master LV9 Ultimate Majestic Destroyer Flame, Great Fire Annihilation, can I use it? Lu Han asked. No, the subversive messenger replied succinctly. Based on the current chakra volume of the subversive messenger, at most LV4 Majestic Destroyer Flame, Great Fire Annihilation can be used. I knew it was like this. Lu Han sighed. Although Majestic Destroyer Flame, Great Fire Annihilation is only A-level ninjutsu, it has a brilliant record in the original book. The Majestic Destroyer Flame, Great Fire Annihilation displayed by Uchiha Madara can be described as earth-shattering. The huge carat output has a lot to do with it. The attack range of Majestic Destroyer Flame, Great Fire Annihilation is not particularly large, but the temperature of the flame is extremely high, and the burning effect is terrifying. If it is not because of its single nature and no change in shape, it can be rated as S-level Kaden fire style. Let me think about it. Lu Han muttered to himself and began to scan quickly again. He wants to see if there is anything more that needs to be exchanged immediately. Time flies. Remind the subversive 3665, you still have 5 minutes to stay. The voice of the subversive messenger sounded again. Well, Lu Han's expression was serious. He raised his eyes again, looked at the super spiritual potion, exchange item, bit Kiba and said, exchange, super spiritual potion. Exchange completed. The ingot was deducted directly from Lu Han's space backpack, and the super spiritual medicine appeared directly in Lu Han's space backpack. When Lu Han flipped his wrist, a lilac half-slap-sized bottle appeared in his hand. Lu Han's eyes were a little hot. Having exchanged it, Lu Han's heart relaxed, and he didn't feel any regrets. Open the potion and drink it in one gulp. Lu Han felt a coolness flowing into his mind, his consciousness became much clearer in an instant, and his mental energy skyrocketed. In fact, the spiritual energy has been improved. The effect is not only that more chakras can be transformed from the body, but also the reaction awareness during battle, the ability to understand during practice, and even the speed of unprinting. It is inaccurate to say that a psychoactive potion is a potion that increases chakra. Previously, Lu Han's total chakra was equivalent to a normal level 50 bronze boss, surpassing the elite Jonin, but not as good as Forbearance. After taking the super spiritual potion, Lu Han's total chakra was equivalent to level 50 gold boss. It can even be compared to the shadow with a low amount of chakra. This is the first time that Lu Han's chakra volume has reached a level that is very close to the chakra volume that his own strength should have. 178 ingots left. Lu Han began to hesitate again. It seemed that there was nothing to change. For Lu Han, who was about to become Master Hiraishin, there was no problem at all in playing the weakest cage-level ninja, but if he wanted to play a slightly more advanced cage-level ninja, he had to relying on some powerful techniques, but those powerful techniques cannot be exchanged for 178 ingots. Remind subversives that you have 3 minutes to stay. I know, don't make noise. Lu Han frowned, seemed a little irritable, and looked up slightly. He suddenly crouched down again and looked at the bottom. Naturally, he wasn't looking at jutsu or ninja gear. Those were nothing to change. He was looking at the subversive's exclusive ability. Only the exclusive ability of subversives is always worth replacing, and any kind of exclusive ability of subversives has high value. Exchange for danger alerts, critical damage, and corpse destruction. Lu Han frowned. Exchange completed. The subversion messenger responded. These 3 exclusive abilities of subversives were unlocked when Lu Han entered the subversive space for the first time. They were all priced at 10 ingots. There were 4 at the time. There were also deprivation techniques, which Lu Han had exchanged before. Danger alert. When a hostile character appears within 100 meters of subversive, an alert will be issued. Critical hit damage. When using offensive ninjutsu, there is a small chance of a critical hit. Upgradable. Corpse destruction. Destroy the corpse completely, leaving no trace. How to upgrade the damage of critical strikes? Lu Han quickly asked, can I use repeated exchange to upgrade? When subversives release offensive ninjutsu, there is a small probability of critical hits. When the critical hits reach 200 a certain number of times, they can be upgraded. They cannot rely on repeated exchange to upgrade. Subversive messenger said. Understood. Lu Han, who was squatting on the ground, nodded, then stood up again and glanced at the curtain quickly. After more than 10 seconds, his eyes stopped again, and his eyes fell on a kind of vital judgment. Disruptor's exclusive ability. Vital determination. Determine the special key of the hostile target. After obtaining this ability, attack the special key of the hostile target, which can cause multiple damage, and trigger the killing effect with a small probability. The exchange requires 100 ingots. Note, some hostile targets do not have special vitals. Change this. Critical judgment. Lu Han said. Lu Han had known for a long time that he had this ability, but he never changed it. It was one aspect that he was short of money before, and more importantly, this ability was a bit tasteless. He said that some hostile targets had no special key points. That is to say, it was worth as much as 120 yuan. The exclusive ability of the subversive, it is very likely that it will not be used at all in battle. But now the situation is different, because there is a special group among Lu Han's enemies, puppets. Puppets are vital. It is the core center for the puppet master to control the puppet. One more. Majestic Destroyer Flame, Great Fire Annihilation. Lu Han said again. Chapter 0381 _ The Change of the Country of Vortex. Redeem Majestic Destroyer Flame, Great Fire Annihilation for a great deal. Lu Han is already familiar with the exchange rules and the pricing standard of exchange items. From any point of view, the A-level Kaden, Fire Style, Majestic Destroyer Flame, Great Fire Annihilation priced at 45 ingots is very cheap. Majestic Destroyer The Shape of Flame, Great Fire Annihilation when released is similar to the oversized version of the Grand Fireball, but it is very different. The diffuse burning attack formed by the flame attack after landing is a feature that the Grand Fireball does not have, and the flame temperature is also fundamentally different. Not a level. Majestic Destroyer Flame, Great Fire Annihilation, can be said to be the top A-level Kaden, Fire Style, Attack Ninjutsu. Its power is close to S-level Kaden, Fire Style, Attack Ninjutsu, and S-level Attack Ninjutsu. The lowest price is also for 100 ingots. The price gap is huge, and Majestic Destroyer Flame, Great Fire Annihilation also has a very high growth rate. Majestic Destroyer Flame, Great Fire Annihilation of different levels has a huge difference in power. Of course, this technique is also flawed, that is, the consumption of chakra is large, which also casts his power. Now Lu Han has just exchanged the super spiritual potion, and the chakra volume is approaching the shadow. There is no problem in releasing LV1 Majestic Destroyer Flame, Great Fire Annihilation, and Lu Han also plans to rely on practice to improve the level of Majestic Destroyer Flame, Great Fire Annihilation. In seeding, the master is the most difficult at first, but once you get started, the initial improvement is much easier. In terms of the difficulty of practice, Majestic Destroyer Flame, Great Fire Annihilation is only A-level. With Lu Han's talent, combined with golden potions, to practice A-level art, the initial improvement is still very fast. Each level is equivalent to saving 45 ingots. Time flies, in the blink of an eye, half a month later. Time unknowingly, has entered Konoha 31 October. In the past half month, Lu Han has been in retreat, practicing the technique of Horaishin. Occasionally, when his thinking enters a dead end, he will also practice Majestic Destroyer Flame, Great Fire Annihilation to adjust. When the ninja is in retreat, his mind is immersed in things. I would feel that time passed very quickly. Half a month, for Lu Han, was just a few times of falling asleep and waking up. Noon today. Dong dong. Sir, lunch is here. With the knock on the door, Hyuga Luo Ning's voice sounded outside the door. Don't eat. Lu Han, who was sitting cross-legged in front of the stone wall, responded. There was no movement outside the door, and a long time passed. Dong dong. Sir, Captain White Fang, please come over. It was still Hyuga Luo Ning. Got it. Lu Han responded, frowning slightly and stood up. In the past 2 weeks, this is the first time that White Fang has come to him. It is certain that there have been many major events in the entire ninja world in the past 2 weeks, but there are very few that are worth disturbing the cold light. Is he going on a mission? Lu Han muttered, turned and disappeared into the room. Anbu command room, in the brightly lit cave room. What happened? Lu Han pushed in the door and said, walking all the way to the desk. There are a lot of people in the office. Apart from Hataki Sakumo behind the desk, there are also 4 people standing respectfully in front of the desk. They are the second team leader Uchiha Bai, the third team leader Hyuga Bonin, and the leader assistant Sarutobi Yushuin. They are all important to Konoha Anbu. Figure. Lu Han, who walked to the desk, swept his eyes and his face darkened. Gather all these people, What happened? Lord Hangwang. Seeing Lu Han entering the door, Uchiha Abai and Benin Hyuga greeted Lu Han respectfully, and Yuan Feiuisan nodded as well. Take a look at these two pieces of information first. Hataki Sakumo threw the two scrolls to Lu Han with a serious expression. Lu Han picked up the scroll and looked at it quickly. The two scrolls were two pieces of information. The two pieces of information were very related. When Lu Han read the first piece of information, his expression didn't change, because he had already expected the information. And when he saw the second piece of information, he couldn't help but raise his brows. Intelligence 1. 5 days ago, Anbu's first team leader, Dogwan, returned the information. Uzumaki Jinghai led the Uzumaki army to defect and betrayed Konoha, but because the Konoha mixed army was well prepared, the loss was not large. This information arrived at Konoha Anbu 5 days ago, but Lu Han didn't know it because he was in retreat, and he didn't need to bother to tell him about this kind of thing. The key lies in the second intelligence. Intelligence 2. This morning, Anbu's first team leader, Dogwan, sent back information. Konoha Hokage assisted Danzo to lead the Anbu route ninja to perform a beheading mission, and successfully killed 4 high-level figures of the Uzumaki family, including Uzumaki Jinghai. Danzo was slightly injured and Root Squad Ninja lost more than half. Sir Danzo, you did a great job. Lu Han muttered, looking up at Hataki Sakumo. So, is there anything else? Isn't this problem solved? What do you want me to do? Uzumaki's problem of shocking the sea is solved. Regarding the war in the Uzumaki kingdom, Mr. Hokage has a new arrangement, but a new problem has arisen. Hataki Sakumo's expression was still serious. He said, he took out another copy. The information scroll was handed to Lu Han and said, the information I just sent back. What happened again? Lu Han muttered to himself, opened the information scroll and looked at it. His face changed suddenly. The content of the information is very brief, just one sentence. Found the trail of ghost lanterns and magic moon. Second generation of Mizukage ghost lantern moon has arrived in the country of the vortex. This is a terrifying existence stronger than boiling rain, one of the strongest in the world. He appeared in the country of vortex, representing the further deterioration of the situation in the country of vortex. Lord Hokage has seen this information. Lu Hanmeng asked Hataki Sakumo, looking up. I just came back from Lord Hokage. Hataki Sakumo nodded. Lord Hokage has given me an order. I will lead Wanfeng and Bailey to the country of vortex. While I am away, you will be in full control Anbu. You can't be in retreat during this time. You going? Lu Han blinked in surprise. You can beat Ghost Lantern and Magic Moon. Can't beat it. Hataki Sakumo shook his head. Then you are going to. According to Lord Hokage's order, I will lead someone to find the location of Ghost Lantern Wanyu to confirm whether he has been staying in the country of the vortex, and then someone will go to contact him directly. That's good. Lu Han nodded. If it was just tracking, the danger would be much less. One more thing, Hataki Sakumo said again. Lord Hokage is looking for you. Looking for me? Why? You'll know when you go. Chapter 0382_Old Fox. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in front of the square table, holding a teacup in his hand, sipping tea in a hurry. Lu Han sat opposite Sarutobi Hiruzen. It had been a long time since he had been here. He drank half a pot of tea, but Sarutobi Hiruzen hadn't said what he was looking for. Can you play chess? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked as he put down his teacup. No. Lu Han directly blocked the conversation. He really didn't bother to waste time playing chess. Has White Fang gone? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked again. He just left when I came here. Lu Han said. Yeah. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, took another half cup of tea, and took a sip. Lu Han can't bear it anymore. In fact, he is very disgusted with the high-ranking people's always pretentious attitudes. Although he is the deputy captain of Anbu, he has done this, but he is not the same as he was before, and he has not met Sarutobi Hiruzen before. Born of a cautious attitude. He knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen had come to him, and something must have happened. If you just drink tea and chat, it is not impossible in ordinary times, but in this special period, Sarutobi Hiruzen should not be so idle. Hiraishin hasn't finished yet. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally said, putting down the teacup again. Not yet, Lu Han said. Don't be in a hurry, too radical practice may not be a good thing, and your growth rate has far exceeded my expectations. Sarutobi Hiruzen held the teacup in his hand, glanced at the teapot, and then glanced at Lu Han. Lord Hokage, can we stop drinking it? I can't sleep at night after drinking too much tea. Lu Han said helplessly. Ha! Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed, pushed the teacup, and waved his hand. Okay, stop drinking. You are really different from White Fang, young man. Sarutobi Hiruzen's final exclamation was not knowing that young people were more energetic, not old-fashioned, but still lamenting that young people are ignorant. Although Captain White Fang won't be in direct contact with Ghost Lantern Wanyu this trip, it is also dangerous. Lu Han took the initiative to speak. I don't know. Who does Lord Hokage plan to send to deal with Ghost Lantern Wanyu? Not sure yet. Not sure, that's not. Don't talk about this. Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted Lu Han with a wave of his hand, then paused and said again. I'm asking you a question, you can answer me after thinking about it. Lord Hokage, please. Lu Han waved his hand. What do you think, White Fang? He is a very good, powerful young ninja, with superb task ability, firm belief, absolute loyalty to Konoha, and very considerate to his subordinates, not to mention he is perfect, because he is still growing, but as far as I can see, in Konoha, there are only a handful of young ninjas who can compare with him. Lu Han is not stingy with his praise, and it's okay to praise those who can be admired by Sanin in the original book. Then what do you think? Sarutobi Hiruzen stared into Lu Han's eyes. How do you compare to him? Me. Lu Han was shocked. What does Sarutobi Hiruzen mean? After thinking for a while, Lu Han said again. Compared to Captain White Fang, I'm still a little short of the heat, but I believe that one day I will surpass him. What Lu Han said seems humble, but in fact he is a little arrogant. In Konoha, Lu Han is the first to dare to surpass Hatake Tsukumo in the future. Anyone who knows about Hatake Tsukumo will know what kind of existence he is. You're so humble. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. Lord Hokage won the prize. Lu Han said cheekily. Humph. Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted lightly, meaning unknown, then paused and said, I have plans to form an S-rank independent mission unit, and those selected into this unit will be the top young ninjas in Konoha, including Tsunade. Several people will be members of this troop. This troop is positioned to perform ultra-difficult comprehensive missions, including the beheading mission of the enemy's advanced ninjas. Some of the missions will overlap with the missions in charge of Anbu. The difference is that Anbu can only be in the dark, which is not good for my Konoha's reputation. So, Lu Han blinked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the formation of a new unit is very understandable. After all, the war is about to break out. Konoha has a large number of independent mission ninjas, which also need to be integrated, but the problem is, Sarutobi Hiruzen said this face to face, there must be some other ideas. Otherwise, there is no need for Lu Han to say that Lu Han, who belongs to Anbu, cannot intervene in Sarutobi Hiruzen's formation of a new army. My idea is, who will be the captain of the S-class independent task force? Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped the table subconsciously. There are 3 candidates in my mind at present. The first is Kato Dan, the peerless genius of the Kato family, and the second is... Quote. Wait a minute, who are you talking about, Lord Hokage? Lu Han suddenly interrupted Sarutobi Hiruzen. Kato Dan, what's wrong? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. Is he a problem? No, I just feel the name is a bit unfamiliar. Lu Han even waved his hand. A strange look flashed in his eyes. Kato Dan, Tsunade's first love in the original, died in the Second Ninja World War. For this person, Lu Han is still very indifferent. Sarutobi Hiruzen said that he is a genius, so he must not be wrong. In the original book, Kodo-dan is an existence who can participate in the Jonin meeting and can be seen by Tsunade, so his strength is definitely not weak. That's it. Cough. Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed lightly and said again, the second person is you. The third person is White Fang. Me and Captain White Fang. Lu Han was stunned. Yes, you can all be the captains of the S-Class Independent Task Force, but I don't have a choice. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, so, what do you think? I don't want to leave Anbu. Lu Han said directly, just joking. How could he leave Anbu without being the captain of Anbu? Lu Han still doesn't know where the powerful forbidden techniques of Konoha are hidden, so he should be Anbu. The captain will know. I recommend Captain White Fang. Lu Han said quickly. But, he is the captain of Anbu, and he can't leave his post easily. In fact, I prefer to let you take up this important task. Sarutobi Hiruzen showed hesitation. No, 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 no. Lu Hanlian said, his thoughts changed, and he stood up abruptly. Lord Hokage. Can I challenge the position of Captain Anbu? Chapter 0383_End of Life. You want to challenge White Fang? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked in surprise, but a smile flashed in his eyes. Things were going in the direction he expected. You must know that with your current strength, you are not White Fang's opponent, even if it is mission ability. It's hard to say. You have to understand that the reason why I sent White Fang to track Ghost Lantern Moon instead of sending you is because I believe in his ability more. Lord Hokage, you must also understand that there are no absolutes. If you judge me to be inferior to Captain White Fang based on your personal feelings, then what's the point of Anbu's meritorious challenge rules? Although I am young, I am competing for the position of Captain Anbu. In this matter, I don't necessarily lose to Captain White Fang. As long as I master the Hiraishin technique, I have the confidence to defeat him. Lu Han's face was full of unwillingness to admit defeat. Sit down. Sarutobi Hiruzen gestured with a raised hand. Lu Han sat at the wooden table again and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Confidence is a good thing. Sarutobi Hiruzen said indifferently. You know, I have always had high hopes for you. I hope you become stronger and better. So, I can give you a chance to challenge White Fang. If you win, you will be Captain Anbu. After White Fang resigns, he will reveal his identity and become the captain of the S-Class Independent Task Force. If you lose, you will leave Anbu and compete with Kodo-dan for the position of captain of the S-Class Independent Task Force. Quote. I won't lose. Lu Han smiled. Hopefully, I expect you to win too. It's better to convince White Fang of losing. Sarutobi Hiruzen also smiled. By the words of Lord Hokage. Okay, let's go. Yes. Lu Han hurriedly left the room. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked out of the window and took a long time to withdraw his gaze. He picked up the teapot, poured himself a cup of tea, put down the teapot and picked up the teacup, and whispered to himself, little guy. It's time for you to see. After saying that, Sarutobi Hiruzen drank the tea. Lush groves, forest trails. Lu Han, who had already put on the mask, walked in a hurry, still thinking indignantly, old fox. Hold me up first, you want to kill me. Everyone is calculating, and I don't think about my young and fragile heart at all. What a bastard. If you think I don't know what you think, and you're pretending, I should show you. Let you know what a genius is and what a monster is. By the way, there is also the bastard White Fang. He must have known about this a long time ago. Let's plot against me together, and make you look good at that time. Lu Han knew what Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking. Of course, he is not a god, so it is impossible to understand Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart, and Sarutobi Hiruzen did not reveal any flaws in language, but Lu Han just knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen had bad intentions, shameless and dirty. Because Sarutobi Hiruzen was Yuhi's when he agreed to Lu Han's challenge to White Fang. Yuhi's name without rank and title judgment. That is to say, Sarutobi Hiruzen will not hurt Lu Han personally, and he agrees with Lu Han to challenge Hatake Sakumo, then there is only one possibility: Hitaki Sakumo will hurt Luhan. And it was inspired by Sarutobi Hiruzen. That's a good analysis. On the surface, Sarutobi Hiruzen hoped that Hangwang would win, that Hangwang would be stronger and better, but in fact, he hoped that White Fang would defeat Luhan. Of course, Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart is good, and he hopes that Hangwang can grow up in setbacks, but Luhan doesn't think that his strength will be weaker than White Fang after Master Hiraishin, but Sarutobi Hiruzen thinks so. Luhan is naturally unhappy. After returning to the Anbu station, Luhan first went to see Sarutobi Yushuan, then returned to the room and began to retreat again. He threw Anbu's things to Sarutobi Yushuan. Although this very irresponsible behavior was opposed and condemned by Sarutobi Yushuan, Sarutobi Yushuan couldn't control Luhan at all, and because the two had a good personal relationship, after Luhan retreated, Sarutobi Yushuan refrained from making a small report to Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. In fact, Sarutobi Yushuan's ability to handle affairs is very strong. Captain Anbu's assistant is the role of helping Captain Anbu handle Hyuga's affairs. Even if there is an urgent matter that Sarutobi Yushuan can't handle, it is too late to inform Luhan immediately. The impact is not big. It's just that Luhan's attitude is very irresponsible. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, another 5 days have passed. Might die every morning, noon, and evening. He is now fully responsible for Anbu affairs, and these are still to be seen. This afternoon. Dong dong. Lord Hangwang. With the knock on the door, a cold and unfamiliar voice sounded outside the door. Facing the wall, Luhan suddenly opened his eyes, tilted his head and asked cautiously, "What's wrong?" He had already expected what was going on, because the nameless Anbu ninja who belonged to Anbu Zero Squadron was speaking outside the door. "She's gone," said a cold voice outside the door, not calling the person by name. But Luhan knew who it was. She, Uzumaki Mito. The mountains behind Konoha village, wet and cold forest, drizzle. In front of Uzumaki Mito's tomb, there are only 7 or 8 people kneeling in front of the monument. The first 2 are Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uzumaki Mito's granddaughter Tsunade, followed by Hyuga Huyang, Homura Mitokado, Kaharu Udatane, Uzumaki Kushina, and Luhan. The news of Uzumaki Mito's death was completely blocked. The entire Konoha, apart from those who were present, knew that it was estimated that Danzo and Anbu Captain White Fang who were in the country of vortexes would get the news. It's a big deal. The first generation Kyuubi, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki column force is enough to affect the situation in the entire ninja world. Tsunade's eyes were already crying, Yuhi was swollen like peaches, and her tears were still flowing down, while the little girl Uzumaki Kushina, who was kneeling behind her, was sobbing all the time, her shoulders kept shaking, and she cried more sadly than anyone else. "Farewell, Mito-sama," Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted. Yuhi's eyes rimmed, and he kowtowed first. The others followed suit. A sense of grief pervades the forest. Konoha 31 October 6 at 3 p.m., the wife of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, the first generation of Konoha Kyuubi, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki column force, the symbol of Konoha wisdom, the great female ninja Uzumaki Mito, died after the Konoha village the mountain and forest seclusion place, died at the age of 78 years old. Chapter 0384_alarm. At sunset, at the West Mountain, at dusk, Yuhi Sha filled the sky, as if a blood curtain had been hung on the horizon. Everyone, farewell, Uzumaki Mito, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others left first, while Tsunade, Uzumaki Kushina, and Hangwang did not leave. Tsunade knelt on the muddy ground, hands in the puddle, head bowed. Luhan stood behind Tsunade, pulling Tsunade who was still crying softly, and was speechless for a moment. To Uzumaki Mito's tomb, there is a small tomb without a monument. It is also a new tomb. The people in the tomb were buried at the same time as Uzumaki Mito. Uzumaki green tea. She is buried. It is suicide. As early as the Sengoku era, Uzumaki Mito was married to Senju Hashirama. At that time, Uzumaki Mito was the princess of the country of the vortex, and Uzumaki Green Tea was the maid, married to the Senju family. She has always regarded Uzumaki Mito as a princess. She came to Uzumaki Mito at the age of 8 or 9. She never married and accompanied Uzumaki Mito for 50 or 60 years. It can be said that Uzumaki Mito is everything to her. Uzumaki Mito is dead, she is not alone. It's getting dark, go back. Luhan finally spoke. Tsunade, who was kneeling on the ground, slowly raised his head, sniffed hard, his body swayed, and slowly stood up. She took one last look at Uzumaki Mito's tombstone, then turned around and disappeared in front of the tombstone. Luhan opened his mouth, but didn't have time to speak. Obviously, Tsunade chose to leave in this way because she wanted to be alone, and she didn't want anyone to disturb her. Let's go, hey. Luhan sighed, took Uzumaki Kushina's small hand, and walked towards the forest path. Kushina, who was a little sturdy, was very good at this time, and he didn't struggle when he was pulled away by the bad guy. According to Sarutobi Hiruzen's previous decision, from the day Uzumaki Mito passed away, Uzumaki Kushina officially became Luhan's disciple. Luhan will be responsible for teaching outside Uzumaki Kushina's ninja school and will also become Uzumaki Kushina's guardian. At this time, Kyubi 9 Tails had been sealed into Uzumaki Kushina's body. Luhan did not participate in this matter. It was carried out 2 days ago. Sarutobi Hiruzen personally cooperated with Uzumaki Mito to complete Kyubi 9 Tails' body. Transfer seal. At night, a secluded place in Konoha village, a hut in the woods. It is Han's home, the old house that Luhan has not returned to for a long time. If nothing else happens, Uzumaki Kushina will live here in the future, and Anbu Ninja will take care of her daily life. Inside the house, the lights are dim. A small square table was placed on the wooden couch. 3 or 4 dishes were already placed on the table. Uzumaki Kushina, who was in a bad mood, sat at the square table, pursed her lips and did not speak. She seemed to have not left the sadness of Uzumaki Mito's death. Come out, although the child is forgetful, Uzumaki Mito has just died after all. It's time for dinner. Luhan came out of the kitchen with the last dish. Putting the dishes on the table, Luhan jumped onto the wooden couch and sat opposite Uzumaki Kushina, looked at Uzumaki Kushina with his head down, and called out, "Hey. Little girl, it's time to eat." "I don't eat," Uzumaki Kushina whispered. "You'll be hungry. If you don't eat, I can eat it." Luhan picked up his chopsticks and started dinner. He didn't persuade Kushina to eat, he didn't need it at all. Sure enough, after more than 10 minutes, the little girl couldn't help but pick up the chopsticks. "Hey, don't you want to eat?" Luhan joked. The little girl suddenly looked up at Luhan, her eyes were still Yuhi's, she was speechless and just stared. "You said you wouldn't eat it yourself." Luhan blinked. Kushina slapped the chopsticks on the table and called out, "Bad man." Luhan grinned at Kushina, made a face, and then took a chopstick of meat and put it in his mouth, gulps, and deliberately angered Kushina. Kushina's breathing quickened, her angry face bulged, and she cried out in a crisp voice, "You abused me, I'm going to tell Hokage-sama." "Yoha, have you learned to sue? Go, go, see Lord Hokage believes you, this little girl, or believe me." Luhan winked at Kushina, and put the meat in his mouth. "You're going to eat it all up. Bad guy." Kushina quickly picked up his chopsticks and started to snatch something with Luhan. She eats whatever Luhan eats, which is faster than Luhan's. Often, fighting with chopsticks, Luhan pretended to grab Kushina for a while, and then stopped. Although he wasn't full, he naturally wouldn't really grab something to eat with children. "I just did that just to coax Kushina, so that she could temporarily forget her sadness." In the next few days, Luhan was still in seclusion most of the time, but every time it was time to eat, he would find Kushina to eat together. Feelings need to be cultivated. Lu Han naturally has no special thoughts about the little girl, but since he intends to teach her, he needs to spend time and energy. Another day at noon. Konoha downtown, noodle shop. Kushina in casual clothes were sitting opposite each other. In front of them were large exaggerated bowls, which originally contained super-sized noodles. At this time, they had already eaten half of them. The food was fast and the two were playing. Well, I'll take you back to school in a while, maybe I won't be able to pick you up after school. Lu Han bit his face and said vaguely. Don't take it. The classmates are laughing at me, your reputation is so stinky. Kushina interrupted Lu Han's words, staring at Lu Han with big eyes, looking very disgusted. Oh, you seem to be famous. Lu Han mocked. Just better than you. Not really. It's embarrassing to hear that Tenten got beat up when you were at ninja school. Ah, well, it's all in the past. I've never been beaten. Ding, there is a hostile target 97 meters to the south. Lu Han was arguing with Uzumaki Kushina, and the alarm sound suddenly sounded in Lu Han's ear. Lu Han, who was about to retort to mock Kushina, was stunned for a moment. In such a period, an enemy could enter Konoha village. Looking out of the window at random, but seeing no one, Lu Han opened the insight map, and immediately, the whole person was stunned. Iwagakure Village 2nd Generation Tsuchikage. Level 60 Gold Boss, none. Lu Han blinked hard. He thought he had read it wrong, but he didn't. The big Yuhi point was really showing Tsuchikage, the 2nd generation. Without. Dare he infiltrate Konoha? Chapter 0385_unmanned. Lu Han was completely stunned. It's hell. You can't go wrong with an insight map. Although Lu Han hasn't seen anyone yet, he is absolutely certain that Wu is in Konoha village, on the street outside the noodle shop, or inside the roof or building. Level 60 Gold Boss, a Zeon ninja stronger than boiling rain. With Wu's strength, one person is enough to deal a heavy blow to Konoha. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, it is difficult to defeat him quickly. Although he came to Konoha alone and dared to do it, he himself could not leave alive, but what he did. The threat posed by it cannot be eliminated. He could really hurt Konoha's people. Yuhi name with a tendency to hurt before it will be reminded. Generally, the Yuhi name without a graded title will not be reminded. Yeah, I'm done. I'll finish it first. Give it to me, give it to me. Lu Han was still stunned, and the cheers of Uzumaki Kushina sounded from the opposite side. The little girl looked extremely excited, stood up on the chair, pinched her waist and asked Lu Han for something. Today, there is a bet between the two of them to eat noodles. If Kushina loses, she will pay for the noodles. She is still very rich. Uzumaki Mito gave her a lot on her birthday last time, and the New Year's money, and if Lu Han loses, he needs to give Kushina the reflective experience. It was an unfair bet. The money for eating noodles 100 times was not worth the price of reflective kunai, but Lu Han was trying to coax the children, so it didn't matter. He's crazy, Lu Han murmured, always observing the movement trajectory that is not on the insight map. The maximum range of 10 kilometers on the insight map is enough to cover the entire Konoha village. There are still dozens of Yuhi names displayed on it. They are all Konoha ninjas who are malicious to Lu Han, such as Uchiha Fugaku, Wu Shiwei, an alien ninja, a big Yuhi point. Very good tracking. You're crazy, don't be rude. Kushina on the opposite side showed an angry look, and the little girl heard Lu Han's whisper in the tip of her ear, if you're cheating, I will ignore you in the future. Bad guy. There were many ninjas eating on the second floor of the noodle restaurant, and they all looked over when they heard Kushina making a noise. They all know, Han, even if they haven't seen it before, they have heard other people talking about it. They know that this 13 or 14-year-old boy is Tsunade's disciple, and he is a stunned young man who had fought with the Uchiha tribe a year ago. Han was once called a waste, but now he has revealed that his strength is Chunin. The name of the waste has been diluted, and few people have mentioned it. I'm in a hurry, go to school alone. Lu Han got up suddenly and walked out in a hurry. You're a fool, Kushina screamed. Lu Han didn't care. He wasn't being rude, but it was hard to find it in the space backpack, and he couldn't take things from the space backpack in public. In fact, if there was an accident, Lu Han wouldn't be eating noodles. Lost to Kushina on this matter. Lu Han had walked quickly to the entrance of the stairs. Uzumaki Kushina jumped off the chair and trotted all the way to chase after Lu Han. When Kushina chased into the corner of the stairway, she screamed angrily again, scolding, "Bastard," and "Bad," several times, because Lu Han was gone, and he disappeared as soon as he turned into the corner of the stairwell. The rooftop of the restaurant. Lu Han, wearing a black robe and a mask, appeared out of thin air, his cloak unfolding against the wind. Call. Two whirlwinds rolled up at the same time a few seconds after Lu Han appeared, and two figures, one tall and one short, appeared one after another, and they both respectfully greeted, Lord Hengguang, Might Dai and Hyuga Luo Ning, both of whom were named Anbu Ninja. Their identities appear and they dress mysteriously. They can't compare to Lu Han. They work in Anbu and have very little time for themselves, and they can't appear in the villages of Bright Face at will, and most of them are on standby. Luo Ning, go back to the station and inform all the ninjas on call, special combat readiness, and dispatch them all. Lu Han ordered hoarsely. Yes. Hyuga Luo Ning was stunned for a moment, and quickly responded. She was very surprised that Han Guang actually called her by her first name instead of her code name. This was a low-level mistake, and when thinking about special combat preparations, it was obviously out of order. Big thing. Adai, you go and inform Lord Hokage. Lu Hanyao looked at the southwest, his voice paused, and he said more cautiously, just say, Tsuchikage sneaked into the village. Might Dai and Hyuga Luo Ning were shocked at the same time, and they were shocked. Call. Lu Han turned around and disappeared in front of the two of them. Track. Wu's movement trajectory is very strange, and seems to have no purpose. Walking in circles in Konoha village, it seems that he is checking the defense arrangement in Konoha village, or he may be looking for something, and Lu Han can't understand what kind of Lu Han is. In this special period, Wu sneaked into Konoha alone, as if it was unreasonable to do anything. According to the insight map, Lu Han quickly followed Wu's direction. Wu is also moving, and very quickly. He sometimes passes by the position where Konoha assassinated and garrisoned, but he did not find his existence by the secret post. He is probably in a stealth state. It was written in the original book that there is no master. The ability called Wu Chen Misai can make him enter a super invisible state that even chakra can't perceive, and he is also called No One. After a few minutes, in the west area of Konoha village, in a quiet alley, Lu Han appeared at the entrance of the alley, holding Hiraishin Kunai in his hand. He was ready to escape at any time. It must be impossible to beat Wu, and at this time, Wu has already discovered that someone is following. There was no one in the long alley, and Lu Han couldn't see anyone, but he could see the string of Yuhi characters floating in the air. Wu's stealth ability was useless to Lu Han. Lu Han followed Wu and didn't show up. That string of Yuhi characters, which only Lu Han could see, had been in motion until just now, and it stopped for a while. The word Yuhi had turned over, indicating that Wu turned around and looked back, and Lu Han also confirmed this and was found by Wu. Not surprising at all, because there is no chakra perception ability. Call. The wind blew through the alley, and the figure covered in bandages slowly appeared in the alley, followed by an indifferent voice. How did you find me? Chapter 0386 Sarutobi Hiruzen and Nothing. No, Tsuchikage, the second generation of the village of Iwagakure in the land of the land, is about 50 years old, with terrifying strength and strange methods, and has the nickname of No One. It is said that Wu Wei fought against Ghost Lantern Wanyu when he was young. Although he also severely injured Ghost Lantern Wanyu, he was burned by Ghost Lantern Wanyu's stunt and could not be cured. Since then, he has been wrapped in bandages and never used his true face extraordinary. Lu Hanyao looked at the figure in the alley. Just like the legend, he was covered in bandages, a bit like a mummy, with only a pair of eyes and nose showing from the whole body. Lu Han knew very well that Wu Kuo Konoha had always been full of malice. The source of this kind of maliciousness had to be traced back to the beginning of Konoha's establishment 30 years ago, when Wu brought his 13-year-old disciple Onoki to Konoha village. During the course of diplomacy, they met the arrogant and unparalleled Uchiha Madara. The two joined forces, but they were also severely injured by Uchiha Madara. Although Uchiha Madara kept his hands and did not kill the two to avoid causing a war, the feud was inevitable. Don't you want to tell me? It's been a long time since no one can find me so easily. Wuji and Lu Han did not speak, stared at Lu Han's eyes with a faint gaze, and made a cold voice, "Who are you?" Han Guang. Lu Han finally spoke. He had to delay. Han Guang. Wu Nian murmured, and then said, "Are you nervous? Are you afraid of me?" Wu could sense the flow of chakra in Lu Han's body, and Lu Han was on high alert, with chakra in his body. Ready. Master Wu, you don't invite me, is this really good? You are so brave. Lu Han's eyes narrowed, staring at Wu's eyes. Call, 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 ha. Just as Lu Han finished speaking, whirlwinds appeared one after another, the entrance of the alley, the depths of the alley, the roof, the top of the wall, on the tree. All directions, the dwarfs in high places all quickly appeared, all dressed in Konoha Anbu costumes, and all of them. Arms out. Over 100 people, Rap Nun in the middle. Konoha Anbu, huh, he really has the ability. Wu Nian murmured, chuckling and sighing, not knowing whether it was sarcasm or admiration, maybe both. The one who mocked was Konoha Anbu's self-awareness, and the one who praised him was that he found out so quickly. He came. You should sense that they are coming, why don't you run? Lu Hanmo asked. Need it? No response asked. Do you need? Unnecessary. Because Konoha Anbu and the others are not without opponents. If they were in the wild, Konoha Anbu would probably be destroyed. This is why Lu Han didn't immediately order to fight. Master Wu, I know, maybe. We are not your opponents. Lu Han said again, but at least I can stay with you for a while. When our Lord Hokage comes over, you don't even think about running away. Whoa. A figure suddenly appeared in the alley, and appeared out of thin air without symptoms. The person who came had a big hat with the word, fire, written on it, and the cloak that swayed in the wind had the words, 3 generations of Hokage, written on it. It was Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this moment, more than 100 Anbu ninjas around him breathed a sigh of relief. The whirlwind appeared behind Lu Han again, and the mysterious Might Dai appeared out of thin air. Why is it so slow? Lu Han turned his head and asked in a low voice. Lu Han had followed for countless minutes before. Normally, let Might Dai inform him that Sarutobi Hiruzen should have come a long time ago. Lord Hokage changed clothes. It took some time. Might Dai's tone was a little strange. Change clothes, Lu Han said in surprise, and couldn't help but look at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Indeed, Sarutobi Hiruzen changed clothes. He usually doesn't wear Hokage clothes or hats, but this time he changed all of them. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Wu were 3 meters away and looked at each other. Why didn't you say hello first? Sarutobi Hiruzen began. Want to see Konoha? No way. How do you feel? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. Great, especially Anbu, Wu said. Huh, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled, raised his hand and gestured behind him. Seeing this gesture, Lu Han was taken aback for a moment, and then he said hoarsely, I'll withdraw. It's none of your business. Yes. There was a roar of promises all around, and then these Anbu ninjas jumped out and quickly disappeared in this alley. The whole alley was clean, even Might Dai and Hyuga Luo Ning left. Lu Han still stood at the entrance of the alley. Lord Hokage, Lu Han called out. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to look back at Lu Han and saw that Lu Han was still holding Hiraishin Kue, and said, Don't be nervous, I invited you here, you go back with me. Yes, Lu Han responded respectfully. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Wu disappeared in the alley, and Lu Han also disappeared. Not long after. In the antique room, a pot of good tea has been placed on the wooden couch square table. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Wu are quite formally kneeling opposite each other, and Lu Han is standing beside the wooden couch, behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. Senior has already decided, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked while holding the teapot and pouring tea. Speaking of senior, it does not mean that Sarutobi Hiruzen has surrendered his status, but if compared with seniority, Wu is indeed a generation higher than Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although Tsuchikage and Hokage are of equal status, Lu Han felt that Sarutobi Hiruzen called Wu senior, mostly because to bring the relationship closer. There are some things, it's time to solve it. Wu's eyes flashed a cold meaning, and he picked up the teacup and took a sip. The bandage under Wu's nose has been pulled down a bit, revealing his mouth, and Lu Han can see obvious scars around the corners of Wu's mouth. It's a burn. It's time to solve it. If you wait any longer, no one can guarantee that there will be any accidents. Sarutobi Hiruzen said following Wu's words, and took a sip from the teacup. Wu nodded lightly, and his brows were slightly wrinkled, as if he had a serious concern. Lu Han, who was standing on the side, hadn't turned a corner in his mind. Was it Sarutobi Hiruzen? What are they discussing? He is. Wu suddenly looked up at Lu Han. Hangguang, Vice Captain Anbu. Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Vice Captain. It was the first time Wu heard that Konoha Anbu had the position of Vice Captain. After a pause, he looked at Lu Han and asked, "How did you find out about me?" That question again. Chapter 0387_negotiation. Ali. Before Wu asked how Lu Han found out, Lu Han didn't answer, because there was no need to answer. At that time Wu was an enemy, and Lu Han could completely ignore any question of Wu, but now it is different. Wu was invited by Sarutobi Hiruzen, unless Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke. Stop it, otherwise Lu Han really has to talk. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't stop, but looked back at Lu Han. In fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen is also very surprised. How did Hangguang find out about Wu? Wu, like Konoha, didn't do anything bad, just walked around and looked around, leaving no traces. In this case, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't find it directly unless he actively used ninjutsu. Wind. Lu Han said one word. Wind. No response asked, his eyebrows condensed slightly, and then he showed a clear look. Wind. It is indeed no exposure that may prompt stealth. Because Wu is invisible, not illusory, when the wind blows on him, it is no different from blowing on other people. That is to say, Wu will block the wind. If it is a strong wind, when it blows on Wu, it will form an arc airflow. Bypassing without blowing behind him, the direction of the wind flow will be completely changed. In fact, there is a better explanation than the wind, that is, the physical induction technique. In the original work, Gaara can use the sand to detect the existence of the invisible Wu, and the invisible Wu will leave footprints when walking on the sand. However, Lu Han did not know the physical sensing technique, so he could only say that it was wind. This explanation still made sense. Wu did not comment on the fact that Hangguang found himself through the wind, and chatted with Sarutobi Hiruzen again. The two discussed the current situation in the Kingdom of Rain in detail. At present, the situation in the Land of Rain is very unfavorable for the Land of Earth, because not long ago, the Iwagakure Corps was plotted in a war and lost to the Sunagakure Omegakure coalition. It is said that many senior ninjas have been damaged. Lost heavily. Recently, the Iwagakure Corps in the Land of Rain has been passively defending, and they dare not trade into the hinterland of the Land of Rain. That time, how did you lose so badly? Sarutobi Hiruzen took the initiative to mention this. I was mixed into the Legion station by spies. Wu calmly said. Spies. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. It's a puppet made from my Iwagakure ninja corpse. He raised his teacup without a reason. Sunagakure used this to steal important military information and set up a series of plans accordingly. Puppet. Sunagakure's methods are really inferior. Sarutobi Hiruzen said indignantly, but a strange brilliance flashed in his eyes. He naturally wouldn't tell Wu. Sunagakure also tried to steal Konoha's information by the same means, but it was unsuccessful. According to the latest information we have obtained, Hanzo has finalized a plan with Sunagakure. The northwest of the Land of Rain will be completely blocked. The Sunagakure-Omegakure coalition will move to the southeast, invade the Land of Fire, and jointly carve up the territory of the Land of Fire. Wu said slowly, saying stop taking a sip of tea. Really? That's bad. Sarutobi Hiruzen said copingly. Information is very important, but cannot be trusted completely. Sarutobi Hiruzen understands the meaning of Wu Sai's words very well. Let's get down to business. Without knowing that he couldn't fool Sarutobi Hiruzen, he put down the teacup and raised his head. If I help Konoha solve the trouble, what will you Konoha be willing to pay? A 2-year covenant, advancing and retreating together, living and dying together. Sarutobi Hiruzen restrained his smile and said solemnly. 3 years. Wu Ma said, also, I need your guarantee that during these 3 years, your Konoha is not allowed to expand to the outside world. Sir Wu, your request is too much. That's not what we said when we communicated. Sarutobi Hiruzen's name for Wu changed. It was a negotiation, and it was difficult for him to be polite with Wu. Plans can't always keep up with changes. Without staring into Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, I didn't expect our Iwagakure to have this loss. You also know that there are no permanent friends. Interests determine everything, and now you Konoha has completed the layout, but the overall picture not moving, strong. I have to be careful. I can't guarantee that Konoha will not expand in the war. Your request will limit my Konoha's strategic actions. Sarutobi Hiruzen is very firm. He really can't guarantee, otherwise the war will be impossible. Without silence, he picked up the teapot and slowly poured himself a cup of tea. Lu Han, who was standing on the side, had already set off a storm in his heart. Is Konoha going to form an alliance with Iwagakure? A 2-year covenant, 3-year covenant. What trouble will Wu solve for Konoha? Lu Han listened in the fog, but still couldn't make up his mind. 3-year covenant, Wu said again. Agree, Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Konoha can't invade the land for 10 years. Wu changed a condition. Agreed. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't hesitate. He was not a martial artist, and if he wasn't forced, he really wouldn't let the Konoha ninja invade other countries. I have one more question. Wu looked up at Sarutobi Hiruzen again. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes narrowed slightly. He knew what Wu wanted to ask. He paused for a moment, and said, Master Mito passed away a few days ago. Yeah. Wu nodded, looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen for 3 seconds, and said, that's it. At this moment, the headless Yuhi name changed, turning directly into a harmless orange. Lu Han suddenly understood. He understood why Wu was invited by Sarutobi Hiruzen, but he was always the big Yuhi. Because he came to negotiate, it would be no problem if the negotiation was successful, but if the negotiation failed, what would happen would not matter. Well said. Without the previous Yuhi name status, it is a self-defense counterattack. Okay. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded cautiously, then reached into his arms, took out a black scroll, slapped it on the table, pushed it to Wu, and instructed, remember to destroy it after reading it. It will guide you. Huh. Wu made a surprised nasal sound. People are in the country of Vortex. Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Wu Yi was stunned, the corners of his mouth seemed to be shaking uncontrollably, and his eyes were cold. Even God is helping me. Wu finally sighed and disappeared into the room out of thin air. Lu Han saw that the map was fully open, and kept paying attention to Wu's movement. Without stopping, he left Konoha village at an extraordinary speed, and in just over 10 seconds, he left the detection range of the Insight map. You're confused, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen began. Lord Hokage, please clarify your doubts. Lu Han respectfully said. Sit down. Sarutobi Hiruzen pointed across the table. Chapter 0388_want to pick up cheap cold. Lu Han sat opposite Sarutobi Hiruzen. He had some clues from what he just heard, but he was still a little confused. In the negotiation between the two parties, it is obvious that Sarutobi Hiruzen is at a disadvantage, and they are not raising conditions and raising the price, while Sarutobi Hiruzen can only respond passively. This is not like Sarutobi Hiruzen's style of doing things. How could he be so passive? Known as the greatest Hokage of all time, Sarutobi Hiruzen's strength and ability are beyond doubt. He should be very good at negotiating this kind of thing, but he even told nothing about Uzumaki Mito's death. What to do? Will Sarutobi Hiruzen pay so much? Do you know how Wu's injury came about? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. I know. Luhan nodded. I heard that he was burned by ninjutsu, a ghost who was not Mizukage at the time, during a battle when he was young. The rumors are true, but don't you think it's strange? Sarutobi Hiruzen said again. Strange. Luhan muttered, hesitantly said. It is indeed a bit strange. The country of water is located in the southeast of the ninja world, and the country of earth is in the northwest. The two countries, in terms of the entire ninja world, are the farthest apart. I can't imagine how the two of them fought together, or a life and death battle. The contradiction between them is not a contradiction at the national level of the ninja village, but a personal grievance. The specific. I have also heard that there may be inaccuracies, so I will not tell you. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, you just need to know, they are mortal enemies, and hatred cannot be resolved. Understood. Luhan nodded. No, he is 57 years old this year. His body has already begun to age, and because of the injury, his strength will decline faster. Sarutobi Hiruzen held up the teacup, seeing that a full-scale war is about to break out. Bear with it. World War. As early as a year ago, due to physical reasons, he planned to abdicate and become a sage. The position of Tsuchikage he chose to inherit as his direct disciple, Onoki. Lord Hokage, can we avoid detours? Luhan said helplessly. He didn't want to listen to Sarutobi Hiruzen telling stories. It's not a detour. I have to let you understand why Wu made this decision. Sarutobi Hiruzen put down the teacup, shook his head with some emotion. Wu's courage is comparable to my teacher. What decision? Luhan asked. This is the key. He decided that before his strength diminishes significantly. Sarutobi Hiruzen said heavily. Kill the ghost lantern Moon. Huh. Luhan's body was shocked, his eyes widened rapidly. In Luhan's mind, all kinds of complicated thoughts were smoothed out at this moment and turned into a clear line. No need to kill Ghost's Lantern Moon. Second generation Tsuchikage wants to kill second generation Mizukage. I sent White Fang to track Ghost Lantern Moon before, just to prepare for Wu. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, originally, under normal circumstances, Ghost Lantern Moon will sit in Kurigakure village. Sneak into the village of Kurigakure and launch a life-threatening battle against the Ghost Lights and Magic Moon. Ghost Lights and Magic Moon will definitely meet, otherwise. Kurigakure, except for Ghost Lights and Magic Moon, no one is Wu's opponent. Let Wu kill in Kurigakure village, Kurigakure can't bear it such a loss. Wu has no intention of returning to Iwagakure village alive. Don't be afraid of death. Such people are the most terrifying. Wu just said that the gods are helping him, of course, because Ghost Lantern Wanyu actually left Kurigakure village and arrived in the country of Vortex, which will make it easier for Wu to kill Ghost Lantern Wanyu, but Ghost Lantern Wanyu is in the Vortex. The whereabouts of the country are uncertain, and it is not easy to find anyone without the assistance of White Fang. Quote. Luhan got it all. Just talked to Sarutobi Hiruzen and mentioned helping Konoha solve the trouble. This trouble is Kurigakure. Kurigakure can be said to be the biggest trouble for Konoha at the moment, but no, as long as the Ghost Lantern Moon is killed, the second generation of Kurigakure Mizukage is dead, which means that Kurigakure has lost the power of several regular legions. With the strength of Ghost Lantern Wanyu, it is really not a problem to fight several regular legions by one person. And he is such a master. From some perspectives, he is not comparable to several conventional armies in terms of effectiveness. Once Ghost Lantern Wanyu is killed in battle, there is at least an 80% chance that Kurigakure will retreat from the Kingdom of Vortex. And Lu Han also knew that the result of Wu and Ghost Lantern Guanyu's final battle was to die together. There has been an accurate record in the original work that during the Fourth Ninja World War, the second generation of Mizukage Ghost Lantern Moon, the second generation of Tsuchikage Mu, the third generation of Reikage I, and the fourth generation of Kazekage Rasa were simultaneously impure world reincarnation, never in the conversation with Ghost Lantern Moon. It can be known that they perished together in a war. Wu helped Konoha to solve Kurigakure, and Konoha allied with Iwagakure against Sunagakure and Omegakure. Both sides had to pay a huge price. Comparatively speaking, Wu paid a higher price because he was going to die, but from another perspective, in other words, the conflict between Wu and Ghost Lantern is not a day or two. His contribution is for Iwagakure and himself, and there is selfishness in it, so on the whole, neither side took advantage of this negotiation. Lord Hokage. Lu Han stood up suddenly. I have a request for this subordinate. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. What kind of request would be made at such a time? Send me to the country of Vortex. I wanted to help Mr. Wu, for Konoha at the time. With my assistance, I think what Mr. Wu has to do will be easier to achieve. In this way, the trouble in the country of Vortex can also be solved. Get it resolved, Lu Han said with awe-inspiring righteousness, but in fact it was full of selfishness. It's true that he wants to help Wu, but the purpose of his help is to get rewards. In the ultimate battle between Wu and Ghost Lantern Guanyu, it is difficult to say who will kill Ghost Lantern Guanyu. If Lu Han can kill Ghost Lantern Guanyu cheaply, the reward will be unimaginable. Are you going to help him? Sarutobi Hiruzen was slightly attentive and pondered. Guaranteed not to kill the ghost lamp and the moon, it is indeed necessary, but whether to send the cold light out is also worthy of careful consideration. P.S. There is a bug in the original book about the time of death of No and Ghost Lantern. In the comics, Senju Tobarama is not mentioned in the volume of Impure World Reincarnation. It can be speculated that they died before Senju Tobarama, but if they died before Senju Tobarama, they shouldn't know the third generation of Reikage, and how Senju Tobarama died. The third generation of Reikage knows best, and it is not the fourth generation of Kazekage to say. It is difficult to explain the fact that Wu and Gillen Genyu can fight together. In this book, I set the death time of Gillen Genyu and Wu as the early stage of the Second Ninja World War, so I hereby explain. Chapter 0389_Famous Punching Bag. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a long time, finally raised his head, raised his hand and said, "You go first, let me think about it." It's over. Lu Han suddenly sighed in his heart. Obviously, Sarutobi Hiruzen said to think about it, then it's probably not going to happen. Of course, Lu Han is still looking forward to a turnaround. After all, he came to this world, and he had a great influence on the country of water, and produced a butterfly effect that spread far and wide. Therefore, it is impossible to successfully kill Ghost Lantern Guanyu. Hard to say. At present, you are still concentrating on preparing to challenge the position of Captain Anbu. Anbu's daily affairs also need your care. Don't think too much. If there is another change in the country of Vortex, I will send you there. Sarutobi Hiruzen said again. Yes. This subordinate retire. Lu Han respected Sarutobi Hiruzen, and then disappeared into the room. Little guy, what the hell are you trying to do? After Lu Han left, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a puzzled look on his face. He could feel that Han Guang took the initiative to ask to go to the country of Vortex to help Wu, not for Konoha. Or, not just for Konoha, there must be other purposes. Cold light is not White Fang after all. Sarutobi Hiruzen knows that Han Guang is actually lazy. Although he is competitive, he has no desire for power. Although he has pursued merits and honors, he is often forced to do it. Every time Han Guang establishes merits, there is a reason for it, rather than him taking the initiative to do it for Konoha. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt strange. It was the critical period for Han Guang to cultivate Hiraishin, but he took the initiative to request to go to the country of Vortex. It would be strange if there were no ghosts in it. But Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't figure out what was going on inside. At dusk, the gates of the ninja school opened, and it was another day after school. Look, isn't that cold? What is this guy doing here? I haven't seen him in a long time. This guy, hey, let me tell you, when he was at the ninja school, Tenten was beaten, but it was terrible. The most famous punching bag since the establishment of the ninja school was him. Be quiet, I heard that he's all chunin now, we can't compare. What are you afraid of? Humph. If he hadn't had the bad luck and was accepted as a disciple by Master Tsunade, how could he have become chunin? He didn't graduate from ninja school at the beginning, and he didn't pass the graduation exam for several consecutive years. Dropped out of school. Why is the fool next to him so familiar? I know, it's Might Dai. Everyone says he's eternal genin, and there are rumors that he doesn't seem to have a good mind, but he's stupid. It's really like a group. Under the big tree in front of the ninja school, Lu Han, who was dressed in casual clothes, had a loveless expression on his face, and did not speak in a dull manner. Beside Lu Han, Might Dai was wearing a Konoha ninja uniform, his brows were furrowed, and the corners of his mouth were twitching. Children from 6 to 12 years old kept walking out of the school gate, and when they saw Lu Han and Might Dai, they would point and discuss. Most ninja school students know Han. Because they are Han's classmates, Han has only left the ninja school for more than a year, and the 6-year-old child who was in the same class as Han back then is only 7 years old this year. Geniuses are a minority after all, and there are not many students who graduate from ninja school in 1 year. According to Lu Han's original plan, he didn't plan to pick up Uzumaki Kushina from school today, but because of an accident at noon, he knew that the little girl was angry, so he changed his plan and brought Might Dai. Might Dai is an adult. With adults present, Uzumaki Kushina should give some face, right? Come out. Might Dai suddenly turned his head and whispered. Yeah, Lu Han responded with a nasal voice. He saw that the little girl had just walked out of the school gate and was saying hello and goodbye to a few familiar little girls. Those little girls were all 6 or 7 years old, and they all looked soft. The weak one. Cough. Lu Han raised his fist against his mouth and coughed lightly. Kushina turned her head and glanced at it, her eyes widened suddenly, showing an angry look. She turned and walked away, walking along the wall of the ninja school, walking quickly, her whole person exuding a kind of, I'm very angry, don't get me, vibe. Dead girl, Lu Han muttered, and quickly chased after Uzumaki Kushina. Might Dai followed Lu Han's pace. As soon as Lu Han walked into the middle of the road, Uzumaki Kushina, who was walking against the wall, suddenly stopped, and someone blocked the way. In front of him was a slightly taller boy of 7 or 8 years old. He was well proportioned and stood upright. From his posture and temperament, it could be seen that this boy had been practicing physique since childhood. His eyes were white, and it was from the Hyuga family. In Lu Han's eyes, his name was displayed as Hyuga Bike, and beside Hyuga Bike, there were also several half-old children of the Hyuga family who surrounded Uzumaki Kushina. Damn girl, let you meddle in your business. Today you are dead. Hyuga Bike gestured to Uzumaki Kushina with a fist. What, want to fight? Uzumaki Kushina raised his hands fiercely and rolled up his sleeves. Beat her. Hyuga Bike waved his hand and rushed up first. Bang, 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 bang bang bang. A one-sided fight. Uzumaki Kushina almost punched 3 punches and 5 divisions and knocked down all the half-eldest children of the Hyuga family. Her strength was very strong. A painful hum. You idiot, you dare to mess with Pepper. It's a shame, a group of people can't beat a girl. Many students around who had just left the school stopped and started talking. Humph. A bunch of trash. Uzumaki Kushina swept his hands and raised his chin proudly. Hey, damn girl, fighting again, how did I tell you, you have to forgive others and forgive them. Lu Han couldn't help but speak, showing his majesty as a teacher. In fact, Kushina was right in this matter, but Lu Han couldn't help but speak. Han wanted to find fault with Kushina. I want you to care. Kushina suddenly turned around and yelled at Lu Han fiercely. At this moment, Hyuga Bike, who had just been knocked down, stood up silently behind Uzumaki Kushina, took out kunai from his arms, and Yuhi stabbed Kushina's leg with his eyes. Chapter 0390_Wounded Cold. Be careful. Kushina. Hurry up. Suddenly sounded, one after another. Uzumaki Kushina turned her back to Hyuga Bike. She couldn't see Hyuga Bike's sneak attack, but she had already sensed the danger. Bastard! The little girl screamed, turning around and punching Hyuga Bike. The moment she turned around, her face changed suddenly, because she didn't expect that Hyuga Bike would actually use a knife. Call. A figure stood in front of Hyuga Luo Ning, grabbing the sharp kunai and grabbing the blade. The blood quickly washed Kui and Yuhi, but Kui was caught tightly. Can't move an inch any longer. Yeah. Blood. The younger ninja school students around screamed, especially the little girls who were only 5 or 6 years old, and some even cried out of fear. Hyuga Bike's face changed. In front of Uzumaki Kushina. Call. Call. 2 figures in black robes and masks appeared on the roof of a building more than 100 meters away, glanced at the situation from a distance, and disappeared again. They are the nameless ninjas of the Anbu Zero Squadron who were responsible for protecting the safety of Uzumaki Kushina. They can only protect them in secret. Because Anbu's Vice Captain Han Guang is present, they naturally don't need to do anything. Little brat, fight if you fight. If you can't beat a girl, go back and practice hard. What's the point of sneaking a knife? Lu Han said indifferently to Hyuga Bike while holding Kuwu. Hyuga Bike's face turned pale, his hands trembled, he let go of kunai, and took a step back. Might Dai walked behind Lu Han and glanced at Lu Han strangely. The injury on Lu Han's hand was nothing, so naturally Might Dai wouldn't make a fuss about it. He was just surprised, how could Han Guang be injured by accident? Uzumaki Kushina stood behind Lu Han's side and looked nervously at Lu Han's hand. From time to time, he would stare at Hyuga Bike, his hair fluttering in anger. Dang! Lu Han threw the bloody Kushina at the feet of Hyuga Bike and said, don't do this in the future. It's not honorable for boys to bully girls, and sneak attacks are not the actions of men. Don't make trouble for Kushina. This is not an example, I understand. Is it? Lu Han was really talking in a pleasant manner. He couldn't care less about children, and just now Hyuga Bike was impulsive, but he deliberately lowered Kuwu. He wanted to stab Kushina's leg, and he had no intention of hurting Kushina's life. So Lu Han didn't want to teach Hyuga Bike a painful lesson, just talk about it. However, Lu Han overestimated Hyuga Bike's psychological quality. You bastard, why are you preaching to me? Mind your own business. Hyuga Bike cried out in embarrassment. After following Master Tsunade, do you really think you have the skills? 8-year-old Hyuga Bike knows Han because the two were classmates at the time, but they were in different classes. Ninja school, Tenten was beaten and his reputation was not good. He was lectured in a serious manner by Han in public. Bastard, what did you say? Lu Han wasn't on fire yet, the little girl was already blown up, jumping out and going to fight Hyuga Bike. Looking for death, Hyuga Bike was also fierce, and quickly picked up the bloody Kuwu on the ground. A figure flashed in front of Hyuga Bike at a faster speed, and the hand that was still bleeding was thrown out. Snapped. A loud slap on the face, the clear voice made everyone stunned. Hyuga Bike was beaten and fell directly out. A few Kiba teeth flew out of his mouth. The school gate was completely silent, and then again several exclamations sounded. Master! Master! Several half-eldest children of the Hyuga family all ran to Hyuga Bike. Hyuga Bike was stunned, and half of his face was swollen. Little devil, next time you mess around, I'll kill you. Lu Han raised his eyebrows at Hyuga Bike, and grinned at Kiba. Hyuga Bike covered her swollen face, her eyes frightened and afraid to look at Lu Han. Idiot! Lu Han muttered helplessly, looked back at Uzumaki Kushina, who was still staring at Hyuga Bike, and knocked Kushina's forehead back with his hand. let's go, damn girl. Whoops. Kushina covered her forehead and pouted at Luhan in dissatisfaction, but she also obediently left with Luhan. Luhan, Might Dai, and Uzumaki Kushina gradually drifted away. When the three of them reached the intersection, Hyuga Bike shouted hoarsely at the school gate, Han. I'm going to kill you. ... A small forest, a remote forest path, facing the sunset, the three walked side by side. Idiot, I would have cut my hand, even if I shed a lot of blood, I don't know if I will die. Uzumaki Kushina followed Luhan with small steps, turned sideways, and walked. While holding a handkerchief, he bandaged the wound on Luhan's hand. You're so annoying, you've been nagging all the way. Luhan glanced at the little girl. It's your own idiot, why don't people tell me? Kushina frowned. Don't I care about you? If you care, you will be messed up, otherwise how could that kid hurt me? Luhan blinked at Kushina, he was injured just to coax Kushina. Now, the effort is still very high. It's worth it, the effect is remarkable, Kushina has become a lot better. HMPH, people don't want you to care. Kushina hummed, patted the back of Luhan's hand again, okay. Luhan raised his hand and looked at it. The bandage was good, but at the end he tied a bow on the back of his hand, which looked a little weird. Hey, Kushina, who had been dressing Luhan's wound all the way, finally realized that the path he was walking was a bit unfamiliar, and looked around and blinked, Aren't we going home? Today we're going to Hyuga's house. Luhan said. Hyuga's house. The little girl looked back at Luhan, her eyes widened, what are you going to do? Go. Luhan was about to say that it was Hyuga Haeyang who invited him, but he stopped, and his thoughts changed. I'm going to help you get revenge. That kid is going too far. I'll go and tell the parents for you. Are you crazy? Kushina exclaimed, grabbed Luhan's arm, and pulled Luhan to stop. Don't go. That bastard has a lot of status in Hyuga's house. Don't go, don't go. Chapter 0391_Girl Under the Cherry Tree. If you don't go, I won't allow you to go. Uzumaki Kushina took Luhan's arms with both hands and squatted on the ground. I don't want you to avenge me, I will avenge it myself, nosy guy. Damn girl, aren't you afraid? Luhan teased. Me, I'm not afraid. Uzumaki Kushina stood up suddenly and shook his little fist at Luhan. That bastard, there is nothing to fear. Humph. Let's go then. Luhan tilted his head with a smile. Let's go. Uzumaki Kushina raised a small face. Might Dai, who was standing on the other side of Luhan, didn't say a word, but from his expression, it was obvious that he was holding back his laughter. I once told Might Dai that he was asked to come here to support the scene and shock the dead girl, but the result was that he couldn't hold back at all. Even if there were other people present, Uzumaki Kushina would not give cold face at all. Hey. As soon as the three of them walked out of the woods and walked up the road, Luhan felt that someone was pulling at the corner of his clothes, and when he looked back, he saw that the little girl was staring at him pitifully with big eyes. Is it okay if you don't go? Uzumaki Kushina, who was pulling the corner of Luhan's clothes, whispered. It seemed that she had regarded the Hyuga's house as a dragon pond and a tiger's den. No, go. Luhan rejected the little girl with a dignified expression. If you are afraid, go back first. I will go there myself, and I will seek justice for you. I'm not afraid. Kushina was stubborn. What else is there to say? Luhan raised his brows. Let's go, don't be dawdling. That's right. You still owe me something. Kushina seemed to suddenly remember something. Here you are, I'll lose to you by eating noodles at noon. Luhan escaped directly from the reflection and handed it to Kushina, who was already ready. You're smart. Kushina murmured in a low voice, very preciously took the reflective kunai in his hand, hugged it in his arms, and then put it into the small satchel around his waist, with a firm and determined look in his eyes. The whole person's demeanor also became majestic and high-spirited, as if he was going to be generous. Do you want to be so exaggerated, damn girl? Luhan smiled and touched Kushina. little head. Don't worry, everything will be fine. I'm not a dead girl. Don't call me a dead girl. It's so unlucky. What if I really become a dead girl? Kushina shook her head reluctantly, and pressed a pair of small hands on the Ankue's satchel. He pouted, humph. If they dare to mess around, I will fight with them. Don't cause trouble. Luhan raised his hand and flicked Kushina's forehead. Ouch. Bad guy. Kushina covered her forehead and kicked Luhan's calf. At the end of the evening, the sky is full of Yuhisha. Konoha village, the gathering place of the Hyuga clan, in front of the north gate. The beautiful girl stands quietly under the cherry tree, with a little makeup on her face, her eyebrows lightly swept away, her delicate and picturesque face, as if there are sparkling eyes flowing with waves, looking forward to the brilliance, the white hefung skirt swaying in the wind, and it is not easy to grasp. The slender waist and the fluttering skirt form a shocking contrast full of exaggeration. The wind caresses, the cherry blossoms fall, just like a painting. Hyuga's ninja, whose handle is in front of the north gate, has already entered a state of bewilderment, and even now he still thinks he has seen a ghost. Because the person standing under the cherry tree is Hyuga Luo Ning. Miss taking the wrong medicine. Miss is sick. Miss is stimulated. They had to wonder, because the eldest lady had been under the cherry blossom tree in front of the door for more than an hour. She didn't say anything or do anything. She just stood there and didn't know what she was going to do. This place is so eerie and terrifying. Why don't we go back? I'm hungry. I want meat. Why? You are thinking about it yourself. This place is quite normal. No, you see, there is a grave there. That's obviously a small soil bag. Okay, where is the grave? Don't be so nervous, dead girl, it makes me almost nervous. At the intersection ahead, with the quarrel between the little girl and the big boy, three figures of different heights came slowly. Hyuga Luo Ning, who was bored looking at the cherry blossom petals, suddenly regained her energy, stood up a little, and lowered her head. She closed her chin and cleared her throat cautiously, then she showed a picturesque smile and turned around. Let me tell you, don't talk nonsense for a while, I'll just say it, don't show your face to me, dead girl, I am doing it for your own good, you are too arrogant. Luhan was making a final order to Uzumaki Kushina. The voice stopped abruptly, as if someone was strangling the neck, and the mouth had not been closed. When he saw the girl under the cherry tree, he was startled, then dumbfounded, and finally blinked hard. Luhan thought he had read it wrong, but he didn't. Hyuga Luo Ning is Hyuga Luo Ning. Just like the ninja guarding the gate, Luhan showed a ghostly expression, and he was a little confused. Hyuga Luo Ning can actually wear a skirt. Hyuga Luo Ning even wears makeup. What the hell? Hyuga Luo Ning stepped on a ladylike pace and slowly walked towards Luhan and the others. Luhan and the others gradually slowed down and finally stopped. Come on. Hyuga Luo Ning stopped in front of Luhan and said gently. When a normal man hears her voice, his bones must be crisp, but Luhan has a creepy feeling when he hears it. Sorry, girl, can I ask you a question? Luhan said quickly. Do you have a twin sister, or sister, named Hyuga Luo Ning? That dead girl who looks like a tomboy all day long. HMPH. I hate it. Hyuga Luo Ning stomped his feet and cursed angrily, and said, it's someone else. Yeah, Luhan grinned and shook, goosebumps all over the floor. Hyuga Luo Ning gave Luhan a dissatisfied look. Now Hyuga Luo Ning, even staring at him, is full of strange amorous feelings. Might Die on the side was shaking his shoulders, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. At this moment, there was a noise from the north gate not far away. Is it here? Yes, young master, take a look, the eldest lady seems to be ill. Chapter 0392 I was passing by. The sharp-eared Hyuga Luo Ning had already heard who was talking in the north gate. Her eyes flashed, her smile suddenly brightened, she immediately stepped forward and approached Luhan, smiling tenderly. Why did you come here? People have been waiting so hard. Quote. It's time for you to take your medicine. Lu Han turned to Byakugan to Hyuga Luo Ning. At the same time, two people walked quickly into the north gate. The one in front was a young ninja in his early 20s. He was tall and handsome, and behind him was a middle-aged ninja with low eyebrows and pleasing eyes. Master Beitai. The two Hyuga ninjas who were holding the door greeted in unison. Hyuga Beitai, the grandson of the elder of the Hyuga branch, the leader among the geniuses of the young generation of the Hyuga family, at the age of 22, with outstanding talent and excellent understanding, he has officially become an elite Jonin half a year ago, and is one of the few talents in the contemporary Hyuga family. The man of the elite Jonin before the age of 25. Let's go in. Hyuga Luo knew that Hyuga Beitai had come out, but as if she didn't know, he took another step forward, directly grabbed Lu Han's arm, and hummed, "Don't make trouble. Don't be cute," Lu Han said quietly. Hyuga Beitai, who had just left the north gate, saw Hyuga Luo Ning in a fluttering white dress at a glance. In an instant, the whole person was stunned, and then went crazy. This is the first time in his life that he has seen Hyuga Luo Ning dressed up like this, so beautiful and beautiful. Let's go. Hyuga Luo Ning had grabbed Lu Han's arm and pulled Lu Han towards the door. Hyuga Beitai seemed to notice Lu Han's existence. His pupils shrank violently, a wave of heat rushed up the back of his head uncontrollably, his hair floated up, and the veins on his forehead burst out, almost furious. Lu Han felt murderous at this moment, looked up and was stunned for a moment. Hyuga Branch's internal guard captain and auxiliary, level 40 elite, Hyuga Beitai. It is Yuhi orange alternately. Hyuga Beitai's name is flickering in color. Lu Han blinked his eyes, looked at the aggressive Hyuga Beitai who was walking quickly, glanced at Hyuga Luo Ning again, and seemed to understand something. The corners of his mouth trembled, he tilted his head and whispered to Hyuga Luo Ning, "Damn girl, don't use me as a shield. That bastard is very annoying, help me." Hyuga Luo Ning replied in a low voice, still smiling. "Help you a big head. Please." Lu Han and Hyuga Luo Ning were whispering. There was no ambiguous meaning, but in Hyuga Beitai's eyes, their tastes changed completely. Luo Ning, who is he? Hyuga Beitai, who came to the front, shouted angrily, pointing to Lu Han, looking like a thunderbolt, then looking at Lu Han again and asking, "Who are you? What is our relationship with Luo Ning?" Hyuga Luo Ning's face suddenly turned cold. "I was passing by," Lu Han said in a dull tone, trying to pull his hand back, but was held back by Hyuga Luo Ning. "He's my friend," Hyuga Luo Ning hurriedly said, and tightened Lu Han's arm again, "the best kind." "I don't know her." Lu Han immediately denied what Hyuga Luo Ning said. "I hate it." Hyuga Luo Ning turned her head to look at Lu Han, shaking Lu Han's arm coquettishly. "If you say that again, people will be angry. Bad guy, bad guy. Humph." Luo Ning. Hyuga Beitai was so angry that he almost went crazy. His fists were clenched tightly, and violent chakra fluctuations rose from him. Bah! At this moment, Uzumaki Kushina jumped in front of Lu Han with a crisp drink, looked at Hyuga Beitai who was so angry that he seemed to be eating people, pulled out the reflective light and scratched, biting his head, "Tell you. I'm not afraid. You." After speaking, she turned around and complained to Lu Han in a low voice, "I told you not to come, you're in trouble. Don't make trouble." Lu Han grabbed the reflective kuwu from Uzumaki Kushina's hand, pulled Uzumaki Kushina behind him, and raised his head again. "Children are ignorant." Uzumaki Kushina, who was pulled behind, wanted to rush in front of Lu Han, but Might Dai, who said nothing, held her shoulders and couldn't break free. At the same time, the middle-aged ninja who had been following Hyuga Beitai took a step forward and whispered beside Hyuga Beitai for a while, in a low voice, "That boy. Maybe, if you read it right. It's Han." Back then, he and the Sais were. The one beside him was. After Hyuga Beitai heard the middle-aged man's whisper, his anger disappeared a lot, and then he looked at Hyuga Luo Ning, but his expression was complicated. "Luo Ning, even if you can't accept me for the time being, you shouldn't be angry with me in this way. I know that I may not meet the standard in your heart, but I will. Are you sick? Hyuga Luoning interrupted Hyuga Beitai with a cold voice. Hyuga Beitai suddenly swelled Yuhi's face and held back, took a deep breath, and he pointed to Lu Han and called out angrily. Even if you want to find popularity, you should find someone with skills, right? You are looking for this kind of rubbish. Crap, are you trying to humiliate me? Stop making trouble. He's Han, right? You 10-10 beat him when you were at the ninja school. Would you like him? I want you to take care of it. Hyuga Luoning stared, then stopped looking at Hyuga Beitai, turned her head and smiled at Lu Han, and said softly, let's go in. After she finished speaking, she immediately leaned closer and lowered her head. The voice said again, my father is waiting for you. Hyuga Luoning took Lu Han's arm, took Lu Han, Might Dai, and Uzumaki Kushina, bypassed Hyuga Beitai, and walked towards the north gate. Hyuga Beitai's breathing became heavier and heavier. He turned around slowly, his eyes followed the figures of several people, and he didn't take his eyes back until they entered the door. The violent aura on his body not only did not restrain, but became more and more fierce. Quick, quick. Be careful. Not far from the intersection, a large group of half-year-old children trotted along carrying stretchers. On the stretcher, Hyuga Bike covered his face and groaned in pain. Hyuga Beitai turned to look, and the middle-aged ninja behind him quickly said, it seems to be Master Bike. Brother, brother, Hyuga Bike cried out when he saw Hyuga Beitai. Chapter 0393_give. I stand, live. The supergiant square paved with neat square rock slabs, at first glance, will give people a sense of openness. If you look down from the sky, people will appear extremely small in this square. This is the core of the gathering place of the Hyuga branch, called the White Jade Square. The children of the Hyuga branch have to pass through this square if they want to enter or leave this huge Hiroshi house. Hyuga Luoning led Lu Han to enter from the north gate, then entered Bayou Square and walked all the way to the south. Because of your special status, it is inconvenient for your father to come out to greet him in person. He has been waiting in his private house for a long time. Hyuga Luoning tilted her head slightly and whispered. She had let go of Lu Han's arm, although she was willing to carry it straight, but also pay attention to the impact. I couldn't meet him in person. My father asked me to apologize to Lord Hengguang on his behalf. Words of Lord Hengguang. Hyuga Luoning deliberately bit hard, as if joking. It's okay. Lu Han replied solemnly, then looked sideways at Uzumaki Kushina who was walking aside with small steps, and reached out to touch Kushina's small head. The little girl was angry, her little face pouted slightly, and she looked annoyed. Lu Han touched her head, but she seemed to be reluctant to hide. Miss. The four of them walked forward, and several Hyuga ninjas passed by. They all greeted Hyuga Luoning and looked at Lu Han frequently. Hyuga Luoning's outfit today is really amazing, and walking with Lu will naturally be reminiscent. Aren't you angry? Hyuga Luoning tilted her head again and whispered when several Hyuga ninjas walked away. What? Lu Han glanced at Hyuga Luoning. Why should I be angry? Just now, calling you a waste. Aren't you angry? Hyuga Luoning's face became strange. Why didn't you find you so generous before? Lu Han smiled. There are many people who scold me for trash. How old is he? Besides, didn't you scold me before? Lu Han blinked at Hyuga Luoning. That's all in the past. Hyuga Luoning's face Yuhi slapped. Here, me, stand, stop. An angry shout suddenly sounded, coming from behind several people. Lu Han and the others stopped and looked back. Hyuga Luoning frowned instantly. Lu Han raised his brows, and Uzumaki Kushina took out the reflective kuwu that Lu Han had just returned to her, looking very courageous, but hid behind Lu Han. The gate, Hyuga Beitai's hair was moving without wind, and the terrifying chakra waves waving all over his body. His face was extremely hideous. Behind Hyuga Beitai, a large group of half-old children carrying stretchers have entered the door, with Hyuga Bike covering his face. It's over, that bastard kid is back. Uzumaki Kushina yelled when he saw Hyuga bike. When Uzumaki Kushina just finished speaking, Hyuga Beitai disappeared at the gate, and then appeared near Luhan and others, staring at Luhan with cannibalistic eyes. Bastard! Hyuga Luo Ning stood in front of Luhan in a flash and scolded Hyuga Beitai Jiao, what do you want to do? Are you still finished? It's none of your business. Hyuga Beitai gritted Kiba's teeth and made a hoarse voice, his bloodshot eyes staring at Luhan. He suddenly turned his hand back, he pointed to the back, and asked, you hit my brother. Brother, it's him, Hyuga Bike on the stretcher at the door cried. Hyuga Luo Ning was stunned for a while, looked at Hyuga Bike at the door in the distance, then looked back at Luhan and gave an inquiring look. Hyuga Luo Ning had a hard time believing this was true. How could Han go bullying children? But it seems to be true. Hyuga Bike will not randomly identify people. It was me. Seeing that Hyuga Beitai had become a pure Yuhi name, Luhan's tone was extremely cold. You are so brave, Hyuga Beitai shouted violently, his voice thundering. He bullied my girl. Luhan returned to hug Uzumaki Kushina's shoulder, dare to use a knife with my girl, and he will not change his stubbornness. Beating him is light. Hyuga Luo Ning's face changed greatly. She knows Kushina's identity. Recently, she was assigned by Luhan and took care of Uzumaki Kushina's daily life as an Anbu ninja. Because she was tasked with taking care of Uzumaki Kushina, she was always wearing a mask, so Kushina didn't recognize her. Ha, you really? Hyuga Beitai laughed angrily, because he couldn't believe that Han dared to talk to him like this. His face darkened again, he glared at Luhan, bit Kiba and said, Uchiha doesn't even dare to take care of the Hyuga family's affairs. You really have the guts because you are Tsunade's disciple. Call. Hyuga family with strong physique and tall stature. In Luhan's eyes, the prefixes of the line above their heads were all, Hyuga splits the home guard. Hyuga Beitai did not notify others to come, but Hyuga Neiwei's office building was nearby, and they all felt the violent breath of Hyuga Beitai, and came over by themselves to see what happened. At this time, in this square, in all directions, far and near, the Hyuga ninjas who passed by stopped and looked at the situation. They could feel the anger from the violent breath, so they did not dare to get too close. Just in time, seeing the person coming, Hyuga Beitai immediately pointed to Luhan and exclaimed excitedly, catch him and bring him back, I'll have a good talk with him. Yes, the dozen or so Hyuga inner guards agreed with a bang, and were about to step forward. Who dares to think? Hyuga Luo Ning shouted and glared left and right, and the guards immediately stopped and looked at Hyuga Beitai hesitantly. For the Hyuga family, the rules of the family are greater than all the shortcomings. The law must give way to the rules of the family, and disobedience is a serious crime. Therefore, Hyuga Luo Ning protected Luhan, and those inner guards did not dare to do anything even if they were ordered by their immediate superiors. Okay, Hyuga Luoning, he injured my Hyuga clansman, but you are still protecting him. Hyuga Beitai was almost insane. Okay. Then I'll come in person. I see who dares to stop me. Boom. Hyuga Beitai moved in an instant. Chapter 0394 He is calm. Boom. At this moment, the rocky ground beneath Hyuga Beitai's feet sank, and countless pieces of rock slag flew up. Like a tiger and leopard just out of the cage, Hyuga Beitai rushed towards Luhan, and his eyes appeared folds, fists clenched, like a heavy hammer that will break the mountain at any time. Stop! Just when Hyuga Beitai was about to rush in front of Luhan, with a coquettish shout, Hyuga Luo Ning took a step to the side, blocking Luhan's whole body behind him. The fist wind swept across Hyuga Luo Ning's face, dancing wildly with her jet black hair. Hyuga Beitai stopped his fist abruptly, less than an inch away from Hyuga Luo Ning's face. He would not attack Hyuga Luo Ning, or rather, he did not dare. In terms of identity, Although Hyuga Beitai has an important position in the Hyuga branch family and is the grandson of the chief elder, it is even worse than the identity of the daughter of the branch chief and the niece of the main clan chief. You must protect him, right? Hyuga Beitai said with bloodshot eyes, biting Kiba. I think you need to calm down. Hyuga Luoning said with a frown. She looked anxious, and gave Hyuga Beitai a subtle wink. Although Hyuga Luoning hates Hyuga Beitai, she doesn't think Hyuga Beitai should be damned, and if Hyuga Luoning doesn't stop her, if this punch really hits Luhan, I don't know if he can still leave a whole body. Whether he likes it or hates it, Hyuga Luoning always believes that he should protect his own people. You must protect him, is that right? Hyuga Beitai asked, almost word for word, and repeated. His face was even heavier. He obviously didn't understand the meaning of Hyuga Luoning's hidden wink. We can talk alone, now. Immediately, Hyuga Luoning said quickly. Then don't blame me. Hyuga Beitai shouted furiously and moved again. This time, he didn't even care that it was Hyuga Luoning who was standing in front of him. He reached out and grabbed Hyuga Luoning's shoulder and waist. He twisted his arm vigorously and threw Hyuga Luoning directly out. Ah! Miss! Surrounded by exclamations. A die! Luhan called softly at this moment. Boom! 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 The violent aura rose one after another on Might Die, becoming more and more violent, as if it was about to boil. The 8 inner gates opened 6 doors in a row. After Hyuga Beitai threw Hyuga Luoning out, he stomped his feet and ran straight to Luhan, but turned his head abruptly and looked at Might Dai. He didn't see Might Dai's figure clearly, all he could see was the flames. Boom! Whip legs like thunder, with dazzling fire, sweeping and hitting Hyuga Beitai's abdomen. Hyuga Beitai flew upside down like a cannonball, flew over tens of meters in an instant, hit the ground diagonally, smashed a big hole in the rock, bounced up again, fell back again, and rolled back after landing. After 6 or 7 meters, he stopped completely, turned to one side again, bowed his head and sprayed blood on the ground. Due to the continuous impact and friction on the ground, Hyuga Beitai has turned into a bloody man, but the trauma has been bruised for a long time, but it is not serious, mainly the inside, the ribs are broken. The half-old children at the door were already stunned. Hyuga Luoning, who was thrown out, folded continuously in the air, and finally turned around and landed safely. After she landed, she raised her head sharply to see the situation, and then her knitted brows loosened a lot, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Han did not move. Hands on as Might Dai. In this way, at least no one will die. Might Dai, who kept the whip leg high, slowly retracted his leg, and the violent and rising aura on his body also slowly subsided. He looked so handsome at this moment, and his other foot was full. He didn't move, he still stood in the previous position, and he hit Hyuga Beitai severely with just one blow. In fact, after opening the 6 gates, Might Dai has entered the ranks of the elite Jonin. Compared with Hyuga Beitai, his strength is not much stronger. He can hit Hyuga Beitai with one blow, mainly because the fighting style is more suitable for him. Pure power and speed. This is Might Dai's ability, and Hyuga's gentle fist method is a skillful physical art. If Might Dai and Hyuga Beitai are prepared in advance and understand each other's abilities, then, although Might Dai can beat Hyuga Beitai, it is not easy, and it is impossible to solve it easily. But just now, Hyuga Beitai rushed up directly, relying on his speed and strength as a taijutsu ninja. But was attacked by Might Dai, who was faster and stronger, and the speed was fast enough to rub the air into flames. Whip legs, at such close range, Hyuga Beitai can't dodge. ... Give me, kill them, Hyuga Beitai, who stood up near the gate covered in blood and staggered, let out a shrill roar, and he just roared before his body returned. Kneeling down on one knee, he lowered his head and vomited blood. Call. Hyuga Luoning dodged in front of Luhan, staring at her beautiful eyes and looking left and right. Hyuga inner guards around you look at me and I look at you, but no one dares to make a move. Let's go, my father has been waiting for you, it's been a long time. Hyuga Luo Ning leaned over to Lu Han again and whispered quickly, she was in a hurry to take people out of here, she was afraid of another conflict, then. Death. It must be the Hyuga clan, the entire Hyuga branch, except for the patriarch, no one is the opponent of Hengguang. If it wasn't because of Anbu's rules that Hengguang wanted to hide his identity, Hyuga Beitai might have died. At the same time, the inner courtyard of Hyuga's branch mansion, the patriarch's private residence, and the top of the 9-story tower, Hyuga Haeyong looked at the situation on Bayou Square from afar, and said with a light smile, "Brother, what do you think of him?" Next to Hyuga Haeyong, there is a tall middle-aged man who is somewhat similar in appearance to Hyuga Haeyong but is older. It is the chief of Hyuga main clan, the real controller of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Huyong. He's very calm, Hyuga Huyong said calmly, no less than when he was wearing a mask. No wonder Lord Hokage is so important. Then, what happened between him and Luo Ning? Hyuga Haeyong asked. Chapter 0395_Super S Class Killer. Haeyong, you have to understand that once this case is opened, there will be endless troubles. Hyuga Huyong glanced at his younger brother, although the troubled times are coming, my Hyuga clan will not necessarily be destroyed in this catastrophe, so let's take a step. Take a step, don't be in a hurry at this moment. What eldest brother said is. Hyuga Haeyong bowed his head respectfully, Luo Ning is still young, so he's really not in a hurry. Well, you just understand. Hyuga Huyong looked at the white jade square in the distance. Cold light is very good, but after all, he is a rootless duckweed, he does not represent anyone, only himself, not from an ancient and famous family, it's not after Konoha's achievements, if he's gone. Everything will be gone. Heroes emerge in troubled times, but no one can predict whether he will become famous in troubled times, or fall in glory. Big brother, you are very worried. Hyuga Haeyong raised his eyes to look at his brother. Lord Hokage is more worried, this is a disaster that no one can escape. Hyuga Huyong said, turning to look at his brother again, wait a little longer. Yes. Hyuga Haeyong bowed his head. I'll go first, Han Guang. You can entertain him, by the way, there is one more thing, you can discuss with him in detail, if possible, you will. Hyuga Huyong lowered his voice subconsciously. Hyuga Branch Bayou Square, a solemn and depressing atmosphere shrouded the hearts of every Hyuga Branch family member, who dared to seriously injure an important person of the Hyuga family in the Hyuga family settlement. It seems that this kind of thing has not happened for a long, long time. Hyuga Luo Ning led the way, and led Lu Han, Might Dai, and Uzumaki Kushina to the south of Bayou Square. The surrounding Hyuga guards have all moved out of the way, and they dare not stop Hyuga Luo Ning. Hyuga Luoning, you are a Hyuga clan. Near the north gate, Hyuga Beitai, who was seriously injured and unable to get up, raised his head and roared hysterically. The setting sun is like blood, the dusk of this day is about to pass away, and the sky has been dark for a long time. The inner courtyard of Hyuga's branch house, the private residence of the patriarch, Hyuga Luo Ning brought Lu Han and a few people into the hospital, and Hyuga Haeyong came towards him. Seeing Lu Han, Hyuga Haeyong had a smile on his face, but the two didn't say much. Bowing to each other, Hyuga Haeyong raised his hand and gestured to invite Lu Hengxing to the main building of the private house. In the blink of an eye, it was long into the night. In the spacious and brightly lit hall, Hyuga Haeyong and Lu Han sat opposite each other. The table between them was full of wine and vegetables. Hyuga Luo Ning and Might Dai were on both sides, and the little girl Uzumaki Kushina was sitting next to Lu Han. Perhaps because of Hyuga Haeyong's aura, she looked extraordinarily well behaved. Originally, Lu Han thought that Hyuga Haeyong invited him to come this time for Hyuga Luo Ning, but he seemed to be wrong. Hyuga Haeyong did not lead the topic to that side. What he talked about with Lu Han was nothing more than about the original in the past in the country of Vortex, and the current situation in the ninja world, the two talked as equals and had a great conversation. Hyuga Luo Ning is Hyuga Haeyoung's daughter. Might Dai is Lu Han's subordinate. At this wine table, their identities are short, and they rarely speak. Uzumaki Kushina, after learning about Hyuga Haeyoung's identity, spit bitterness towards Hyuga Haeyoung, and said everything about Hyuga Bike and Hyuga Beidai like a bean, but Lu Han couldn't stop him. Hyuga Haeyoung listened to my heart skipping a beat. Because he knows the true identity of Uzumaki Kushina. He doesn't know whether Uzumaki Mito is alive or dead, but Uzumaki Kushina is a matter of the next generation of Kyubi, Nine Tails Jinchuriki column. When Hyuga Haeyoung recruited the guard ninja, he whispered to him with a sullen face. The guard ninja took the order to leave, and Hyuga Haeyoung immediately smiled again, and had a drink with Lu Han, as if nothing had happened before. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of food, Lu Han was overwhelmed by his drinking power and felt a little dizzy. This is the first time he has drank so much alcohol since he came to this world. In fact, he doesn't like to drink, but this time he was invited to come here. It's impossible not to drink, and in Lu Han's heart, Hyuga Haeyoung can afford the loyalty. 2 words, have a few more drinks with him, it's not a loss. Snapped. Lu Han clinked glasses with Hyuga Haeyoung again and drank all the wine in the glass. After he put down the wine glass, Hyuga Luo Ning, who was sitting on the side, immediately carried the jug to fill Lu Han and Hyuga Haeyoung again. Luo Ning, go and rest, you don't have to stay here. Hyuga Haeyoung held the wine glass in his hand and gave Hyuga Luo Ning a slanted glance. Hyuga Luo Ning was stunned for a moment, then understood, and immediately got up and said, yes, father. Then she looked at Uzumaki Kushina, who had long been full and was bored and playing with reflective kunai, and lowered her head and whispered, Kushina, do you want to talk sister going out to play? There are beautiful lanterns here. Quote. Okay, okay, the little girl jumped up excitedly. She had long been bored. Although she thought looking at lanterns was childish, it was always more fun than watching a young man or two drinking and laughing. A Dai. Lu Han's heart moved, he turned his head and gave Might Dai a wink. Might Dai, who was not drinking but had enough to drink, got up immediately, and the 3 of them left the hall one after another. Soon, only Lu Han and Hyuga Haeyoung were left on the wooden couch on both sides of the table. Lord Haeyoung, what do you want to say? Lu Han got straight to the point, and subconsciously rubbed the wine glass with his 2 fingers on the table. It's about the daimyo. Hyuga Haeyoung's face became more formal. Daimyo. Lu Han was quite surprised. The daimyo mentioned by Hyuga Haeyoung was naturally the daimyo of the country of fire. As an existence in the country of fire that could be on an equal footing with Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the daimyo of the country of fire mastered the power of the world, and he was the country of fire. The symbol of, controls the economic lifeline of the country of fire, and possesses wealth beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Captain Hengguang doesn't know about this. Hyuga Haeyoung was a little surprised when he saw Lu Han's expression. Lu Han shook his head, he really didn't know what happened to the name of the country of fire. Well, it seems that Lord Hokage is still considering who to give the task to. Hyuga Haeyoung pondered for a while, and continued, it is news from the black market that someone bought the head of the country of fire, and there is already a Super S. The top killer has taken over the mission. This. Lu Han's expression changed. This killer's name is Kikuzu. Hyuga Haeyoung's voice sank. Chapter 0396_Black Market Bounty. Kikuzu. Lu Han was shocked. Yes, Kikuzu, it's that Kikuzu. He's still alive. Hyuga Haeyoung's voice sank. Although Han was young and had not experienced that era, Hyuga Haeyoung thought that since Han was the vice captain of Anbu, he should naturally know that incident, the peerless genius ninja of Taki Ninja Village, or the strongest ninja of Taki Ninja Village. Back then when he assassinated Lord Hokage Senju Hashirama, he was defeated by Hashirama's Mokuden wood-style secret technique, and escaped with serious injuries. I don't know why he betrayed Taki Ninja Village. Among the current black market Super S-class killers, he is one of the Super S-class killers with the highest commission. he still has the strength to assassinate the 5 major ninja village shadows. This guy. Lu Han was a little stunned. Lu Han more than knew that Kakuzu had assassinated Senju Hashirama. Kakuzu has left a strong impression in the original work. As a member of Akatsuki, Hidan's partner, Kakuzu's evil ability left a deep impression on people. As a senior immortal ninja, Kakuzu fought in the original work. At the time of his death, he was 91 years old, and his strength would not decline because of his age. According to the time in the original book, Kakuzu should have been born 27 years before Konoha. Kakuzu was born in the most chaotic period of the Sengoku era, and when he was in his 20s, he dared to assassinate Senju Hashirama, known as the god of the ninja world. Although his strength is far from Senju Hashirama, since he dared to assassinate Senju Hashirama, it means that he has a bit of confidence. Kakuzu, who is in his 20s, is afraid that his strength is at the cage level. It is now 31 years for Konoha and 58 years for Kakuzu. According to the expression in the original work, Kakuzu at this time must have already mastered the forbidden technique of Taki Ninja Village, and his strength can be called terrifying. It seems that Captain Hangwang has already learned about Kakuzu's information in detail. Although Anbu was not established when he assassinated Lord Hashirama, since he is still alive, Anbu should investigate him. Hyuga Haeyong said. Yeah, Lu Han nodded. Anbu did have information about Kakuzu, but it was very rare. Kakuzu was very mysterious. I don't know. What does Captain Hangwang think about this matter? Hyuga Haeyong's voice slowed down. What's your opinion? Soldiers will block water and cover with soil. Lu Han didn't know what Hyuga Haeyong meant when he mentioned this, but he said it cautiously. By the way, do you know who is going to offer a bounty on the name of the head? I can't find it. Hyuga Haeyong shook his head. With this level of assassination reward, even black market practitioners, very few know the inside story. In terms of bounty, because only well-known Super S-level killers can check this. It is a task of various levels, so it is not clear, but it can be speculated that it is conservatively estimated at more than 50 million. Quote. Isn't there one person running the black market? Of course not, it's a group of people, including ninjas and rich merchants. Looks like I'll have to go back and take a good look at the intelligence on the black market. Come on, drink. Hyuga Haeyong suddenly picked up the wine glass, and Lu Han also picked it up. Hyuga Haeyong put down the wine glass, raised his hand and wiped his mouth, paused for a while, then looked at Lu Han and said, Captain Hangwang, in fact, I mentioned this to you because I wanted to. Hyuga Haeyong showed an uneasy expression. Look. Master Haeyong has something to say. Lu Han smiled. Daimyo is about to be assassinated. Although there are also ninjas protecting him, but this time the assassin is Kakuzu. Those ninjas will definitely not be able to resist. Only a few advisors including Lord Hokage and my eldest brother know. It has been a few days. It is estimated that Lord Hokage will discuss this matter with Captain Hangwang soon. At that time, I wonder if Captain Hangwang can suggest to Lord Hokage, let me the Hyuga family is responsible for protecting the daimyo. What Hyuga Haeyong said was fairly straightforward, but Lu Han was stunned. Make the Hyuga family want to protect the daimyo. This is definitely not what Hyuga Haeyong means. Although he is the head of the branch family, it is beyond the responsibility of the Hyuga family when it comes to the daimyo. Without the order of Hyuga Huyong, the chief of the main clan, Hyuga Haeyong would never say anything. Such words. This, Lu Han pondered, frowning slightly. What is the intention of the Hyuga family? Protecting the daimyo. If it resists the assassins and successfully protects the safety of the daimyo, then the power of the Hyuga family will inevitably increase further, and the weight in Hokage's heart will also reach a new height, but if it fails, this responsibility will be great. It was Kakuzu who took over the task of assassinating the daimyo. Kakuzu is definitely not the opponent of the Hyuga family, but assassination is not a simple comparison of strengths. Kakuzu is alone, and his whereabouts are mysterious. Maybe he will attack at any time. The Hyuga family works hard and is always on guard. It's hard to say success or failure. In fact, Anbu is most suitable for the task of protecting the daimyo, but Anbu also has the task of protecting Hokage, so Sarutobi Hiruzen cannot easily send Anbu out. It seems that Captain Hangwang is very worried, Hyuga Haeyong said suddenly. Not really. Luhan shook his head, his eyes flashed. It's just, I don't know how Lord Hokage thought about it. If I promise to do it now, if I can't do it by then, won't it hurt the relationship between you and me? Friendship. Quote. No need to worry. Hyuga Haeyong smiled. My Hyuga family doesn't necessarily have to take on this task. I just hope that if the time is right, Captain Hangwang can help my Hyuga family say a few words. It's a trivial matter to say so. Luhan smiled. Call. In the corner of the hall, a shadow suddenly appeared, knelt on one knee and said coldly, Captain, Lord Hokage is looking for you, urgent. Huh. Luhan frowned for a while, tilted his head and glanced. Before he could say anything with Hyuga Haeyong, he disappeared into the hall with a flash. ... Quaint room, brightly lit. In front of the long wooden couch, Sarutobi Hiruzen paced back and forth in front of the wooden couch, with his hands behind his back, looking a little anxious. Call. Luhan appeared at the door out of thin air and called out, Lord Hokage, look for me. Someone is offering a reward for your head on the black market. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Luhan and said directly. Chapter 0397_World War II begins. The news just came back from the black market. At noon today, a mysterious employer bid 20 million for the head of the Konoha Anbu ninja, Hangwang. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned deeper. Because you are not famous in the ninja world, your intelligence, there is very little spread out, so no one has accepted the task of assassinating you for the time being. Quote. 20 million, I'm really worth it. Luhan muttered, and then said, it is estimated to be Kurigakure, the country of water. The most likely one is Kurigakure. Kurigakure has such financial resources and has such a big hatred. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Yeah, he thought so too. In fact, in the case of black market rewards, most of the time, it doesn't matter who the employer is, because the employer has already provided the money, and the money is already on the black market. Therefore, even if the employer dies unexpectedly, the reward will not be revoked, and the killer will not die because of the employer. Instead of killing people, they don't work for their employers, they work for money. One more thing. Sarutobi Hiruzen dragged a long tone, made a gesture to Luhan, and turned to the wooden couch. The two of them sat cross-legged at the table above the wooden couch, facing each other. 3 days ago, there was news from the black market that someone offered a reward for the head of a famous person, and that day someone accepted the mission. The Super S-class killer who accepted the mission was named Kakuzu. Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped his finger on the table, looked up at Luhan. Do you know Kakuzu? I know. Luhan nodded, a bright color flashed in his eyes. Well, the news just sent back. In addition to your situation, there is also the latest news about the daimyo. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued. It has been found out that the price of this reward for the daimyo is as high as 90 million taels. 90 million taels. Luhan raised his brows, but the price was a little scary. Should not. When the daimyo of the Kingdom of Fire was over 60 years old, with 3 sons and 2 daughters under his knees, he was considered to be very old, and there were successors. Therefore, even if the daimyo of the Kingdom of Fire was assassinated and killed, there would be no turmoil in the secular world of the Kingdom of Fire. When the daimyo dies, a new daimyo will appear immediately, and even if there will be twists and turns, it will not affect too much. In fact, the death of the daimyo, the most affected, will be Konoha. It was mainly a blow to his reputation. Konoha couldn't even protect his daimyo, so his reputation would naturally be affected. No matter what Luhan thought about it, he felt that the price of 90 million was too high. To talk about the head of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, 200 million Luhan thought it was too low, but the name. He was just an ordinary person after all. The ninja world, in the final analysis, is still a world where force is supreme. Do you understand? 90 million taels, what will it attract? Sarutobi Hiruzen said, his face darkened. Lord Hokage, please explain. Luhan said, he didn't understand what Sarutobi Hiruzen meant. 90 million taels, in the entire ninja world, there are not many people who can spend so much money and dare to spend so much money to offer a reward to a famous person. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared into Luhan's eyes. This is an extraordinary price, a reward is offered. The attacker has two intentions. First, he must know that our Konoha will find out all this, and he also knows that after we know all this, we will inevitably send a large number of people to protect the daimyo, which will contain some of our Konoha's power. Quote. This is a conspiracy. The bounty put out 90 million. The money is real, we must take it. Second, although Kakuzu has already accepted the task of assassinating daimyo, the price of this reward is extremely high. It is estimated that there will be other black market super S-class killers who will accept this task, maybe even a few. They all want this money. Commission, will use all means to assassinate the big name. This is a big trouble. This. Luhan's face changed, and he thought of a sentence. Money can make a ghost run the mill. What do you think? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. Thinking. The daimyo must be protected. Luhan said solemnly. I wonder if Lord Hokage has any consideration. Who should he send to protect the daimyo? 3 days ago, I sent the garrison independent brigade, but it wasn't enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen squinted slightly. I have discussed this matter with several advisors before, and there are currently 3 options. The first is the Hyuga clan, and Huyang has already asked me for orders. I'm still thinking about it. The second is the Uchiha clan. I have talked to Yokoyama today, and he expressed his willingness to accept this task on behalf of the Uchiha clan, and the third is Anbu. Who do you think should be chosen? Although Sarutobi Hiruzen was a dictator, he knew how to listen to opinions, which made him what he is today. I don't know. What do the advisors mean? Luhan asked cautiously. Opinions are different, that's why I ask you. Sarutobi Hiruzen said. So, then I think the Hyuga family is the most suitable. Luhan continued. The Hyuga family's Byakugan and Gentle Fist methods are both suitable for protecting the target, and since Lord Huyang has taken the initiative to ask for his life, if he wants to come, he is very confident. Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent. In fact, he still wanted to hear Hatake Sakumo's opinion, but Hatake Sakumo couldn't come back for the time being and couldn't wait. Go. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his hand after thinking for a while. Luhan got up and retired. Time flies, in the blink of an eye, half a month later. At noon that day, Luhan, who was in retreat, received important information from Sarutobi Yushuin himself, news from the Kingdom of Vortex. Last night, Tsuchikage, the second generation of Iwagakure village, and Mizukage, the second generation of Kurigakure village, fought a decisive battle on the central plain of the country of Vortex. After 8 hours of fighting, both of them died in the final stunt showdown. Perished together. 3 days later, the news spread throughout the ninja world, causing an uproar. On the 4th day of the death of Wu and Ghost Lantern, Iwagakure village announced that Wuji's disciple, Tsuchikage of Iwagakure village, 44 years old, assisted Onoki and succeeded Tsuchikage as the 3rd generation of Tsuchikage. After Onoki took over as Tsuchikage, 2 major events happened in the ninja world. First, in the land of Vortex, the Kurigakure Corps launched a sneak attack on the attached Uzushiogakure Corps before evacuation, flooding the Uzushiogakure village. Second, Konoha village and Iwagakure village announced the formation of an offensive and defensive alliance, and officially declared war on Sunagakure village and Omegakure village. The Second Ninja World War officially broke out. Chapter 0398 Horaishin, done. The mountain behind Konoha village, Anbu Station, dim cave room. In front of the stone wall, Luhan was cross-legged, his hands on his knees, his eyes were closed, and strange chakra fluctuations were rippling all over his body. There was silence for a while, and Luhan was like a silent sculpture, silent and motionless. In the past half a month, although the ninja world is turbulent, Lu Han has very few things. Except for reading information at a fixed time every day, and occasionally discussing affairs with Sarutobi Hiruzen, he is in retreat at other times. Sarutobi Hiruzen indulges Lu Han and ignores affairs, because compared to other things, it is clear that letting Han Guang first master Hiraishin's technique is the most important thing. Lu Han has also been working hard for this. He has the confidence to cultivate the Hiraishin technique, but he cannot determine the exact time. Maybe it will be a month later, maybe just today. For a long time, the strange chakra fluctuations in the room suddenly disappeared. Lu Han opened his eyes, and a black light flashed under his eyes. At this moment, time seemed to stop, and the space seemed to fall into chaos. Lu Han's hand seemed to be lifted in the void, and the seal was released like flowing clouds and water, but it did not appear. Due to the chakra fluctuations, the dark Kuwu floated up in front of Lu Han, and after completing the release, he printed his palm with black light on Kuwu. One touch away. The standardized Hiraishin technique emerges above kunai. Lu Han waved his hand again. Hundreds of black kunai of different qualities were scattered around. His gestures changed continuously. Lu Han completed the hand seal again, and touched a new kunai. Again and again, Lu Han completed the hand seal, leaving the warlock in Kuwushang, and repeating it, chakra is being consumed violently. The technique of Hiraishin, if you use the induction of the technique to perform teleportation, the consumption of chakra is not much, and the consumption of the hand seal is the establishment of the technique. Unconsciously. When Lu Han's chakra bottomed out, he finally stopped, put down his hands to support his knees, and closed his eyes again. Everything is silent. After a long time, Lu Han opened his eyes and picked up a kunai from the ground, looking at the standardized Hiraishin warlock above, grinning and sighing, it's finally done. When Sarutobi Hiruzen handed over the practice of Hiraishin to Lu Han, it was the 31st month of Konoha in April, and at this time, it was the 31st of October of Konoha. After 6 months, that is, half a year, Lu Han finally completed the Hiraishin technique in the true sense. As early as 10 days ago, Lu Han used up his golden potion, and in the 6 months since he came into contact with the Hiraishin technique, he has done a lot of things, not always in the 10th of the golden potion. The time spent practicing Hiraishin's technique is equivalent to 3 years of hard work by other ninjas. 3 years, the second generation Hokage Senju Tobarama's stunt Hiraishin. This talent is amazing. Noon, Hokage building. Sarutobi Hiruzen, dressed in formal clothes, is sitting behind a desk in the spacious and splendid office, writing on a scroll. Total war has broken out. Sarutobi Hiruzen is a Hokage, and he has no time to spare. The frontline battle reports are continuously sent back to Konoha. Many of them need Sarutobi Hiruzen to personally intervene and deal with them, and some particularly important war orders must be written and issued by Sarutobi Hiruzen himself. Call. Sir, urgent news from the black market. The black robe figure appeared out of thin air in front of the desk, and respectfully handed the pocket scroll to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Black market. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his eyebrows with a puzzled look, and took the pocket scroll in his hand. Normally, there should be no black market information at this time. According to the law of black market opening in previous years, the black market will only open once in 2 months or as long as half a year, and the black market just opened once more than half a month ago. And now there is black market information. It can only mean that the black market opened earlier this time. It is very likely related to the all-out war that just broke out. In times of war, the black market is always active. The black robe figure disappeared in front of the desk without saying a word. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly glanced at the information on the pocket scroll. His face quickly became extremely ugly. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and the corners of his mouth trembled, as if suppressing his anger. Dong dong. Lord Hokage. With the sudden knock on the door, a hoarse voice sounded outside the door. Come in, Sarutobi Hiruzen said without looking up, still looking at the content on the scroll. Lu Han, who was wearing a black robe and a mask, pushed the door and walked quickly to the desk. It came just right. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced up and threw the pocket scroll to Lu Han. This time the black market opened early, and 4 Super S-level killers have already revealed their traces. Look. 4. Lu Han frowned slightly and quickly glanced at the contents on the scroll. Intelligence 1. The bounty for the famous celebrity in the country of fire has been increased to 100 million taels. The mysterious Super S killer has already accepted this task. The black market has also opened a bet on the life and death of the big name within 3 months, and the death odds of the big name 1 to 3 has been reached. Intelligence 2. The bounty for the head of Konoha Anbu Ninja Hangwang has been increased to 35 million taels. There are already Super S-level killers who have accepted the task of assassinating Hangwang. There is also a related task with a bounty of 5 million taels. The content of the task is to exchange for Hangwang. Intelligence 3. Konoha White Fang, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru were all given head bounties, and the reward for assassinating White Fang was as high as 45 million, while Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru were all 20 million, except for White Fang. In addition, the assassination bounty tasks of the other 3 have been claimed by the Super S-class killer. Intelligence 4. Konoha Hokage's assistant to Danzo was given a head bounty, and the assassination commission was as high as 50 million. No one has accepted this quest yet. Kurigakure is really rich. Lu Han sighed after reading it. 99% of the bounty is Kurigakure. Too obvious. Danzo, Hitaki Sakumo, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Hangwang, and the Kingdom of Fire have all been suspended. Those with such great financial resources and such great hatreds are currently only Kurigakure. The people who were suspended, except for the Fire Country daimyo, all of them had been to the Vortex Country in the past 6 months and had a head-on conflict with Kurigakure. What's wrong with Anbu? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. Hangwang took the initiative to find him. He naturally thought it was something. It's not. Lu Han raised his head. It's me, Lord Hokage. I have completed the Hiraishin technique. Chapter 0399_Black Market Mission. It's done. Good. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up suddenly, clapped the table and smiled. Han, you didn't disappoint me. Sarutobi Hiruzen has not addressed the name, Han, for a long time, and has always been Hangwang before. Thanks to Lord Hokage's cultivation. Lu Han said humbly. Ha ha ha. Since you have completed the Hiraishin art, come on, you are ready to challenge the position of Captain Anbu, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen said with anticipation, and at this moment, his name turned into Yuhi. Yes, I will succeed. Lu Han's voice was sonorous and powerful, but the corners of his mouth were trembling obscurely. Okay, I also believe that you will succeed. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave Lu Han a sure look, then sat down again, with a smile, and tapped his fingertips on the table. Let's get down to business. The black market thing. What do you think? Lu Han turned his attention to the pocket scroll unfolding in his hands again. In fact, among the many bounties for Konoha that have appeared in the black market recently, there is no need to care about Danzo and White Fang's bounties. No Super S-level killer will take these 2. The task, whether Danzo or White Fang, is extremely powerful, and one master is rooted, and the other is directly under Anbu with Hokage. The difficulty of killing 2 of them is not proportional to the reward. That said, the bounty is not high enough. As for Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, there is actually no need to worry, because they basically act at the same time. Unless several Super S-level killers join forces, it is difficult to pose a threat to them. S-level killers who are already competing and hostile to join forces. For the same reason, the bounty is not high enough. On the whole, there are only 2 bounty targets that really need to be worried. One is the name of the country of fire, and the other is Lu Han. The bounty of the big celebrity has reached 100 million, and at least 2 Super S-level killers have taken up the task, because the big name itself does not have any strength, just an ordinary person who is the object of protection, so it can be said to be very dangerous. And Lu Han, with a bounty of up to 35 million taels, appeared on an unknown person like Hengguang. I am afraid that there are not 2 Super S-level killers who are interested, and now, not only there are already Super S-level killers after accepting the mission, there was even a new intelligence reward, 5 million taels for cold light. Lu Han is really dangerous. Lord Hokage. Lu Han pondered for a long time before looking up at Sarutobi Hiruzen. His voice was slow. Perhaps, I should go to the black market. Are you going to the black market? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. What are you going to do? Go and see who took up the task of assassinating me. Lord Hokage should believe in my ability. Lu Han continued. Currently, Captain White Fang and Lord Danzo are still in the country of Vortex. I challenge the position of Captain Anbu. It's not possible for the time being. I might as well take advantage of this time to go to the black market. Maybe I can collect other useful information. About me, about the name. At present, the war in the country of Vortex has come to an end. The Kurigakure Legion is evacuating one after another, and the Konoha Mixed Legion is conducting a sweep. On the one hand, it is to fight against the guerrilla fighting Kurigakure ninjas, and on the other hand, it is to search for the remaining ninjas of the Uzushiogakure Legion, Danzo and White Fang is responsible for each side. It can be as short as 10 days or as long as half a month. The affairs of the country of the Vortex will be completely over, and then White Fang and Danzo will return to Konoha. Half a month was enough for Lu Han to go to the black market once and return. You go to the black market. Sarutobi Hiruzen muttered, thinking hesitantly, and finally tapped his fingertips on the table. Okay. Hurry up and get back. When will you be able to hit the road? If possible, this afternoon will do. Lu Han said. Okay. Before dusk, I will send someone to send you a black market transaction order. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Go back and prepare. Konoha Village, downtown, second floor of a ramen restaurant. There are not many people in the noodle shop, and there are no outsiders coming to Konoha. Therefore, apart from Konoha ninjas, there are only ordinary residents of Konoha eating in the noodle shop. In the corner by the window, Uzumaki Kushina frowned, biting the noodles angrily, chewing hard, as if he was angry with someone. Bastard. He said he came to pick me up from school, but he lied to me, bastard. Kushina muttered and looked out the window. Hey, dead girl, did you miss me? A hand pressed Kushina's little head, and a mocking voice sounded behind Kushina. No, go away. Kushina shook her head, turned to look at Lu Han who was smiling, and looked out the window angrily. Lie, your nose will get longer. Lu Han pinched Kushina's little nose, then went around to sit down at the table in front of Kushina, and said with a light cough, that just had an accident, no to pick you up. It was already an appointment that Lu Han would pick up Kushina from school at noon today and have some noodles together, but because Lu Han reported to Sarutobi Hiruzen about the completion of Horaishin, and caught up with the latest information on the black market, it was delayed and missed. Humph. Bad guys who don't keep their promises. Kushina snorted coldly and tilted her head not to look at Lu Han. She already had a bun face, but this anger made her face even more round. Okay, I'm a bad guy, you're a good girl. Lu Han reached out and pinched the little girl's chubby cheeks, which caused the little girl to be dissatisfied for a while. Eating with Kushina at noon and sending Kushina back to the ninja school, Lu Han went back to the Anbu station and explained to Sarutobi Yushuin about his upcoming mission, and then Lu Han returned to his room to consolidate what he had just completed. The art of Horaishin. In the blink of an eye, the time is approaching dusk. Dong dong. Captain. With the knock on the door, a cold voice sounded outside the door. Lu Han, who was in front of the stone wall of the room, disappeared on the futon and appeared in the corridor outside the door. After the nameless Anbu ninja handed a square box to Lu Han, he hurried away. Lu Han opened the square box in front of the door, which contained a token and a pocket scroll. That token is naturally a black market transaction order. In fact, Lu Han himself has a black market transaction order, but he can't say it, because the black market transaction order was lost by the Uchiha tribe. Chapter 0400_Yin Seal. It is rumored that there are only dozens of black market trading orders in the entire ninja world. Hey, I really don't know what Gomyu thought in the first place. He wanted this to frame me. Luhan held the black market trading order in his hand and looked over and over. All black market trading orders are the same. The token is pure black, with the word, forbearance, on the front and a relief of scenery on the back. At this time, the black market trading order in Luhan's hand, the relief on the back is a relief of a small island. There are rivers, forests, and valleys on the island, and the carvings are very fine. Island of Waves, Luhan thought subconsciously. Looking up and looking left and right, the long corridor is very dark, and no one can be seen. Call. Luhan dodged and disappeared into the corridor. Back in the cave room, Luhan flipped his wrist and took out his black market transaction order from the space backpack. The two were compared, and they were exactly the same. The rear was full of island reliefs. Is it really the same? Luhan observed it carefully for a while and was sure there was no difference. In fact, Luhan was a little worried, for fear of confusion. If it's the same, it's easy to say, whichever piece is returned to Sarutobi Hiruzen is the same. Putting the two black market transaction orders into the space backpack, Luhan took out the pocket scroll in the box and unfolded it. Black market location. Wave Island Wave Mountain 3 pattern stone. Black market status. Black market S-class killer, Bonewood. Black market key, Ubidi and Sufiki. Gu Mu. Luhan frowned and muttered, Konoha officially has the identity of a killer in the black market. This killer code named Gu Mu is actually Konoha. It is Konoha, not someone, appointed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Any Konoha ninja can go to the black market as a Bonewood to perform classified missions. On the pocket scroll, all this is explained in detail, not only that, but also how to use the black market key and the contact person in the black market. Obviously, Konoha has a resident ninja in the black market, and the identity of this ninja is extremely confidential. Even Luhan, who is the deputy captain of Anbu, doesn't know Akatsuki, and now Luhan only knows that his code name is Black Vine. After all, the vice captain is only the vice captain. If Luhan wants to know these secrets, it is estimated that he must really become the captain. At sunset, the Konoha at dusk is shrouded in dim yellow. A full-scale war has broken out, and even the Kingdom of Thunder has undergone intensive military mobilization. At this time, Konoha can be described as turbulent. The surface is quiet and peaceful, but it cannot hide the inner strength of tension. Konoha Core Residential Area, Tsunade's residence. Luhan appeared in the courtyard out of thin air, opened the insight map and glanced at it, then strode towards the main building door. Tsunade is at home. Luhan hasn't seen Tsunade for a long time, because he has been in retreat before, and Tsunade has had little road since the death of Uzumaki Mito. This time there is a mission, and Luhan intends to meet Tsunade before leaving. Just as Luhan walked to the door, he hadn't raised his hand to knock on the door. Whoa! The door was suddenly pushed open, and a figure flashed out from the door. The aroma was overwhelming. Damn boy, it's so unconscionable that you haven't come to see me for so long. I miss you, bastard. As soon as Tsunade appeared, he grabbed Luhan's ear and glared fiercely at Luhan. Whoops, it hurts, Luhan exclaimed exaggeratedly. His eyes swept across Tsunade's cheeks. He was stunned, his eyes straightened. Tsunade was still frowning fiercely, but when he saw Luhan's eyes, a trace of unnaturalness flashed across his face. He slowly let go of the hand that pinched Luhan's ear, raised his hand and gently stroked his hair to hang on his ear, and coughed lightly. One voice. Damn kid, why are you looking at me like that? Ah, that. Long time no see. Mr. Tsunade is even more beautiful. Luhan returned to his senses and smiled. Humph. Tsunade snorted coldly and tapped Luhan on the shoulder. Luhan also looked at Tsunade's face. Tsunade, who was almost 22 years old, was indeed extremely beautiful. He was the same age as a flower. Of course, this was not the point. On Tsunade's eyebrows, one more diamond-shaped yuhi point. This yuhi point, which was not on Tsunade's face when Uzumaki Mito died, is now there. Yin seal. Tsunade has become a yin seal. What are you looking at? Don't look at me like that. Luhan looked at Tsunade very unnaturally, her eyes wandering, and she didn't dare to meet Luhan's eyes. She understood Luhan's thoughts, but she was very hesitant. No, I meant to say. Luhan raised his finger and pointed at Tsunade's forehead, that's. Oh, this. Tsunade reacted immediately. His tone suddenly became a little depressed, raised his hand to touch his forehead, and whispered, "It was passed on to me by my grandmother before she died. Some time ago, I was in retreat." That's it. Luhan nodded. He could understand Uzumaki Mito's thoughts. The yin seal is originally the S-level sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan, which belongs to an undisclosed legend. Uzumaki Mito married Senju Hashirama, so she never passed the yin seal out before, and before Uzumaki Mito died, the Uzumaki clan had already passed away. Betrayed Konoha, I think. Sarutobi Hiruzen told Uzumaki Mito about it. No matter whether Uzumaki Mito accepts it or not, she can no longer say anything for the Uzumaki clan, and the Uzumaki clan will perish. Perhaps, she did not want the yin seal to be lost, so she passed this seal to Tsunade. Of course, she can pass it on to Tsunade, and there is also the element of loving Tsunade. Otherwise, she can pass it on to Uzumaki Kushina. Kushina is the real Uzumaki tribe. In fact, if you deduce from the original plot, you can know that Uzumaki Mito did teach Uzumaki Kushina. Because the Uzumaki Kushina master in the original book has learned a lot of sealing techniques, and she arrived at Konoha when she was 5 or 6 years old. When she was in the Uzumaki family, it was too late to practice, so where did she learn her sealing techniques? Uzumaki Mito taught, is the most reasonable explanation. Go in. Tsunade pulled Luhan's arm and wrinkled his nose in dissatisfaction with Luhan. No. Luhan waved his hands and said, "Mission, leave right away." Mission. In such a hurry. Tsunade blinked. Go to the black market. Luhan approached and lowered his voice. Tsunade's face changed, and he said, "Are you alone?" Luhan nodded and smiled again. "I just came to see you. Nothing else, let's go." Call. Luhan disappeared in front of Tsunade.